Blue Star suffered attacks from billions of cosmic beasts, but the Dragon Kingdom, which should have shouldered the heavy responsibility, abandoned all aircraft carriers and nuclear weapons, simply because the modern weapons attacks, which are materialized, cannot cause any harm to the alien race with only spiritual bodies. Just as countless people thought that Longwo was about to fall, a loud horn suddenly sounded, breaking through the clouds and fog. Figures rushed out from the martyrs' garden. Standing in front of the foreign races, countless ancestors built high walls with their bones to resist the evil spirits of all races, using their souls as sharp blades to fight again in the country. During the War of Resistance, Yenhua's ancestors fought to the death outside the National Gate for a full 7 days. The ground was covered in blood, forming a river that cut across the battlefield. Countless soldiers stood on both sides of the blood river, never taking a step back. They did not retreat in life, so how could they retreat in death? Some of them had broken arms, some had lost their eyesight. 7 days of battle shattered their souls gradually, making their thoughts heavy and blurred. But one thing was deeply engraved in their bones and never forgotten, that they must stay here for a long time, resolutely. Some people are still watching us. A soldier with blood on his face looked up at the sky. He was not looking at the glaring sun on the horizon, but at the distant future generations behind. Mom, I'm scared. I don't want to watch. It's so terrifying. So terrifying. On the big screen in Yanhua City, all of this was playing, because the scene was too bloody. A child on the street started crying, but the usually gentle mother held him tightly and shouted, "You must watch. You must remember their faces." The mother and the little boy not far away. You with a felt hat on your head breathing heavily. Yes, we must see. Now. The only thing we weak and powerless people can do is to look carefully while our ancestors protect us. Although you have crossed over for half a month, every time you see this scene, you still can't control the tears in your eyes. After trying all modern weapons, countries discovered that the only way to resist the invasion of all ethnic groups is to revive the heroic spirits in history to guard the country's gates. However, there is a prerequisite for reviving the heroic spirits, which is that the story of the reviver must be true and well known to the people of the country. But the long river of human history was cut off when the 10,000 tribes invaded, and all the people of Yanhua forgot the history before the Qing dynasty, and all the classics and memories no longer exist. Even the only remaining modern history is reduced to just a few words. When the heroes in front shed their blood, there was no one left on the side of Yanhua. Now everyone's heart is extremely heavy, as if the destruction of the country has become an inevitable outcome. Thinking of this, you wipe away the tears without stopping, and look firmly at the sky curtain. Yanhua has an endless charm of 5,000 years. Since no one knows about this charm now, let me tell it again. You go home and sit in front of the computer, opening a historical discussion forum. On the forum, there is a weapon that belongs only to you, which is an account with 10,000 followers. This is the only thing you can do after crossing over. Many soldiers who were not originally on the frontline battlefield were awakened by you through this account. At this moment, you close your eyes, and countless contents suddenly appear in your mind. This is the strange ability you gained after coming to this world. Just by closing your eyes, you can find out all the history, no matter how minute. However, with this extra ability, you also have certain limitations, such as being unable to tell stories about soldiers outside the National Gate from a distant time, or even rely on your original memories to recount those contents in this world. As soon as you make such a move, you will immediately faint and sleep for a day. This relay race composed of historical spirits seems to only be able to be slowly narrated by you, unable to fast forward or stop. The sound of rain outside the window combined with the keyboard creates an extremely tragic symphony. And today, the name of this song is called The 800. All the people in the country are like this. How dare the Japanese pirates invade Yanhua? Additional information today, Sichuan Warehouse. 800 heroes. When you close your eyes to consult history, you will also hear many voices. You have heard the shouts of these 800 heroes countless times. Let us out. The front line needs us. Calling for you. Can you hear me? Let me go up. Let us go up. What are you doing? Hurry up and write. I've already raised the gun. Your eyes were filled with tears. Okay, stop rushing me. Your recount of history should not only be a general narration, but also include specific events and detailed descriptions. For example, this time, you started with the Hubei Security Corps entering Shanghai and supporting the Battle of Songhu, and ended with the National Revolutionary Army's 524th Regiment retreating into the concession, telling the story of all the experiences of the 800 heroes. In a small warehouse, they fought against the Japanese invaders for a full 4 days and nights, their heroic deeds and patriotic spirit shocking the world. At the same time, the details of the resistance are so snotty that one can just listen to them. An inch of mountain and river, an inch of blood, a cup of yellow earth and a cup of soul. The rain was constant, but it wasn't just rain, and the tears that fell on the tabletop from winning sky. At this point, he was already writing to an extremely sad passage. That is, in the Japanese army used excavators to ram the 4 rows of warehouses building, and then sent soldiers to raise the steel plate array to cover the engineers close to the building, with the intention of placing explosives to blow up the load-bearing walls, so that the building collapsed. Our grenades cannot break through the steel plate array. The 800-strong soldiers sighed, made that some of the most deafening choice. Chen Shu Sheng, what are you doing? Take this, give it to my mom. Strap on explosives and grenades and jump from the building. If a single one doesn't work, then more than one. Unable to break through, then use flesh and blood to break through. Machine gun company in formation. Blow these sons of ES up. Come do me a favor. Tie it on for me. Tie it on tight. Get in line. Get killed. It is human nature to be greedy and fearful of death. But here it is. The 4-row warehouse. Seeing death as a home away from home. 2. Lake Tongchang, Li Montsong. Next. My child has been ungrateful. Mother. Next. Huanan Luyang, Wang Jindo. Next. My name is Zhao Mengliang. Next. My name is Liu Beiwu. Next. Hu Tongcheng, Sun Shoutsai. Chapter 3. It's just dying again. About half an hour had passed. The rain gradually stopped. Winning Sky's narration also gradually came to an end. His head was a little dizzy, as it was every time the word was spoken. Divine sense, or something else. In short, there was just this one thing that limited him, allowing him, with each wave, to be able to tell little, and provide fewer soldiers for the front line. But fortunately, this divine sense was growing as the relay progressed. Moreover, he has already told the complete story about the 800 soldiers today. There are many other heroic acts such as jumping to their deaths by the 400 brave soldiers of the 4-row warehouse, and Winning Sky, recounted each one in detail over the sound of the keyboard that had just followed. A new article was written, and Wintry stretched his back. Then, after a few seconds of silence, he finally turned around. I don't know when. He was not alone in his room for a long time. Waves of people come and go. These people were glowing with a yellowish light. They are the so-called 800 soldiers. Whenever Winning Sky tells a story, characters being told, anyone willing to show themselves will come around to the Winning Sky room, and not to do anything, but simply to come and see. Or, as in this last batch, the last 10. Kid, the writing style is good. The description of me is very handsome. I like it very much. They wanted to talk to Win Tian, the child who brought them back to life. I was almost perfect in the language in the college entrance exam. Winning Sky wanted to cry and laugh again. Of the last 10 strong soldiers, the officer who led the way walked over to Winning Sky. I've yelled at you so many times. Why are you just letting us out now? Winning Sky's lips were trembling. Maybe, don't want you guys to die again? These forefathers, they have been sacrificed for guardianship before. Now, one is actually pulling them out to die again. Yes, to go to death again. The Yanhua dead souls that came out in the current phase are to go to death again. The specific bonus after the resurrection of the dead is calculated according to the elegance of the country at that stage. The indomitable essence of the Yanhua resistance was powerful and counted as style, but the objective strength of the country as a whole, in the world of that time, was really inadequate. So at this point, reviving out the undead really doesn't add up to much. In front of those horrible monsters of the current counterpart, now the soldiers recovered from Yanhua's side. It's just trading lives for guards. To come out is to die again. That's why Winning Sky can be a bit reluctant sometimes. Thought maybe, it's nice to be left out at this stage. What a little kid. Is death or something that's scary? Resurrected to die again. Then die again. We're a bunch of big old men. Afraid of pain or what? Seeing this, a very tough soldier wanted to scold Winning Sky, but it was met with a hard stare from the officer leading the charge. The officer's aura was strong, but when it turns around, it's gentle. He's laughing. Thank you for caring about us, but we were born to guard this country. Saying that, the officer reached out and touched Winning Sky's head. Likewise, you, too, are to always watch over our country. Why guarded? No words, only that, born to be so. Winning Sky's eyes were moist, and the officer wiped away his tears. And then, no more pretense, just a smile, looking out the window. Alright, take that final step. Let us be known again by the nation. In the meantime, let's, go kill each other again. What Winning Sky had written down had not yet been posted on the internet for the world to see. So now all these dead souls are still only in a half-soul state. They weren't really revived yet, and they weren't yet able to travel to the front lines of battle. Wiping away his tears, Winning Sky nodded, and with that, also began to operate. He also knew there were many things he had to do. He had already been through this scenario a few times. He just couldn't help it, couldn't get used to being sad for a bit. after the sadness is over. Naturally, and as it should be, go ahead and do it. He posted this new article he had written down. As a result of the first few articles, it was already the case that he had amassed an extremely large following. So at this moment, as soon as the new article came out, all of a sudden, there were also countless readers. Here it comes, the professor of Backfield's salvation. Here's today's article. Excited. The professor's first few articles are really making a big difference for the front lines. If it weren't for the professor, I wouldn't have known that there were so many soldiers in our country during the war. The professor is really so strong. His ability to check and fill in the gaps is top-notch, and his reality must be great too. Yanhua, Yat Province, Heluo City. A woman with glasses and an aesthetically pleasing national security look. The moment Winning Sky posted an article, then it also clicked into this new Winning Sky article. As people at the gates of the country, we can't do much to help the front line at all. In addition to checking out that special national gate on the TV computer and sending back images for everyone, the only thing they can do is see if they can still fill in some more of the missed history. The woman's name is Zhang Hanan, a history college student who studied extremely well. After the invasion of the 10,000 races, she kept digging into history, but, from the beginning until now, she hadn't gained anything at all. It's actually quite normal to get no gain. All documents before the Qing dynasty were destroyed. After the Qing dynasty, the documents that should have been there have also been restored. Zhang Hanan is but one of the billions of confused people. But let Zhang Hanan surprised. This world, there was one person in particular whose eyes were particularly bright. What people can't see, he can see. What people can't dig up, he can. And not just a little bit. Rather, if you dig, it's a completely authentic set. Best of all, there's more than one wave to this whole set. Each of Winning Sky's previous articles had made Zhang Hanan sigh in awe as he touched his eyes. As a result, she had also directly become a die-hard loyalist of Winning Sky, sticking to her guns day in and day out. And today, now, a new post from Winning the Sky is here. Chapter 4, A Light in Every Home. Sending troops to the front line. There was no hesitation. Just click on it. Zhang Hanan started a new round of reading. The beginning of an article is always the title. If all the people of the country are like this, how dare the Japanese invaders violate Yanhua? Today's edition, for Row Warehouse, 800 strong, or the charm of Winning Sky's words, or the aura of Yanhua's soldiers. After only reading the title of these two lines, Zhang Hanan was already starting to tremble. If the country is like this, how dare the Japanese? Although he hadn't read it, Zhang Hanan had expected it. This army today is bound to be extremely strong-willed. It was just that what made Zhang Hanan feel shocked, yet very sad. This anticipation of her. After all, it was not worthy of the 800 strong men today. Chen Shusheng, who strapped on a bomb and jumped to break steel plates with his body. In the shower, calling out names, only to find only one person left in Class 7. The stale knife that went to his death in order to deliver a phone line. And, on the rooftop, the gangly soldiers who hold up the flag and guard it. At the sight of the passages of the flag guards, Zhang Hanan's body trembled. Under countless artillery bullets, those ruffian soldiers gritted their teeth and brought blood to protect the fluttering flag. Zhang Hanan was tempted to ask, "It's just a flag. So, is it worth it?" And the 800 strong men are giving her the clear answer, it's worth it. Group after group of fighters rushed on. Facing the enemy's artillery barrage, he built the base of the flag with his own flesh and blood. At that time, what flew in the air was not only the flag, but also the determination of the 800 soldiers to fight. The standing flag is a sign to the world that Yanhua will win. They went ahead and kept on fighting just to say one thing, the backbone of our nation is still there. I've been a fast runner since I was a child, and I'm willing to give it a try. Sacrifice my life for the sake of justice. As my son wishes, all sons grow up, still to be soldiers, to avenge their father, for the country's loyalty is appropriate, so that my children and grandchildren no longer suffer from this shame. The 4-row warehouse is our last stand, which is our grave. Mother, my child is ungrateful. By the end of the article, Zhang Hanan was already sobbing uncontrollably. Even though she was a woman, Zhang Hanan had always disliked crying. But, these days, she had cried an unknown number of times. She cried when the 10,000 races invaded and the human race was in despair. She cried when the dead were revived and the modern dead soldiers went out to guard the gates of the country. She cried when her forefathers, who had taken over the resistance, so long ago from now, stood up. And then, it was recently, it was now, and Winning Sky added to it again and again. Basically, these days, Zhang Hanan would cry with every article that Winning Sky posted. She wasn't a crier, but she really couldn't help it when she looked at these deeds of her forefathers. Especially today, the 800 men. In a sense, Their situation at that time was really exactly the same as over at the Manhwa frontline now. Taking lives to defend, taking lives to delay, just to tell the world that it's, well, not over yet. For rows of warehouses, 800 strong men, holding a piece of the backbone for my Manhwa. After reading the article, Zhang Hanan made such a comment directly online, and at the same time, there were also uncountable millions of people in Manhwa who sent out comments with her piece by piece. Every time, Winning Sky would make the world stand up and take a bow. Again, this one is no exception. Inflammation. Center Department. Because of a couple of posts from Winning Days over the course of this period, the upper echelons of the country, too, have given him a share of their attention. At the moment, after reading the story of 800, these people are also sighing, though it is true that the 800 strong were, at that time, a little different from what everyone belongs to now. But then, the sacrifices made by these men, these strong men themselves, were actual, especially at this time of crisis. It was also natural for everyone to look the other way. They are all heroes who are going to come out to defend their country again and die for it. And it makes no sense to talk about something else. This Professor Win really deserves the title everyone has given him. Backfield Salvation. How many times has this been his article? How many times has he added troops to the front line? An old man with a full head of gray hair and a somewhat stooped frame made inquiries. Beside him, a robust, serious man responded, counting this one, the fourth time. Is he okay with us? Now, the old man asked again. The man responded, in times of crisis, when everyone's heart is for the country, it's natural to get along. It's just that the other side is also ultimately only willing to talk to us online and not meet us in reality. According to him, he likes to be a little freer and quieter. The old man laughed. What an interesting man. He must be, well, about my age, nowadays. I also like freedom and quiet. So don't ever bother him, don't check on him. Listening to the old man's words, the man was embarrassed for a while. We couldn't find out even if we wanted to. On his side, it's very powerful. Is that so? The old man laughed even more. The laugh lasted 5 seconds. And 5 seconds later the old man's eyes were wet. Then I hope you'll stay awesome, right now, on our side. We can't do anything we want to do. And you, oh my old fellow, you are different, you can give us miracles. And I do hope that the miracles may continue. The old man looked out the window. And at the same time, in Elm City, Winning Sky's gaze also fell to the window, to lock eyes with the old man. That was self-evidently impossible, neither had this strange power. The current Winning Sky was looking at those, like the ones he had called out a few times before, the undead soldiers who were about to go to the front line. Winning Sky's article has been released and in a short period of time, it is already generating heat as well. Thus, the 800 warriors were finally able to head to the front lines, and their flesh was finally able to be remolded. Count the days. It is time. Let the cities prepare to sound the sendoff call. Far away, the old man carried out such an order. After that, the entire Manhwa resounded with a mournful chirping sound. Along with this chirping sound, people from all parts of Manhwa came out of their houses. Ever since Winning Day first replenished the army, Manhwa then has this extra special link. Though when it came out, people couldn't see anything either. While newly recovered soldiers won't have a line in the sand, the recovery will be directly on the front lines. Though this time, the number of soldiers was not large, only so many hundreds. What's the point? When the forefathers come out, then the great people of Manhwa will always be sent. Chapter 5, Open your eyes and see what's on my hat? Every family has a bright light to send the army to the front line. Wintry is out the door too, and his neighbors are in. There was a little girl next door who was 7 or 8 years old. She can't see out of her eyes. Is it Brother Wintian? Winning Sky just came out. The little girl then sensed him. Smiling, Winning Sky stroked her head. How come it's so accurate every time? The little girl was so proud. Brother Wintian, although I can't see, I have special senses. Oh. The mother beside the little girl was in tears at the sight. You clearly heard Brother Winchen's footsteps. The little girl got annoyed and tried to retort. However, before she could retort, Winning Sky had already retorted. That's not it. I think Yo-Yo really has a special sense. Grinning, the little girl smiled happily. And then, it seemed that something came to mind. The little girl took Winning Sky's hand and asked, Brother, have those newly awakened soldiers gotten to us yet? The surrounding neighbors laughed and laughed at the little girl's words. The newly recovered soldiers are recovered directly on the frontline battlefields. Everyone coming to deliver is just performing a ritual. How could it come to them? There it is. It's right in front of us. After Winning Sky's words were uttered, everyone felt that he was coaxing a child. Only Winning Sky understood that he wasn't telling any kind of goodwill lie at all. Newly recovered soldiers are recovered directly on the front lines of battle, that's right. But these newly revived soldiers are the ones he has conjured up. So some of them, always say goodbye to him a little bit before they go. 2. They are just ahead. Standing there as half-souls before they are completely revived. Yo, use your special sense to sense what they're doing? Winning Sky held the little girl's hand and inquired with a smile. The little girl froze, then began to sense with force. I sensed that they seemed to be waving goodbye to me. What could the little girl sense? She couldn't sense anything. But kids, they always like to show off. So sense not, and end up making up one to come. That's right, they're just waving goodbye to you. Winning Sky looked ahead, and those soul soldiers in front of them understood everything. They looked at me, I looked at you, and they all laughed. They then reached out together and waved gently. And little girls, and winning days, farewells were made with the billions of descendants in the back of Yanhua. A gust of wind blew through. Since it just rained, there was a real chill on the wind. With this wind blowing, the part of the front came to say goodbye to the soldiers. All turned into invisible smoke, and then it slowly dissipated. The send-off is over. The next stop that belongs to them is the front line. It's still the same horrible place with the heavy smell of blood. A trail of flesh and blood appeared out of thin air, eventually becoming a new person. Live, fight, continue to defend and protect the country. At the front, there are countless old soldiers in addition to the new ones. Seeing the newcomers on this side, these old soldiers also stood up. Welcome to death. An old soldier held out his hand. Responding to him, all the 800 strong men said, "Who's afraid of a death?" When the two met in this way, all that was left of the front line was the sound of boisterous laughter. It was clear that they had been beaten by the 10,000 clans. Beyond recognition, obviously, they count themselves among the worst of the worst at the gates of the House of Representatives. But they still managed to laugh out loud and then shout to the front. Labor's still here. In terms of overall national strength, Yanhua during the war period was really nothing in the world. But when it comes to will, the Yanhua soldiers during the war period were definitely the most flamboyant first team. Because the country wasn't strong then. So the bonus you get now isn't much, no harm, no foul, not much of a bonus. So they'll use their will to forcefully defend and resist. Just like in the beginning. Weren't they much weaker enemies back then? Yet they also succeeded with willful perseverance? Tell me about it. The specifics over here. The officer, the largest of the 800 strong, looked across the room at the man who looked like the leader of the old army at this time. The man had a hat on his head with a green center marked with a red star and a broken arm. The body is bound to be sound when the dead soul is revived. This would suggest that his arm was chopped off again during the battle to guard the gates after the revival. The position we are in now is in front of my Yanhua's national gate. The national gates are actually huge protective barriers, with 3 layers, and the ones who carried out the guardianship and the baton before us were the departed, and revived, soldiers of the latter. And now Yanhua, army, because the current Yanhua is already very powerful. They got a lot of bonuses, plus the first wave of the 10,000 races invasion was just an attempt, so they managed to, in its entirety, guard the gates of my Yanhua. Listening to the one-armed man's narration, the officer of the 800 army couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. It seems that the children and grandchildren of future generations have not failed us. With that said, the Yabai officer inquired, and now what? This stick of ours? The dead souls of the last baton, who had managed to hold out for 30 days, had all dissipated. So back to reality. Back to this bat. How's the battle going for everyone right now? The gates of the country are huge and there are a lot of recovered soldiers, now spread all over the place. We are now at guard station number 19 at the national gate. The time to be held fast is 30 days, the present is the 7th day, and there are 23 more days to be held. The one-armed man laughed. It's thanks to you guys coming, or else our station 19 would really be in some danger. While saying this, the one-armed man looked around. Dead many people, live after all lives 7 days, not yet enjoy it and then die. The pain suffered again. Hey, you say this is all something then you guys take a break and rest. We'll guard this side of station 19 next. The 800 army officer spoke. The one-armed man froze violently, and then, smiling again, he pointed, with the only remaining hand, to the hat on his head. No, new brother, open your eyes and see what's labeled on this hat of mine. Chapter 6, one voice falls, 10,000 voices come out. Protect my Yanhua. Got it. Don't show me your red stars again. Frontline battlefield. Guardian Station 19. 800 Army is already officially stationed. And after being stationed, the officers of the 800th Army clearly felt a deep sense of malice. A hat. A red star. Show off a dozen times. Old brother. 2 parties fighting each other, knowing that in the end, you win. But now that we're teammates, Can we stop talking about the old days? That won't do. Good things are meant to be seen all the time. And this red star, he just looks good. The one-armed man walks around and around and around and around, and it's a real tear-jerker. You know, the modern military folks who guarded the gate last bat when we first recovered are still around. At the time, we even handed off and sang the national anthem together. By the way, I sing the national anthem beautifully. Do you want to hear it? One forcefully pulls the other. Such jubilation was not common on the tragic battlefields of the Frontline. The soldiers at Station 19, seeing this scene, were all laughing, until another hour or so had passed. As a foul-smelling wind came through, the soldiers at Station 19, their looks only all changed at once. A new round of attacks is coming. These invaders are also not a bunch of saviors. The one-armed man took one last look at his hat and put it on. New guy. Introducing you guys. The 10,000 races. Ah, as the name suggests, are really thousands of messed up races outside of the world. Why are they invading us? We don't know. We just know that when they come, they have to fight. There are quite a few powerful ones in the 10,000 clans, but luckily, they are also restricted, and the strongest ones can't enter right now. The yabai officer coughed. Just say whether the ones attacking us right now are single or mixed, as well as whether or not the ones that are coming are strong and how strong they are. Look at you. In a hurry again. The one-armed man bristled. Isn't this just an introduction to you? Through the investigations of the previous baton of soldiers, and the explorations of our baton of soldiers these past 7 days, in total, there are 7 levels of division given to the 10,000 races, levels 1 through 7, and the higher you go, the more terrifying it gets. Right now, if you can be rated as a level 3 or above extraterrestrial race, you definitely can't come, but level 2 is already raging, and of the secondary, the main ones who like to come over to our side of Station 19 are the Mantis Tiger Clan, and the Lesser Moon Clan. A narrative. Speaking of the 800 Army officer genus is really a headache. 3 levels cannot enter. How do you know there are 3 levels? But also carried out that what the so-called Grey Division, and the Mantis Tiger Tribe, the Small Moon Tribe, this or what name? You give up? To tell the truth, this name is really I gave. That otherwise I do not know what kind of tribe they are. The one-armed man hemmed and hawed. Just name them whatever they look like. But the hierarchical divisions aren't imaginary. Some of the 10,000 clans come with something on them. We found it by finding something special like a book and looking at the patterns on it and analyzing it. The bonsai side also brought things, even books in some cases, and the yabai officers froze. When we fought in the war, we did not also bring things. Food weapons family heirlooms envelopes there are with the book is also very normal. The one-armed man carried out the next explanation. Then, looking ahead, found that the front is already appearing thick fog. Hey, no more bull asterisk. No more bull asterisk. Here we go. All hands on deck. Fight. Accompanied by the one-armed man's order, all the soldiers on this side of Station 19 all mustered up their energy, staring carefully ahead. In the thick fog, at last the officer of the 800 Army saw the appearance of the incoming enemy. The body was as huge as a tiger, with the same markings as a tiger, yet with the twin blades of a praying mantis. No wonder the one-armed man named it the Mantis Tiger Clan. The look was indeed a combination of mantis and tiger. What are you fuming about? The one-armed man looked at the yabai officer. The yabai officer spoke. Nothing, just preparing for battle. The one-armed man was happy as he reached out and patted the Yaohai Army officer on the shoulder. Live a little longer. Regardless of the conflicts and rivalries we all had back then, there's only one name now. Protect me, Yanhua. The one-armed man shouted, and as one voice fell, 10,000 voices came out. Protect me, Yanhua. All the people of the 800 Army, too, were shouting with vigor after the army of one-armed men reaching out. As for the officer of the 800 Army, he shook his head and also opened his mouth with a smile. Protect me, Yanhua. The guns carried a greenish light, and now the only thing that greeted the crowd was battle. Inflammatory deep. All the plaza big screens, or on people's TV computers in their homes. At the moment, all are showing images from the front lines. That national gate, which is a barrier, captures for everyone in real time the battle that belongs to every guardian station in the country. And since the Yakuza are just recovering today, so a lot of people watching also go straight to their home computers and tune in to the guardian station where the 800 soldiers are located. Found it. Today Professor Win's newly revived, augmenting the front line of the 800 strong men went to the 19th guardian station. After seeing such information on the internet, Winning Sky also tuned his channel to Station 19. The battle was halfway through at this point. The gore of the battle scenes is, let's just say, highly unsuitable for children. Protect me, Yanhua. Protect me, Daxia. Sitting in front of the computer, Winning Sky quietly watched the entire battle in this round. The 10,000 tribes that launched the attack this round came to attack for a total of 15 minutes. The Mantis Tiger Clan and the Lesser Moon Clan didn't really have many deaths or injuries in those 15 minutes. However, the deaths and injuries of the recovering soldiers in front of Yanhua's gate were extremely horrifying. Many more soldiers under the one-armed man died, as did many of the 800 strong men. Whichever way you look at it, the battle is theirs to lose. But, after the battle was over, the one-armed man was directly laughing out loud. Chapter 7, Countries Concerned, Great Xia will die? A victory. A great victory. It is clear that his own family has been so badly killed and wounded, but he says that he has won a great victory. This can only mean that the deaths and injuries on this side were even more horrific before. It's so horrible that so many deaths can now be counted as a win. Looking at the situation on the Guardian Station 19 side, in the deep layers of Yanhua, countless people, all of them fell into tears. The gate of Yanhua now is really the soldiers guarding with their lives. I really didn't expect you guys to be quite fierce in a fight when there aren't many of you. On the front line, the one-armed man looked over at the Yabai officer. The Yabai army officer was silent for 2 seconds and smiled back. That's natural. At the end of the first battle, looking at the dead and wounded, the officers of the 800th Army were also a little sad. But when you think about it, what is there to be sentimental about when you come back to die? Dead or wounded? As long as it wasn't totaled, and as long as it continued to hold, it was, indeed, a great victory. We have that little guy to thank for that. We couldn't have gotten here without him. After every round of attack by the 10,000 races, there would be a rest period for a certain period of time. Or rather, it's that particular restriction that is currently holding off the high-ranking 10,000, while fending off the higher-level vanguards. It is also limiting many others of the vanguards. For example, the number of monsters that can be sent out in each round, and how long the interval must be after each round. No matter what. Anyway, after this round of fighting, everyone on the front line was finally able to breathe again. Thus, as they sat down to rest, the officers of the 800 Army were also the ones who finally had the time to mention Winning Sky, who had summoned them out. The kid named Win? The one-armed man snapped. The Yabai officer froze. You know him? How can I not know? The front line has increased troops several times, basically because this kid called. The one-armed man laughed loudly. There's one thing to say, that kid shouting people is really a handful. Shouting are all-powerful. The 7th Guardian Station over there, almost lost before, thanks to that kid increasing over some troops, only now continue to keep it. Now this side of the front line station to station. Everyone knows that the main for our front line to increase the troops, is such a winning professor? The Yabai officer froze for a moment, then shook his head with a smile. In a way, he's more important than us. Isn't that nonsense? The one-armed man was particularly expansive. We came out, and we're just keeping watch for 30 days. That kid is different. The relay of baton after baton of Yanhua's national gate can all depend on him. The officer of the 800 Army raised his head to the sky, and he felt that Winning Sky should be looking at him right now. He wanted to say something to Win Tian, such as go for it, work hard, or something like that. But in the end, all the words were swallowed back into his stomach. He didn't say anything, he just smiled. And then, quietly waiting for the next round of attacks launched by the 10,000 races. Why the 10,000 came is as clear to no one as when the 10,000 will go. The revived warriors of the dead at the gates of nations can only do what they have to do. That is, keep guarding and keep fighting until the next leg of the relay. In the next few days, Winning Sky didn't add any more troops to the front line. As said before, every time he increased his army he needed something like divine sense. So he rested for a few days until, 4 days later, it was also the morning of the 11th day of the war for the dead soldiers, guarding the gates of the country. The 27th Guardian Station of the Yanhua Country Gate, all the ancestors who revived and came out, all died in battle. When this news was sent back, the entire Yanhua Deep was in a state of shock. Of course, if that's all it was, it wouldn't be enough to make everyone scared like that, because when one Guardian Station is out of men, the other Guardian Stations will send in some of their soldiers. What really made everyone lose their minds was that the attack on the other Guardian battles from the side of the 10,000 races had become more violent as well. This made it extremely difficult for the military dead on other stations to guard just the station they were on, let alone divide their forces. Are the 10,000 tribes taking gunpowder this wave? How come? All of a sudden, the offense has slammed so much? Don't you even know that? 30 days of defending the battle. Every 10 days the attack of the 10,000 races will be a little more fierce. Yanhua's side is a bit dismal. Other stations guarding tough. One station is even directly no soldiers. To this, I can only say that, fortunately, our forefathers, our previous generation, were graceful enough. All the races have invaded, And the peoples are not all concerned only with their own countries. Some of the people of the countries that are fighting the good fight on the front lines are now eagerly coming around to watch the war. When they saw that the situation on Yanhua's side was so dismal, the people of many countries engaged in idle chit-chat. Pretty country, Sakura country, chariot country, and woolly bear country bear the brunt of those 4 countries that are more comfortable at the current stage. The deeper populations of the woolly bears and the chariot states are okay, either because of their own character, or because of modern times. They didn't really have any verbal taunts, but not so in pretty country and Sakura country, whose deep pockets are now grinning from ear to ear. Yanhua looks like it's going to be over. The country's gates will soon be broken. My suggestion is for Yanhua to hurry up and announce its dissolution now, and then defect to our pretty country. Dissolving one's own country and defecting to another country will also be attributed to the other country, so that in a way is also a way to survive. Don't worry, our pretty countryside of the undead soldiers are very powerful, is sure to be able to guard everyone, or it's not bad to come to our side of the Sakura kingdom. Has anyone from Yanhua's side watched us yet? We beat the 10,000 races that came to invade in the last round, and there weren't many deaths or injuries, since the 2 countries were more powerful during the war. The military personnel of the 2 countries are extremely additive at this moment. Of course, it wasn't as exaggerated as their own boast of being able to beat the 10,000 races into submission is all. But, in any case, they are indeed now able to engage in such speech. Chapter 8 The Mainstay, the Dongjiang column. These people, they really are too arrogant. Who makes people so fierce on the front line? They have arrogant capital. Pity me, Yanhua. Is it really going to end here? So what if it's not over? Don't forget, we have the Qing dynasty to pull down after that. Those Qing dynasty dirtbags, even more can't hold the fort for long. Yes, and most importantly, before the Qing dynasty, we even lost our history. Watching the various discussions of people abroad, the people on Yanhua's side were also saddened. The atmosphere of sadness once again filled the country, and for a while, everyone was at a bit of a loss as to what to do. When the dead ancestors can't defend the country's gate will be broken, and once the country's gate is broken, Yanhua's side will surely be destroyed. Unless, indeed, as some people abroad are now saying, the country is dissolved on the spot and then annexed to another country. In that case, the barriers of other countries would also cover over and form new gates. Then soldiers from other countries are also teleported to do a share of guarding. Could it be that the final outcome of our Yanhua is really just a no country? On this day, such a heavy question was added to the hearts of many Yanhua people. Elm City, at this time, the discussion of people abroad on the internet. Winning Sky also watched in the eyes. His fists were clenched extremely tightly, if not for the fact that the deeper levels of each country were now separated by barriers as well. He was really looking for a fight with a countryman from Pretty Country or Sakura Country, a country with only 200 years of history, a country that was once affiliated with my Yanhua. It's just that it's more powerful in this current stick. How can it be arrogant like this? At this moment, for the people of these 2 countries, there was only one word to evaluate in Winning Sky's mind, and that was villainous. But for that, he could understand. After all, much of the existing history of this world was made up by documents. Either the documents are fake, or the upper level wants to fake. Anyway, in the eyes of the lower level of the people in the beautiful country, their beautiful country's history is very long. Even if other countries find out the documents about their 200 years of history, they don't believe in it at all, and they only believe in the fake documents they have there, as well as the upper level's subsequent various fabrications. And it's pretty much the same for the Sakura country, where the documentary complementary history itself is not always completely true. On their side, it's also the upper echelons and some fake literature and mental entrapment to make them think that they're extremely high up in history further down the line as well. The current military people who took over the baton are extremely powerful and have not been bad historically on the way up, which has led to this villainous look they have now. Only the arrogance of these 2 sides. Well, at least the baton that their country is now picking up is really strong and swimming in the front line. What made Wen Tianji speechless was that in the various chit-chats on the internet, he even saw some conversations among the people of the pickle country. Incorporated into our kimchi country can also be, Yu Yan Hua Cheng is very poor. Above the Qing is the history of the fault. But think no fault recovery out is not a powerful soldier. But our kimchi country is different. Our kimchi country, the higher up, the more flamboyant, the more powerful. You guys, is it that the upper echelons of the country have cheated you too hard? Or is it that you have cheated yourselves too hard, so that you can end up getting so high as to be like this? Well, there is also the possibility that your forefathers left behind literature that was also nothing but bragging and reading fake literature, which is what led you to be so brainless now. Yes. You guys get more flamboyant the further up you go in history. It's just, can you pick up the baton? Why do I have the feeling that before we, Manhwa, are finished, you kimchi countries are going to be finished first? If Manhwa is in a dangerous situation, then kimchi country is now being beaten to death on the front line. It's amazing to have the heart to fantasize after this. All Wintry can say is, please, please, please pay attention to your current. What's more, your kimchi country's history further back really isn't that strong either. After hitting the keyboard and disliking a kimchi country's netizen with a trumpet, Winning Sky took a deep breath and turned back to his large size. There's one more thing to mention here. That's the absolute security of Winning Sky's privacy. This stuff was also something he looked up after he closed his eyes. I don't know why the history library has this, though, but since it was there, it was natural for him to use it straight away. Is the front line now already critical? Sitting in front of his computer, Win knew he had to strike again. There's not really much he can do to help in the current keeper segment, because his divine sense was limited. The number of soldiers he called out each time was also limited, and every time he calls out a wave, he has to rest a wave. The only way to bring down the impact of this drawback is to wait. As the length of time that the frontline generals guarded the country's gates grew, Winning Sky's divine sense threshold as well as his recovery speed would also increase. By his estimation, probably by the time of Damien, he'll basically be able to call out armies on a daily and large scale. I can only help the front line a little now, but even if it's just a little, I have to help a little more. Winning Sky felt that he had recovered almost as much as he could over the past few days. So, hands on the keyboard. A new round of the call to arms ceremony on Manhwa's side had officially begun. Where you die, where you are buried, the world is the same as the Green Hills. Today's edition, the Mainstay, the Dongjiang Column, Chapter 9. The Sun is Rising. Dongjiang Column. The full name is Kwangdong People's Anti-Japanese Guerrilla Army Dongjiang Column. It was during the war against Japan, a people's anti-Japanese army created and led by our party in the Donggang area of Kwangdong Province, together with the Qianya Column, the 8th Route Army, and the new 4th Army. They are known as the mainstay of China's War of Resistance. Today, it was such a huge army that Winning Sky wanted to call for revival. His total number of men, totaling more than 11,000, was greater than the number of all the armies that Winning Sky had called upon before. This was the reason why the resistance predecessors had guarded the country's gates for a long time, giving Winning Sky's divine sense threshold enough time to grow. Otherwise, before that, it would have been impossible for Winning Sky to conjure up this army. With this army in place, the situation on the front line should be able to get a lot better. Winning Sky took a deep breath. As a matter of fact, the army, the Dongjiang Column, should be well known. With such a large number of people, it shouldn't be undocumented. But this world, certain literature, he just couldn't find it in an extremely outrageous way. According to Winning Sky's speculation, this matter should still be related to the historical amnesia incident of all mankind a few decades ago. Knowing that humanity could rely on the dead souls of history to guard the gates of their country, the all nations made special maneuvers in advance for the present invasion. This operation not only dissipated some of everyone's memories and left them to rely on documents to restore history, but also destroyed some of them. The literature about the Dongjiang Column would have been missing at that time as well. Otherwise the war period belonged to the post-Qing dynasty. There is no selfish and willful total destruction of literature operation as in the Qing dynasty. Some of the great armies that followed should not be undocumented. One can only be thankful that that operation of the 10,000 races only destroyed a tiny bit of the literature that followed, I guess. Otherwise, if the literature about those of the 8th Route Army is also destroyed, then Manhwa will really be finished. Those before the Qing dynasty were destroyed by the Qing dynasty, and those after the Qing dynasty were destroyed by the 10,000 races. It's just me, or someone with limited divine sense who needs time to increase their threshold as well as recover. I'm afraid that the head with fried, in the end, also cannot guard that front layer of the country's gates. Thoughts drifted away for a short while, and soon, Winning Sky returned to the main line of summoning soldiers. On the one hand, there was a real crisis on the front line right now, and he had to hurry. On the other hand is that in the back of his mind, these soldiers from the Dongjiang Column really can't wait either. Alright, I'll let you out now. Focus your attention completely. Hands pounding on the keyboard, Wintry began his play. He tapped the keyboard extremely fast. But the portrayal of the East River Column is no less crude for that. It is also an important step to detail the army when it is called. Otherwise, simply describing it roughly in 1 or 2 sentences would not have revived this army at all. On this side, Winning Sky was frantically accelerating his speed without affecting his quality. On the other hand, at the same time, a new round of invasion by the 10,000 races was once again ushered in on the frontline battlefield. Damn, can't these bastards be killed enough? Why are there more and more of them? This time it's more fierce than all the previous ones. All fight to the death. If the battalion commander dies, the company commander goes. If the company commander dies, the platoon commander goes. If the platoon commander dies, the squad leader goes. The increasingly ferocious attacks of the 10,000 races hit the generals on Yanhua's front line, killing and wounding them like crazy. But that's not the most critical thing. The most critical thing is the 27th station that's no longer occupied. Since all the soldiers guarding the town were dead, the place had become unguarded by this time. Has Guardian Station 27 already suffered an invasion by the 10,000 clans attacking the gate? In the midst of this 100,000 odd fire, in the end, the Yanhua seniors had made their choice. Each stop was splitting up the troops, and the pressure created by the splitting up of the troops, they then put together another share of their lives to fight it off. Yanhua soldiers are worthy of honor. Deep in the Chariot country, many of the people of the Chariot country were also looking at the situation on Yanhua's side. After seeing the Yanhua soldiers' will to fight like this, they all admired it to the extreme. Likewise, it was the same on the Woolly Bear Nation side. Dear Devaris, come on, hang in there. Under the attention of countless people, time just passed little by little. 20 minutes later, this round of the 10,000 races invasion finally ended. Then the various invasions that preceded it. This round of the 10,000 nations attack, the casualties inflicted on the front lines of the country should be the greatest. Pretty country, Woolly Bear country, Chariot country, those are okay. This is because the country was extremely high in the first place during the war, so now it's getting an extreme amount of additions. Even if they faced the 10,000 clans of this round, they could still manage to do so with ease. But the front lines of the other nations were in for a rough ride with this round of the ravages of the 10,000 races. That blows to outrageous pickle country. More than 10 Guardian stations are already straight up beaten to no one, and after being hit to no one, their first barrier, the gates of the nation, was on the verge of shattering. As for the elephant country, it's not doing too well. Not as bad as the kimchi country, but it's already on the ropes. In the end, to people's extreme surprise, or Yanhua, before this round of invasion by the 10,000 races, the one that everyone felt was most in danger was Yanhua. But incredibly, by relying on his extremely strong willpower, Yanhua was able to block this round of attacks after all. Each of the Guardian battles was held despite heavy deaths and injuries. And what about the 27th station over there? Because of the support from many sources, the final barrier state gate was not cracked at all. When such a result occurs, deep in the Yanhua, countless Yanhua populace cried out. Winning Sky finished writing a new call to arms text just as the round of battles ended. He had a small window open and was likewise watching the battle at the front. I had thought that this time, no matter what, I would keep my emotions in check, but in the end, he didn't control, because in that image, he saw two people. One was an officer of the 800th Army that he conjured up. One was the one-armed man with the green-red star hat. In this round of fighting, both men were seriously injured and could not survive. And the last thing they did before they died was to lie on the ground and look at the sky. Or rather, they were looking at Winning Sky, who was far away in Elm City and was also watching them. I'm sorry, kid, but my guard didn't last long. The Yabai officer, with a look of extreme self-condemnation. As for the one-armed man, he still had a smile on his lips. Even though I've never met the boy, I have a little something to say to him. Well, kid, next, it's all up to you. We do trust you, but be careful too. Take breaks when you need to, and don't be a hero. Otherwise, it could be the two of us. Really, it's going down too fast. The one-armed man coughed up some blood, and then the eyelids suddenly became extremely heavy. He didn't want to sleep, but he really couldn't carry on. Rise up, people who don't want to be slaves. He took the hat with the red star in his hands again. Form our flesh and blood into our new wall. He tried to finish the song, but in the end, he ran out of energy. It's just a matter of opening your eyes at last and seeing the world again. The sun is up. Chapter 10, When I am here, the great Xiao will not die. Is the sun up? Actually, no. It's overcast today with dark clouds covering the sky. Besides, even if the sun rises, what then? The sun has become massively poisonous since the invasion of the 10,000 tribes, especially on the front lines. That rising sun does more harm than good. Is this veteran of Yanhua hallucinating before he dies? A number of foreigners have been asking questions about the situation. The people of the Yankee Deep don't know what to say to this question of theirs. However, Winning Sky was aware of this. It's not an illusion, but the sun has really appeared. The sun here is not the sun in the sky that has been subjected to a mutation and has become extremely bad. Rather, it's the light that can actually save the world, that is, Yanhua will not die. The gates of the great summer will not be broken. I said it. At this moment, if someone was beside Winning Sky, they would have noticed that Winning Sky's eyes had turned a golden color. I want to guard the country's gates, so that the soldiers who are passing away one after another on the front line at the moment can sleep again with peace of mind. At this moment, Winning Sky's entire body suddenly entered an extremely crazy, extremely wrong state, and the impact of this state of affairs. Then it is also Winning Sky has just finished writing a call to arms new article. The next moment, then and immediately, a new document was opened and a new writing, a new summons, began. The divine sense in his body began to skyrocket. If before was a drop of water into the body, then now is to open the faucet gushing out. Although I do not know what this is because of, and whether there will be side effects. But, it does not matter. All do not matter, side effects or otherwise. At this moment, there was only one thought left in Winning Sky's mind, and that was, this Yanhua's national gate. He had to guard it. The sound of the keyboard crackled, moment after moment, and at this new writing, the article about the Dongjiang column that Winning Sky had written before was also finally successfully uploaded. Look online. Prof. Win has added troops to the front line again. This time, it's the Dongjiang column. Dongjiang column? Wait, how many people are in this army? 11,000? In the past, when Prof. Win increased the troops for the front line, had he ever increased them this much? That certainly did not. 11,000 soldiers is very difficult to be omitted from the literature, so no need to make up will also appear directly on the battlefield. And if it did not appear, really was omitted, that means that it certainly in decades ago amnesia events associated with the literature was also destroyed at that time. The literature was destroyed. Professor Win are able to restore it out? It's probably that there are still some particularly hidden documents. It's really unlikely that they can still be restored after being completely destroyed. Anyway, these 11,000 soldiers are really going to be a big help to the front line. The 10,000 races were constantly invading, and at this moment, Yanhua could be said to be in the most difficult time. They had just fended off one of the craziest attacks the 10,000 races had seen in a while, but after resisting, the next attack from the 10,000 races they were having a hard time resisting. But now that Winning Sky's call to arms text was out, everything was going to be different. A whole 11,000 soldiers. Though not so much that the gates of Yanhua could be defended 100% of the time, but surely the next wave of the 10,000 attacks can be blocked. Yanhua, Yat Province, Heluo City. Zhang Hanan posted the first time the article Winning Days was published. Then the reading of the new article began as well. Little by little, time passed. When all is known about the Dongjiang column, Zhang Hanan's eyes were also moist and he nodded his head excitedly. YHWH can still move on. The gate of Yanhua country can still continue to be guarded. Professor Win, who the hell are you? At this moment, Zhang Hanan's curiosity towards Winning Sky rose to an unprecedented level. If she could, she really wanted to meet the man who kept working miracles. In the entire Yanhua deep layer, there were at least 10 million other people who shared the same thoughts as Zhang Hanan at this moment. One of Winning Sky's operations really reshaped everyone's worldview and drove them crazy. After the article was hot enough, the Dongjiang column was finally in a position to recover as well as head to the front. As usual, Yanhua's side is still sounding a send-off. All the people of Yanhua Deep went out to conduct a farewell. However, this time, Winning Sky did not go out. Mom, where's brother Wintian? The little girl next door was a little lost. Every time she could hear the sound of Winning Sky's footsteps, but this time, she felt nothing. Maybe brother Wintian is sick. The little girl's mom answered this. She couldn't say anything else. After all, send the forefathers. It's a very important thing. Don't leave the house unless you're sick. It's disrespectful in any way. Well, it turns out, except for being sick, for another reason not to be sent, it's also perfectly fine. Just for example, the real reason why Winning Heaven didn't go out now. At this moment, there were 5 or 6 soldiers in Winning Sky's room. These are the leaders of the Dongjiang column. Winning continued to tap the keyboard in a frenzy. They, on the other hand, stood right behind Winning Sky, looking at Winning Sky. This little guy, he doesn't even bother us for a second after calling us out. Understandably, after all, he has more important things to do. I don't blame him. I'm just a little worried about him. Maybe we should talk him down. How can we persuade him to give up guarding the gates of the country? In front of the 10,000 races, we, as well as he, seem to have no choice. Chapter 11, The Yang Mao. The difficulty of checks and balances. Like those who would die again to defend the gates of their country, the current Winning Sky had also been left with only guarding the country's gates in his mind. No one can stop him who now has no regard for personal safety. Just as no one can stop the Yanhua soldiers who want to go to the front line now. All we can do now is live up to him. Go to the front and resist a little longer, and a little longer, until the gates of the country are defended. The crowd from the Dongjiang column has finally left. With the billions of people of Yanhua escorting him, he went to the front line to protect the country's gates. 11,000 people. So many have come this time. It's the Dongjiang column, they're out too. That's great. With them we can hold out for a long time again. At least that side of Station 27 finally doesn't have to be empty anymore. The old soldiers on the front line were all excited when they learned that there were new recruits arriving. These days they are also having an extremely hard time and are extremely annoyed. But it wasn't the fighting that bothered them, it was the fear that they wouldn't be able to successfully defend the country. Now, another increase in troops from Winning Sky had put them all in a better mood. The Dongjiang column, old friends, some of the old soldier officers, with a smile on their lips. In fact, quite a few of the soldiers who have been left out or whose documents have been destroyed are known to them. But being on the front lines, they couldn't reveal a single bit of this to the back, until the rear has restored the historical content in its entirety on its own. Everything they say about recovery is blocked. The 10,000 races really did a lot of prep work to invade Earth. But luckily for Yanhua, there was still someone like Winning Sky at his back. The 10,000 thought they were fully prepared. But I didn't want to leave out the biggest variable. Winning Sky. There is no need to split up any more troops to come here. Guard your own stations well. This side of Station 27, our Dongjiang column will hold it. Upon arriving at the frontline battlefield, the Dongjiang column took route directly at Station 27. Station 27, once the weakest, has instead become the most reassuring. In that case, then we are also finally able to guard our side with confidence. In front of the Yanhua Kingdom's gate, the generals of the other guarding stations were relieved. They all looked ahead to the 10,000 clans that would be coming back again in a short while. It's raining in the sky again, and unlike before, it's still thundering today. That thunder shook people a little. Well, it's nothing if it's just thunder, but when thunder comes, it must be accompanied by lightning. These weird lightning bolts on the front line, they don't attack the 10,000 races, they only attack the generals of the nations. If I'm not wrong, it's 9 times out of 10 that the 10,000 races also relied on special means to straighten it out. It's not easy to defend your own side. Yanhua's soldiers were all a bit bitter for a moment. They looked at the clock, counting today. There's a full 20 more days of guarding. It was extremely difficult for everyone to defend for only 10 days. The next step is to defend for another 20 days. And the invasion of the 10,000 tribes will be even more violent in these 20 days. Under the constant thunder, the hearts of the soldiers on the front line of Yanhua, which had just loosened up a bit, could be said to have been lifted up again. At the moment, there wasn't much they could do, and the only thing they could do was try to hold. As for the end, whether or not they could carry on through these 20 days, there was really nothing they could do. Roughly another hour passed, and an hour later, a new invasion of the 10,000 races came. This time it wasn't as fierce as the last round, but it was really much stronger than the very first few days. At the end of the round of fighting, on Yanhua's side, the casualties of the soldiers had increased quite a bit more. Even some of the guardian stations are starting to get extra special shortages. And contrary to before, this time the most stable guard is instead the 27th guardian station. The ones that were once to be guarded by a divided army stood still, and the ones that were once given a divided army were instead all unsteady. This kind of scene, no matter who looks at it, I am afraid that they all have to feel a real drama. On the side of the 10,000 clans, they also seem to have realized the reversal of the situation on Yanhua's side. So, in another round of offense, they also took out a special strategy. On the 27th station side, the invading 10,000 races were directly reduced by a large portion. And what about the lesser races? Instead, a brainstorm went straight to all the other guardian stations. It's even if the 10,000 races are powerful, some of them are also intelligent. This is the most difficult point, guarding the gates of the country. After the vanguard's main attack on the other stations, the soldiers of the Dongjiang column also immediately went out to support them. But what happens after the support? And then after that, the 10,000 would be mainlining Station 27 again. This back and forth crazy fight made Yanhua's side suffer. But in the end, the main reason it could be so was because Yanhua's side was too weak. If the number of soldiers is large enough, the soldier's base strength receives a sufficient bonus. The various schemes of the 10,000 races are simple to decipher. 10,000 clans. This is a young plot. Looking at everything on the frontline battlefield, the people of Yanhua Deep were extremely stifled. Zheng Henan was the same, and a strong sense of despair struck her once again, making her somewhat afraid to look again. So, she closed the live window of the frontline battlefield and began to look at the rest of the internet. Nowadays, there is nothing related to entertainment on the internet. The news, videos, and what people are talking about basically has nothing to do with the front lines but history. Eagle Jam, Harry Bear, Chariot, And the populace on Sakura's side were still watching everything steadily from the high platform. Pickle! Where are the elephants? Beaten beyond recognition. And their populations are all extremely hard up right now. Well, in addition to being hard to swallow, the pickle side of the family continues to associate them in a special way with their history before. The attention kept shifting. And finally, Zhang Hanan looked to the history discussion group in her university. I've just been to the village and my grandfather said there are some old books, but alas, none of them have anything to do with history. I, too, searched for a whole bunch of content and posted it online, and none of it succeeded in summoning soldiers. It was all fake. The frontline battlefield is a little better with the Dongjiang column, but only a little better. We're still doomed at this rate. Everyone is running around looking for ways to see if they can help the front lines a little bit, but unfortunately, it's really too hard to check and fill in the gaps, and these people end up with no results. In this world, after all, not everyone can be like Prof. Win, who was able to constantly create miracles. Zhang Hanan shook his head and opened the history forum again, clicking into Winning Sky's homepage. She wanted to read the East River column article again to see if she could find some inspiration. But, let Zhang Hanan how did not expect is, this wave clicked through and the DJC article wasn't seen first. The home page lights up, and the first thing that comes into view is surprisingly another new article on military augmentation. Chapter 12, 3 texts in one day, and an increase of nearly 20,000 troops. Is this? Am I mistaken? Zhang Hanan was dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes and went to look again. And yet what is in front of me should remain as it is. Winning the Day is really posting a new article again. But, how is this possible? If she remembered correctly, Win Genius had just posted a new article this morning, right? And it's also a great article about the Dongjiang column, designed to supercharge the army by a full 11,000 men. Zhang Hanan was so frantic that she couldn't even breathe. Heart pounding and holding his breath, Zhang Hanan clicked on Winning Sky's new article. The familiar opening, the familiar 4 big words. Supplement of the day. It's really another reinforcement one. Prof. Win. Prof. Win. Is he still human? How can anyone else not tap into something that he's just finished writing one and here he is again? Zhang Hanan began to read carefully, and after reading she realized that the army that Winning Sky had added this time was a unit in the Sichuan Army. The number of this force is not as horrible as the last wave of the Dongjiang column, but it's still 1,000 people. Moreover, the most important thing is that this supplemental subordinate unit of the Sichuan Army is particularly strong and fierce in combat. Prof. Win posted an article, so that means he has confirmed that this must be the real historical army. So quickly. Professor Win then also really is again for the front line to increase the army. Eyes couldn't help but get moist. For once, Zhang Hanan didn't just cry for the military seniors in the article, he also cried for Winning Sky. It was a cry of excitement, of gratitude, and of endless admiration as well as incredulity. It's true, there's only wrong names and no wrong nicknames. The savior of the backfield, he's really saving the day. There is no one in the entire backfield who can beat the professor. Just after the increase of one army, immediately came another army. This speed, I just want to ask, who else? Together with this army, the front line can support another support. Prof. Win is really participating in the war as well. If, in the end, our national gate can be defended, Professor Win will definitely be able to claim a big share of the credit as well. After the article festered, for a while, people on the internet reached another climax in the discussion of Winning the Sky. Inflammation. Center Department. Looking at Winning Sky's new text, the old man's eyes also opened to a great extent at this moment. This time, how come it's so fast? The old man inhaled and exhaled deeply. Off to the side, the stocky, serious man spoke. It could be that they just happened to tap into 2 messages at the same time. But these 2 messages are really not very relevant. One is the Dongjiang column and the other is the Sichuan Army. The old man was incredulous. This guy, he really carries too many unknowns in him. Yes, he's too good. The robust, serious man nodded. The old man smiled. So, what are you waiting for? Begin to send the chimes to add more troops to my front line. With a command from the old man, the entire Yanhua once again resounded with sending chimes. As always, everyone went out to see each other off. Winning Sky, on the other hand, still didn't go out. Mom, why hasn't Brother Wintian come out again? The little girl missed Winning Sky a little. Didn't I tell you? Brother Wintian is sick. It hasn't even been a day. How can you be sick? The little girl's mom looked away. The rain wouldn't stop and there was another clap of thunder. With the crowd in attendance, the new troops headed for the front. This force of 1,000 men should be another good share of the front line. It's just a pity that our Yanhua, the general environment right now is too bad. The troop increase will share some of that, but ultimately it won't change the current direction of the story. Inflammation. Center Department. The old man looked out the window with an extremely complicated mood. There were new reinforcements that pleased him, but then it gets extremely hard to think about the general conditions on the front lines. The backfield. In the end, can't help the front line too much. The old man looked at the window for a long time. Eventually, on crutches, ready to leave. However, the door to the central sector has only just opened. The sturdy, serious man who had been gone for a while, then too, came back. I thought I told you to take care of something. Why are you here again? The old man frowned, slightly puzzled. The robust man was in a great hurry. Chief, I've already arranged for those things to be taken care of. There's a big reason for coming over here now. And look at this. The robust man pulled out 2 sheets of A4 paper printed with text. The old man took it and began to read. Today's supplement. The old man was dumbfounded when he just read the beginning of the document. It's a familiar text. A familiar style. Professor Wynne? The old man snapped. The stocky man nodded. Yes, it's Professor Wynne. He's released a new augmentation text, which I printed off from the internet. The old man's breathing became rapid. Didn't he just post 2 articles? This is the 3rd piece of the day. An omitted unit in the army of Diane. 7,000 men. With a dizziness, the old man almost didn't stand still, thanks to the robust man's quick eyes and hands, holding him up. This Professor Wynne, the entire Yanhua, billions of subjects, must be grateful to him. The old man's eyes were moist. He was so excited. The speed of this increase in troops made his whole body follow a little boiling. 3 texts in one day, increasing troops by almost 20,000. Good. The old man was all set to go back to rest. Now look, what's the rest? He's going to watch it live. He wants to see the battle on the front lines. Still sending chimes to send the army. Still winning the sky before it arrives. In the blink of an eye, the front line was very different. Good lord, the speed at which this new recruit is coming is a bit excessive, isn't it? It's that what's his name Prof. Wynne summoned again. This guy, can it? Guava, aren't you the Sichuan Army? Your folks are here. I thought it was going to be over in the next few days, but now I see that I can keep it for many more days. Is this winning family's little brat still human? Is he really this powerful? Chapter 13, with all my might, I can't press a button anymore. 3 reinforcements a day. It shocked the entire Yanhua deep. It also shocked all the soldiers on the front line. Before that, the soldiers at the front line were already interested in winning sky. Now that it was such a sensation, that curiosity was naturally even more pressed. The old soldiers were all kinds of inquisitive about the new recruits who had come in for support, and when confronted with these inquiries, the recruits were uniform in their responses. No matter what the question is, there is only one final answer. That is, that kid, he really has given too much for Yanhua. Yeah, he really helped Yanhua too much. The old soldiers on the front line and the people in the rear nodded their heads, but the recruits were aware that these old soldiers and the people in the rear, obviously, it is impossible to understand what they really mean by the word pay. Those who listen to them will only think that the word pay here means contribute, but I don't know that the pay here refers to winning sky himself, the whole person. It takes divine knowledge to write an article to increase troops. Ignoring everything and forcing non-stop writing will only end up with one result. That would mean that winning sky's body would be constantly harmed and his consciousness would be constantly impacted. For example, right now, after increasing the 3rd wave of soldiers, winning sky was already unable to carry on. His face was horribly white, his head was covered in sweat, and his body was still shaking. 1 minute it was like being roasted by fire, the next it was like being in an ice cellar. Chest, still like a million silver needles, stabbing from the inside out. Today's supplement, hands on the keyboard. At this moment, winning sky even wanted another text, but his body, already it was a serious no-no for him to continue. He can't even knock out a word anymore. With all my might, and no more pressing a button. That's where he is now. 3 texts a day. This was already winning sky's limit. He would need at least 10 days to recover for the next 10 days. And it's only the divine sense that's being restored here, not his body. I hope that these 3 texts will help Yanhua. Winston looked up and looked out the window. At the same time, on the front line, those soldiers he had called out. At this moment, all of them were also looking up at the sky, watching him from afar. Protect me, Yanhua, one of the new recruits suddenly shouted, startling the old soldiers on the front line. People look at me, I look at you, and they don't really understand. But whether one understands it or not, in the end, the result is always the same. Protect me, Yanhua. One voice leads to 10,000. And after that, one station leads to all stations. The phrase protect me, Yanhua became the only voice on the front line at the moment. Time rushed by. Another half hour. Half an hour later, a new invasion of the 10,000 races arrived. They were still applying their previous approach of pounding back and forth, but this time they were greeted by the uninterrupted soldiers of Daxia. 20,000 additions. Already it was enough to make the Yang scheme of the 10,000 races become no longer good. On my mark, all, bayonets. Played us back and forth before, didn't you? Come on, do it again. Mantis Tiger. What I'm going to do today is Wusong fights the tiger. Since he didn't know about the changes on Yanhua's side, the 10,000 races that came to the Great Summer's side this time had suffered a great loss. And Daxia, too, was finally and truly on the verge of a great victory. The moment they saw the defeat of the 10,000 races, the populace behind Yanhua went crazy with excitement. When will there be such a war battle on my Yanhua's front line? It's so cool, the Resistance seniors, it's really cool. And Prof. Win. It's all thanks to Prof. Win. I'm not a fan of anyone but Prof. Win in my life. He's a hero to all of us. Thank you to all the Resistance seniors on the front line, and thank you to Prof. Win at the rear, who constantly expends his efforts. On this day of Daxia, every house was lit up, just like the new year. As for the side of the 10,000 clans, it was dead and gloomy to the extreme. How could they not expect their side to fall so far? Obviously there aren't many soldiers left guarding the gate, and soon we'll manage to break through. But why? All of a sudden, would the military people on this side of the border increase dramatically again? One Nation, Daxia State Gate Subbase. In charge of Yanhua's side of the gate, a woman with 8 arms frowned tightly. In the past, every battle had gone well, but today they were beaten to death. This intense frustration made the woman with 8 arms extremely irritated. Hoon, calm down. Off to the side. A man with the same 8 arms soothed in their exclusive language. Take the edge off. How do you expect me to take the edge off? I decided I'm going to go straight for multiple offense breaks today. The woman known as Hoon's fire was deep, and in a little while, those guys from level 3 will be able to come in. They're coming. What do you think we'll end up with in the end? We'll have wasted our efforts and gotten nothing. Both the 8-armed woman and the man are extraterrestrial secondary creatures belonging to the Sky Eye 8-armed clan. Of the secondary creatures that had come to invade this time, the leader on Yanhua's side was the Heaven's Eye 8-armed race. We're going to have to be a little more aggressive in our offense. Hoshi reached out with 3 hands and rubbed the 3 eyes on her face. Across from it, the 8-armed man known as Zay was slightly helpless. Soon, this world has restrictions on us, not to mention the fact that it's now restricted to tertiary creatures. Even for us, there's a limit to the time between attacks as well as the number of people we can send out. But this restriction is also something that will slowly unravel with time again, isn't it? Sun took a deep breath. And although our Heaven's Eye 8-armed clan is not of a high rank, it has a special ability that is extremely rare and precious amongst the 10,000 clans. Zay was silent for a few seconds and said, do we really have to do this? In fact, if we continue round by round, they won't be able to hold their gates, they won't be able to make it to the 30th day. Zay, you don't know. It's too fishy across the street today. I'm really scared, afraid that when the time comes, after the level 3 creatures can come in, we haven't broken through their gates either. I'm terrified that we won't get anything in the end, so it's better to use that ability. It's time for you to step up to the plate. Zay. Chapter 14, After Hope. Despair again. The 10,000 races is a generalized term for the infinite number of extraterrestrial races. Every race outside the domain is different. Some of them are like beasts and some of them are like people. As a human like Sky Eye 8-armed clan, Hoon and Z aren't really very good in combat. However, at this moment, they, who were not strong in combat, had managed to become the leaders of the second-tier packs who were able to unify the war in front of Yanhua's gates. And the reason boils down to just one thing, and that is that the head characters of the Heaven's Eye 8 Arms clan all possess a very powerful and peculiar ability. They can double the number of lower-ranked soldiers under their command. Hoon can be like this and so can Zay. The rules of the world, indeed, limited them to the level of the invaders. It also does limit the time between their invasions, and the maximum number of troops that can be sent each round. However, Hoon and Z are the ones who can remotely double those soldiers after sending out a set number of them. Humans only felt that the 10,000 races were terrifying, but it never occurred to them that the 10,000 races hadn't actually shown their strength until now. Of course, this ability of the Heaven's Eye 8-armed clan is powerful, but it is not used casually. Every time they used this ability, they were also causing great damage to their bodies. This was the reason why, before, they hadn't been able to utilize this ability. Before the tertiary creatures arrived to take over, they felt that they were able to securely take down the gates of Yanhua. But now, Yanhua's repeated reinforcements are making them uneasy. Alright, I'll make a move. Strange patterns appeared on Zay's 8 arms at the same time. Seeing this pattern, Sun understood that in the next round, the soldiers on Yanhua's side would definitely not be able to resist well. And so it was. The following day, the limits of the world overstayed their welcome, and the invasion of the 10,000 races began once more. This time, on this side of the Yanhua front line, the number of 10,000 races that had come to attack had directly doubled. After that, within a day's time, Yanhua's front line had suffered 6 rounds of attacks from the 10,000 races. In the end, though, Yanhua held on, but the situation is also all of a sudden becoming 100,000 times more urgent. Hard work. Inside the great base of the 10,000 clans, Hoon looked across the room and smiled at Zay. At the moment, Z had one arm that looked like it had been gouged of its inner flesh, and it was extremely dry, and on his head, there was a lot of sweat. Tomorrow, I'll use my ability once, and the opposite side shouldn't be able to carry it. We'll make it. Hoon and Z were not amplifying their words at the moment, although Yanhua did add a lot of new soldiers yesterday, but their soldiers at the moment are much more. Even if the opposite side reinforces the army tomorrow, it doesn't make much sense anymore. Today was kind of an exertion. Tomorrow is their final end to Yanhua, unless Yanhua's reinforcements tomorrow are another outrageous 20,000 plus. But, how is that possible? 20,000 soldiers are not a good call. Time ticks away. Soon the next day came. A new day. Early in the morning, the soldiers on the front line woke up. Also waking up piece by piece were all the people of Yanhua deep. The mood of the people of Yanhua in the past 2 days could be described as a roller coaster ride. The day before yesterday, Yanhua increased his troops, and they were overjoyed. As a result, yesterday's soldiers on the side of the 10,000 clans also became strangely numerous. And it's still the kind of scale that's just flipped right over. After reading about yesterday, all the fighting at the front, all anyone got was a summary. That is, next, Yanhua might really be finished. Though he was midway through, bubbling over with hope again and again. But in the end, it was still destined to perish in the endless darkness. On the side of the 10,000 races, why did they suddenly add so many invaders? Shouldn't the front line have great restrictions on them? This time, our Yanhua might really be finished. In fact, we should have finished a few days ago, and let's just say, thanks to Prof. Win. Yeah, Prof. Win gave us a few more days to live, and now we're just going to face what we should have faced all over again. Looking at the big screen and watching the computerized television, the people in the back of Yanhua Daxia engaged in a variety of discussions. They had all changed into their best clothes today, and the food they ate, well, it was all what they considered the best. Zheng Hanan was the same way. People get all kinds of flustered when they are counting down to a crisis, but at the end of the day, it was a bit of a relief. Well, not everyone is relieved. There are still a lot of people who are so desperate and scared that they are crying and screaming. Others have even gone as far as the location of Yanhua's central department, crying out and demanding that Yanhua declare its dissolution and incorporation into another country. Incorporate into another country? The old man seems to have aged a lot more in the center sector of YHWH. By the end of the story, there must be no way he would let billions of people die together. However, the decision to incorporate into another country was really difficult for him to make. That's really a shame. Look again. Look again. The old man looked at the big screen in front of him and longed for a miracle. This miracle would give Yanhua hope and would save him from having to make that disgusting choice. It's just that, with the story going as far as it is, can that so-called miracle still occur? Unless Prof. Win's side can increase the troops for the front line again today, and, by tens of thousands, but checking and mending, only make up a little is extremely difficult. How can he, at once, call out tens of thousands of it? Chapter 15, The Eagle Strikes the Sky. This time, until death do us part. Early in the morning, Winston woke up to a cat call. Meow the kitten was all black and looked cute. That was when he was out grocery shopping yesterday and picked it up on the side of the road. Hungry? Winning Sky stroked Yearning's head. Years, that's what he named the kitten. For the years, like the years, are often forgotten. But either way, he exists. Knock knock. Just after washing up, there was a knock on the door. Being an orphan, no one usually knocks on Winston's door. With disbelief, Wintry walked to the door. A glance in the cat's eye. It turned out to be Yo-Yo, the little girl next door. Yao Yao, is something wrong? Winning Sky snapped. Yao Yao looked happy. Brother Wintian, Mom is calling you to come to my house for dinner. There are little fish and chickens all over the place. It's scrumptious. Winning Sky froze. Isn't it just morning? In the past, the next door also shouted to Win the Sky for dinner. But that's all at noon. What is this now? Who eats this much in the morning? Dad says it's a big day. Lunch might be skipped for something. So, Just eat in the morning. And to call out to brother Wintian to eat with them. Hearing this answer from Yao Yao, Winning Sky fell silent. He seemed to understand why the other man ate so well in the morning. Lunch, maybe skipped because of something? It's because you're afraid you'll never get to eat it again after the gates of the country are shattered. Let's go then. Winning Sky followed Yao Yao. The family next door is great. Dad, Mom, Yo-Yo. It was a very happy meal. And after the meal Winning Sky helped clean up. Before leaving, Yao Yao pulled Winning Sky. Brother Winning Sky, here's this for you. It was a decal, a small red flag, and Yao Yao stuck it onto Winning Sky's face. Mom says that next, our gates are going to be broken. But no matter what happens in the end, we have to remember that we are Daxia people. Listening to Yao Yao's words, Winning Sky couldn't help but smile. Yeah, that's something that must be remembered. And then, while saying that, she stroked up Yo-Yo's head. But there's something Mommy said that's not right. That is, our Daxia's national gate is still far away from being broken. A meal didn't take long. Eventually, bidding farewell to Yao Yao's family, Winning Sky returned to his rental house. The great summer will not perish on this, nor will the gate of Yanhua's country come to the end that belongs to him at the beginning of this story. Wintry looked out the window and shook his head and laughed. If the 10,000 races increase their troops, then the great Xiao will follow suit and increase their troops. If one taxed is not enough, then two, and if two is not enough, then three, until Winning Sky completely died in this rental house of his. In fact, Winning Sky had always felt that his life was quite valuable, but it's not so much the fear of dying as it is the fear that no one will be there to tell the history afterward. He's afraid he's going to die. After the big clear, no one recounts the splendor of Damien, showing the great Han for people to understand the great Qin, but this is no longer the time to be able to tell about those. Rather, Winning Sky must stand here, with his life, to continue this part of the story first. If you can't even hold it now, then what's the point even if you live? Keep the present moment so you can talk about the future. So, this time, it's a real fight for my life. If I don't hold Yanhua until I die, please don't blame me for it. All the ancestors. Listening to his words, all the soldiers who had not been called out in the history of Yanhua's resistance were flooded with bitter smiles. How could it be weird? In order to guard Yanhua, Wintian had really already worked hard enough and fought hard enough. Countless burdens were pressed on him, and he did not complain for a single minute. While the front line was now bitter, he was also extremely bitter. The military people in the history library, who were all clamoring to come out, were silent at the moment, and Winning Sky stopped talking to them and directly smiled as he sat down in front of the computer. The eagle strikes the sky, and our bodies. The last shell. Today's edition. The department was left out, the Yanhua Air Force during the war. Let the new confrontation with the 10,000 races begin. This time, to the death. This time, tapping on the keyboard hadn't produced more than a few words. Winning Sky's entire body was then already sensing pain. Obviously, this is a case of not having recovered from the damage done in the last round. The divine sense. The body. It's not very good anymore. However, even with a broken body, Winning Sky had to continue. Physical pain, then grit your teeth. Fuzzy consciousness, then take a needle and stick it in your body. The pain was getting deeper and deeper. The tapping on the keyboard, however, was getting faster and faster. 10, 20, 30 minutes? I don't know how long it took for a new draft article to appear. By the time this article was finished, Winning Sky's entire body was already extremely tired. Hard work. Behind Winning Sky, many air forces appeared. In response, Winning Sky only smiled. Can I keep you guys from coming out after having yelled so many times before? The airmen were silent for a few seconds. Eventually an air force opened up very seriously to Winning Sky. When we get to the front, we'll definitely work hard and never let you down. This person's name was also known to Winning Sky. His name was Shin Chongji. Mr. Shin, don't say fail me. There's no one between us who's failing or not failing. It's all just a matter of working hard for the sake of our YHWH. Nodded at the men. Winning Sky posted the article about them. At this moment, the front line was already under attack again, and the situation was extremely critical. At the back of Yanhua, basically all of them were looking at the images of the front line. Chapter 16, all of you, and listen to this dragon's roar. Inflammatory deep, center sector. Looking at the big screen, the old man's hands were shaking. He even felt that the time had come to make that choice. Chief, Prof. Win, he's come out with a new article on troop reinforcement. Until the next moment, such words appeared in his ears. Professor Win, surely you still haven't given up? The robust, serious man was standing across the room at the moment. Looking at the other man, the old man went into a trance. And then, just for a second, Hot tears fell. Where's the article? Did you bring it? The robust man had long ago printed out Winning Sky's new text. At this moment the old man spoke, and he handed it directly to him with both hands. Taking up the next article, the old man carried on watching in detail. And then, when the whole article is over, the old man's body directly stopped trembling. There are not many soldiers this time, but they are all strong. The undead revived are self-contained with their weapons. Weapons are also enchanted with World Plus. The Air Force naturally took their fighters with them. Of course, that's not really the point. The real kicker is at the end of this post today. Winning Sky also wrote words that could make the current billions of people in Daxia Yanhua tremble. The story of Yanhua will not end here. What confidence that is, and what dominance and bravado. Look at this last sentence in Winning Sky's article. Somehow, the old man suddenly then felt the same. Today really isn't that so-called last minute. Although, those air forces in Winning Sky's new text at the moment didn't have the means to really change the battlefield. However, at this moment, this person, Winning Sky, was the one who had been able to make everyone believe in him unconditionally. Maybe, my old buddy, you can really save our Daxia, Yanhua, like the old man. At the same time, many people in Yanhua's deeper layers had also noticed Winning Sky's new text. When they saw that at such a time, Winning Sky was still increasing his troops, everyone's darkened hearts couldn't help but sprout some small light again. Although this light, extremely small in front of the unseen darkness, but also finally lit up. This man, he's still trying. He's still fighting for Yanhua in this almost certain doom. On the front lines, the newly revived myriad air forces arrived with their fighters. Seeing this scene, the hearts of countless old soldiers also rippled. It's come to this point, but there's still another wave of reinforcements. So we can hold out a little longer. Under the mighty strength of the enemy, the soldiers on the front line of Yanhua were no longer thinking about whether or not they could hold out until the end. They only went to wonder if they could last one more day, one more hour, or even 10 more minutes. Countless fighter jets fly in the sky. Enhanced by the power of the world, cannonballs with a greenish glow exploded into the incoming attacking races. Seeing this scene, within the 10,000 clans main camp, both Sun and Zay's expressions changed in an instant. Across the street, are there more troops? Hoon's expression was serious. Zay, on the other hand, didn't have any nonsense and directly wasted another of his arms. Countless patterns appeared, and one of the arms on the right side also instantly became dry. There is no harm in increasing his troops on his side, and we will increase ours. There's no way to double a wave of soldiers several times in a row, but you can double your base soldiers every round. Zay was convinced that as long as a few more rounds of attacks came, Yanhua's national gate, when it should be broken, would still be broken. The battle at the front line was extremely fierce, and this round of attacks from the 10,000 races Yanhua managed to withstand. And about 2 hours later, a new round of attacks from the 10,000 races side came. Still twice as many troops as usual in the usual round. The main fight of the 10,000 now is one of attrition. Then we'll see in the end, whether you wear me out or I wear you out. Inside the Yanhua Deep, inside the rented house, a bitter smile spread across the corner of Winning Sky's mouth. No more words followed. With his head bowed, he went on with his new writing in earnest. As he said, the story of Yanhua will not end here. Winning Sky, will not go to be a person who does not keep his words. Time continues to go on silently. A new round of attacks by the 10,000. It made the damage to the various guardian stations in front of Yanhua's gates much greater again, and every further casualty on the front side. The hearts of the people at the back of Yanhua were then gripped for one more minute. When the number of dead and wounded soldiers in front of Yanhua's gate was once again too large, the people in the back of YHWH, the faint light that had risen in his heart just before was almost on the verge of extinguishing. However, the light didn't go out after all. Instead, it brightened up some more. And the reason for that is simple. Gentlemen, listen to this dragon's roar. Winning Day's second surge article of the day is out. And listen to this keening. At the center of the inferno, the old man stood up violently. Another article, another big couple thousand? River Luo City. Zheng Hanan instantly widened his eyes. Prof. Win. Another new text. And finally, what about the rest of the populace behind YHWH? Surprised, dumbfounded, and excited. His eyes were moist. His breathing was tight, and his face was red. At this moment, they regarded Winning Sky as if they were gods. The story of Yanhua will not end here. The story of Yanhua will not end here. Winning Sky never talks empty words. He is literally trying to work miracles. In the rear, with one man, save China. Maybe, our Yanhua really won't be finished. Maybe, today, we can really live through it again. Maybe the gates of the country, or whatever, can actually continue to be guarded. Early in the morning, Everyone thought that today was the end of Yanhua. But now, Winning Sky was giving everyone an endless amount of light. A little leads to a little, and a spark can start a prairie fire. As the two texts fell, the entire Yanhua, billions of people, rose with hope for life. I don't know when. The picture on people's screens has been a complete transformation. It used to be the main screen with the battle on the front lines. Then people occasionally cut out to look at the history forums to see if Winning Day has posted again. Now, the distribution of the screen has changed, and the content on everyone's screen has become two halves. Half of it was put on the front lines of battle, and the other half just hangs out in the history forums, always showing if there's any new movement in the Winning Sky again. Such an operation was not only on people's own computers, but even on the big screens in many squares behind Yanhua had become like this. With this, it was also possible to see just how invigorating Winning Sky's reinforcement of troops was on this last day of Yanhua that everyone thought was going to be the last day of Yanhua. Can it come again? Can it come some more? All the people in the back of Yanhua were expecting it. And Winning Sky, too, did not fail to live up to their expectations. And after the two texts, there was a third one since. If the war survives, the sacrifice is mine. If the country dies, the mountains and the rivers will not be harmed. Chapter 17, I will protect Yanhua. Please also rest assured, the moment Winning Sky sent out that third text, whether it was the front line or the rear, the entire Yanhua was boiling. The third piece is really coming. Professor Win, kill crazy. Last time it was 3 texts a day, and this time again. What's the feeling? It's like you're about to die. Turns out there's a doctor running out who gives death a slap in the face. And then, it wasn't over. He had a second slap. A third slap. If Yanhua holds on this time, all cities must erect statues for Professor Win. In the center department, the old man's body was trembling with excitement as he looked at Winning Sky's article. He was truly surprised that this fellow, Winning Sky, could really bring another miracle. And the miracle wasn't a flash in the pan. It was a straight-up frenzy right out of the gate. Another day of 3 essays. And when these 3 come out, not to say that in the end, at least today, Yanhua's national gate is definitely defended. In this world, I only obey Prof. Win. Prof. Win. He is my god. Can someone please slap me? I am literally feeling like I am dreaming. I feel like I'm dreaming too. This is too unbelievable. Can I just say I'm ready to die? My mom said, Prof. Win. He's the one God sent down to save our Yanhua. In the back of Yanhua, all the people were agitated. The emotional ones even shed tears outright. Damn it. The opposite side increases the troops. Is this an endless increase? The great camp of the 10,000 tribes. Sawa and Hoon's plans were dashed after all. The moment this third text from Winning Sky appeared, they then realized that today, they would not be able to attack Yanhua. Originally the world had multiple restrictions on them as intruders. Limit the number of offensive rounds per day, the number of people per round, and the time between rounds. Now Yanhua was even outrageous enough to add another wave of troops. That crazy bunch of soldiers across the street is annoying enough. And now here comes another one just as crazy as the surgeon. Whoever said that the gates of this land were good for attacking is an abomination. Sawa and Hoon had picked down Dasha in the first place because they had heard that it was a good place to attack. But right now, both Yanhua's front line and rear are giving them an extreme headache. Hoon, we can no longer move today. Zay spoke up. Hoon was lost. I know. Z was silent for a few seconds and said, but we can come back tomorrow. And if tomorrow doesn't work, there's then after that. Yanhua can carry through today, but every other day that follows. I am the one who doesn't believe they can still carry it. Don't worry, Hoon. We'll definitely be able to take it down before the current time period passes and the tertiary 10,000 clans come to fight over the object. Z's comforting was spot on, and Hoon's mood improved at this comforting from Z. Yes, Yanhua's side can carry through today, but tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, it may not. Let's fight then, and see if our power runs out first, or if his side's luck runs out first. You and I plus Tau. 3 alpha levels, 24 arms, 24 reinforcements. If this is how they can still resist, then it doesn't matter if we lose. A country that can withstand an attack like theirs, in a sense, they are able to accept the failure of the alignment. In any case, the invasion of the 10,000 races today had finally stopped. After the 10,000 races stopped their attacks, the entire back of Yanhua was like a new year. Families are celebrating, families are cheering. Professor Win, our savior. The story of Yanhua will not end here. Winning Sky really did fulfill his promise. A forced continuation of the post that belongs to Yanhua. This kid is really good. At the front line, the soldiers' doors all looked at the sky at the moment. Whether it was a new recruit or an old one, everyone identified with Winning Sky. Defended. At the end of the day, Winning Sky also revealed a smile. And then, thinking of something, before finally leaving the computer, he sent out a new piece. Not an article to be exact, because this time, the new content is only a short sentence. I will protect Yanhua. Please also don't worry. If the story of Yanhua will not end here, it's Win Tin's peace of mind for all of Yanhua today. Then this sentence now is the follow-up given by Winning Sky to everyone. Not just today, but every day for the rest of the year. And please feel free to do so. I will protect Yanhua. Everyone, without having to think about death and doom. Surprisingly, can it go on any longer? Upon seeing this last sentence issued by Winning Sky on this day, both on the front lines and in the back, all of Yanhua's people were incredulous to the extreme. In fact, it's possible to keep the day. Everyone is already thinking it's a miracle. As a result, Winning Sky was now giving everyone such a sentence. If Professor Win says it can be defended, then it can definitely be defended. Yes, Professor Win never disappoints. So it's true that we don't have to be afraid of every day for the rest of the year? Follow-up is unknown. But it does seem to be the case for this current time period. One shot at a time had caused everyone to already have blind trust in Winning Sky. Thus, after his words appeared, all of Yanhua also instantly boiled over again. Even that old man in the center department is the same at this point. If Prof. Win says it works, then it will work. Prof. Win. He's not a human being. He's a god. Chapter 18. The mountains and rivers are still there, and the country is at peace. The next day, it was still early morning. Early on, the 10,000 races launched another invasion on their side. Zay doesn't waste a bit of time and uses his ability in the first round of attacks. Double the amount of troops directly towards Yanhua in a maddening attack. On the other hand, Yanhua's side was also once again defending. In the rear, everyone is still up early to see images of the front lines. But unlike yesterday, everyone's heart is no longer in it today. No more despairing pessimism that the gates of the country are going to be untenable. Because Professor Win said he would protect Yanhua. The current Winning Sky was the god in everyone's heart. God's word can do no wrong. If God wants to save the world, then he must be able to save the world. Meow the black kitten walks over to the bed. Little ears, are you hungry? At this time, Winning Sky had just woken up. He stroked Age's head, and after that, got the cat food for years. Brother, come and eat. It was still Yo-Yo who came knocking on the door calling for dinner. Still an extremely hearty breakfast. Only, for once it's not the last meal before the end. And this time there was an extra person in the neighbor's house. Tion, let me introduce you. This is called Anne. It's my sister, Yo-Yo's sister-in-law. Well, you two are average age then. Winning Sky looked at it and realized that the other party was really extremely good looking. Not the gaudy kind of beauty, but a very soothing and relaxing one. Hello, I'm Chang Hanan. You're Winning Sky, aren't you? I've heard my sister talk about you. My sister and I also had parents who passed away very young. In a way, the two of us are really alike then. Zhang Hanan is a very cheerful girl. Or maybe it was because of something that made her extremely cheerful now. When she thought of Professor Win's words last night, she couldn't stop being happy. Yeah, speaking of which, you and Professor Win still have the same last name. At the dinner table, Zhang Hanan looked at Winning Sky with slight shock. Outside sister is not assured. Forcibly shouted himself back to live. But I didn't want to come back and meet a Prof. Win's family. Indeed, a surname. Winning Sky cried and laughed a little. Did you see Professor Win's text yesterday? He's really amazing. Zhang Hanan is an avid fan of Professor Win. During a meal, basically all of the time was spent with Zhang Hanan bragging about Winning Sky. At the end of the day, Winning Sky himself was a bit embarrassed, so he hurriedly left after finishing his meal. Well, it's not like I'm embarrassed to leave. Rather, physically, there was some pain that was really a bit too much to bear. He couldn't control his expression and pretend to be normal. There's something strange about this man. Really, as a matter of fact, before finally leaving, Zhang Hanan was already able to discern some irregularities in Winning Sky's expression, but she didn't think much about it, and only thought that Winning Sky might be having an upset stomach or some other illness. After eating, Zhang Hanan went into the study, and then opened the computer and clicked on the forum to wait. Prof. Win said that he would protect Yanhua, so today, he must still have a new article. Zhang Hanan is looking forward to Prof. Win's article and the new salvation of Yanhua's god. Time ticked by, about an hour. Under the anticipation of Zhang Hanan and the countless people of Yanhua Xia, the new text of Winning Sky's augmentation appeared. The mountains and rivers are still there, and the country is at peace. Another few thousand reinforcements. The moment Winning Sky's new article appeared today, a big smile appeared directly on Zhang Hanan's face. Initially, when Winning Day posts, she thinks a lot more. For example, think about how exactly Winning Heaven has unearthed so many hidden secrets. After all, How could they who studied history not explore a little? But now, she was beyond thinking about that. Winning the sky is God. It would have been easy for God to tap into what they couldn't tap into Ben. With God's protection, our Yanhua will surely be unharmed. Zhang Hanan's thoughts at this moment were then the thoughts of various other people behind Yanhua. After the extreme despair, the people of Yanhua were now already in another state. That is, extreme confidence. They treated Winning Sky as a god who could easily save the world by simply stepping forward. However, they didn't know that Winning Sky, the god they thought of, was actually holding on with his life every time. New articles appeared, new pawns appeared, and Daxia, once again, held, at the 10,000 clans main camp. Zay and Sun both had complex expressions, but there's really not much they can do about it. So, it just continues to repeat itself, and they repeat. Wintry then followed suit and repeated, a new day and 3 more texts, then another day, another 3 texts, and so, continuity went on for a few more days. After a few days, the secondary 10,000 races on the opposite side had already collapsed. And what about the back of Yanhua? They were all starting to get a little joyful. Of course, the joy here is only for the winning side. Facing the front line is still heavy on everyone's mind. After all, no matter what, the frontline battlefields are still fought sadly. The soldiers of YHWH. It's still a constant fight for your life. Except, what people don't realize is that the front line at the moment is constantly taking lives against it. Winning Sky here, however, was also forcibly damaging lives all the time. Sitting in front of the computer, coughing non-stop, even coughing up blood. At this time, Winning Sky was already all becoming somewhat less human. In a few days, the hair was all gray. The people, too, seemed to have aged 20 years or so at once. I won't see you off. Looking aside at the few representatives from the newly called out troops who had come to show their faces, Winning Sky was extremely vicissitude, opening his mouth with a smile. Seeing this appearance of Winning Sky, the newly called out soldiers had tears in their eyes, but they, really, couldn't say anything, so all that could be done was to nod heavily, and then just leave. Inside the room, there were no lights on, only the computer flooded with light. Winning Sky was sitting alone in front of the computer, slightly lonely, but luckily, he was accompanied by a cat named Age. Chapter 19. When you're feeling bad, eat a candy bar. The next day was a new day. Wintry got up early as usual. He hadn't been to Yao Yao's house for dinner for many days. Yo-Yo still comes to shout at him though. Even yesterday, Yao Yao's sister-in-law Zhang Hanan came. However, Winning Sky could only keep refusing again and again in the end. His appearance had changed too much, especially this gray hair, and he was afraid of scaring everyone. After eating some randomly made by himself at home, Winning Sky came to the mirror. It had obviously only been a few days, but it was like a full 20 years older. A bitter smile spread across the corners of Winning Sky's mouth. Somewhat sentimental, but not regretful. Well, it's time to begin today's task of guarding the gates of the country. Wintry came to the computer again. This time, just as he sat down, the younger years rushed in. Little ears grabbed Winning Sky's pants leg. It was as if they were trying to yank Wintian out of his computer chair. As a kitten, he didn't know anything. All it knew was that Winning Sky would be in pain sitting here. Be a good boy for years. Don't make a fuss. Winning Sky touched the years from top to bottom. With that, it continued to turn its attention to the computer, counting today. There are only 10 days left until the current bat passes. As long as he held on through these 10 days, he would be able to take a break. Knock knock. Just when Winning Sky was about to start another new writing, suddenly, there was another knock on the door outside. Was it Yo-Yo, or Zhang Hanan who came to call himself for dinner again? It was clear that he had refused many times, and yesterday he had explicitly said that he had recently caught a cold and wanted to be left alone, and that there was food in the house. Winning Sky got up and came to the living room, ready to make another rejection through the door, but this time, before he could do so, the opposite side was already the one who spoke first. Wintian, are you there? Yao Yao can't be found. The one who spoke was Zhang Hanan, and it could be heard that she was very anxious at the moment. Yao Yao lost it? This time, Winning Sky wasn't calm anymore either, but he still didn't open the door directly. Instead, he found a hat to put on first, and had a mask on. What exactly? When the door opened and she saw this appearance of Winning Sky, Zhang Hanan was a bit confused, but she didn't ponder much here. My sister and the others went shopping and asked me to keep an eye on Yo-Yo. I went to the bathroom and when I came out I realized I couldn't find Yo-Yo. Has she ever come to you? Zhang Hanan snapped. I've searched everywhere on my side and I can't find her. Winning Sky shook his head, and then without much ado, he directly conducted a new round of searching with Zhang Hanan. The two of them searched for about half an hour, and in the end, it was in an alley that they found Yao Yao. Yao Yao, where have you been? Do you know how worried we were about you? Zheng Hanan hugged Yao Yao. Yao Yao, however, smiled. I heard Brother Winshan's footsteps. Is it Brother Wintian coming out? It's me. Winning Sky was first stunned. Then, too, he couldn't help but smile. Yao Yao always finds brother. That's natural. After all, Yo-Yo has superpowers. Yao Yao smiled proudly, then came to Winning Sky's side and took out a small box from her pocket. Brother Wintian. Yao Yao bought medicine for Brother Wintian. This is for colds. After eating it, Brother Wintian won't feel bad. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Looking at the medicine handed over by Yao Yao, the entirety of Winning Sky fell into a deep silence. It turns out that Yo-Yo had gone to get herself some medicine. She lied about having a cold when she didn't go out. And candies. Yao Yao brought another box of candies to Winning Sky. When it's hard, eating a candy will make you feel much better. Winning Sky took a closer look at Yao Yao and realized that her body was dirty. If he wasn't wrong, she should have fallen on the road. A little blind girl, running out to get her own medicine. He touched Yao Yao's head and said, "Thank you, Yao Yao. But in the future, don't run outside by yourself." Yao Yao nodded. And then, without further stopping, the three of them began to return the same way. Going upstairs, Wintry took the medicine and candy back to his home. This part of the story can only be considered an interlude in Winshan's life. After the interlude, his main story, he still sat down at his computer and continued to write. With his fingers on the keyboard, he had just struck the first word, and it was already extremely painful. So, opening the candy box, Winning Heaven ate a candy. It's true, eating candy makes you feel a lot better. Shaking his head and laughing, Winning Sky continued to start his work. In fact, sugar itself doesn't do much. All that would keep him going on and on was 5,000 years of Yanhua, as well as those he wanted to go and guard, those in the depths of Yanhua. One text was quickly written, and then, too, a second text. In writing the second post of the day, Winning Sky's violent dizziness appeared 5 or 6 times, but even so, in the end, he managed to get this second text out. With the current situation at the front, at least 10,000 reinforcements are needed a day, and these 2 texts now are not enough. Is there one left? Winning Sky's eyes turned golden once again. As it was the first time, it was a symbol of his entry into madness. Only, even if he wanted to go crazy now, his body wouldn't allow him to. It only lasted for 5 or 6 minutes before Winning Sky turned back to normal. And then the whole person became even more vicissitudes. The dizziness was getting worse and the sweat on his head was increasing. But, still, it has to go on. It has to go on. Chapter 20. It turns out that writing an article on augmentation depletes the mind. The third surge article of the day is out. Sunset. Such a message came from the back of Yanhua. But, to everyone's surprise, this time, it's not their Professor Win who's been adding to the troop increase. Instead, it was another old professor from the Yanhua History Academy. Yeah, writing an augmentation text is a process of checking for gaps. At this moment, other than Winning Sky, other people were also able to come forward, though it certainly can't be as scary and perverted as Professor Win. Although this wave of this old professor's additional soldiers for the Frontline is also really a bit small. But eventually, it made up some more, and since it's patched out, that's a good thing. After the appearance of this old professor's article, the depths of Yanhua were abuzz again. All hail, all rejoice. Suddenly, it feels like there's more and more hope for us Yanhua to hold on. Such delight lasted an hour and 14 minutes. As for why it's so accurate, it's because, it's also at this point in time. This old man who had been the first to add out the missing history for Yanhua after the invasion of the 10,000 races outside of the Winning Sky had passed away. Yes, the news just came so suddenly, leaving everyone in the Yanhua deep, dumbfounded for a split second. How could this happen? Didn't this old professor just make up a new article for our Huaxia an hour ago? What happened? I really want to know what the old professor died of. Is it age, or illness, or the misfortune of being in a car accident or something right after you finish writing? Under the frantic pursuit of netizens, eventually, the old professor's family side, the old professor's death was reported. My father was very old and had serious illnesses in his body itself, and he died partly because of old illnesses and age. As suspected, the cause of the old professor's death was indeed related to age and injury. But, a thoughtful person here picked up on the fact that the words of the old professor's family mentioned one word, part of. Since there is a part, that means, there are other parts. My father's death may also have had something to do with that augmentation article, he added. When the old professor's family said this in an interview live, Yanhua deep, all of the populace, all froze. What does it mean in relation to the surge article? I get both, but linked together. Why don't I get it? Can someone please explain to me what is going on in relation to the Surge article? With the audience wondering, the old professor's family told all the details. In the course of his work, my father restored through various contacts some of the soldiers who had been left out of the history of the war. So, he began to record like Professor Win, but while recording, he was finding it very wasteful. Obviously, when memories used to dissipate, people restoring history to write texts wouldn't have anything. So why is this happening now? After my father's explorations, he eventually realized that this would be the case if he went back after the invasion of the 10,000 races to add to the restored history. As soon as a new text is replenished after the invasion of the 10,000 races, it consumes essence, and essence here is not just a general description. He is really affecting one's state of mind. And in writing the text, for every bit of it, my father had to take a break. Otherwise, he will suffer all kinds of effects from the lack of essence, either trembling, sweating, or even bleeding from the nose. My father had also asked me to carry out his recordings for him, and he said that I kept track, but it turned out that the mental exertion that should have been there would have been there anyhow. By the time the last paragraph of the augmented article was recorded, my father was already consumed, and then, coupled with his own age and old illness, he eventually left after the article had been written for an hour. After the invasion of the 10,000 races, it was a drain on divine knowledge to go back and add to the restored history. Previously, only Wintian had been replenished after the invasion of the 10,000 clans, so not a single person in the entire world knows this. And now, because of an old man who happens to be looking to restore some history, after the invasion of the 10,000 races, the point that replenishing the restored history depletes the essence is familiar to everyone around the world. It never occurred to me that there was an impediment to restoring supplemental history in the backcountry in this regard. Not only is it hard to find a reduction, it's surprisingly hard to narrate it. Turns out it's not just the front line that can have physical pain. The heroes who save the day in the backfield get injuries on their bodies too. The people of Yanhua paid deep respect to this old man who had passed away in order to give more troops to the front line. And after giving the old man his respect, almost the entire rear, all of them then also placed their gazes on Winning Sky. Reducing and supplementing history requires depletion of essence. Does this mean that Prof. Win has also been writing the text with hardened depletion? Although Wang's passing was not unrelated to his own age and old illnesses, the exertion involved in writing the text must have been immense as well, as described by his family. Elder Wang is like this with only one text and thousands of soldiers. Professor Win has been doing 3 texts a day for the past few days with tens of thousands of soldiers and no breaks. Wouldn't it be even more damaging? Chapter 21. How can you rest at a time like this? Upon realizing this, the entire Yanhua Deep, all the men began to tremble. In these recent days, they have begun to be blindly arrogant, because Winning Day always produces text, so they don't even worry about this place anymore. But, what is this now? It turns out that writing reinforcements for the front line is damaging. That is to say, Prof. Win, he has been damaging his life to write essays for us? It's even quite possible that just now, Professor Win had spit blood because of this? The damage of just one article caused an old professor to die. The damage done to Wintry by being so crazy for so long has only gotten worse. The old professor died of exhaustion. Doesn't that mean that Professor Win might die of exhaustion too? Even if Prof. Win doesn't suffer from an old disease like the old professor. Even more, it is assumed that Prof. Win is younger than that, much younger. With the horrible amount of text it's putting out now, it's also enough to bring him to the brink of death, isn't it? Or not death, but only the various symptoms that would occur when writing an augmentation text, as mentioned by the old professor's family: tremors, sweating, nosebleeds, cracked skin, and possibly more and more physical abnormalities. Prof. Win, he must have been tortured at this moment. In front of the computer, Zheng Hanan's eyes were moist for only a moment. She didn't even dare to imagine what their Professor Win looked like at the moment. Yanhua, the center department, and the top brass of the country were all in tears at the moment. Previously, they only thought that Winning Sky was a savior, a hero flying in the sky. Now that they know about the damage, they realize Winning Sky had never flown in the sky. He had, all along, just stood there. He's just a man with white hair, spitting blood, and little by little he's carrying HWA along. Look at the forum. Prof. Win has posted another article, the third article from his side today. Not long after the old professor's article had passed, Winning Sky's third article on today's date also finally appeared. In the past, everyone is always happy to see the new article, but now everyone is not happy, simply because every article added out of this, every soldier, is Professor Win carrying the torture to spell out, don't write, Professor Win, take a break and rest. Now when I see a new article, the first thing I think of is Prof. Win shivering and sweating. In the past, I used to leave tears in my eyes halfway through the text, so why are they already flowing now before I even start reading the text? Yeah, like this one online comment above says, this time, people literally started crying from the moment they read the article. The reason for this was probably that, this time, people were not crying for those soldiers of Huaxia who were about to go to the front line, but they were moved by Winning Sky, who was carrying all the hardships on the battlefield in the rear and kept forcibly pulling Huaxia forward. What's on the internet? Wintry also saw after posting the third article, so people online have some words for him. Words like letting him rest and relax. For example, and he saw it. Rest. How can you rest at a time like this? Although many more soldiers have been added to the front line these days. However, on the side of the 10,000 clans, they were also increasing their attacks every single day. It was true that Winning Sky needed to rest, but it was also true that he could not rest. It was agreed that you would be guarded for at least this period of time. Shaking his head, Winning Sky smiled, and with that, he turned off his computer. As he got up, a wave of vertigo hit him, causing him to almost fall, but he eventually stabilized. He went to the shelf where he kept his various medical supplies, grabbed some fresh gauze or something to bandage yourself up. Only just now this last text had left him with many more wounds on his body. Was his body unable to handle the pressure and also informing him that he had to stop now? Can't stop. Inside the small house, Winning Sky bandaged his wounds alone. And then, after feeding the cat and lying down on the bed, Winning Sky ended his day. Or more accurately here, it would be called collapsing on the bed. What can it be if you don't fall on the bed when you pass out and fall just as you get to it? Time passed slowly, and in a trance, Winning Sky had a fantastical dream. He dreamed that the text he had written appeared in the sky. Every time he finished writing a word would also appear in the sky. Everyone watched in real time, and the moment the article is finally written, there is no need for him to publish it, because everyone has already read it. So the soldiers in the article were directly on the front lines of the battlefield. What a strange dream. The next day, Winning Sky woke up entirely on the back of an obsession that had developed to the point of distortion. This obsession made him forcefully wake up on time even when he was unconscious. Wake up and don't do anything else. Sit in front of the computer. Winning the Sky directly then also began a new day of writing. Over at the front, the 10,000 still continued their troop reinforcement routine. And as they continued, Winning Sky naturally had to continue. Even at this moment, he was already all gray in his hair and wounded across the board. Even at this moment, every time he typed out a word, his body would ache violently. Prof. Win's new article on troop augmentation. Out again. Chapter 22, I Want to Win Brother Sky. Frontline. Many soldiers looked up at the same time. They realized something, and sighed silently afterward. Or were just too useless. Otherwise there would be no need for a child to suffer so. In order to guard Huaxia, Yanhua soldiers have worked hard enough, with the least amount of bonuses to fend off the most frantic of enemy offenses. They're awesome enough, and worthy enough of self-praise, but at this point, they were still very guilty. Guilt that I, myself, couldn't make the child behind me hurt less. On this day, after Winning Sky's new text was posted online, soon it was time for another contribution to the front line as usual. With the new soldiers added by Winning Sky, the battle situation on the front line quickly became better. But at this point, the battle became better and better. All the people, instead, also grew sadder, because every little bit of the front line gets better. It's all about winning every little bit of personal variation in exchange for the sky. Or they vomit, or their noses bleed, or their bodies feel like pins and needles. Obviously the family of the deceased old professor hadn't mentioned any other influences such as the type before. But before and after Yanhua, at this moment, everyone is just able to have these contents in their minds together. Maybe God was moved by Winning Sky? Wanted to let everyone know what Winning Heaven is going through right now for everyone's sake? Something came into your minds. A little Muppet man. He was coughing up blood, and then the skin on his arms started to rot away a little bit, and then his ears started bleeding too. So many needles suddenly appeared in the air and started stabbing towards his body. Hammer. Now it's a hammer. A huge hammer coming from his back. Online, one such thread appeared among many cluttered posts, and within minutes of its appearance, it was also directly on top of the hot search, for no other reason, just so then the image came to almost everyone's mind. I got that image in my head too. Me too. Out of nowhere. And this Muppet man is so pathetic. It's in everyone's head. What does this mean? Is it possible that this Muppet man is now Professor Win? After constant communication eventually connects it to Winning Sky. Throughout Yanhua, everyone's hearts couldn't help but be gripped. Surely, Prof. Win is going to be hurt even when he writes about military augmentation? How much does he have to hurt? staring intently at the Muppet Man in his head. Zheng Hanan sent out such a reply with a trembling voice, and the moment this reply of hers appeared, all those who saw her this reply, the heartbreaking feeling in his heart was also, all of a sudden, more intense. Yes, suffering so many special shocks. Professor Win at this moment, how much pain must he be in? Why is Professor Win in our minds at the moment? One person took up this question online, and the netizens keep answering in. Eventually, a most reasonable answer to this question was also arrived at. That's what it says, at this moment, even the heavens are moved by winning heaven. Or maybe it's not God, it's Wasia. It's our Wasia that's moved by it. Therefore, it was at this moment that such images appeared in everyone's mind at the same time. Inflammation. Center Department. Sit back in your chair and feel everything in your head. The old man looked out the window with a shudder. He wanted to say something. Yet, nothing could be said. Make Winton stop? But the frontline battlefield does need him now. If he really stopped, Huaxia would really be finished. The old man himself was not afraid of death, but he needed to consider the country of Huaxia. There was a long silence like that, and after a long time, the old man slowly stood up. With that, looking out the window, the old man bowed deeply with his pale frame. As usual, there's a second and a third after the first. Only the difference is that this time, everyone is finally getting to know the Winning Sky when it comes to writing the text. By the time Winning Sky's 3 texts for today were finished, the rear of Huaxia had already collapsed in tears again. Ring out for the soldiers who are about to go to the front. The usual send-off. All the usual people went out into the street to see each other off. Holding Zheng Hanan's hand, Yao Yao came downstairs. Then, for some reason, extremely suddenly, Yao Yao burst into tears. Zheng Hanan and Yao Yao's parents were shocked. The crowd rushed to comfort and ask Yo-Yo what was wrong. However, Yao Yao was unable to answer a specific reason. And then, for several minutes, he cried. It was only then that Yao Yao opened her mouth and gave an extremely outrageous answer. I want to win Brother Sky. Upon hearing Yo-Yo's answer, both of her parents laughed and laughed. Only Zheng Hanan, standing in place, suddenly followed by heartache. But, no matter how much one thinks about it, one can't think about what's going on. Chapter 23. Thank you. That's enough. So this Muppet Man is the country before us, the one who's been doing it to us all these days? At the great base of the 10,000 races, the 3 leaders of the Heaven's I-8 Arms race were gathered together at this moment, and the reason for that was also because of the bizarre Muppeteer that suddenly appeared in their minds. Yes, that's the one. Across from Hunan Zi stood another man. He was Tao, the 3rd leader sent by the 8-armed clan to invade Yanhua this time. Remember? For the sake of this invasion, Lord 10,000 Tricks has united more than a dozen 7th-level races to listen to the intendants. They did a memory attack on Earth decades ago and either hid or destroyed a great deal of their literature. And after we officially launched our attack, it's even a direct blockade of all of Earth's history. If anyone tries to rely on all kinds of research and exploration to replenish the restoration, it is bound to take a huge hit. Tao is clearly the most intelligent of the 3 leaders of the 8 Arms clan. That Muppet Man is suffering from all sorts of attacks at the moment. It must symbolize that the one from Yanhua who has been obstructing us is suffering divine punishment. As to why we have such images in our minds, my guess is that this national consciousness before us is acting. He is scattering such images to the subjects in his country, so that those subjects will remember the contribution of the one who stood in our way. It's just that he's missing so much power under God's suppression that he can't even choose his own people specifically anymore. So in the end, he can only choose his country directly, which is what makes us, who are also in his country at the moment, have such images in our minds as well. After listening to Tao's explanation, both Hun and Zhe were thoughtful. Afterwards, Sun couldn't help but get excited. That Muppeteer is in a bad state, and the gods' attacks are exceptionally numerous and fierce, so it looks like he won't be able to hold out for much longer. Now that this country across the street is basically relying on him to reinforce his troops to resist us, once he falls, we will surely be able to capture this country across the street as well. Zhe followed and nodded. That's indeed the truth. So what we need to do next is actually just to continue our previous operation. In this protracted battle, he's bound to be the one to fall first. Looking at that Muppet Man's current state and the words of God's current offense, it's true that he can't hold out much longer. A smile spread across Tao's mouth as well. In the end, all 3 of them directly started laughing. They were laughing at their own immediate ability to take Yanhua, and then seize those things that even a level 7 race would want, and it can be reasonably owned after capture, without any possibility of it being taken again. At the same time, it was also laughing at the national consciousness of Yanhua as a country, in order to let his people know that winning heaven's contribution went so far as to make such an operation, thus ultimately, allowing their side to see winning sky's status in real time as well. This country, It's so stupid. At the end of the meeting, the three Sunzita made such a comment for Yanhua. However, not knowing Winning Sky well enough, how could they truly understand Yanhua de Xia at this moment? The power is suppressed, and spreading out the image may allow the nations to see it as well. And as a national consciousness, can it not be clear? It's just that Yenhua's national consciousness knows more about and trusts Winning Sky more than all the others. Turns out, I'm not alone in my writing either. The online Muppet Man hotspot, which Winning Day saw as he was getting ready to go to sleep. He looked to the sky and realized that the country, Yanhua itself, had been with him all along. Don't worry, I'll hang in there. Endless exhaustion caused Winning Sky to immediately go back to sleep after saying these words, and a clear light fell on him directly after he entered Dreamland. The great power of the 10,000 races suppresses the whole earth and the national consciousness of Yanhua as a nation. In the suppressed state, the power of the Yanhua national consciousness became extremely weak. However, it was still possible to heal Winning Sky some slightly after Winning Sky fell asleep each time. Though, such a healing is still far worse than the damage it has suffered. Thanks, that's enough. In the light of day, Winning Sky suddenly opened his mouth, and hearing this sudden sentence from Winning Sky, Yanhua's national consciousness also froze straight away. Someone who can make even the national consciousness freeze. Winning Sky is definitely the first one, and after a moment of silence, eventually, the national consciousness of YHWH, it is also only possible to carry down such a sentiment. What an interesting and special person. Chapter 24, Broken Bones. Luckily, it's a leg. Brother Wintian, is your cold ready? Mom and Dad told me to call you for dinner. The next morning, Winning Sky was awakened by Yao Yao. I'm sorry, Yo-Yo. Brother's cold isn't over yet, and lately my brother may have to go to the country for a few days. When you come back, brother will have dinner with Yo-Yo, okay? Through the door, Wintry made this response. Hearing Winning Sky's words, Yao Yao stalled in place, and then, a few seconds passed before it opened its mouth again. Mommy says there's no candy for kids who cheat. Brother Wintian can't lie to people. Yao Yao will always wait at home for Brother Wintian. Yao Yao's words caused Winning Sky to be a little silent as well. Still, he quickly nodded and smiled in response. Good. No candy for the kid who cheats. A conversation quickly ended. After the conversation, Winning Sky started this new day of his work immediately afterward. As for Yao Yao, she also returned home under Zheng Hanan's leadership. Yes, Zheng Hanan was there, only she hadn't said anything just now. Yo-Yo, why did you just say those things? Zheng Hanan didn't quite understand the original reason why Yo-Yo just said so much more. Although it's normal for kids to say those things, but Zheng Hanan always felt that it contained some special meaning. Auntie Hanan. Yao Yao raised her head and looked at Zheng Hanan. It was then that Zheng Hanan suddenly realized that Yao Yao was already full of tears. How? What's wrong, Yao Yao? Zheng Hanan was shocked. Yo-Yo's tears continued to flow down her face. A few seconds later, it was only then that he opened his mouth and spoke again. She had already said the words once before. I want to win, Brother Sky. The moment Yao Yao uttered those words, a flash of lightning struck the window. Immediately after, the rain began to fall like a basin sprinkle. Zheng Hanan couldn't understand anything. Can't see Yo-Yo crying. Can't understand the sudden rain either. She looked in a trance in the direction of Winshen's house, waiting for the cold to clear up. Back from the country, Brother Wintian will be able to eat with you again, right? The rain, it's getting heavier. And the new text made by Wintian on this day is gradually taking shape. Maybe it's being alone too long. Wintry especially wants to listen to music today. So before he officially wrote the text, he also turned on a random song. The sound of rain, keyboards, music, and countless needles, sticking into the body. It's a knife in the ear, a hammer in the back, countless bugs gnawing at the fingers of the keyboard, and a time bomb hidden in the heart. Tick, tick, tick. The little Muppet Man, suffering again and again. Tiny Muppet Man, who's paying attention to him? Can the little Muppet Man continue to hold out? Click. Broken bone. Okay, it's a leg. Listen, it's our voice. Is every man's destiny predestined? No matter how long the road ahead, no matter how imitative now, the light will spread over you and me. Stand beside me. Even though I may sleep long, I'll head in the most dangerous direction. Use my chest. Or, coincidentally, the music that was randomly turned on turned out to be extremely appropriate. Listening to the song sung by this child, a smile also hung on the corner of Winning Sky's mouth. And so he did. 1, 2, 3, as usual. With my wave, I will build the giant wave of my country. With 1,000 years of greatness in your heart. It's just the right time for 100 years of splendor. If the end is not what you want, fight before the dust settles. And behind him, the batch after batch of soldiers. As usual. Kids, thanks a lot. The souls of the dead are revived to guard the gates of the country. And who says that there is no one in my daxia? At this time, Yanhua struggled with the 10,000 clans. The battle is on the front lines, but it's more than in the backfield. Throughout Yanhua, all the people were watching the ragdoll Winning Sky. As for the 10,000 races base camp, Winning Sky had also been turned into the sole focus. Everyone was watching to see how long Winning Sky could hold out. With this, the consumption of 3 texts a day, time is slow but rushing. When this new day is over, the people of Yanhua Deep were all relieved. The army of 10,000 clans, on the other hand, was slightly disdainful. After that, it was the second day of a new round. It was tough, but Winning Sky still managed to hold on. Looking at the torn and already extremely tattered ragdoll, the hearts of the people of Yanhua's deeper layers were all hardened to the extreme. As for the armies of 10,000 clans, their faces were all slightly tinged with surprise. And then after that, the third day, and the fourth day. By this time, the shock of writing a text has been horrendous. Winning Sky's entire body could no longer be considered a human being, and there wasn't even a single part of his body that was intact. But, even then, he finally made it through. As Winning Sky trembled, it was extremely difficult to upload the third article of this fourth day. The entire Yanhua was already sobbing. Deep down, on the front line, everyone was crying. As for the 10,000 races base camp, the 3 of them, Sun Zetao, have all fallen into silence. Though an enemy, his willpower conquered me. Tattered rag dolls, intact countries. These days, the story of Winning Sky spreads more than just in Huaxia. The whole world has been spared the world. And there he is. The public abroad can't view the ragdolls specifically in their minds though, but just listening to the descriptions as well as watching the Yanhua front line has been intact as it is. They could also clearly learn just how great Winning Sky's contribution was. Pickle Country has announced its dissolution and incorporation into Pretty Country. The entirety of the Elephant Country's military personnel at multiple sites. 3 barriers have been breached, and the population has begun to be slaughtered. The rest of the small nations who have been completely exterminated have been even more thoroughly counted. Every nation, under attack from all races, being the current weak presence at bat, Kimchi and others have already all fallen out of favor and retired. Only Huaxia, from the beginning to the end, although only a weak grass, but always stand. And so it went, day after day. And finally, it was time for the relay to change the baton. Chapter 25. Can anyone help me? This is the 30th day of the recovery of the ancestors of the Yanhua resistance period to guard the country's gates. As long as he lasted through today, this stick, Yanhua would be considered to have defended the front line. At the moment, is not all soldiers standing. Battle too late. Even Winning Sky couldn't even summon any more soldiers. But fortunately, during the war period my daxia Yanhua, all the people are soldiers, workers, peasants, businessmen, students, ruffians, and even Ching Chong. In order to guard Yanhua, these people who once stood right on the front line, at this moment have once again stood before the enemy as a populace. A new round of attacks from the 10,000 races is about to begin. Get ready, it's on. With a call to arms, people in all colors of clothing all made preparations for battle. Everything that the soldiers who died on the frontline battlefields carried with them when they died will also dissipate. This left them with weapons that could not be left for those who came after them. But, it didn't matter. None of it mattered. The big knife or even just a shovel. The people of Yanhua were able to overcome all strong enemies by never relying on external objects, but their resolute hearts, as it was when they drove the brats away. What kept going on through gritted teeth was forward and forward again. Protect me Yanhua. At this moment, the one who shouted this out was a farmer with a hammer. Along with his cry, thousands and thousands of protect me, Yanhua came out. As the last defenders of this rod, they valiantly fought against all races to a piece, and finally succeeded in fending off the first invasion attacks carried out by the 10,000 races on the last day. But alas, not enough, not nearly enough. The attacks of the 10,000 races could never be just one wave. Not to mention, today is also the last day of Relay for Life in the current time slot. So, it's still going to continue to depend on Professor Win. Yankee backfield. All the people closed their eyes together at that moment. They looked to the already tattered Muppeteer. As they suspected, at this point, the Muppet Man did begin to suffer again. Only when writing an augmentation article does it suffer a special attack by the 10,000 from afar. So that meant that at this moment, Prof. Win was indeed getting his hands dirty again. Mommy, I'm scared. I don't want to see it. It's scary. A young boy hurriedly opened his eyes after closing them for a moment, but the child's mother was forcing him to close his eyes again, saying only, it must be seen. Yeah, must see. The only thing we can do now that we are weak. It's also time to remember what he suffered while these winning professors watch over us. Donate your life to the cause of your country and die as if you were returning home. After countless shocks, Winning Sky's new article was posted on the internet, and the moment the article appeared, the people in the depths of Manhwa immediately watched it. An article with a full 5,000 again. It's all populous, but it's also extremely useful to the front lines at the moment. However, after this one article, Winning Sky was still not finished. Almost instantly after writing the first text, he then immediately started writing the second article of the day as well. Professor Win, there's no need to be in such a hurry. You could have taken a break first. Looking at the tortured Muppeteer inside his head once again, the populace of YHWH shed a collective tear, even the adults. It was all a little hard to look away at the moment. 2. They longed to win days to rest and relax. They longed for Winning Sky to see more of himself. They even longed for the winning heaven at this moment to be a bit more selfish. Lift up the nation. All the people. I'm here with us. But unfortunately, Winning Sky he never listened. He just carried Yanhua and kept going again and again. Ever forward. I told you. At least this bat I will protect our country. Sitting in front of the computer. Exhausted to the extreme. A smile spread across the corners of Winning Sky's mouth. But, soon enough, that smile of his stopped as well. His expression became distorted and he began to become extremely sad. His tears began to fall like falling water and he couldn't stop them. Is it because of the pain? At the moment he did suffer another extremely strong and large shock. From start to finish, he was also really a person who was very afraid of pain. But, no. At the moment he is crying but not because it hurts. Why if now? It's just one step. Just one step. Sitting in his chair, Winning crumbled. He's like a child. He opened his mouth and bawled. Just now, his arm was also injured by the impact, and that means, he couldn't be bothered to hit the keyboard anymore, can't even manipulate computers anymore. At this moment, all of Winning Sky's limbs were already wasted, both legs are ruined. He was still able to make a daily living by getting down, but what is he going to do when his hands are wasted? It's the last day. He's got to keep adding troops to the front line, just one more to go. If this one is well written, this bat will be held. I still have my mouth. I can still move my head. I can figure it out. I can voice. Or, live. Yes, I can go live. Live or voice transmission of text to augment the front line. The shock and damage is fully several times more than normal writing. But the current Winning Sky really couldn't be bothered to care about that. He's got to get on with it. He's only a text away from it now. It'll hold. Yanhua will be fine. With a big smile, Winning Sky surged forward. But it's okay that it's not surging. A surge, a flutter. His whole body fell straight out of the chair. At the moment, he was incapable of getting up. Can anyone help me? Inside the tiny house, Winning Sky stayed there alone, helpless to the extreme. Kitten ears rushed over when she heard Winning Sky's cry, but he was just a cat, and he couldn't help Winning Sky in the slightest. Chapter 26 Coexistence with the State. Professor Win. Professor Win, his arms are broken. Yanhua deep. All the populace was sensing the ragdoll named Professor Win at the moment. Therefore, at this moment, everything that happened to Winning Sky, they also saw through the ragdoll. The tortured ragdoll, at this moment, had its arms ripped off directly and viciously. Seeing this scene, almost all of Yanhua's people all followed and trembled. And then they saw the ragdoll shed tears and begin to cry bitterly. These days, Winning Sky had suffered too much, but he had never cried. But today, he was crying all at once, and crying very hard. Everyone knew that Winning Sky wasn't crying because of the pain. He was crying because he couldn't keep up the reinforcements for the front. Eyes closed, Zhang Hanan kept his eyes on the broken ragdoll. She saw the ragdoll begin to struggle. Then, too, the ragdoll was directly seen falling from midair. It's not hard to understand. Almost instantly, Zhang Hanan guessed what happened to Winning Sky in reality. He may be trying to write the text in some other way, but alas, he didn't make it and instead, he even fell to the ground. Professor Win is down. After Winning Sky landed, the ragdolls in everyone's mind disappeared as well. Inflammation. Center Department. The old man's tears were already flowing uncontrollably from his eyes. His voice was extremely shaky. Old man. Old man. No one responded. There was only silence around them. Is Wintry dead? Or something else? No matter what exactly. At this moment, Yanhua's outcome seemed to be predetermined. Without Winning Sky's third text, today's Yanhua would surely fall. Even though the defenders of the country were all wiped out, the 10,000 races had to break through the 3 gates of Yanhua before they could do so. But, isn't that just a matter of time? It's still coming to an end. Thank you, Prof. Win, for letting us live so many more days. Thank you, Professor Win. You've done more than enough. Obviously winter is still a long way off. But today, the entire Yanhua actually all snowed. On the front line, a new round of attacks from the 10,000 races had come. They all knew about Winning Sky's fall as well. So without hesitation, they then also increased their attack. Round after round of attacks. Round after round of madness. Under the final firefighting onslaught of the 10,000. On the front line of Yanhua, the forefathers who guarded the country's gates also gradually all fell. It seems that Yanhua's story is really coming to an end here. Is it going to be declared a dissolution of self and annexation to another country? Center sector. The elderly were once again confronted with the problem. And it seemed to be the very thing that scared him into thinking about it. Inflammatory deep. All the people actually came to the street at this moment. If the people of the country are like this, how dare the Japanese invaders violate Yanhua? Today's edition, for Row Warehouse, 800 strong. Where you die, where you are buried. The world is the same as the Green Hills. Today's edition, the Mainstay, the Dongjiang column. What all the Yanhua subjects are shouting at this moment is the title of an article that came to Winning Sky in these days. Perhaps before this, there were some populations who were afraid to die, and thus made some twisted and cowardly choices. But now, under the constant influence of Winning Sky, no one in the entire Yanhua was afraid anymore. I'd rather die straight away than never go and be humiliated. This is the answer of all the people of Yanhua at this moment. Dissolution of self and incorporation into another country? And then sheltered by the spirits of the dead of other nations? Forget it, we don't care. Live with your country. Deep, front line. It was all just one voice at the moment. And listen to the voice. Center sector. The old man also went straight from crying to letting out a loud laugh. Yes, with the country. We want nothing but to live with our country. The destruction of the country is not scary. Terrible loss of the soul of being human. Stand in the street. Zheng Hanan followed the crowd. At the moment she is, and ready to die. But, still wondering. Somehow, she was still very confused. She had too many unexplained confusions. Total feeling. There are things that should be noticed by yourself. And ultimately, it never, ever went unnoticed. What is it? Zheng Hanan went through his thoughts carefully. Yet how to think about it? You can't think about it. What should I be aware of? Thinking about it, Zheng Hanan suddenly closed his eyes. She didn't know why her eyes were closed at the moment. But, after closing her eyes, she did see the answer. The rag doll that has disappeared from everyone's mind. At this moment, it actually appeared in her mind again. Rag dolls, injured, disappearing. The brain began to run in a hurry. Look at the rag doll. Zheng Hanan made all sorts of associations, and at the end of the association, only one sentence appeared in Zheng Hanan's mind. A phrase that Yo-Yo had said in the first place. I want to win Brother Sky. No way. It can't be. Zheng Hanan's body trembled. She then broke away from the crowd. She started running home like crazy. She went back to the neighborhood and she went up the stairs. But she didn't go back to her sister's house. Instead, he came to Winning Sky's doorstep. I'm sorry, Yo-Yo, brother's cold isn't over yet. And lately my brother may have to go to the country for a few days. The two words that Winning Sky had said earlier surfaced in his mind. Zheng Hanan's hand stopped knocking on the door. She didn't know if Winning Sky was still in this home at this moment or not. And so it goes. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, until, that is, there was the constant sound of banging on the door from inside the house, as well as, one cat call after another. The cat is banging on the door? Zheng Hanan was violently stunned. At this moment, she knew that Winning Sky was definitely at home. Only, the door was locked. So how was she supposed to get in? Gotta get help. Quickly running downstairs, Zheng Hanan wanted to go find someone. But that's when the flutter. A kitten jumped nimbly straight out of an upstairs window opening. Where else could its jumping out be if not the home of Winning Sky? You're a cat raised by Winning Sky. Zheng Hanan was shocked. Age was also covered in bruises at this point, seemingly from slamming the door. However, at this moment, it had no intention of letting Zheng Hanan focus on himself at all. It was only seen staggering to Zheng Hanan. Then, opening his mouth, he placed a key he was holding directly on the ground. Chapter 27 I'll do the talking. You do the writing. The moment you see this key. Tears then flowed down Zheng Hanan's face, but her emotions didn't linger too long here. Instead, pick up the keys. Immediately return with the years and go home. Because of the key, this time Zheng Hanan managed to open the door of Winning Sky's house. The living room was cluttered beyond recognition at this point. Whatever was there was strewn across the floor. Winning is not here. But Zheng Hanan had already thought of how Winning Sky had once looked here in the past few days. Unable to stop her body from trembling, Zheng Hanan covered her mouth and tried her best not to cry out. She then trembled as she arrived at Winning Sky's bedroom. Winning Sky's bedroom wasn't big. and it was still empty. Just one bed. And then there was a table next to it with a computer on it. At this point, the computer is still on, with the still unwritten, hanging over it. Well, the third augmentation article that hasn't even officially started. To be precise, there was no one in the chair in front of the computer, but to the side of him, there was a man lying on the floor. The man, at this time, had hair that had gone all white, and which was as disheveled as his beard. His eyes were a deep blood-red color, and his face was covered with numerous small, painful-looking cuts. He could no longer move any of his limbs. He could no longer do anything but lie there helplessly paralyzed waiting for help. Like a river that had broken the dike, Zhang Hanan's tears no longer showed the falling form. Instead, it slid across the face, straight into a long stream of unstoppable lines. I'm sorry. Zhang Hanan kept starting to apologize. She was remorseful to the core, regretting the fact that so many clues are clearly in front of you. She, however, had not learned earlier that Winning Sky was Professor Win, whom she held in the highest esteem. Lying on the ground, Winning Sky was already desperate. But I didn't want to think that at this time. Another light appeared unbelievably in front of my eyes. He looked to the light, to Zhang Hanan in the light, and leaked out a smile. Thank you. Why thank you? Obviously it's me who should say thank you. It's all of us at Yanhua. Professor Win, I'll take you to the hospital now. Zhang Hanan wanted to pull up Winning Sky, but in the next second, it was directly stopped by Winning Sky. I have some unfinished business. Zhang Hanan naturally knew what else Winning Sky had to go and do at this time, but he's all that now. I'll say it, you write it. After a few seconds of silence, Winning Sky opened his mouth again. Originally, he had wanted Zhang Hanan to open the live broadcast for himself, while directly carrying out the speech. However, using this way to directly address the entire Yanhua was too much damage to bring upon himself. He was afraid that at this rate of damage, he wouldn't last long enough to finish a text. So, in the end, he decided to give the story of his forefathers by writing an essay. He'll say it, and Chang Hanan will write it. That's writing. Though unlike just writing, this will definitely add some more damage. But the damage is already capable of being much less than talking to a bunch of people. This kind of talk against one person. As for whether Zhang Hanan's side would also be affected by this, Winning Sky's answer was no. Writing augmentation texts for the Frontline will always be only the telling of that first person affected. Can it really continue? Zhang Hanan cried so hard that he almost fainted. A smile appeared on Winning Sky's face. It's possible. Trust me. It's possible. With this insistence from Winning Sky, Zhang Hanan eventually had no choice but to sit down in front of the computer. Let's start. This time, let's continue to talk about the great people of Yanhua during the War of Resistance. At this moment, Winning Sky had already been carried to the bed by Zhang Hanan with his full strength. Listening to Winning Sky's words, Zhang Hanan nodded his head, and with that, he, too, directly began to write. Long live the People's Republic of China. This is the title given to the last article on the last day. The last day of the current baton, by Winning Sky. It's simpler than any previous title, but it's even more shocking than ever. And then, that is, when the two of them were engaged in this new round of writing for the guardianship of Yanhua, a clear wind blew through the whole of Yanhua, the whole of Daxia. That wind blew away all the bad weather and blew out a clear sky. Professor Win, I'll take you to the hospital now. I have some unfinished business. Can it really go on? It can be done. Believe me, it can be done. Line after line of text rose from the sky, and above the text rang one conversation after another. This conversation, if it wasn't between Winning Sky and Zhang Hanan, then who could it be? Hear this conversation. Throughout Yanhua, almost everyone instantly ran out from their homes. I'll say it, you write it. Let's start. This time, let's continue to talk about those great people of Yanhua during the War of Resistance. Long live the People's Republic of China. A conversation ended. How can we still not be clear about what is going on now? Prof. Win has a problem on his side. And now, the problem is solved. In the case of having been completely unable to write again, Prof. Win, still forcing himself to finish up this last article of his on this day. And then, this text in the sky, if I'm not mistaken, will be the exact same article. The national consciousness of YHWH did more than just release the Muppet man named Professor Win in the minds of the crowd. At this time, he also helped Professor Win to have this last article of his synchronized directly in the sky. Chapter 28 Dasha holds on to this one. Full stop. Paragraph after paragraph. It eventually converged into an article. It was the first summer of the invasion of the 10,000 nations. It is the second month of the revival of the dead souls of the nations to guard the gates of their countries. It was the 30th day of the deadliest battle of the pioneers of the Yanhua resistance. Yanhua, Da Xia, holds the line. The moment the new batch of soldiers arrived at the front line, at the back, the hearts of all Yanhua's people were all relaxed. And what about the 10,000 stronghold? The evil monsters responsible for attacking Yanhua? It was also instantly that they all realized that in this battle, it was they who had lost. This guy, he's really tenacious. Z looked to Hun and Tao. Tao gave a helpless expression. His perseverance surpasses that of any creature I have ever seen. Hun nodded. So there's really nothing to be done about it either. The three of them looked at each other. And then, all of them sighed. Who would have thought it? Didn't fight for what he wanted and lost the battle. It's amazing how everyone is in such a state of conviction. It's not just him, they're outrageous in this country. Obviously there are so few people and so few bonuses, but in the end, I froze and survived by my strong will. Hun looked to the front line and spoke. Even if the positions are different, I must also say now that this race, this country, is really immensely powerful. Tao took a deep breath. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. We're already losers. Somewhat unfortunately, the next two bats in this country were not strong. And after that it was more of a direct cultural disconnect. Can't seem to see any more excitement on its side. Zay shook his head and said, let's just say that man saved his country for a while, but not for a lifetime. Yeah, and he's wasted himself now, I guess, which makes it even less useful for his country afterward. The two of them, Hun and Z, were concerned about the country in front of them that had been at war with them for so long. I feel a little sorry for the fact that I could have easily been crushed next. However, under this discussion between the two, on the side, Tao had a different idea. Whoever said that, I do think this country will continue to hold on and for a long time yet. Cultural faults and all that. If that man can add to the history of now, can't he add to the history of then? At that point, he should be able to recover as well, right? Listening to Tao's words, Zay froze. It's no use recovering, right? Who knows if this country will be even weaker historically above again, whereas the 10,000 races that we can subsequently invade in are definitely getting stronger. Tao suddenly became serious. Do any of you know? Why does Lord Manji want to erase the memories of the people of this world? If it can be taken by simply attacking, why would Lord Manji do that? He clearly could have allowed the historical dead of this world to revive, and then we would have struck. But he still united with more than a dozen level 7 10,000 hearers of the will to perform the ritual of wiping out memories and erasing documents. This can only mean that the long scrolls of history in this world must have a group of people that even he is afraid of. Lifting his head, Tao looked into the distance. And now, having witnessed the will of this country before me, I feel that it is very likely that an existence as powerful as that will appear in this country. An analysis that makes extreme sense. After hearing Tao's analysis, both Hun and Zay froze. But such stagnation lasted only a moment. Soon Zephyr also had a new question. Now then, even if you're right about everything, God-sama has something he fears, too. And the thing that is feared is likely to be in this country. But all of those things, at least, have to be at least 2 more rods before they show up. The weakness of the next 2 bats that this country has shown so far is confirmed. And that man is even more seriously injured and will never be able to play much of a role in his country's next 2 bats. So these 2 rods they're going to be unable to hold up. So what if there's a powerful presence behind them? Z still stands by what he thinks. Yanhua's next point of view is already bound to end quickly. Listening to Zay's account, Tao was silent for a few seconds, then slowly raised his head. There will be a guardian settlement at the end of each relay round, right? What do you think of the country before us? This bat? When Tao's words appeared, the two of them, Hun and Sawa, froze straight away. Yeah, according to the universe rules, the resurrection of Earth's dead souls relayed to guard the gates of the country. After each stick of the national gate, each country will be blessed with new fortune by the way of the universe. With each new baton, the way of the universe grants new bonuses in accordance with the splendor of this nation's current era of new baton succession. And beyond that basic additive change, the way of the universe also grants special benefits to each nation based on the performance of all defenders of the nation in the previous batting order plus a bonus. For example, at the very beginning of guarding the country, the best performer is the pretty country, so they were in this period of World War II. The bonuses received would be more than just the times flare one. Now this second batter, Inferno, still doesn't have the ease of a pretty country guarding the country though. However, the guardian of the nation is seen by the way of the universe as shown. And yet it's not just a matter of simply seeing which side has an easy time defending. This batting Yanhua is really cool in a way. To overcome a mighty foe with a feeble hand, this would have been considered more exciting than the ease of guarding. So, this one takes the baton. Inferno picks up the next round of Dead Souls. The great probability is that you will also get another big bonus. Chapter 29. And how is it that the strong ones are not only the forefathers? In that case, it does seem like this country on the other side of the border is winning a little bit more. Sawat and Hoon looked at Tao, but in the end, they nevertheless dismissed Tao as well. But even there is still this re-addition. We also still don't feel that Dasha will be able to successfully survive the next 2 at-bats. The next batter is okay. It's not too bad per se, and with the bonus just mentioned it might actually have a chance. But this country's next stick, if memory serves, is called the Great Chang, right? The contents of the Great Qing on the Yanhua side have long been restored by various documents. Lord 10,000 Tricks' side was even rarer in that he didn't even bother to block out a single bit of literature about it. You know, even this stick that Yanhua has now, Lord 10,000 Secrets' side also went out and shielded a lot of literature in case the Earth humans restored it. Sala and Hoon had also seen the contents of the Qing that had been completely restored on Dasha's side. Honestly, besides being ridiculous, the two of them really couldn't think of any more words to describe this era of the Dasha Qing dynasty. That's true. So in the end the specific outcome then also falls back on the man. Tao looked into the distance. For some reason, he always had a feeling. It felt like Winning Sky was still able to keep Yanhua going even in this situation. Forget it, either way, it's got nothing to do with us. As losers, all we can do now is leave. The nations of the earth are ready to take the next baton, and their side. It's time for the next relay as well. The relentless rain came down again, and at this time Earth, the front of each country is also finally quiet. Keep it down. On the front line of Yanhua, there were countless, variously dressed people standing at the moment. They took their weak weapons and forced themselves to help Yanhua guard this last stick. Keep it down. A man, unable to resist, began to laugh. Immediately afterward, the entire front line, all the dead souls who were still survivors couldn't help but start laughing. With their laughter, the rear, the populace of Yanhua's descendants couldn't help but start laughing as well. Who would have thought that before this? Who would have thought that Yanhua Dasha would be able to hold the current bat as well? Thank you to all the brave and fearless forefathers on the front line who swore to protect Yanhua, ignoring the rain that was falling harder and harder outside. The people in the back of YHWH all came out onto the streets and began to pay their respects. They began to pay detailed homage to all the soldiers who had appeared on the front line. New 4th Army, 8th Route Army, 800 heroes, Dongjiang Column, Sichuan Army, Jin Army, all kinds of armies, and all kinds of people. And then, finally, all of the Yanhua populace all looked up at the sky. In addition to all the pioneers on the front lines, they're also paying tribute to the savior of the backfield, the one who's in the back, but in the front. I wonder how Prof. Win is doing now. All the people of Yanhua were engaged in such thinking at the moment. Inflammation, Center Department, the old man, as well as a group of senior staff, were also thinking about this at the moment. They desperately wanted to find Winning Sky and thank him. On top of that, they also desperately wanted to perform a special treatment for Winning Sky. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, right now, Winning Sky should have been injured beyond recognition. Where is it? Where can he be? The old man was anxious to the core. And then, that is, when he was even about to run out on his own to find someone, a phone call from a distant city was sent up the chain to him. Okay, I got it. Answer the phone. The old man's face was red with excitement. Thereupon, a full 5 seconds passed. It was only then that he eased up and looked at all the executives present with extreme seriousness. Professor Win has found a girl who will be taken to the hospital, but they are in a city with average medical care. It's a good thing the mayor over there has used his strongest means to start moving him toward us. Prepare. Integrate the best medical team on our side. If anything goes wrong with Prof. Win, we, one of us, all of us, will be guilty. Hearing the old man's words, the other executives in the room were all agitated as well. Professor Win found it. That's the best news Dasha wants to receive right now. As far as therapy and stuff, just one sentence. If Winning Sky didn't survive, none of them would either. Anyway, without winning the day, the next few bats would just be the end of them in their own right. Okay, we'll go ahead and make preparations immediately. The news that Wintry had been found and had been sent to Kyoto for treatment traveled fast. In almost half an hour, all the people in the entire Yanhua knew exactly. In a moment, everyone began to make their prayers, or a prayer light, or something else. Anyway, the moment, all the hearts of the entire Yanhua were tied together. Are we, holding down the fort? On the plane to Kyoto, Wintry was in a trance to the extreme, listening to Winning Sky ask such a question. To the side, Zhang Hanan tightly grabbed his hand. Keep it down, Professor Win. We held this bat, with a specific response. Only then did a smile hang on Winning Sky's face. The ancestors are so strong. Also on the plane at this time was the mayor of Winning Sky City. Upon hearing Winning Sky utter these words, tears instantly appeared on his face as well. The pioneers of the Yankee frontier are indeed strong. But how much stronger are the pioneers at this moment? Chapter 30, One cries. One makes a mess. The dead take over to guard the gates of the country. There will be a handover period when a baton is handed over to a baton. There will be no invasion by the 10,000 during the handover period. The last turnaround period was shorter, only 2 days, and this time it was a full 5 days. After making sure that Dasha was safe for a few days on the airplane, it was only then that Winning Sky finally closed his eyes. He was so tired. He really needed a good night's sleep. Closing his eyes. Very soon, Winning Sky entered dreamland. It was a very strange dream. In a dream, he dreamed of a girl who always had a smile on her face. Little Win Tian, growing taller again. Little Win Tian, still can't hear you? Little Win Tian, can you really not talk anymore? Winning Sky couldn't understand what the other party was saying. He spoke to the girl. I can hear. I can talk. The girl visibly froze for a moment. Then a smile appeared on her face once more. Little Win Tian, I'm going to die. When those words disappeared, Winning Sky's dream world was left with nothing but darkness again. When he opened his eyes again, he was already lying in the topmost hospital in Dasha. Zheng Hanan was lying on the edge of the bed taking a nap, and to her side, the ears were curled up there as well. Meow. As a cat, Age quickly noticed the waking Winning Sky. It was so agitated that it rushed up and was about to bite Winning Sky's oxygen tube. Hey, wait a minute. Why is the excitement coming up to bite the oxygen tube? You crazy cat. Meow. As it turns out, Age isn't a crazy cat. It's just plain skin. It stopped quickly as it was about to bite into the oxygen tube, then directly put his ass, pouting into Winning Sky's face. Well, it's worse than crazy. Age's movement woke up Zheng Hanan, who was lying down for a nap. Upon looking up and seeing Winning Sky open his eyes, Zheng Hanan's big eyes that was instantly filled with tears again. Professor Win, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I'm such a fool. You're right next to me, and I never could spot you. Next, Zheng Hanan opened his mouth and cried out. And Age puckered his ass even more. A cat and a man. All of them can't be stopped. This caused Winning Sky to be instantly numb from his head to his feet. Can you take the years off my face? Winning Sky only had his head to move now, and after he opened his mouth, it was then that Zheng Hanan realized the problem. Hurry up and carry the years down. Age, it just misses you so much. Zheng Hanan sat down and lowered his head. A smile appeared on Winning Sky's face. I think it's getting back at me. Revenge on me for not listening to it and not letting the writing continue. In favor of continuing the writing. Zheng Hanan didn't know there was such a story, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Age is a good cat, and it was his banging on the door that made me find you. The key was also given to me in its mouth. It was jumping straight out of the upstairs window. Age gives itself a hand with this thing. Winning is known a little bit, so at the moment he was also moved. Well, let's just say it's going to be hard not to refill it from now on. An extra meal was uttered, and the yearling on the ground meowed several times in delight. And with this cry, it also caused both Winning Sky and Zheng Hanan to laugh right away. After a few seconds of laughing like that, the atmosphere became subtle once again. Zheng Hanan coughed several times. Only then did he speak again. I really didn't expect Professor Win to be so young. Not young can't really carry this non-stop writing. I'm afraid I'll die a violent death after writing a few pieces. Winning Sky let out a sigh of emotion. Then said, but I'm not exactly young now. Am I? Not resting at all. Excessive loss of life writing is already making Winning Sky not know how many years old. Let's not talk about other things. Just talk about the hair. That head full of gray hair is a lot of emotions. Really? I haven't even gotten a girlfriend yet, and I'm just an old man. Wintry grinned and joked, but I didn't want Zheng Hanan to take it seriously, even if he's an old man. Prof. Win will definitely still be able to find a girlfriend. This sentence Zheng Hanan said with incomparable seriousness, obviously wanting to comfort Winning Sky. But, Winning really doesn't need such comfort. He just jokes about it. I'm just the old man now. Doesn't mean I can't recover. Winning Sky was telling the truth. The biggest contributor to the backfield as a keeper of Dasha, Yanhua consciousness had been helping Winning Sky with special conditioning. That's just too much liver the other day. The next few days if you can rest completely. Regaining the original look is not a problem at all. Ah, yes, the doctor. The doctor's side did say, Professor Win, you have a special power conditioning you. With a good night's rest, you can recover. It was only then that Zheng Hanan also finally did recall something. Right, I forgot about them. Stupidly, he stood up. Zheng Hanan trotted out like he had just learned to walk. And then, in no time at all, Winning Sky's ward was full. There was a team of the top doctors in Dasha who were responsible for treating Winning Sky. There are the most central bigwigs of the current Dasha hierarchy. Also, the old man who wanted to see Winning Sky had been seeing each other for a long time. The injuries are still too severe. Even with the help of that particular force, and various means on our side. It will also eventually take a good month and a half of rest to recover. Here's what it says. Or win. Well, winning the case that Professor Win won't be writing any new articles for a while. The doctors once again helped Winning Sky do a checkup. A series of new arrangements were then put in place. In fact, they had already done everything that needed to be done when Winning Sky was unconscious. The next various are merely for better recovery at a later stage. Thanks. After everything was done, to the doctors who were busy for him, Wintry said thank you. Only, it was fine if he didn't say thank you, but once he did, the doctors couldn't carry it all instead. Professor Win, don't be like this. You're the hero who saved Daxia. We would be honored to help you heal instead. Looking at the doctor's shocked looks, Winning Sky was also in tears, but he still insisted on giving his thanks. Then, the doctors left. Even Zhang Hanan and Yearning left, and the only people left in the ward were the top brass of Daxia. Chapter 31 in my head. There's a Daxia library. I thought it was an old friend, but I didn't realize it was a young friend. The old man and Winning Sky finally met. The old man had also visited Win Tian when he was in a coma, but that could only be considered one-sided, and now the two could finally look at each other. You at me and I at you, and then literally sit and laugh and talk like close friends who had been friends for years. It seems that at my age I really am extremely groovy, and if this were to be put in a novel and everyone came to lament, I'm afraid the readers would be cursing the watery word count. Maybe it's just that I've been through too much since I came across. Or maybe it's because the modern era of this side of the world is finally displaying some of the differences that parallel worlds should have. Certain people are not the ones originally known, but characters that parallel worlds have. At this moment, facing this old man who was currently the highest status in Daxia, Winning Sky was not very formal. What does slot mean? As for the old man, he was also very happy that Winning Sky was able to be so natural. After learning of Winning Sky's age, he was truly afraid that Winning Sky wouldn't be too fond of interacting with an old man like him. Some buzzwords among the young. Well, not much meaning, you don't have to look into it. Winning Sky and the old man laughed at the same time. After a few moments, the old man brewed up his emotions and began the latter. The specifics of the content aren't really hard to guess. It's just an expression of gratitude or something like that. But Winning Sky personally really can't stand these. He loves thanking people, but doesn't love being thanked and gets goosebumps easily. Most of all, it's our forefathers on the frontline battlefields who are to be thanked. The ancestors are naturally to be thanked. But you, little friend, also deserve to be thanked. The congregation's gratitude was too full of meaning. It was definitely not possible for Winning Heaven not to bear it. Just, let the winning day how never expected is. The wave. What he should have been thinking about would not have been whether to take it or not. Rather, he endures, exactly how long he has to endure across the street before he stops. 10 minutes. In the end, Winning Sky came to a conclusion. Inside the hospital room, after a full 10 minutes of thankfulness and true nature, it was only then that the old man and the Daxia executives present slowed to a halt. How in the world did little friend fill in so many gaps? And then, thanks for the paragraph over strike. The old man also, finally, asked the doubt in his heart. Global amnesia and people recovering history based on various documents. With the national research basically all the literature was sought out and studied. Winning the day to check and fill in the gaps. That is, to find again all kinds of literature that has not been found before. But how on earth did he manage to frantically find out so much every day? And still have the time to research him specifically and restore him completely? When it was so hard for everyone to find out any more literature? Looking for literature? Perhaps all of China itself no longer has so much as a single document that exists and hasn't been identified. Winning Sky shook his head and smiled. The invasion of the 10,000 races dissipated people's memories, and at the same time directly wiped out a lot of literature. There aren't many leaks per se, most of them have been erased already, and checking for leaks must be difficult. Winning Sky's words said a lot, but the old man didn't quite understand them. Seeing this, Winning Sky also directly stated the specific. What I've been doing has actually not been considered checking for leaks. Well, it actually counts. But the point is, most of these I've written are actually the parts that the 10,000 races have wiped out. Other people checking out the literature are really looking for literature that's still out there in the world but hasn't been discovered. Winning Sky, on the other hand, was directly forcibly retrieving the literature that had already been wiped out by the 10,000 races. This is the reason why Winning Sky, writing augmentation articles can be much easier than others. Wait. Like that's harder instead? The Daxia executives present all opened their eyes wide. The literature that the nations have erased can be restored. Is Wintry still a human being? So, Prof. Win can say something about. How do you find out about the history that has all been erased? Breathing became rapid, and there was a great deal of curiosity about this. And the answer to this question, to be honest, There was nothing that Winning Sky couldn't say. Crossing over can be put aside for now. But the library in your head. This contraption that benefits everyone but tortures you. But it's really not something to hide, baby. Even through all the pain of writing the text ahead, Wintry was tempted to just transfer him to someone else. The position of savior. It's really something you don't want to do if you can do without it. Because in my head, there's a library. It holds everything about Daxia. Under everyone's dumbfoundedness, Winning Sky revealed an evil smile. No surprises. His answer directly brought the air in the hospital room to a momentary standstill. Obviously, the response was a bit of a stonewall. Is this sure that it is not that Winning Sky has a humorous personality and is now joking with them? The people present were all silent for a long time. Is it hard to accept? Winning Sky inquired. The old man nodded. It is indeed difficult. The library in your head. That's just not too far off the mark. However, there are many things in this world that are hard to accept ultimately but just have to be accepted. After all, other than that, people really don't have any better other original reasons. No wonder you can be so powerful. Little friend. A full 3 minutes passed, as well as repeatedly asking again to make sure several times. Only then did the old man take a deep breath and open his mouth again. Before, everyone thought you were a god, and then they realized that you weren't a god. But now that they look at you again, you look like a god again. Would a god break bones all over his body and exert himself to the point of madly vomiting blood? Winning Sky shook his head and laughed. The old man froze slightly, and then smiled as well. Alright, but even if it's still a human being, you, little friend, are still a person who possesses the power to change the world and has a noble and holy will. Winning the Sky helpless. In fact, I prefer to be an ordinary person. Or you guys get some black technology, dig out my brain to study it. Writing articles is really quite painful. When these words were spoken, the top brass of Daxia in the ward were at a loss for words. However, what they knew was that at this moment, no matter how they answered, it could never be to go in favor of this idea of Winning Sky is all. Digging up brains and doing research? Winning Sky had just saved Great Xia. Dig into the brain of a hero who saved Daxia. This was done not to mention the people of Daxia. I'm afraid that the Great Summer Consciousness will just them up. The various visions within the Daxia in the previous days could be proof of the existence of the Daxia consciousness. Then, even if the people of Daxia consciousness are not out of the way, it was also true that their side acted only because Winning Sky was in too much pain and its own request was made. Turning the tables, they don't have that technology either. And not surprisingly, even if they do have the technology to extract other people's memories, that so-called library in Winning Sky's mind was also something they couldn't bring up with a high probability. After all, even the contents of the 10,000 races shield can still be re-existing magical things. Its own power is surely going to exceed everyone's imagination by an extreme amount again. More importantly, if something happens in the process, that's like gambling. One shot, and it could really put an end to everything. Not so much. The old man was slightly embarrassed. Winning Sky smiled inside. Pity, pity, pity. Then, after 2 seconds, Winning Sky's eyes narrowed slightly. By the way, aren't you guys curious about the history of our Daxia before the Qing dynasty? Chapter 32, Style. Crowning the world. History before the Qing dynasty? The people in the ward all froze at once, because Winning Sky had just been talking about the 10,000 races erasing the literature on Earth, so they also only assumed that it can restore those contents that the 10,000 races erased. But I didn't realize that the pre-Qing dynasty ones were even possible. Compared to other countries, our Daxia's situation is really a bit special. That would mean that the erasure of pre-Qing dynasty literature on our side wasn't because of the 10,000 clans. Rather, it was the result of the Qing dynasty, under the dictatorship of those in power where it was located. Historical documents erased by our own people. That library inside your head. There too? The old man's breath caught. The corner of Winning Sky's mouth curled up. Actually, it's not just our own people who are doing it. The 10,000 races have still moved some hands. The Qing dynasty in this world was certainly more abominable, and all the historical documents before him were destroyed by him. But, even if he destroys it again and tries to stop people from re-recording it, surely eventually there will still be people who will sneak something down in a documented form. So just like the erasure of some of the recent literature of Daxia, the disappearance of all kinds of historical records and literature of the Daming dynasty and then above it must still have the handiwork of the 10,000 races present as well. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that the library in my head does have everything. Winning Sky narrowed his eyes again. How about it? Interested in studying my brain? Little friend, don't say laugh. We really don't have that kind of ability. The old man shook his head, and then opened his mouth curiously. So little friend, what was it like before our great summer Qing dynasty? Why are the people of Daxia Yangwa desperate now? The fact that the 10,000 races are powerful and the current succession of forces is difficult to resist is one aspect, but the greater part of it is still because the bonus to the strength of the revived dead is calculated according to the splendor of their times in the world. And Daxia sighed. After there is a purely in the world is a laughingstock of the Qing dynasty, and in the laughingstock of the Qing dynasty over the strike is even do not know what can come out again. Okay, it should not be accurate to say that we don't know what else can come out, because according to the rules of resurrection of dead souls, people will not be resurrected without the knowledge of their forefathers. So if the story really continues, there should be no one directly after Daxia. Somewhat unfortunately, my side of the library has some restrictions on me. Only after the corresponding era begins to take over the baton to guard the country will I be able to tell their story. At the curiosity of the ward crowd. In the end, Winning Sky gave the crowd a disappointing answer. Upon hearing this answer from him, everyone's looks fell instantly, and seeing how the atmosphere had become like this, Winning Sky also cried and laughed all of a sudden. I'm not done yet. Though that said, there's no way for me to tell you the specifics of Daxia before the Qing dynasty right now, but I am the one who can tell you an approximate degree of splendor of those histories. As soon as this follow-up came out of the hospital room, everyone was in good spirits again, and this spirit that accompanies everyone. After a few breaths, Winning Sky, who was also extremely proud, finally opened his mouth. Just 4 words, crowning the world. Everyone visibly froze as he uttered those 4 words. Until next, Winning Sky again repeated it many times very carefully. It took everyone to get the message across completely. And again after that, there was one that counted, and straight away all the excitement went to their heads. Before the Qing dynasty, the historical style of Daxia that the world did not know was actually positive. And it's the world's best? Good man. Despair dissipates. All of a sudden the whole body is full of anticipation. If I may. After that, I'll bring them back to life. Winning Sky's eyes seemed to be hiding stars. Hearing this from him, the excitement was heightened. Still can't imagine exactly though, but to be able to think about it now is an emotional high. And so, the crowd was excited for a long time. But before that, the first thing we have to think about is to hold out until then. After a long time had passed, the old man then took the lead and brought everyone back to the present. Yeah, gotta hold out till then. The return of the present moment brought everyone's emotions back to the beginning in an instant. It was a confusion as deep as it could get. The last stick, Daxia, could not carry it anymore, and it was all thanks to Winning Sky's power to save the day. And next, Winning the Day sighed, but also a month and a half cannot write another article to increase the number of troops. How long can the front line last without Winning Sky's help? Right. Last round's defense of our Daxia was judged to be the best. Choices should appear on your side. Little friend? Thinking, the old man suddenly thought of something else. He looked curiously at Winning Sky and inquired at him. Upon hearing his inquiry, Winning Sky also thought of that point. Historical undead relay to guard the gates of the nation recalculates a wave of bonuses with each passing baton. And the additions are in addition to looking at the style of the current country's successor dynasty specifically in the world at the time. It also looks at the scoring performance of their country's previous batting order. The pioneers of the Daxia resistance fought for the best results with fewer and in desperation. Without any surprise, it was instantly judged the best of that round when it was over. It's just that the additions can be chosen as well? Winning Sky inquired. The old man nodded. Yes, the baton catcher's own grace bonus is not optional, and no one knows what the exact rules are, but the bonus given by the best of the previous round is optional. The pretty countryside is then faced with 3 choices. 1. In all subsequent defense battles, the dead souls of the readers in the history of all nations may also be revived and given the power of civil war to guard the gates of each nation. 2. In the following 4 rounds of defense, the dead souls from each round of defense on the front lines of the pretty country will not dissipate in the baton picking session, but will remain cumulatively until those 5 rounds have passed and then return to normal. 3. In all subsequent defense battles, the defending dead souls on the front lines of the pretty country will receive an additional 200% power bonus in addition to the wind elegance bonus. 3 choices, representing 3 directions. 1 is helping the globe. 1 is briefly powerful to help itself. There is also a permanent medium to help itself. Of the 3 choices, pretty country chose the second. They are the best of the first round of keeper battles gained. So the beginning of the calculation will then also start with the second round of keeper battles of the dead. The second round is World War II, and they should have quite a few of those deceased World War II soldiers left on the front lines from the second round. So with all this build-up, I'm sure the next round will be easier. Turning to Winning Sky, the old man told all he knew about the pretty country, but options were appearing to everyone in pretty country, and in our case, the option didn't appear in front of everyone at the end of the settlement. So what we're thinking is that maybe the bonus option is only for you this time. After listening to the old man's words, Winning Sky also began to feel around. Don't tell me, that option was really mapped out for him with a thought. Chapter 33 Long Term? Near Term. It was a greenish-blue insubstantial scroll floating in the air. Same as Pretty Country's last Best Performance Plus selection table. It's also this time with 3 editions available for the best performing nations to choose from. Winning Sky fixed his eyes and realized that his 3 choices here were 1. In all subsequent defense battles, the dead souls of the readers in the history of all nations may also be revived and given the power of civil war to guard the gates of each nation. 2. In the subsequent 2 rounds of the Battle of the Keep, the style bonus of the dead souls of the Battle of the Keep on the front line of Dacia is doubled. 3. In all subsequent defense battles, the fallen souls on the defense of the Dacia front line will be granted an additional 300% power bonus in addition to the Wind Elegance bonus. In addition to the first option, both of the remaining choices are different from Pretty Countries. This choice was visible to everyone else in the ward besides Win Tian. After reading everything over, the old man sighed with some regret. Too bad there's no cumulative power. The different editions all have an easy name in addition to the basic introduction. Those 3 in Pretty Country are called the Power of Civil War, the Power of Accumulation, and the Power of Strong. And what Winning Sky drew were the Power of Literary Warfare, the Power of Style, and the Power of Strong. To say what Dacia wants most right now for his best performance bonus, that's definitely cumulative power. Because cumulative power is undoubtedly the strongest of all the options that have come up so far. And there's the Qing dynasty on the Dacia side. If you don't build up in the early stages, leave a bit of Warguard undead to help out for the follow-up. When the time comes to rely only on the dead souls of the Qing dynasty to defend the battle, the result is feared to be really 10 deaths. But strong power is not bad, and our choice of this powerful force is stronger than the Pretty Country one. This one of ours adds an extra 300% to the power of all subsequent battle-guarding dead souls. Inside the ward, the old man as well as all the top brass of the Great Summer eventually unanimously supported Winning Sky's choice of the powerful force. As for the Power of Style and the Power of Civil War, all of them were just passed over by them after a quick glance at the contents. The style bonus is doubled. That would have to have a lot of style bonuses of its own to earn it. Otherwise, 1 becoming 2 isn't really that different. The exact historical time of the next bat has been set. The corresponding era on the Dacia side is probably the Republic of China. The elegance of Dacia during the Republic was apparently still not enough for the world during the same period, so it doesn't make a lot of sense to pick down the Power of Style right now. And on the other hand, what about the Power of Civil War? Let alone, the bonus is targeted at the global war defenders. Is that so fraternal? Though it's true that before the invasion of the 10,000 races, modern Dacia was pretty fraternal on an international level, but now all the 10,000 nations have invaded. Only target yourself if you have better bonus options. That is definitely a better option for itself. And, fundamentally Dacia really doesn't need the Power of Civil War too much either. Not to mention, at least the following 2 sticks Republic of China as well as the Qing dynasty. There certainly hasn't been any great readers on this side of Dacia. The Qing dynasty is not mentioned. Republic of China. What a chaotic time that was. The warlords are the next batting order. The power of the Civil War certainly won't play much of a role in the next bat. Winning Sky. Choosing to appear before you. This is for you to choose. The old man and all the executives in the ward looked at Winning Sky. There are no recommendations, but they were already all defaulting to the fact that Winning Sky would also pick Strong Force. Just, next. Winning Sky's real choice however made them freeze. It was only after Winning Sky looked at the 3 choices and pondered for a moment. Eventually, directly and firmly, he chose the first choice, the Power of Civil War. This, the old man froze. They didn't understand why Winning Sky had chosen this. Could it be that Winning Sky really has a fraternal heart? He could damage himself to that extent for the sake of the people of Dacia. To say fraternity was really possible. It's just that isn't it a little too much of an inside job to fraternize with his country at a time of such choices? Inside the hospital room, the crowd wanted to say something, but they didn't know how. This choice of Winning Sky made them very uncomfortable. But without Winning Sky, they wouldn't even have a chance to choose. So words of accusation, they really can't say. So be it. Maybe then a special effect will occur. The old man coughed, trying to regulate the atmosphere. Where could Winning Sky not know what they were thinking? So the next second, it's also a straight-up laugh. Everyone, I never chose this because of any fraternity. Rather, both in the near and long term, the power of civil war for our Dacia, all immensely powerful. A word from Winning Sky. It made everyone freeze again. And then, only to see Winning Sky begin to speak again. Let's start with the long term. You all don't know the history before the Qing dynasty of Dacia, but what I can tell you is that at that time, the elegance of the literati in our Dacia had really reached a realm that could be called strange. That's why the power of civil war can definitely bring much more benefits to our Dacia in the long run than the other 2 options. And then after that, the recent Winning Sky took a deep breath. In the near future, that is, the Republic of the Next Bat, it was indeed a time of warlords. But that doesn't mean that the people who were reading back then were chicken asterisk 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 asterisk. On the contrary, people who read back then, in some ways, the style is even to be far beyond the warlords. Winning Sky could actually understand the skepticism of the daxia executives in the ward, because as stated before, the 10,000 didn't just target everyone with a memory wipe. It also directly erases much of the literature that should be in the world, not letting people be specific afterward and then restoring history. And about the Republic of Daxia in this history, almost all of the literati stories then fell victim to this one. At the moment, the world felt that the Daxia Republican period was just an era of warlords. That's because they all simply don't have literature that can be reduced to the content of specific literati anymore. The literature of the Republican literati has been erased. You guys didn't really restore everything about the Republic thoroughly. That's why you don't think the Daxia manpower works. Winning Sky looked at the old man. But now, what I can determine with you is, if the readers all gained power as well, they would definitely play a much more significant role in the next baton than simply having the other undead add some power. With that, Winning Sky looked to the side. It seemed that many of the Republican readers had appeared to him. Speaking up, the readers of the Republic of China are still a little different from all the other eras of Daxia. Together they organized to have another name. The name of that path is called Revolutionary. Chapter 34, Global Mockery. Various warlords make their appearances. Looks like something we forgot. It really is too much. When Winning Sky finished these words, the people present finally understood all. However, understanding is understanding. Understand that the despondency that everyone should have felt has not yet dissipated. Because, even if Daxia is really bright with literati, that would only work if these literati could reproduce it. And nowadays, the only Winning Sky that can recreate their story. But he was extremely injured in the last round of the guard battle. I need to recuperate for the rest of the day and can't write any more articles. Well, don't think about it anymore. The moment the library popped into your head, and I wouldn't really qualify for a restful retreat. Winning Sky spread a bitter smile. He didn't say much, yet all that is to be said has already been said. And on the opposite side, after hearing this response from Winning Sky, the old man's heart also immediately rose up again with a lot of sourness. In fact, at this moment, he really wanted to come overbearingly and say, I don't need you next, you rest well. But the burden of the mighty 10,000 clans and the country's hundreds of millions of sons and daughters ultimately weighed on him, and he couldn't talk about it that way. It's better to rest until it's absolutely necessary. The old man uttered such a sentence with difficulty. With that, it was time to sit and talk about many other things for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, the old man as well as Daxia's executives then all left in droves. Today's meeting with Winning Sky had allowed them to learn too much new information. And whether it's this new information or Winning Sky's specific choices on Best Performance Plus, all require many new arrangements to be made subsequently by these Daxia executives. For example, the first thing to do was to inform the people. Perhaps in the past, many information countries did not actually inform the population directly, but now that the 10,000 races have invaded, and the breath of despair spreads throughout the entire Grand Xia, if the information is no longer circulating, then it really is an external chaos and an internal chaos as well. Winning Sky's well-being is now the biggest concern of the people in the rear of all of Daxia. So this is basically an update announcement that must be made quickly and in a timely manner. After that, there are the specific choices of Winning Sky in the plus. And most importantly, Winning Sky can restore the history before the Qing dynasty of Daxia, and the history before the Qing dynasty of Daxia in the same period of time. But the world's top information. None of this is bad, or even excellent news. Reporting it will stabilize the people and raise hope out of despair. There is a desperate need to have such a hope for Daxia right now. So the Daxia executives were not thinking of hiding this at this time. Arguably. Except for the library thing. The next thing you know, Daxia officials basically reported everything about the day online. All the latest news about Prof. Win. The official side of Daxia sent out an announcement. The announcement is rather cumbersome. So it's just another way for the major media outlets to break up into a lot of specific stories. Prof. Win is sober. He can recover. A bonus option for the best performance of the last bat. The power of the battle of the texts. Prof. Win knows the history of Daxia before the Qing dynasty. The history of the pre-Qing dynasty of Daxia was the best in the world during the same period. And then, when in detail, each news item was read. Not to mention Daxia, even the entire world was sensationalized in an instant. Surprisingly, he chose the power of civil war. Is this backfield savior of Daxia so fraternal? While this backfield savior did help Daxia extremely much, I don't think he's going to be the right choice. The history of the Great Summer Fault, it's even known. Crowning the world? Why do I feel like I'm talking nonsense? Daxia once historically crowned the world. That's the funniest joke I've heard all year. Belonging to the fantasies of the people of Daxia, this Prof. Win may indeed have been legendary in the past, but now, he has undoubtedly injured his brain. Peoples outside of Daxia, after reading this recent official announcement from Daxia, reviews are largely negative, or questioned, or despised, or ridiculed. In any case, whether it was Winning Sky's choice of the best performance bonus or Winning Sky's claim of the Qing dynasty's global history, they all eventually responded with words like ridiculous and wrong. And on the other side, well, the mood of the people within Daxia after this announcement appeared was very different from theirs, as people who had truly been saved by Winning Sky, as well as people who had truly seen Winning Sky suffer in various ways to save everyone. Their trust in Winning Sky had already reached a point where no explanation was necessary. Winning Sky was still only human though, but they can already be considered gods. When Winning Sky said that he could protect them, he really protected them. Then now Win Tian says he can restore the history before the Qing dynasty. Then he would really be able to restore it as well. He said that the Daxia at that time was the best in the world, so it really was the best in the world. When he said that the power of civil war would be most useful to Daxia, then it really would be most useful. Professor Win, rest well. Your body is most important. The power of literary warfare? I'm looking forward to what this bonus power will do for us afterward. The history before the Qing dynasty of our Daxia has a chance to reappear? And also the history that crowned the world during the same period? This good news comes so suddenly. Can anyone tell me? Am I dreaming? From today onwards those foreigners no longer have the right to say that there's no one in our Daxia's ancestry, because our backyard savior, Prof. Win, has said that he'll bring back our Daxia's history once again. On the feedback of the announcement, domestic and foreign countries present two completely opposite attitudes, and specifically whose insistence is the right one. This mere discussion and argument is meaningless. Let's just say argue up a storm. In the end, we're still waiting for the specifics of the episode afterward. But hilarious is true. For the next few days, the internet, the number of posts of all kinds has reached a new peak. The reason for the spike in the number of posts. On the one hand, it was naturally because of this particular announcement from Winning Sky and Daxia, and on the other hand, then, too, it is because the battle-guarded dead of the nation's next bat have finally begun to revive. The battlefield on the front line of Daxia. Countless new dead souls with a different kind of essence appeared, and after appearing, they were quick to realize all that was going on. Guarding the offspring? The Republic of China in Daxia was a time of warlords and warlords, so 90% of the people who showed up on the battlefield at this point were just warlords of all stripes. Chapter 35, Marshal Zhang, Handover of the Battle of the Watch. Warlords are not a unique product of the Republic. It had already appeared in the very early history of Daxia, only then it was synonymous with clans and towns. Literature on the warlords of the Republic. There was no effort expended on the side of the 10,000 tribes to perform a forceful erasure, so even global amnesia. Follow up on the Daxia side. It also basically still gives its story in its entirety. There are many reasons for the rise of the Republican warlords. The disintegration of the imperial system, the weakening of the central power, the strengthening of the local power, as well as internal conflicts, geographical factors and the support of the great powers. But whatever the reason, after its rise, the drawbacks it brought to the people of Daxia far outweighed the benefits were iron nails and rivets. Though it is true that the modernization of Daxia did get some progress and change while they were thriving. Moreover, the warlords' lack of a strong ideology allowed for free cultural activities and also succeeded in bringing about the rise of the new culture movement. But the endless civil wars, economic stagnation, and social unrest brought too much and too great a disaster to Daxia at that time after all. Warlords, Daxia rear, center point sector. The old man also saw what was on the front lines at the moment. Before that, he had been confused about exactly what kind of attitude he should have toward these people. But now, to actually see these people revived and reappear on the battlefield, all those superfluous thoughts were dissipated in just a moment. Whatever was, now they're soldiers on the front lines. That's why it's so important to look at them and not dwell on the past, isn't it? Tramp, resurrected with you piece of, guard the gates of the country? Put it aside. Labor first has to deal with your initial debt. Wait, how is it that in this front line picture, two warlords who just happened to land in one place only 3 minutes into a fight? Feeling that these warlords themselves, each other are now obsessed with the past. Isn't this a pit stop? Inside the ward, Winning Sky was also looking at the front line at this time. When seeing the next, certain warlord units on the front line just came out and fought straight after. The face reddened to the extreme. Countless expletives literally all appeared in Winning Sky's mind in an instant. This is what happens in times of chaos. Unlike the first two bats which are both united as a whole, this third stick warlord power is really overly messed up these days. You've got a grudge against me. I've got a grudge against you. And all of them are independent to the core. This is a special meow. It's not like the 10,000 clans didn't fight, and their own family lost their own family, right? Come on, mother you've died once and you still don't know any better? When the scene is at its most dramatic, eventually, a raspy voice appeared leveling down everything on the front line, and upon seeing the exact appearance of the person who made that raspy voice, at once, the daxia subjects in the rear were all instantly revitalized as well. This classic mantra, head of the Feng family of the northern warlords, Zhang Zuolin, Marshal Zhang, who is the most legendary character of the warlord period. That would undoubtedly be this king of the northeast, Marshal Zhang. The battle power of the Bong system led by him is not to be mentioned. It is ridiculously strong, and beyond that it's more popularly known as the man himself. Courageous, resourceful, righteous, and, most importantly, tawdry, taking money from ghosts and not doing anything for them, fishing like crazy. After that froze the ghosts and blew up the car. When Winning Sky first looked at the Republic of China, he was extremely appreciative of this one. I didn't realize that nowadays, when there were problems on the front line, it was this same person who stepped forward and resolved things in a strong manner. One and all are only concerned with their own grudges, and I'm not afraid to make a mockery of my juniors in the back. Is the point now to look back at the past? How long have they been dead? And they're still stepping on the old days? The 10,000 races. That's the enemy we have to face now. Guarding the gates of our country and guarding our descendants is what we should be doing now. What's the point of resurrection when you can't tell anything apart? Worthy of a pedal to the metal resurrection? The site of Zhang Zuolin's resuscitation was at Guardian Station No. 8. However, his voice was like a huge bell directly spreading throughout the entire front line of Dixia. Under his yelling, the warlords who came out in chaos then stopped their hands one by one. And after that, do what you have to do. In short, it is the turmoil of a few warlords or because of his scolding temporarily no longer move. You guys worked hard. Let's guard this country of ours next. Wait until your own chaos is temporarily resolved. Zhang Zuolin also went straight to the other side of the station where he was on the 8th. At this point the remaining battleguard fighters on the second stick hadn't even dissipated yet, so Zhang Zuolin then also carried out a handover ceremony with them to defend the war. Actually, things like handover ceremonies are optional, but Zhang Dishui still felt that he should carry on. The soldiers standing across from him were actually few and far between. It's more about the general population. They were covered in blood. Broken arms and legs are too numerous to count. Right away, fear was written all over their faces. Zhang Zuolin thought it was that these men had just finished fighting. The aftermath of fear of the battlefield. But I don't want to think that these people are scared at this point. It is because of the fear that Zhang Zuolin, who belongs to the 3rd Baton of the War Defenders, will not be able to take over the defense of Yanhua. You must guard the gates of our great Xia, otherwise, we will never let you go. The warriors of the 2nd Baton all stared at Zhang Zuolin as tightly as wolves. Feeling such a look from everyone, Zhang Zuolin was silent for a long time. After a long time, it's nodded down firmly. I will seriously fight the 10,000 races until the last moment. The entire Bong family, all of them. Hearing this promise from him, the frowns of the civilian warkeepers who had recovered from the 2nd Atbat only relaxed a little. And then, one by one, the civilian warkeepers stepped aside. Some of the only remaining resistance military lineage defenders in the 2nd Baton at the moment came before Zhang Zuolin. Perhaps before that, in past history they had some grudges against each other. But now, those things are not mentioned by anyone anymore. The 2nd Baton of resistance soldiers were just simply handing off to the warlords. There are 3 tiers of gates, as well as many guarded battles, and there are 7 great ranks of the 10,000. In fact, not much information is known about the 2nd stick of the resistance. But the relay, understand some, always want to pass on some. At this moment, this was true for the resistance fighters on Zhang Zuolin's side, and it was also true for the other resistance fighters guarding the battle. With such a handoff, there was a gradual change of heart among the scattered warlords. They may still be egos, but the word defend the country has also been engraved in their hearts. Though all that is said and done here is only partially changed at the end of the day. Most of the warlords came from banditry. After all, some have the concept of a nation. Others have the greater good of guarding future generations. Then there must still be people outside of this who do not care about anything but themselves. But, whatever. There are some warlords whose mentality would be very nice to turn around. Keep our country, future generations, well guarded. Chapter 36 Parting. Dissipation. This is the 3rd month of the invasion of the 10,000 races. It was the 4th day of the truce on the front lines of the nations. On this day, the 2nd Bats of the countries were handed over to their 3rd Bats. The dead on the front line were meant to come back from the dead, then die again or after the official handover at the moment. What will the resuccession of their lives look like? It's probably just a long sleep again and losing everything. Daxia, Frontline battlefield. The military people of the resistance were already pretty much accounting for everything. Interesting to say the least. During this handover, some people even handed themselves over. He was a warlord subordinate during the warlord period, and an anti-Japanese pioneer during the war. The warkeeper of both revivals was him. But again, he could no longer be counted as a person. You're me, and who am I? Two identical people stood facing each other in amazement. Honestly, there is something delightful about such a picture. Frontline, Zhang Zuolin and a resistance officer beside him. In unison they all burst out laughing at the sight. And the rear? The populace saw this image and a slight smile spread across the corners of their mouths. The thought if only time could be frozen in this moment came to my mind. We should go. Only the thing about thoughts is that, after all, they can only exist as thoughts themselves. This place, the frontier, was doomed from its birth not to have too many long happy hours. After the basic handover ceremony was pretty much underway, those who still exist in the battlefield during the war to defend the souls of the dead, then also should begin to have parted dissipated. I defended our daxia during the war. Republic and me. Next, you can never back down either. In front of them, those two identical soldiers set a pact. And what about the resistance officers who watched them with Zhang Zuolin? After a few seconds of silence, it was also straightforward to carry on with the goodbyes that belonged between them. When in pain, look behind you. Our juniors, they're looking at us seriously. That's all. The dead soldiers of the resistance. It's officially the end of them all again. On the vast, sprawling battlefield, the sun is high, when the bells of life are ringing in our ears again. The battle keepers who still existed in the second batting order, they all looked to the rear where the children of Daxia were. Rise up, people who don't want to be slaves. Take our flesh and blood and build us a new great wall. I don't know who yelled out first. Immediately after, the entire Daxia front, all of the second baton of the battle guards dead began to sing. Gradually with the song, their bodies began to blur, like statues eroded by age. And then a light descended from the sky. Under this invisible light, the bodies of the dead warriors of the resistance became transparent again. Their uniforms and weapons became as fragile as a film. The inside of their bodies shone brightly, as if there were countless stars shining. Then after that, their bodies also completely turned into radiant points of light, which were like a spirited butterfly, fluttering in the air and colliding with each other. At the end, all the points of light melted together to form a beautiful pillar of light that broke through the clouds and also lit up the entire sky once again. In the instant the point of light dissipated, these undead warriors who held the next stick for Daxia did not feel fear or panic. Instead, their hearts are filled with peace and tranquility. Think back on this period of time. They feel that this rebirth of theirs is full and meaningful. They are proud of all the hard work and dedication they've put in during the month. In the same moment of turning into a point of light and eventually dissipating, the fallen officer of the resistance also took another look at the rear. He spoke softly. Others may not know what he's talking about, but the rear, winning sky in the hospital room, however, heard it incomparably clearly. Child, when you are tired, you must rest. Stop trying to fight it all alone. Facing each other with this last testament at the end, opening his mouth, Winner was eager to engage in some sort of response. But alas, without waiting for him to speak, it's all over. The sky, the light that the forefathers turned into can no longer be seen. Immediately after, on the front line of battle, snowflakes were falling in droves. It's always the same on the front. The weather is a mess. The old story is over. The new one is about to begin. Such a picture had already been experienced once by the people in the rear of Daxia. The same is true when the first baton of battle-guarded undead on the front line and the second baton of battle-guarded undead pick up the slack. Only, the second baton of the battle-guarded dead did keep their promise to hold on to the gates of Daxia. I wonder what will be the next brand new story brought to the world at this point in the front line by these third baton of the warkeeping dead who are about to enter the battle. Another attack from the 10,000 clans is coming. Time passes quickly. In a flash. 1 day, 2 days. The complete hiatus is then over. After the hiatus, the invasion of the 10,000 races came roaring in once more. And to everyone's surprise, on the first day of this new 30-day hold in the official recount, Daxia's newest side of the ROC warlords had a very outrageous victory. Although all the warlords were a bit flustered when they first encountered the 10,000 demon monsters, as they fought, their guts as well as their experience and whatnot all came to them. It's nothing. At the end of the first day of the keep, some of the warlords, along with their men-in-arms, were engaged in a fit of laughter. In the rear, the deep Daxia populace was also happy to see the front line win a big victory, but after the happy, somehow, everyone is again some inexplicable back cold. Something always felt wrong. Inside the ward, winning Sky's back was also a bit cold, And after a dinner was finished with a jerk of the head, he finally figured out what was wrong with the front line at this point. The frontline combatants on the Daxia side have been renewed and their bonuses have been updated, but the 10,000 demon monsters on the opposite side are still the same ones from before. How come they haven't replenished any new combatants at all? Chapter 37 Bloodmouth Mother Emperor. Fortune and Misfortune. Daxia, rear, inside a hospital ward. Since Winning Sky was still only able to move his head at this point, so Eating basically relied on Zhang Hanan to feed him. But that's not the point right now. The focus now is on after Wintry suggested that something was wrong with the front line at the moment. Zhang Hanan, who was on the side, also had his eyes widened directly. Yes, it's true that the opposite side is still those secondary creatures we've come to know so well. Zhang Hanan took a deep breath, but that shouldn't be the case. When we update our side's battle power when changing rods, the 10,000 races side is sure to update it as well. That's how it was before. Zhang Hanan took out his cell phone, quickly scrolling through the internet to see what's happening abroad this day, and with that flip, her whole body then shuddered right back up. The front lines of other countries are already bumping into many new strange and bizarre 10,000 demon monsters. Even the third level, some of the 10,000 demonic monsters belonging to the third level have appeared. A strange force in the universe is hindering the 10,000 races that have invaded Earth. This was also the reason why the high-level 10,000 demon monsters could not come to Earth at the moment. However, such a hindering force is also weakening day by day. The invasion went on until now. Third-level demons have the ability to enter Earth after all. However, it was also at this time when the front lines of all the other countries had already hit the third-level demonic monsters. The front line on the Daxia side, however, they are still facing the Mantis Tiger clan, which has fought many times before, and the Little Moon clan. It's the calm before the storm. For this strange phenomenon, Wintry didn't think it was Daxia that got the good luck. And what about the facts? Which are true? The Wan clan Daxia subbase. That night, a huge to terrifying orb appeared directly out of thin air, connecting with the ground and coming to rest. The orb was red in color, with many long golden thorns on its body, and a mouth that was as huge as it could be. Upon seeing this huge orb, all of the surviving second-grade demonic monsters in the subbase set up by the 10,000 clans in Daxia could be said to have all shivered in an instant. And the reason? It's simple. Simply because this giant ball came from the god-swallowing Bloodmouth clan. The one who succeeded those three geniuses from the Heaven's Eye 8 Arms clan to command us for a new round of invasion is actually a mother emperor from the god-swallowing Bloodmouth clan? Unlike the Sky Eye 8-armed clan, there is human form and intelligence. The Bloodmouth mother of the god-swallowing Bloodmouth clan is not to say humanoid, not even a brain. But, now, it's such a brainless monster, bringing a sense of oppression to the secondary demons in the base. Yet it was much higher than 100 geniuses of the Heaven's Eye 8 Arms clan. The ability of the genius of the Heaven's Eye 8-armed clan is to double the number of his subordinates, and the Bloodmouth mother's power is only birth. The Bloodmouth mother emperor can be extremely fast, spawning a large number of Bloodmouth demonic monsters with extremely powerful attacks. It's over. In the base, talking secondary creatures. At this time, they could not help but all said so. Their It's Over was aimed at two targets. The first target was naturally Daxia, saying that the country across the street named Daxia is definitely going to be finished next. And beyond that, the word finished. On the other hand, it was also targeting all the other demonic monsters in these Daxia stations of theirs. The Bloodmouth Mother Queen can give birth and eat at the same time. What will the blood-sucking mother eat at the base? Unsurprisingly, 80% of them would be these poor second-level Wan clan demon monsters. Well, it turns out we're not the only ones who are going to get eaten. When the Bloodmouth Mother Emperor opened her mouth and swallowed all of the level 2 demon monsters in the base, these swallowed level 2 demonic monsters managed to discover many more strange faces in the void stomach of the Bloodmouth Mother Emperor. There were more than just a lot of new level 2 demons in these faces. There were even endless amounts of all kinds of level 3 demons. In this battle between the humans and the 10,000 clans, the undead warriors in front of the human gates will take over to replenish the new ones. And naturally, the demons and monsters on the side of the 10,000 clans won't remain the same either. In every stick of the gate attack invasion battle, the Wan clan side would not only change the commander-in-chief, but the various types of small demonic monster warriors that would be going into battle would also be constantly renewed. And on the Daxia side, the reason why this bat hasn't hit a third-degree demon monster until now may be here. On her way to take over the position as leader of the invasion unity, the Bloodmouth Mother Emperor ate all the other demons that also came. Surprisingly, a supreme Bloodmouth Mother Emperor of the god-swallowing Bloodmouth clan went in. At this time, the three of the Heaven's Eye 8 Arms clan Sun Zitao were already leaving Earth. On the other side of space and time, extremely far from Earth, they sensed the current situation on the Daxia side. After realizing that the one who had succeeded them in entering the Earth was actually a Bloodmouth Mother Emperor, and that this blood-mouth Mother Emperor had directly eaten all of the other level 2 and level 3 demon monsters that were teammates on the Dixia side as soon as she had descended. The three of them looked at me and I looked at you. All of them couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Now that seems right for you guys. There's no way this country, Dixia, can last much longer. Previously, there was still some hope for Dixia. To be precise, it was Tao who had some hope for winning Sky. Now there is no longer any illusion that Dixia can last past the next 1 or 2 batters. Under the raging attack of the Mother Emperor of the Blood Mouth, those battle-guarded dead souls on the front line of the Great Xia had absolutely no hope of being able to hold the gates of the Great Xia nation down. It should take about 10 days for the Blood Mouth Mother to digest, right? In these 10 days, because the other magic monsters in the base have been swallowed, there will certainly be no more secondary or tertiary magic monsters that will dare to travel to in the following period. Therefore, in the next little while, it seems that the country of Dixia will be able to directly enjoy a wave of truly invincible joy. The eye of heaven breaks through time and space, watching the earth. Z made such a joke. And Tao, standing across from him? After hearing Z's words, then he couldn't help but just shake his head. Have a short period of pleasure, but afterward it is directly to be faced with utter despair. In this moment, he even felt a trace of sympathy for Dixia. If it were up to me, I'd rather not have that kind of pleasure. In the next second, Tao withdrew his mind and stopped gazing at the earth. Now that the ending is set, what's there to see? Anyway, the story is already getting no better. Chapter 38, there are no more magic monsters on the Dixia front. There are no more monsters on the Dixia front. On the 6th day, nothing happened on the Dixia front. The vanishing monster. What makes Dixia so lucky? Time passes like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye it will be another 5 days. In these 5 days, as the three Hunzito analyzed, the front line of Dixia ushered in a period of invincibility. His own side of the family was being beaten up by the demonic monsters. Instead, there were not even any magic monsters in front of the country's gates on the front line of Dixia. This has made the populations of the other countries on Earth all envious, jealous, and most importantly hateful, to the extreme, so to speak, of China. On what grounds? With so many third-level demonic monsters appearing on our side of the front line, it's not even a problem that there are no third-level demonic monsters on the Dixia side. How come none of the second-level, first-level demonic monsters are appearing either? Does Dixia possess some special means to keep the demonic monsters from entering? Strongly request that Great Xia publicize the method and share it globally. I'm from Dixia. I was forced to come to pretty country before. I cursed Dixia because I was forced to. Can you let me go back to Dixia? Why is this broken barrier blocking me? I want to go back to my own country in the barrier. In the face of all kinds of rhetoric from people in other countries, on the Dixia side, there was basically no response. If it's a mere advantage, I'm sure someone on Daxia's side will respond online with deceit. But at the moment, there was actually not a single monster left on the front line. Too cool, too good. This, in a way, only makes people more afraid. So don't pay attention to all the things that people from other countries say on the internet. The moment. The people in the back of Dixia just want to find out why there is no monster on the front line. Unless it's possible to visit one of the bases set up by the 10,000 clans on the far side of the Dixia front. Otherwise there's no way to know the reason why the demons on the front lines of our country all disappeared at once. Kyoto, in the ward. When the old man came to visit Wintian, he shook his head and uttered these words. And maybe it's a heart-to-heart, while it is engaged in such speech. On the front line, Marshal Zheng Zuolin, who was at Station No. 8 of the Dixia State Gate Guardian. It was also staring into the distance, synchronized to say words identical to its own. Marshal, is it that bad? I feel that we fought too hard on the first day, and those demons were afraid, and they wouldn't dare to come if they were afraid. Beside Zheng Zuolin, there stood a big and thick bandit officer. Hearing his words, Zheng Zuolin was truly feeling a wave of severe insult to his brain. 10,000 clans. Not as weak as you think. Zheng Zuolin glared at his opponent. The other party dared not speak at once. And then, after thinking for a long time, Zheng Zuolin still felt that he should do something. Thus, he sent out a wave of 500 troops and had them begin their journey towards the great summer subbase of the 10,000 races, which was unknown how far away on the opposite side. Little by little, time passed, and quickly another 5 days. After the new 5 days, the 500 people that were sent out, there was still no more news. They are like stones thrown into the sea, destined to sink the moment they set out. What the hell happened? Zheng Zuolin considered himself a brave man who had never been afraid of anything. Even if recovery asked him to fight the 10,000 clans, he didn't have a single bit of timidity. However, now that the 10,000 clans had disappeared into thin air, it was so that he couldn't help but start to get scared. Human fear is never about ghosts or monsters. It's about the unknown. Each additional day that this unknown lasts, that unspoken fear rises a knot. Lost, confused, and unsure of what to do. And so, another 3 days passed. And then, it was on the 14th day that Zhang Zuolin and the others officially went to war with the 10,000 races. On the front line of Daxia, there is finally a little special story. That is, the ground near Guardian Station 14 is suddenly on fire from time to time. This fire was capable of burning the soldiers on the front line, so it also caused some confusion. But then again, it's just some confusion. After the problem arises. Soon enough, the front lines were then also addressed by the undead warlords who specialized in them. The solution that undead warlord had administered was pretty up. But nah, the method, it just works. Malagasy, make it rain, or else I'll bring someone to blast your ass with a cannon. Zhang Zongchang, a warlord during the Republican era. He was also a poet in the Republican era. What if the ground is on fire? Just get water and put it out. So the first time, this warlord, who had once prayed for rain, then raised his hand and stood up, using the exact same method of praying for rain as in life. Zhang Zongchang took his men and bombarded the heavens. Not to mention, after this wave of bombardment, rain really did fall from the sky. The cannons open and bombard the mother, and the mighty add to the sea and return home, counting the heroes, Zhang Zongchang, and the giant whale that swallows Fusong. Ha ha ha, labor is awesome. See this wave of Zhang Zongchang begging for rain, both on the front lines and in the back. All of them lived in deep speechlessness. People really don't judge either his behavior or his poetry anymore. Hey, whatever. It's good that things are settled anyway. In the rear, in the ward of Kyoto Hospital. At this time, Winning Sky was already able to get out of bed. Went through a wave of days when only my head could move. The current Winning Sky was really enjoying that comfortable feeling of moving his limbs. Professor Win, let's eat. I made fish soup today. While Winning Sky was active, Zheng Hanan once again arrived with a meal. In the beginning it was the state that prepared meals for Winning Sky. Prepare the kind of recovery meals that are the most rigorously prepared. Winning Sky is really not used to eating it. Just let Zheng Hanan get him some good food. I didn't expect that in the back. Zheng Hanan was actually cooking directly by himself. It's worth mentioning that Zheng Hanan's cooking is really good, and he cooks with nutrition in mind at the same time. So, eventually, one thing led to another. Winning Sky's chef simply and directly changed to Zheng Hanan. Brother, let's eat. As Zheng Hanan entered, a little girl followed him into the hospital room. That cute and cuddly look. Who could it be if not Yo-Yo? Yo-Yo brought candy for Brother O. Not many days after Wintian was hospitalized, Yao Yao's family then all came to the capital. And the reason why then? It's said to be because Yao Yao cries all the time at home and always yells that I miss Brother Wintian. Yao Yao's parents had no choice but to bring Yao Yao to Kyoto. After their arrival, the countryside also heard about Yo-Yo. Before learning about it, Winning Sky hadn't revealed his identity. Yo-Yo then often cries for Winning Sky after the story. The country's crowds of executives were also very moved. So after that, simply and directly, Yao Yao's family was given a new home in Kyoto. The location is not far from the hospital. Chapter 39 Naive and Invincible Heart. I can fight. Brother Wintian, I came today. I heard the doctor brothers and nurse sisters outside calling you a big hero. On this day, during dinner, Yao Yao suddenly said this. And then, without waiting for Winning Sky to respond, Zhang Hanan, who was on the side, spoke first. Yeah, your brother Wintian is awesome. It's the superhero who saved everyone in our entire daxia. Having received Zhang Hanan's confirmation, little Yo-Yo instantly had her tail up. That proud look, as if it wasn't Winning Sky who was the hero, but this little brat of hers. Alright, hurry up and eat, or else your brother Wintian won't like you anymore. A meal is eaten in merriment, and a day like this is really special and cozy. After the invasion of the 10,000 races, it had become difficult for the people in the back of the Great Xia to have such a life. These last 10 days have been like a restful, wonderful dream. It's like a gorgeous garden where people stroll around and are surrounded by colorful flowers. And then, inside the garden, each flower exuded a unique fragrance, pooling into an aroma that no one had ever felt before. One gets lost in this garden, each step seeming to go deeper into the abyss of dreams, unable to find an exit, even if, in the meantime, the phrase "it's quiet before the storm" pops back into everyone's mind from time to time. This is true despair. Inside the ward, after Zhang Hanan and Yao Yao left, Winning Sky then looked out the window again and fell into a daze. Actually, he, as well as all the top brass of daxia, were trying to break this dream of beauty before despair, but nothing could be done. And no matter what they did, it didn't seem to make any difference in the story. There was no way for them to resist the despair of that impending unknown. they can only act as NPCs in the script written by the other side, and then in the first dream life scenario set by the other side, to be manipulated to move forward. Hey. Sighing, Winning Sky returned to the hospital bed. Lately he's been like that every day. Getting drunk in a beautiful dream, then suddenly waking up to seek a way to break it. But each time, it only comes to no solution, and then continue to go in the beautiful dream of floating. This time, Winning Sky felt that it would be like this again. But I didn't want to. The next second a little girl rushed straight into the hospital room. Brother Win Tian, I still have 2 candies in my pocket over here. I forgot to give them to you. Rushing in was Yo-Yo, with 2 candies in her hand. Apple flavored? Brother's favorite apple. Thanks Yo-Yo. Retracting his mind, Winning Sky smiled and took Yao Yao's candy. Brother Win Tian, why are your hands trembling? After their hands came into contact, Yao Yao sensed Win Tian's abnormality, so she inquired with great curiosity. Are you afraid of something? Scared of what? Wintry snapped. With that the whole group fell into silence. Even he didn't realize it. He is now in a constant state of trembling. Brother Win Tian, Yao Yao also has a lot to be afraid of. Ghosts, big bad wolves, and bad uncles. Yo-Yo gets scared every time she just thinks about it. But, every time Yo-Yo gets scared, Mommy and Daddy step up. They would say that with them. There is nothing to fear. So Brother Win Tian can also find his mom and dad. Yo-Yo counted her fingers and spoke very seriously. And after, she froze, and she jerked her little head up. Brother Win Tian, isn't he a big hero? This sentence caused Winning Sky to directly widen his eyes. In the next second, Yo-Yo continued. A big hero should be even more powerful than Mommy and Daddy. Mommy and Daddy and Yo-Yo said that the big hero is invincible and he's not afraid of anything. Brother Win Tian, could it be a fake great hero? Should a great hero be afraid of nothing? Winning Sky was stunned in place. In fact, this view is wrong. Big heroes are human, and since they're human, there's no excuse for them to be afraid. Opening his mouth, Wintry wanted to tell Yao Yao that big heroes also possess the right to be afraid, but not a word can be said. After opening his mouth, Winning Sky realized that he couldn't say anything, because Yo-Yo is just a kid. Children have the right to dream. They can believe in the invincibility of heroes. There is no point in trying to change this innocence of a small child. On the contrary, something that really made a difference during this time was changing yourself. Not going to tell a child that heroes have moments of powerlessness. Instead, submit to the child and allow yourself to move toward invincibility. Protect your child while allowing yourself to be a child. Since thinking about it doesn't work, you don't think about it. Since you are happy in the moment, enjoy the moment thoroughly. And then, when the crisis really hits, stand out as a hero and shout, I am invincible. Such a mentality is really naive and stupid. But, it is Winning Sky, the savior of the Daxia backfield. A must-have on the dark road despair that is the relay of the dead. Having decided to be a savior, then even if you are brainless, you must not be afraid. Of course Brother Win Tian is a really big hero. Reach out. Winning rubbed up Yo-Yo's head. Brother just had a hand cramp. Where is brother afraid of anything? Not to mention all the things you're afraid of, even the others, anymore. In the end, my brother will definitely be able to beat them down easily. Turning to Yao Yao, Winning Sky revealed an absolutely confident smile. It was the 14th day of the 3rd stick of the 10,000 invasions. On this day, Wintry has practiced the naivety and invincibility that a savior should have. After feeling the change in Win Tianjin, Yao Yao smiled happily. She left the hospital room and followed Zhang Hanan who was waiting outside, and after she left, Winning Sky lay on the hospital bed and soon fell into a dream state. In the dream, he stood in the only point of light in the endless darkness, and then, the darkness around him began to dissipate a little. One historical figure after another appeared on his side. That is the great summer up and down 5,000 years. Every face though, Winning Sky continued to be unreadable, but the words they conveyed to Winning Sky, Wintry heard it all. That is, I am invincible. Winning days are being saviors and heroes. To protect the children of the whole of Daxia, one stood out and topped the innocent invincible heart. But, above him, yet there are more people who have similarly topped the naive and invincible heart. He claimed to be the invincible hero that his child recognized him to be, although there was darkness all around, but all around it was light that could be called invincible. Winning Sky moved forward little by little, and eventually, saw a group of people. Unlike the people in front of them, the faces of this last group were visible. The carloads are just too much for these last ones. Each of them stood there with their chests out and their heads up proudly, as if they were the only ones in heaven and earth. Their eyes were firm and bold, without a hint of wavering. Their stance was straight as a pine, without the slightest bend, like a lofty mountain that stood in the world. Each of them wore a fearless smile on their faces, the kind of smile that comes from knowing your worth and being convinced of your beliefs. What emanates from them is not arrogance, but a confidence and bravado that wells up from deep within. They aren't puffing out their chests for the praise of others, their proud look is a symbol of attitude. Bite the green mountain and do not let go. The roots of the original and the broken rock. 1,000 grinding 10,000 strikes is still strong. Let the east and west, south and north winds. So what if the 10,000 races are about to usher in a great storm for the great summer? Let go of evil with the stroke of a pen, and break the bamboo and set it back. In the end, everyone dissipated and only one man remained in front of Winning Sky who had yet to leave. The man wore a long shirt. His hair stood on end, and he had a thick beard, which resembled the word one in the Chinese script. His body was thin, his skin yellow with white, and his face as gaunt as that of a patient at the beginning of a great illness. But he was in good spirits. His whole body was refreshed and his eyes were shining. Winning Sky recognized the other party, and the other party also saw Winning Sky. He froze for a few seconds. A final, gentle smile. The story is about to begin, he said. Next, Winston opened his eyes and got up from the hospital bed. He turned on the big screen the old man had prepared for him. Only the front line was very different at this point. After the dream time, the real war was next. On the front line of Daxia, the blood-mouth Mother Emperor was already fully digested. And after it's digested, round after round, it was more than a normal level 2 or 3 demonic monster. The blood-mouth monsters, which are far more terrifying, have officially descended. Not as large as the blood-mouth Mother Emperor. One was only the size of a human child. The appearance is also a red globular shape with gold spikes all over its body and a huge mouth that gives you chills. Prepare for battle. On the front line, led by Zhang Zuolin, the warlords of each guardian station all stood up at this moment. The moment when the smell of blood spreads across the frontline battlefields. They then knew that the storm after the so-called tranquility was finally coming. Holy, what the is all this? Countless blood-mouthed demonic monsters, completely irrational, rushed in haphazardly. The various guardian wars all launched bullets in the face of these odd contraptions. In fact, both hot and cold weapons have served exactly the same purpose in the face of the special vanguard, because the damage of the weapon itself was removed by the shielding. The key on the undead that had been added to by the style was the main thing that did the damage. But then again, although the damage is the same, hot weapons have the advantage of being able to shoot from a distance. So at the moment, with the availability of guns and even tank cannons, it was only natural that the undead on the front line would still be using these. Countless bullets and shells, covering the chi of the undead warriors, rushed towards the blood-mouthed demonic monster. The blood-mouthed demon monster's defense is really low. Basically, as soon as the undead warriors' bullets could hit them, they would simply die. It doesn't seem that scary? At the front line, an undead warrior couldn't help but drop his heart after killing a wave of blood-mouthed demon monsters, but he soon paid the price for his loose heart. It's true that the blood-mouthed demon's defense is low, but the point that makes it scary is not in the defense itself. The reason why blood-mouthed monsters are tier 3 monsters, and the top group of tier 3 monsters, is because of their excessive damage and their extremely disgusting death follow-up. On the battlefield, the undead warriors swept away the blood-mouthed demonic monsters, but when the blood-mouthed demons attacked, the undead soul warriors on Daxia's side, however, were also a large number of deaths. Like a balloon, the blood-mouthed demon monster would violently increase in size by half when performing an attack. After that, all those golden spikes on their bodies would all burst out with a bang. Excessive damage to the undead warriors on the front lines of Daxia. The moment the golden thorn was shot, it was basically sentenced to death as well. And then, the blood-mouthed demon monsters did nothing but initiate attacks shooting out golden spikes. While dying from the attack, it would actually just bulge up and shoot out all the thorns on its body as well. You don't kill him, you die. You kill him for a death follow-up, shoot the stinger, and you're still dead. How can there be such an outrageous monster in this world? This is too disgusting. Who can carry this off when you're dead? What's more disgusting? He died one on this side. Death directly will shoot out dozens of golden thorns. Even if only hit 10, that is also for 10. Kill him one, we lose 9 instead. And they're all extremely fast long range. It's hard to hide. Daxia, the rear. After seeing that after dreaming for 10 days, the demonic monsters that the front line is dealing with are this. A deep despair arose in the hearts of all the people. We all know that there is no such thing as a free ride, and that after the dream comes a bigger storm. Still, the intensity of a storm like today's caused everyone to start shivering uncontrollably. Even more chilling, the number of such monsters alone seems horrifying as well. The Central Department. The old man's body trembled slightly after seeing the situation on the front line at the moment. The word unresolved once again filled his mind. That feeling of absolute powerlessness. It was as if the pressure had aged him a few more years in that instant. Tramp. Laboring soldiers. Frontline. Watching his subordinates die and injure themselves at a frantic pace. The warlords from all walks of life all have sore noses and red eyes. It wasn't until this moment that they finally realized the hardships of the battle to defend the country. This is the reality of a beautiful dream gone too far. Kyoto, in the ward. Looking at everything on the front line, Winning Sky took a deep breath. At this moment, his body couldn't help but tremble. But, unlike others, his trembling at the moment was not due to any fear. I can handle these monsters. It's the excitement. The storm is really coming. Instead, he began to tremble with excitement. We can handle these monsters. In the meantime, Winning Sky's mind, that endless darkness. There was a soft clatter. Countless Republic of China literati also instantly all raised their heads. Chapter 40, called, Master of the Ice Drinking Room. Gentlemen, will you join hands again? In the darkness, a man whose appearance was not outstanding, but not ugly either. The man with a temperament as warm as jade had a smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. Lord Kai. This time, let's be the one to make the big kill. Beside him stood another man. Winning Sky recognized the two of them. Kai, Yuan Pei, and Brofu Chen. The duo at this moment had the exact same aura as him. It was absolute confidence. Absolute I am invincible in this battle. Obviously the Frontline has become this. Why did Winning Sky and everyone in his mind perk up instead? Shaking his head and smiling, Winning Sky figured out why. No more, no less. Just 2 points. One thing was that the attributes of the blood-mouthed demon seemed to be just right to be restrained by the men of letters who had gained the power of civil war. And another point is that the opposite side of that still do not know why and give out of the 10 days of ease in the period. That just to win the sky through the entanglement and ultimately practice naive invincible heart. In the next, actually as really can appear, the role of the realization. A naive and invincible mind is, to put it vainly, just a state of mind. I.e., absolute self-confidence. No matter what the opposite side is, you can face it with determination without uncertainty. But take a closer look at this moment. But it was found that it could actually have a realistic role. That is, it would allow the undead souls summoned by Winning Sky to be stronger in battle. Only one mindset can even be a bonus when acquired. Not the grace, or the reward, given to the front line for the addition. Rather, it's a bonus only for me and the undead souls I've awakened. Upon specifically perceiving this special addition, Winning Sky only felt that this world had become even more mysterious. The 10,000 races, the national consciousness, and the rules of fighting between the Earth and the 10,000 races that had descended from nowhere, as well as the power of special additions, all of these caused Winning Sky to marvel in amazement. At this moment, it was actually discovered that the person riding at the back of the battlefield could also get a bonus through enlightenment, though this bonus is different and more vastly useful than the others. But, yet, it is already enough to make people feel emotional and uplifted. In a way, this is even creating another new path for mankind, a more powerful, role-based, backfield path to salvation. So next, it's just going to be my stamina again to see. Sitting on the hospital bed, Winning Sky smiled bitterly, successfully picking the right power of civil war. Let Dasha just happen to get the can restrain the opposite way. Comfortable moments of communication with Yo-Yo. Allow yourself to accidentally reach another innocent invincible heart that you can get another bonus to. All these miscellaneous aspects are lit up. It would be really ed up if Winning Sky didn't give on the main road next. Maybe pain is the life that my backfield savior can't avoid. Computers and keyboards are placed in the wards. This was something that Winning Sky had previously forced the state to arrange for him. And now, they are finally able to get their true role. How do we start this time? The last bat winnings were supplemented by various different armies. Is this bat going to be the same as before? Think about it carefully. Winning Sky felt that he could make some slight changes this time, because of the moment. It is no longer just the Republican literati themselves who have been forgotten. Rather, there is no longer a bit of the story left for its entire group. So this time, it shouldn't just be some specific people he has to restore either. He wants to retell the era that was dominated by the literati. Putting your hands on the keyboard and only putting them down for a moment. The pain that was so familiar that it couldn't be any more was then all back at once. Although it had been resting for 10 days, it had only healed the slightest bit. The slightest is enough. Otherwise I wouldn't even be able to move my hands again right now. Winning Sky was optimistic. Or rather, as the savior he had to be optimistic. Forcibly enduring the pain, Winning Sky seemed to have returned to the days when he was alone in his room. Once again, his mind traveled to the library called Daxia History. And then, after a long search, he found someone. Going, sir, a story that belongs to a Republican reader. Wintry was ready to start with this man. On the timeline, this man is fully qualified to be the beginning of the narrative. On this trip, I'll pass. Just, let win the sky how can not expect is. This wave of shouting was surprisingly denied to him. From the beginning of the retelling of history until now, Winning Sky had never been rejected. Or rather, he hadn't even made an invitation before this, because every time there is no need for him to invite. The undead inside the library had then all been scrambling to get out on their own. This stick, I'm sure the other gentleman can hold. So let me go to the next batter. The man spoke softly, but it was the one that made Winning Sky's heart ache terribly for it. The next at-bat. It's going to be tough to keep up. Winning Sky said this. And then the man froze slightly. A faint smile appeared on his face. That's why I needed to show up at that time even more. In the worst of nightmare times, there are always those who can still stand up against the pain. Liang Chi-wei, known as Joru, or Rin Fu, also known as Master of the Ice Drinking Room, was the first person to be recognized by the Chinese government for his work in this field. He was a graduate of the Qing dynasty during the reign of Guangxu, and a modern thinker, politician, educator, historian, and literary scholar of Daxia, one of the leaders of the 100 Days Reform, and a representative of Daxia's modern restorationists and neo-legalists. The Young Daxia sayings is his work. He once said, "The world's movement, from chaos and into peace, the principle of victory and defeat, from the force and tend to wisdom." So the words of self-improvement today, to open the people's wisdom is the first righteousness. Winning Sky wanted to start with him because he had predicted the rise of the Great Xia more than 100 years ago, and also because for nearly 100 years, many people had basically been influenced by him. But now, he was rejecting Winning Sky. This one can be counted as both Qing and Republican. Picked the much tougher Qing dynasty bat and went for the hold. Actually, I can go down both rounds. Split by timeline. The Republican period is separated from the Qing period by 2 eyes. Liang Qicheng smiled and shook his head. But that would split some of my power. So it's better to leave the whole me all for that hardest next time. Some people appeared beside Liang Kaicheng. He smiled at the men and spoke. You guys can keep this bat down, right? The others all bristled. Alright, don't talk if you don't come out this time. Our side is the same with or without you. The 10,000 clans will never be able to fight their way in. After listening to what these people said, Liang Qicheng made an extremely serious bow. With that, he looked at Winning Sky once again. You didn't wait for him to finish his sentence. Next, Winning Sky also opened up. In that case, you'll wait comfortably for the next bat. They're shouting okay on this bat, so it's even better on my side. Chapter 41 New Youth. Invasion of the 10,000 Races. Day 14 of the Third Rod. Night. The world outside the window had fallen into deep darkness. The light in the room was faint, but enough to get a good look. Inside the ward, the only sound was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Click. And then, a full 7 minutes passed. It was only then that another voice finally appeared in this room. It was the clear sound that came from the keyboard keys under Winning Sky when they were pressed. I'm partial to being the unquenchable wildfire that lights up the 4 corners of the world, and the world burns to my color. Storms have beaten and burned in unknown corners, and when the wind blows, everywhere is me. Returning from the libraries of history, Winning is already starting a new head. Since Ringong chose the next bat, so now, let that gentleman be the first chapter in this stick story. The Age of Awakening. Who are the drug seekers? It's me. It's us. Before crossing over, Winning Sky's World had a critically acclaimed TV series about the very people he was going to talk about next. So now, he chose the same model, and then threw out some of the illusory, and added some of the more real, to carry out the redrawing. For once it's no longer an article telling one person's story. Rather, multiple articles in succession work together to tell a story that is made up of a myriad of people. Together, they, as literati, formed a legendary era. Censored, full censored. Find a way, maybe from where, to find certain special passages buttoned up, into certain places to look? Kind of, to be the 6 of them dancing without a dance. Autonomous rather than slave. Progressive rather than conservative. Enterprising rather than retiring. Cosmopolitan rather than lockstep. Practical rather than vain. Scientific rather than imaginative. Inside the hospital room, the keyboard crackled, and Winning Sky's speed grew faster and faster with it. At this moment on the front line, the dead souls in front of the Great Summer Gate had just finished a round of battle. In the intervening breaks, all the warlords' looks had been met with extremes. What the hell? This is completely being crushed. If you can't beat them, you'll die. And if you can beat them, you'll die. Damn. Who the hell knows a way to keep those wrecking balls from exploding when they die? Not seeing the slightest hope. This was the unified thought of the various warlords in their hearts at the moment. They have absolutely no idea how to get around the nasty point that the opposite side spray spikes even after death. If this really continues, we're afraid we won't even last 5 days. Guardian Battle Number 8. One of the officers let out this yell, and listened to the other guy yell. Zhang Zuolin was silent for a few seconds and also shook his head. 3 days? We'll last 3 days tops. Still counting this first night today. The moment Zhang Zuolin's words came out, all of the people inside Station 8 were dumbfounded. It's not so bad, is it? The officer at the front took a deep breath. Zhang Zuolin's voice was hoarse. If we fight to the death, the opposite side has a limit on the number of demonic monsters to be dispatched for each round of attack as well as the number of times per day for each round of attack, and it is possible for us to hold out until the 5th day. But, is it true that everyone in this whole frontline battlefield will die fighting to the end? A word to startle all. Guardian Battle number 8. Everyone's faces became even more ugly in this instant. Yes, the dead souls on the frontline battlefields at the moment are too much of a mixed bag. There are indeed patriotic, as well as strong-willed people in the various warlord forces, but there are plenty of eggheads and goons, as well as people who only care about themselves no matter what. It's pretty much what Zhang Zuolin thought. After the first round of fighting on this first night, on the front line of battle, there were indeed many people who began to abandon the war, or hide in the deepest depths, or what the hell, just don't stay in front of the gates. When the war started, the foreign enemy did not empty the various stations of Daxia. Now during the break, certain guardian stations in Daxia were instead becoming empty on their own. Chapter 42, Epic Scolding Battles, then all come to a win. This time, I'm afraid it's really over. Upon seeing the inside of their own front line become like this, in the rear, all of Daxia's people were in despair. Originally, the appearance of the blood-mouth monster had made everyone's survival impossible. Now the abandonment of some of the war defenders is adding another layer of frost to the snow. Is this a pantomime in Daxia? Never seen such funny theater. I take back my previous words. I left Daxia because Daxia as a country is too ugly. Those who scolded me for running out in the first place, do they now know whether my choice in the first place was right or wrong? It turns out that the ease of 10 days was exchanged for utter despair at a later stage. Then we really can't afford to enjoy this luck. It's better to let the blessed country of Daxia enjoy it. With an external enemy so strong that it's excessive, and internal problems, I'm afraid that this wave of Great Xia should go back to thinking about merging into another country. When the scene on Daxia's side once again became extremely ugly, now the sons of the back of his country are all once more beginning to taunt as well. Their mouths always turn very fast. Earlier, there was no blame on the front line of Daxia, and they were jealous of jealousy and ingratiating themselves. Now that the truth is out there, it's all we knew it. In the face of such mockery, the people in the rear of Daxia were overwhelmed with suffocation and anger. However, after that, the ones that are endlessly yelling back at each other on the internet are always less. After all, Daxia's current situation was really precarious. During this last period, everyone still apparently wants to get their real lives together. Until, where's your Professor Win? It's his turn to step up, isn't it? People, do not engage in. I heard, their Win professor all limbs broken hospitalized, have become a patient and still require people to come forward take them off to their Daxia and then write an article Didn't you say that you wanted to revive the literati of their Daxia Republican period? I still want to see what the power of literary warfare can do. Ahem, this don't be awkwardly black. Although the power of the literary war didn't work for them Daxia, but it did benefit the world. 2 of our Japanese literary heroes were resurrected, and they could actually write words with their pens to decelerate the entirety of the foreign enemy. It's really quite good. Ha ha, you guys invaded them in the first place, and now they're actually choosing one that can help you but not themselves. Too funny, too funny. So what about the previous history of Daxia that crowned the world? Didn't they say they wanted to restore the splendor of that time? Now that it's been destroyed it can be said that it wasn't lying. It just didn't last until then, right? I have to say, this is a genius idea. The next moment, those people outside taunted, and eventually even taunted to winning Sky's body. A bunch of I groove your moms. You hear me? I groove your moms. The people in the rear of Daxia exploded. Waste of time, too lazy to argue, last minute living in the present. All sorts of points that just seem to become meaningless in this moment. Last minute, they could tolerate others to scold them, but they could never tolerate others to scold winning Sky. Thus, the situation of the Battle of the Nations network on the internet, only a blink of an eye true level reversal. All in the dog barking what give you foreign devil's face is not it? Prof. Win's ability to be good or not is what you deserve to say. A bunch of no assholes. I'll kick your whole family directly into the latrine pit, take a plastic bag and then send it to the orphanage. Fine. If it's finished, then it's finished. But remember, you all won't be better off when our Daxia is finished. And I curse your forefathers on the front line to meet the most terrifying 10,000 races with every next stick. And all of you will die. Today every language on the internet can be directly translated by AI. But even so, when the people of Daxia scolded back, Many still directly used the exclusive language of the country they were going to scold the netizens, the main hand to let the other side receive the most affectionate scolding. And then, when Dasha's screen full of comebacks appeared, no surprise, on the internet, the people of various other countries were all instantly dumbfounded, though they had encountered many of Dasha's powerful spamming armies before when they taunted Dasha. However, it was really the first time they had seen such a horrifying picture as the one they were seeing now. What's this? Is the entire populace of Dasha on the line? And let's just say it was horribly crowded. How come one counts and they all don't stop? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours. Nima, a curse from one of their side. 100,000 people on the Dasha side instantly set their targets on that one person, and straight up call the guy 10 million words. No, you're all in such peril at the front. The country is dying. Shouldn't this be a time to value time realistically to do more meaningful things without considering annexation to another country? Prepare for the aftermath. Eat more of what you want and love in the last 2 days, and then have a nice talk with your family and lovers. Take a walk, and reminisce about the sweet past. Isn't that what you should do? It's time to do you paralyzed. I do not care about anything. The next day will live online. I'm cursing you with my wife piece by piece. Cursing you is the ultimate memory for me and my wife. Eat what you want to eat. I eat your mom? You have scolded and won the professor. I still eat your mom's stinky batch? On this day, the frontline battlefield of Dasha lost. But the battleground of the back network is a straight-up win to the complete. The reason for this is that the foreigners have gone too far in their mockery of Ingtian. More than 1 billion people who live directly over the Dasha. Where can the foreign netizens carry? So the dejected came and rolled in a sorry state. And at the last moment, the people of the other countries could only leave a sentence. Anymore, you Dasha is definitely finished. Then in his heart silently remembered that mocking Dasha can be but must not mock the winning day. And then quickly sped up the temporary all-seek ugly run to go. Good lord, was it this busy out there while I was gone? It's 12 o'clock at night. And at that moment, Winning Sky also happened to finish writing his new piece. When he came out, when he saw that the people of Dasha were actually engaged in a century-long spat with foreign countries because of him, shaking his head, Winning Sky's side couldn't help but burst out laughing. What a beautiful victory. And then, boarding his professor account, Winning Sky smiled and uploaded the article he had just written. Then since you all won the war, next, naturally, my side has to come along with you to win the battle. It's like drinking. All your friends are dry. Can you not have one? So, oh Dasha front, it's reversal time. Now let's all give the audience a nice. The Age of Awakening. Who are the drug seekers? It's me. It's us. Chapter 43. The Civil Literati, who were also saviors of the nation. Pitch black night. But it was instantly brightened by a message. Prof. Win has a new article. The moment Winning Sky's latest article was posted, the entire Grand Xia, the entire world was once again abuzz. Due to previous injuries, not a single person in the world thought Winning Day would be able to send out another article recently. And yet, I don't want to. It's only been 10 days or so since that new Surge article. In the central section, the old man was heavy-hearted at the moment, still staring at the front line. The next second, an officer came right up to him with a printed article. This is, said the old man, slightly puzzled. The officer took a deep breath. Professor Win's latest augmentation article. Little friend, he started writing again? The old man's eyes instantly dilated. It's only been how long? He's still far from being fully recovered, right? A slight tremor ran through his body, and 2 emotions surged through the old man's mind. One is heartache and heartache. At this moment, he was able to clearly imagine Winning Sky's tormented and agonizing, tortured appearance when he started writing again after recovering only a little. The other emotion, however, is surprise and the relief of being rescued in a moment of crisis. After all, things were really too bad on the front line right now, and someone was desperately needed to help. Thank you, thank you. The old man's eyes held tears. His attitude towards this newly written article by Winning Sky was complicated. He really didn't want Win Tian to continue to subject himself to torture without recovering. But after the article appeared, he really couldn't resist it and liked it a lot. This is a treasure that can save the entire Disya, all the people. So in the end, the old man could only be thankful. And there was nothing he could do but be thankful. Professor Win is up and writing? Kyoto, a small building in the center of the city. Zhang Hanan, who was frantically cursing the netizens of other countries, was shocked after seeing Winning Sky's new article. Obviously, she was also not expecting that Winning Sky, who was still laughing normally tonight and having a casual day with him over dinner, would be the one to suddenly come out with a new text right now. Is it because tonight, the storm is finally coming over the front? Zhang Hanan looked out the window. But, do you need to rush so much? No sooner had problems arisen on the front lines than you immediately began writing a new text. Zheng Hanan was touched. I couldn't help but feel my nose sour again. As the person who knew Winning Sky's current state the most, she knew best how much her heart should ache for Win Tian at this moment. But, also just like the old man, for this new text that Winning Sky had already written, Zheng Hanan simply couldn't refuse it either. Or rather, the emotions of everyone in the entire Daxia this evening towards this new article of Winning Skies were the same. Nowadays, the Daxia Frontline has really reached a time of extreme despair for everyone again. Thank you, Professor Win. Thank you. In such a situation, the only thing that everyone could do was perhaps all but to say a heartfelt thank you to Winning Sky after the heartache, and then, slowly take over this new heart and soul of Winning Sky. The Age of Awakening. Who are the drug seekers? It's me. It's us. That's the title of Winning the Sky's article on another troop surge this evening. Unlike before, the era to which this time the article corresponds is already the Republic. When Winning Sky's article is written, then it is natural for everyone to read it. Otherwise, if Win Tian has already tired and suffered, and the historical figures in the article can't be revived in time because the story hasn't spread, won't it be a direct waste of all that Win Tian has done in front of him? I just don't know what Prof. Win wrote this time. For the first augmentation of troops written by Win Tin in the Republic, all the people in the rear of Daxia were very curious. Everyone is thinking, what fighters will Wintry restore this time that everyone has forgotten about? Is it some special line of warlords? Or something else? Everyone has a guess in their mind. But, after actually opening Winning Sky's new text afterward, the whole of Daxia, all the people in the rear still couldn't help but all be stunned. Literati. What Prof. Win is going to restore this time is the literati of the Republican era. Yes, Prof. Win chose the power of civil war when he chose the best bonus earlier. He had also said that the stories of the literati during the Daxia Republican period were actually as bright as the stars. Now then, it makes perfect sense that he would go on to write about the literati. Belongs to us in Daxia. Tales of real Republican era literati? Staring at the screen, Zheng Hanan was anticipating to the extreme. As a matter of fact, before Winning Day even made that statement about the literati, Zheng Hanan had appeared skeptical when examining history, feeling that the content of the literati in the Daxia Republican period shouldn't be so thin, and the words that Winning Sky had uttered when choosing the power of addition had successfully confirmed her suspicions. Now, can we finally meet the real literati of the Republican era? What did they look like? What kind of novels did they write? And what kind of wonderful poems did they make? Eyes wide open, Zheng Hanan with countless imaginations took up a detailed reading of Winning Sky's new text. And then her heart stopped beating as suddenly as if it had been held in a hand. There's no such thing as fiction or poetry. There are articles, but none of them exist as a single entity. The main function of the content of the Republican-era literati that Win Tan writes about, even if they have works and articles, is for the sake of what they are trying to do and the ideas they are trying to spread. Revolution? How can the literati, the readers, be so shocked? When seeing the first half of Chen Zhongfu's life, the people of Daxia lamented its splendor. When Chen Zhongfu was seen coming out of prison, meeting and communicating with another scholar, Li Shouchang, and talking about the revolutionary theory of thought, the people of Daxia were amazed and praised him. When Chen Zhongfu returned to China to found the youth magazine, and went on stage to give a sensational speech, the people of Daxia were all filled with hot blood directly up and down their bodies. And then, after seeing Chen Zhongfu's friendship with Cai Yuanpei, the president of Peking University in the Republic of China, and Cai Yuanpei's 3 visits to his hut on a snowy day, sincerely inviting out Chen Zhongfu to join Peking University and formally start the emerging era, smiles due to touching appeared on the faces of all the Daxia populace. This last realization, after all, the realization of man, autonomous rather than slave, progressive rather than conservative, enterprising rather than retiring, cosmopolitan rather than lockstep, practical rather than imaginary, scientific rather than imaginative. The story of the literati in the Republican era turned out to be this ironic? They're doing something too. They're saving the country too. And this is revolution too. Ideological reform, democracy and science. 3 visits, warm and gentle, Duke Kai and Mr. Zhongfu exemplify for us what it means to be courteous to the literati of Daxia. Chapter 44, Winning Sky little friend, you treat us like little cuties. La, because of the critical situation at the front. That's why this first post by Winning Sky isn't too long. The 3 main elements, the New Culture Movement, the May 4th Movement, and the founding of the party, ultimately only dealt with the New Culture Movement, and that too only at the beginning. Chen Zhongfu founded a youth magazine to talk about Mr. Tak and Mr. Sai, which was the first half of the New Culture Movement. The second half of the program is the invitation by Peking University President Cai Yuanpei to Chen Zhongfu to join Peking University, where he advanced more deeply with a group of scholars such as Li Dazhao and Lu Sun. In this first article, Winning Sky only wrote about Peking University President Cai Yuanpei's 3 visits to ask Qin Zhongfu to come down, and nothing after that has been written yet. However, even this was already enough of a shock to the people in the back of the Great Xia, because Qin Zhongfu Li Dazhou Cai Yuanpei 3 people, is already let everyone successfully understand the Daxia Republican period of the real literati, and their wild guesses imagined completely different. Literati don't just hide in their houses and write about this and that. In times of national crisis, the literati can also become giants. People who will save the country. Who is the medicine seeker? It's me. It's us. After reading this new historical restoration document of Winning the Sky, the world then realized that there was such a specific group of people who struggled hard to move everyone's thinking from feudalism to democratic science. Professor Win seems to be writing a big story in continuity this time. Indeed, the end of the article states that Mr. Zhongfu went to Peking University, but there is obviously more content behind it, and the ideological reform has just begun. It used to be one article about an army. Now is Prof. Win trying to make up an age and countless stories? Mr. Zhongfu is like this. I'm really curious what other literati in the Republican period were like. After reading all of what Winning Sky had written out this time, the people in the rear of the Daxia were curious to the extreme about what Winning Sky would write next. However, after all, this thing is a life-consuming to write, hyping what is certainly not possible. And even if you can get such a piece, we have been moved to tears. So take back your mind. And everyone in the same breath stuck all their words here and didn't continue. Then thank you for the thanks. After thanking, then also all will be the mind has been placed on. Augmentation essay present day can lead to out of the next content, i.e., the specific resuscitation of the character being reduced. Kyoto, Ward, inside the history library in Winning Sky's brain, a dozen or so Republican literati, led by Qin Zhongfu, stood out. Winning the first post of the day though, the main writers were Qin Zhongfu, Li Shouchang and Cai Yuanpei. Other literati, however, are always involved. For example, the comrades who founded the youth magazine with Qin Zhongfu, they then all appeared in the article as well. So, there were actually a full dozen people who were able to recover out this time. Then, gentlemen, we'll go ahead. At this point, the dozen or so literati, together, they made a bow to the literati who had not yet been written by Win Tian. And in the face of this, what about the other scribes who have yet to be written about? On the other hand, he also smiled at Qin Zhongfu and the others before they all waved their hands. Get on the field and do well. And then, wait for us. A gentle breeze blew through the window and bits of starlight scattered. 1 minute later, there were also more dead souls within Winning Sky's ward straight away. Have you eaten yet, little friend? Qin Zhongfu loves to laugh. He always had an upbeat look about him. What time is it? You can't talk if you don't know how. On the side, Li Shouchang helplessly laughed along. With that, he also looked directly at Winning Sky. Little friend, it's time to rest. With the crisis at the front, we should be able to help out for a while. Winning Sky nodded and said, Gentlemen, when you arrive at the front line, your main role will be to give increases to the other warriors. Qin Zhongfu grinned, saying, This we still know. Small arms and legs like ours are not suitable for charging the front row to kill like warriors, are they not? Little friend Winning Sky, what are you thinking? You take us for cuties. La, being disliked by Qin Zhongfu like this, Winning Sky instantly did not know what to say. And seeing this, in the next second, Cai Yuanpei on the other side also hurriedly came forward with a smile. Zhongfu, little friend is caring about us, so don't play with your mouth. What's wrong with my mouth? Qin Zhongfu was a bit displeased. Li Shouchang smiled. There's nothing wrong with your mouth. It's just not very aesthetically pleasing when it's open. You're the one who's not aesthetically pleasing. Qin Zhongfu was anxious and opened his mouth to argue with Li Shouchang Cai Yuanpei. After that the rest of the literary dead joined in, and it was a great scene. Looking at such joyful ancestors, Winning Sky couldn't help but smile right along with them. That's it. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, everyone withdrew their minds. We're leaving, Qin Zhongfu said solemnly. Wintry froze. Extremely seriously, he made a bow to all the deceased souls of his ancestors. And after, the dead soul forefathers also all returned a bow to Winning Sky with extreme seriousness. Safe travels. Right now these literary forefathers go to the front. The ending won't really be much better than the last bat revived out of the battle world forefathers. After all, the Republican era of Daxia itself wasn't that far off from the war period. However, after thinking for a moment, Winning Sky eventually wanted to wish them a blessing. In the face of this blessing from Winning Sky, the ancestors smiled faintly. With that, they also all returned a blessing to Winning Sky. And you be safe. The front line is urgent at the moment after all. Then the next round of the attack of the 10,000 clans is coming soon. So after the mutual blessing was over, the crowd simply stopped staying. As usual, the forefathers traveled, and the sending off of the chirps was a natural occurrence. The entire depths of Daxia. Lights were turned on in every house and people came down to see each other off. The front line at this time. The 3-minute countdown to the next round of invasions by the 10,000 races was already underway. In the face of the current bad situation where some of the warlords guarding the front of the station have actually run away. Same as the previous baton of resistance pioneers who split their forces to help Station 27. The rest of the dead souls chose to split their troops and reinforce them. Among them, the Marshal Zheng Zuolin divided the most soldiers, more to the Guardian station where he himself was. Now, the number of remaining fighters was fast looking a little pathetic. All of them have died once before, and they're still afraid of death again, letting the juniors go and acting like a wild dog in front of them. I, Zheng Zuolin, am disgusted by such a person. Now that the 10,000 clans are fighting in a hurry, I can't control what happens to those people, but I, Bong Department, can never have such a person. If I were to know that we have such a person in the Bong Department, I, Zheng Zuolin, will personally, one by one, chop off your heads. In these last 3 minutes when a new round of attack from the 10,000 clans was about to come again, Zheng Zuolin chose to lecture his men, and listening to Zheng Zuolin's command, the undead warriors under his command all let out chants, claiming that their side would never be like certain warlords and their subordinates, and would never lose face in front of their descendants. Chapter 45 Iron Wall of Thought. Defense Shield. Okay, all cheer up. In a moment, a good fight with those guys. Cold winds cut through the trenches and shattered buildings. The night sky was filled with smoke and fog. Starlight is obscured. In the darkness, the soldiers nervously guarded their positions. Each of their figures looked extraordinarily thin and lonely, but their faith is as strong as a rock. All commands complete. Zheng Zuolin's side was also quietly waiting. However, after this, the first thing he waited for, however, was not the next round of attacks from the 10,000 clans. Instead, it was a special greenish-blue light behind him, as well as a little old man with glasses who stepped out of the glow. Long time no see, Marshal. Upon seeing the visitor, Zheng Zuolin's entire body was stunned. Kai Yuan Pei? To be honest, as the head of the warlord, Zheng Zuolin, relationships with Republican-era literati are atrocious. Even Mr. Li Shouchang died in his hands. I can't believe you guys came out too. Was it that kid in the back called Winning Sky who summoned you guys? Zheng Zuolin opened his mouth and inquired, while the baton is being passed. Regarding Winning Sky, Zheng Zuolin then knew all about it. So at this moment, the first thing he did was to think of Winning Sky. It was the boy who woke us up to help you. Kai Yuanpei spoke up. Broth Fu Show Taste and the others have also woken up, and have now gone to the other guardian stations separately. Are they all unwilling to come to me? Zheng Zuolin grinned. Kai Yuanlin replied, there is no need for the marshal to think nonsense. The past has passed. Now facing the 10,000 races, we are one family after the recovery. It's just that if they meet with the marshal again at this moment, they are more or less embarrassed. And it's true that the other stations are weaker at the moment, and it's also true that they are needed more. I see. Zheng Zuolin nodded, and then, suddenly thought of something else. He smiled and inquired. It is said that the boy in the rear chose the power of civil war in his best performance bonus for the last bat. I wonder what exactly you guys can play now that you've come to this frontline battlefield. Marshal, call all the warriors together. Next I will show you what is called the power of civil war. At Kai Yuanpei's invitation, all the undead warriors on Marshal Zhang's side were all gathered. That number, although not a thing in front of the 10,000 races, was still quite grand if you just looked at it alone like that. What exactly is the power of civil war? Meanwhile, at the back of Daxia, all the people were also staring intently at the live broadcast. There is still a lot of anticipation about what the Republican-era literati conjured up by Winning Sky can do even better when they gain the power of civil war. The revived men of letters on the kid's side who gained the power of letters of battle seem to be able to take like shooting arrows with damaging ink. And the article, it is said to be possible for the article to strike at the 10,000 races like a sword chi. Pretty countryside is modern poetry can slow down the enemy. This was because the power of civil war chosen by Winning Sky was a globally shared bonus. So before the recovery of the literati on the Daxia side at this moment, some of the literati recovered from other countries were already showing the power of literary warfare. Only, after their various displays, everyone also found another novel point. That is, although all are the power of literary warfare, but different countries with different levels and different types of literati, the effect of literary warfare will be very different. I hope that the literary ancestors on our side will receive a sizable bonus to their literary battles. In the rear, the populace of Daxia carried on with this expectation. At this time in Kyoto, Zhang Hanan was also already rushing to the ward again overnight. She was afraid that Win Tian had some kind of damage after writing the text, but after arriving and seeing that Win Tian was okay, she let her heart drop and was able to sit down and watch the live broadcast of the Frontline with Win Tian. There's nothing to worry about. Winning Sky smiled at Zheng Hanan. Although the power of the civil war is selected under targeting the globe, there is no special mention for Daxia, but he was looking at the writers themselves based on their level of flamboyance. These people of the Daxia Republican period do not need to question the degree of their own splendor. Not to mention, before that Winning Sky also happened to be lucky enough to have practiced the innocent invincible Harda. The undead souls that this thing drove him to conjure up were able to get another small increase. The abilities that Chun Zhongfu and the others were able to display after being augmented by the power of Win Battle. Winning Sky's side had already seen it all. He had total confidence. It is believed that these people can next be of great use in the current frontline battlefields of Daxia. There are two main types of the power of civil war, offensive and defensive. And in each of these, again, all will show different effects depending on the various attributes of the scribes. On the frontline battlefield, Guardian Battle Number 3, Chen Zhongfu stood there. At this point in time, Guardian Station No. 3 should be considered one of the weakest stations on the front line of Daxia's war effort. Therefore, at that moment, Chen Zhongfu, who had been temporarily portrayed by Winning Sky as having the most, also directly chose this place. We literati who were engaged in ideological movements during the Republic of Daxia. What can be done in the power of civil war is still special. Forget about the attack aspect. It's not needed or worth it. Next, the main thing we've been doing, and that's what we've been doing, is working more on the defense. To the Battleguard warriors in front of Guardian Battle No. 3, Brothchen extended his hand. Science and democracy are the two main driving forces for the progress of human society. Next, the hundreds of undead warriors in front of it had an additional layer of shield directly on their bodies. Feeling the extra shield on their bodies, these undead warriors were all dumbfounded. As for the people of Daxia who were watching the live broadcast at the back, their mouths were all wide open at once. In this way, after a full 5 or 6 seconds, accompanied by Qin Zhongfu's continued introduction, it was only then that everyone finally understood what the literati of the Republic of Daxia period could specifically do on the frontline battlefield after obtaining the power of literary warfare. By spreading their ideas, or the contents of their works, they can put a shield called Iron Wall of Thought on the front line of the dead warriors. The specific defense of the shield is calculated based on the strength of the thoughts recited by this scribe or his works, and the degree of reenactment of this scribe. The stronger both, the stronger the defense of the shield. Will these shields be able to block the spikes shot by those monsters across the street? Guardian Battle Number 8. Kai Yuanpei had also made a demonstration at this point. Upon seeing the golden shield appear on his men, Zheng Zuolin couldn't help but be stunned. The great odds are that it's feasible. Kai Yuanpei nodded his head and smiled slightly. But because its exact level of defense depends on more things, so there's going to be some specific differences in each of the Guardian stations right now as well. Chapter 46, 2 Levels of Reversal. You're the only one who can shoot a golden spur. Ha! On their side, like Brasha show taste, the content of the thoughts transmitted is more powerful, and the shield value given to the warriors will be higher, probably able to block all the golden spikes of both monsters, and Brasfa's words are currently reproduced to a higher degree, so the Iron Wall of Thought he empowers the warriors with can even directly block all the golden spikes of the 3 monsters. Choi Yuan Pui carries on in great detail. One of the most critical points is the degree of reproduction. As a matter of fact, when the dozen or so literati from the civil period reappeared on the frontline battlefields of Daxia, everyone noticed this. That is, unlike the other undead soul warriors, the revival of Chen Bofu's group was not considered a complete revival. Their bodies were still partially illusory, and even flickered from time to time. And the reason why this is happening has been analyzed by all of us in 7 different ways. That is, Winning Sky's article this time is about writing about many people at once, and the length is fixed. With more people, each person is depicted less. So these guys are said to be revived, but they're only revived a little bit. They can just reproduce a slight role on the front lines. Wanting them to increase their power on the front lines, it would be necessary to add to their level of restoration, bit by bit of the story they once had, all again thoroughly. That is, the so-called degree of reproduction will be increased. So it is. Guardian Battle Point Number 8. Zheng Zuolin was thoughtful. Then, the face could no longer hide the joy, because regardless of the degree, it was true that the undead warriors on the front line could now defend themselves against the blood-mouthed demonic monsters. Even the weakest Iron Wall of Thought could allow the undead warriors to withstand a wave of attacks from the blood-mouthed demons. This made the warriors much more viable, and they didn't have to worry about killing the opposite side, and the opposite side blowing itself up and shooting out golden spikes instead, pulling themselves off the field as well. We will keep adding to the iron wall of thought for the warriors in the rear. The warriors in front of us can also come back and re-accept the shield if it breaks, Kai Yuanpei said to Zhang Zuolin again. This one is really to make Zhang Zuolin more pleased. Shields can be used up to continue the set, which is obviously much more useful. Does conferring a shield have any effect on yourselves? A few seconds later, Zhang Zuolin suddenly thought of something else. Kai Yuanpei smiled faintly and said, it will consume the mind. Zhang Zuolin was a bit at a loss for what to say all of a sudden. Kai Yuanpei stopped him and said, it's fine. I'm just a bit tired. And, even if it really is exhaustion to the point of vomiting blood and passing out, for the sake of our descendants, it's all worth it too, isn't it? After Kai Yuanpei's remark ended, Zhang Zuolin didn't pretend to be anything else. He nodded seriously, then looked directly ahead. On the front line of Daxia, the next round of attacks from the blood-mouthed demon monster was already coming. This time, however, they were not going to be as wretched as before. Marshal, the monsters are coming. The last bit of time passed and, as expected, the message came. Marshal, I'm going to get to work. Kai Yuanpei stopped dilly-dallying and hurriedly frantically applied his shield. And in the meantime, Zhang Zuolin also ripped his voice right out and let out a shout across the room. ******* in octogenarian. This time, we'll let the opposite side know how powerful we are. The big battle is imminent. After the arrival of the blood-mouthed demon monster, the undead warriors on the front line of Daxia all raised their guns. Same means of attack, but the difference was that this time, the dead soul warriors on the front line of Daxia had an additional layer of shield called Iron Wall of Thought on their bodies. It's really defensible. These golden spikes can't hit in. This little guy blew himself up again, but this time there's no way he can drag us to hell together. Groove. What's there to be afraid of then? Brothers, hit the mother ***** hard. After starting the fight, the blood-mouthed demon monsters were still shooting out gold spikes of all kinds, but blocked by the iron wall of thought. Their golden thorns were already no longer able to hurt the undead warriors on the front line of Great Xia. The ancestors are too strong. Prof. Win is too strong. Our Daxia is saved. In the back, after seeing this scene, all of the populace was raising their fists in excitement. The holding back of the first half of the night was the ultimate release in this moment. At this moment, they only want to make one comment. That is, winning Sky's power of battle is really too right. Apart from the power of civil war, none of the other added powers, I'm afraid, can still help Daxia complete a turnaround against the wind in this desperate situation. Prof. Win is not only the savior of the Daxia backfield in writing articles on troop reinforcement, but it's also the savior of the Daxia backfield in all kinds of decision-making. On the side of Daxia, it's surprising that the disc has been revitalized. The power of literary warfare can still have such an effect. This is amazing. No. The power of literary warfare shows different effects functionally on different types of literati in each country. At this moment, it should be even more praised that Daxia's luck is too good to call out literati who happen to have such a strong defensive effect on their performance in literary warfare. Is it really luck? Why do I feel that this is the absolute confidence of that Prof. Win of Daxia? He knows those forgotten literati of Daxia and knows that he can definitely play a big role after reviving them. That's why he firmly chose the lower battle force. Yes, even if what is manifested is not the thought shield from the Civil War. Who's to say if these men of letters of Daxia will show anything stronger on the front lines, the back of other countries? After seeing that Daxia's side was actually showing signs of flopping, the people of his country were silent for a time, especially those who had mocked Daxia in winning Sky. It's really a race to the bottom right now. Kyoto. Originally, internet cursing Daxia won out over other countries. Zheng Hanan was already happy. Now the front line has surprisingly begun to reverse itself as well. Look at the silence of the people of other countries. At this moment, Zheng Hanan couldn't be more excited. I thought you were a lady before. Sickbay. Winning Sky cried and laughed as he looked at Zheng Hanan, who was so excited that he wanted to dance. And by winning Sky's point, Zheng Hanan realized that he had lost his temper. Ahem. Just so happy to see the front line getting better. Taking back all the extra movements, Zheng Hanan blushed to the extreme and lowered his head. Winning Sky didn't say anything else and just smiled before continuing to look at the frontline situation. Finally, after a period of fighting, the break is here again. And this time the break is a long one, because the number of attackable rounds of the 10,000 races today was already reaching its maximum limit. It would have to be a new day to launch another attack. Great victory! These monsters are no longer our match at all. At the end of the battle, each guard station took a little inventory. There were definitely still casualties. After all, the battlefield was too chaotic. There are always a lot of surprises in the process of breaking shields and replacing them with new ones. But, it's better than the very beginning when there was no shield. At the moment such a number of casualties are really all but negligible. Chapter 47 about cilantro. These monsters, they are no longer a threat to us. On the front line, some of the undead warriors let out such cheers. Feel this joy on the field. The group of literati summoned by Winning Sky were also extremely happy. However, while happy they did not forget to think of danger in peace. Marshal, the 10,000 races are not that simple. Maybe the next really hard battle is just about to begin. Guardian Battle Number 8. Kai Yuanpei looked to Zhang Zuolin. Zhang Zuolin nodded. I understand this, and I will have everyone remain vigilant afterward. But for now, having just experienced a night of fighting, there's no harm in letting them be happy for a while. Fighting against the 10,000 races was really too tiring, and the tiredness here was not only for the body, but also for the spirit. One night's battle is over, and the next one is already tomorrow. So in the meantime, Zhang Zuolin thinks it's good to let everyone be carefree and optimistic for a while. It should last 2 or 3 more days. Kyoto, in the ward. When the curtain falls on today's battle at the front, Wintry also estimated the rest period for himself. Of course, the estimates here don't add in the changes on the vanguard side. Just saying, if the next 10,000 tribes also always remain like today, these men of letters that he has conjured up in this first batch, the mind possessed at the current level of reproduction is capable of sustaining itself on the battlefield for a few days. It's like winning the day to write a text that consumes your mind to recover. These scribes applying shields to warriors on the battlefield also cost their minds as well as recovering. And that small half-day break at the end of each day's battle is certainly not enough. And so the time they had to exert their clerical powers was definitely limited. Under such circumstances, Winning Sky's side would naturally have to make another effort. Refine the personal stories of these literati already evoked, pulling up the level of their reappearance at the same time. It also completes the cultural history of the Republican period of Daxia, and awakens a few more other literati to go to the front lines to help out or do shifts. Professor Win, in 2 or 3 days, are you going to write a new article again? Zhang Hanan understood what Winning Sky meant. Winning Sky nodded and said, no surprise, it should be, but your body. Zhang Hanan was heartbroken. Obviously, the injuries sustained last time had not yet recovered, but now it was time to add new injuries to the list. Speaking of which, this new article today is already just one more thing that's going to hurt Wintry, isn't it? If only we could help. Zhang Hanan said guiltily, it's clearly a battle for all of Daxia, but in the entire backfield, it's only you who's laboring, and we're just like a bunch of losers. From the beginning of the invasion of the 10,000 races, everyone in the rear of the Great Xia had begun to constantly blame themselves. They feel that they are of no use at all, and that living is all but as good as dead. You've already helped me. Winning Sky smiled faintly. The best hospital was prepared for me, and I was given medical treatment every day. And then if you were cooking for me every day, making delicious meals. What kind of help is this? Zhang Hanan whispered. Winning Sky spoke seriously. I was at home by myself before, but I could only eat some instant food every day. Isn't that helping? Zhang Hanan lowered his head and stopped talking. With that, the ward fell silent. Not a sound. Yet there was no hint of embarrassment. About a minute passed, and after a minute Zhang Hanan raised his head again. Professor Win, I will definitely study my cooking skills more attentively in the future, so that you can eat even better meals. Amused by Zhang Hanan's serious look, Winning Sky also nodded seriously. Then how about having cilantro fried shredded pork tomorrow? Zhang Hanan nodded, but soon was then shook his head again. Cilantro, fried shredded meat? How can something as unpalatable as cilantro still be used to stir-fry shredded pork? Zhang Hanan was shocked, and in the face of this shock from her, Winning Sky was silent. Okay, you can go. In the next second, Winning Sky directly waved his hand, so Zhang Hanan was simply kicked out. Walking out of the ward, Zhang Hanan realized that he had said the wrong thing. Obviously cooking for Win Tian. Just cook whatever Win Tin wants to eat. What's with the direct criticism of what the other person wants to eat? Zhang Hanan, you're such a big dummy. Zhang Hanan opened his mouth in chagrin, and just the moment she opened her mouth, beside it, or rather the entrance to Winning Sky's hospital room, a man in a military uniform also ghosted right out. Doesn't understand cilantro deliciousness? Poorly reviewed. The man's name is Chu Sunan. It's the state sent to protect Winning Sky closely. He and several hundred of his men were stationed at the hospital. But Chu Sunan doesn't usually talk. So many days. This was the first time Zhang Hanan had heard him speak. Only the first time he spoke was to stab Zhang Hanan's heart again. Okay, I know. Puffing up his mouth. In the end, Zhang Hanan walked away in annoyance. As for the ward, Win Tian heard the commotion outside and couldn't help but smile. In fact, he was not driving Zhang Hanan because of this, but it was really late now, and Zhang Hanan's spirit had also been tense today, and at this moment it was not easy to win the battle. and it was really time to go back and have a good night's sleep on her side. Moreover, it's true that Winning Sky's side will have to receive medical treatment again next. Professor Win, is it okay now? Outside the ward, a group of doctors were ready. As a matter of fact, they had all come when Winning Sky had just finished writing the first text. It was only because Winning Sky insisted that he wanted to finish watching the battle at the front line that they never came in. It's okay. Winning Sky spoke to his attending doctor. By the way, remember to call the group of old men outside for me. Tell them that there's nothing serious about me, and let them sleep in peace. The doctor understood that the old masters in Winning Sky's words referred to the senior management of Daxia. The old man called right after Wintian Xinwen came out and claimed to be coming over. But after that, it was rejected by Winning Sky. However, Winning Sky knew that everyone was definitely holding this side even if they hadn't come. So at this moment, he also added this sentence. So that everyone could have a good night's sleep tonight. Okay, Prof. Win. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, it is a new day. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight filtered through the windows, illuminating every corner of the hospital room. The air was filled with a light mixture of disinfectant and floral scents, making it feel serene and peaceful. Early in the morning, the old man and some of the Daxia's senior management then came. They consoled Wintian for a long time, and Winning Sky was repeating to them again that he was fine for a long time. After they left, it was time for Zhang Hanan to arrive again. Just upon seeing Zhang Hanan arrive with a big black eye and a serving of stir-fried shredded pork with cilantro, Winning Sky's side couldn't help but be silent once more. Chapter 48. Hang in there. It's good. A horse passed between the windows. And soon, it was another 2 days. During these 2 days, it was business as usual on the Daxia front. The bloodmouth demons didn't make any new moves. They are still just following the same pattern of offense as before. And after having a man of letters who can put up an iron wall of thought against this level of invasion, Daxia is already handy. The fight is over and we've managed to hold another day. Unlike the night raid on the first day, in the 2 days that followed, the bloodmouth demon monster shifted to attacking during the day. After several rounds of attacks within the limits are carried out, the day's invasion comes to an end. It has been successfully defended for 16 days. It is only logical that the front and the rear should be happy that most of the time of holding out has passed and that they have succeeded in holding out for the next day today. However, after this day's battle, whether it is the front line or the rear, all the people in Daxia are all worried, and the reasons, in the end, are really just two in summary. The point is that despite the help of the iron wall of thought, it's impossible to fight a war without casualties. So in the process of resisting the defensive battle, the number of undead warriors on the front line of Daxia was still dwindling. And the other point is that everyone gradually become anxious again, the most critical. That is, the front line of Daxia at the moment, the many literati, after these 3 days of fighting, but also really are all a bit unable to carry. After all, their numbers are still small, and the frontline dead soldiers need too many iron walls of thought. After consuming a great deal of mental energy to support the day's battle, the next day's battle came again before he could recover much. Not to mention the more contemporary literati such as Li Shouchang and Chen Duxiu, who even had to take care of 2 iron walls of thought of the war. Mr. Chung Fu, are you okay? Guardian Battle Number 3. An undead soul warrior inquired to Chen Zhongfu. At this time, Chen Zhongfu's face was already very pale. He forced a smile and pretended to speak as easily as usual. It's fine. It's just where it's at. I just have some sudden stomach pains. Hey, this has become a resurrection body that doesn't need to eat. How can I still have the feeling of eating a bad stomach? It's 80% that the last meal I ate before I died in my last life wasn't quite right. No matter what the situation is, Chen Zhongfu likes to joke around a bit. But at this point his jokes were heard in such a way that people didn't want to laugh at all. Instead, each one was heartbroken and bitter to the core. In his current state, he's not a bad eater. Today Bloodmouth the Devil's monster's final round of attacks. It's time to impose an iron wall of thought for the warriors. Anyone with a discerning eye could see how much pain was being suffered all over its body. Excessive consumption of the mind. When the mind is consumed, it is the body that is consumed. It's okay, it'll hold up. It'll hold up for another 3 days. Chen Zhongfu looked up at the sky as he said this. And besides his side then, the various other guardian stations were basically the same at the moment. It was clear that each of the literati couldn't hold out much longer, but they all still gritted their teeth and said, "It's all right, it'll hold out. It'll hold out for another 3 days." Kyoto, in the ward. Seeing this scene, where could Winning Sky not be clear about who they were saying this to? They are clearly joining forces to convey content to Winning Sky, telling Winning Sky, "We can't use you yet. We can, and you can rest and rest again." What bravado! Winning Sky shook his head and laughed, and then, accompanied by a gentle push of the door, Zhang Hanan, who had brought the meal, also arrived again. After staying up all night the day before yesterday researching cilantro fried shredded pork to come to the hospital room, but instead being scolded by Win Tian, Zheng Hanan no longer dared to stay up all night. If you don't stay up all night, your spirit will naturally get better. So now Zheng Hanan is looking good again. Professor Win, let's eat. After 2 days of restudy, Zheng Hanan's cilantro fried shredded pork was now extremely delicious. On top of that, she made cucumber stir fry, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, special mushrooms and fish soup today. This fish soup is delicious today. At the dinner table, Winning Sky gave special praise to the fish soup made by Zheng Hanan, and after he praised it, Zhu Cheng'an, who was on the side, also gave a thumbs up right in a ghostly manner. Eating alone is really boring. Therefore, Winning Sky made his small dining table a little more crowded. Zheng Hanan as the chef definitely had to pull in a piece of the meal. Apart from that, the only other person that Winning Sky dining hall pulled in was Zhu Cheng'an, the bodyguard who had been standing in front of the ward door. Zhu Cheng'an was an interesting person, and the 4 words iron-blooded soldier were expressed in him in the most perfect way. He's always bored, doesn't smile, and doesn't say a word on weekdays. But, every now and then, the man would suddenly contrast again, and he got along with down to win the day's evaluation in 1 sentence. That is, this man either do not speak. To speak that will definitely be very show. A meal is eaten in a joyful atmosphere. After eating, Zhu Cheng'an then also just guarded the door again. Then Professor Win, I'll be leaving first too. As for Zheng Hanan, he was about to leave as usual. Stay today. I need you on my side. Only, unlike in the past, Winning Sky called out to her today. Ah, Professor Win, what's wrong? Zheng Hanan was puzzled. It is accurate to say that even if you have already guessed some of the contents inside, you want to pretend that you don't understand. The situation at the front line is already a bit bad again. I need to write another new increase in troops. Winning Sky spoke seriously. But my hands are also a little less good at keyboarding again right now. So I need your help. As I said before, if Winning Sky opened his mouth on his side and others helped with the keyboard, the one who consumed his mind would only be Winning Sky. So at this moment, if he sought Zheng Hanan's help, Winning Sky did not need to worry about how Zheng Hanan would be affected by it. Professor Win, why don't we write it tomorrow? Zheng Hanan spoke in a very low voice. After her words, Winning Sky directly frowned. Is it possible to mess around with such important matters on a whim? Of course, Win Tian knew that Zheng Hanan's comment about writing tomorrow was not because she didn't want to write today. Rather, it was because she didn't want to see Win Tian suffer, and wanted to delay as long as possible so that Win Tian could rest again. But, even that won't work now. Winning Sky's troop increase article now involves the whole of Disya, so even if he has to face the pain, he must move forward. Kaldan, I know that all of us in Daxia are heartbroken, but this heartache of yours is something that can never serve as a deterrent to my existence. I'm going to save Daxia. That's my decision. And I'm writing about suffering, that's also my choice. You don't need to feel guilty about it, much less yank me and stop me. Being lectured by Winning Sky's words, Zheng Hanan's head was tightly lowered. And then, after roughly another 5 or 6 seconds, Winning Sky's tone of voice then moderated down. Chillin', the gentlemen on the front line, are already going strong. Chapter 49 BYU, the new school and the old school. The greater the capacity, the greater the responsibility. There was something that Winning Sky had to do. He had seen how strongly the gentlemen on the front line were holding up. Then, naturally, the next step must be to stand out. It's his choice. A gentle breeze blew through the window. It also blew down the tears in the girl's eyes. I understand, Professor Win. At Winning Sky's request, Zheng Hanan ended up sitting in front of the computer. Take it easy. After a few more days of rest, I've recovered a lot. Winning Sky revealed a warm smile as usual. Only this time, his smile didn't make Zheng Hanan become relaxed. This was because it could clearly sense that Winning Sky's true state at this time was not good. He hadn't recovered at all. The injuries from the last baton had left his entire body almost wasted, and the new text from the other day had added a few more pounds to his injuries. Even with the best medical team in the whole of Daxia helping to heal, a few days of rest is still too little. Write the title. This time we'll call this article Dash. The Age of Awakening. There are no roads in the world, but the more people walk on them, the more they become roads. Much like what Zheng Hanan thought, Winning Sky was indeed still in a bad state at this time. Injuries are compounded by injuries, and the new, stronger text from a few days ago has really brought him back to his worst form. On that day, the evaluation that the doctors made to Winning Sky after the treatment was, the reburdening that comes from making the last new text before you have rested enough is already going to make all the rest that you had in front of you. Prof. Win. Lose its effect. In other words, as far as the last text is concerned, Winning Sky is not far off. if not directly back to the state he was in when he was first hospitalized. How come the recovery is so slow? Winning Sky was so angry in his heart that he secretly hated himself for not having a superhuman body. Say yes to playing a role in this bat as well. But after writing his first new article just a few days ago, he returned to his wasteful state. After a few days of rest, I started writing my second article again, and my hands are still paralyzed, so I can't hit the keyboard at all, even if it's not possible. At this moment, this has just read out a title. His heart will also be in severe pain to the point of fainting. At the invitation of Peking University President Cai Yuanpei, Chen Zhongfu came to Peking University with his youth magazine and later succeeded in his position, Dean of Arts and Sciences. But the good news was that such moments of torment had already been experienced by Winning Sky many times, and thus he had already been drilled with ways to specifically face this situation. Deep breaths, constant deep breaths, and a dead pinch on your arm when you just can't carry it. After becoming the Dean of Arts and Sciences, Chen Zhongfu found that the current Peking University was divided into the old and the new. That is, the conservatives and the innovators. With the help of the old ways, Winning Sky's state was slightly better, and take advantage of this brief moment of good form. Next, Winning Sky also directly threw himself completely into this new article, picking up where the last one left off. What this new article is about is also the follow-up to the new culture movement of the literati during the Republican period. After founding a youth magazine outside and starting the new culture movement, Chen Zhongfu came to Peking University. Later, together with the reformist literati of Peking University, Chen Zhongfu formally pushed the new culture movement to the climax of that era. Promote democratic science and oppose authoritarianism, ignorance and superstition. Promote new morality and oppose old morality. Advocates new literature and opposes old literature. Promote the vernacular language thoroughly and make it a daxia theme. In this movement, Chen Zhongfu and Li Shouchang, together with countless friends such as Hu Shizhi, Qian Xiantong and Lu Banong, staged a revolution against the old culture. Really, really wonderful. While Winning Sky narrated, Zhang Hanan recorded. As he hears each of the classic moments of Chen Zhongfu and others in the new culture movement, Zhang Hanan can't help but get into it and get too excited for his own good. It's wonderful. But it's not just these innovative factions that are wonderful. Winning Sky smiled faintly, then continued the story. Only, in the narrative that followed, Win Tian was focusing on the theme of the old school, or conservative literati. At BYU, the old faction of Peking University was dominated by the literati Ku Hongming, and in the above story of the renewal of Chen Chengfu and others, these old factions led by Ku Hongming were like villains. They stick to themselves and oppose outsiders, living like closed-minded old-fashioned people. But this is the same group of old-timers, in that period of daxia called the Republic of China, but also all have their own style. They may be stubborn, but each one of them was also genuinely patriotic and was seeking a way to save their country. In the new culture movement, the new school and the old school were only different schools of choice, and it was an academic battle. They will each have their own mistakes. For example, even the new school has the radicalism of directly rejecting all the old things of daxia, and then, they each have their own unique correctness as well. For example, although Ku Hongming and others are stubborn, but also have daxia people should have daxia people's self-confidence. Daxia culture may not always be bad. These are correct points of view. Finally, Ku Hongming, the old codger with a whip, made a speech that made the whole of daxia deafened with alarm. My braids are tangible and on my head. Yours are intangible and hidden in your heart. Don't ever think that just because we've cut off our hair, put on a suit and are full of English that the foreigners will think highly of us. On the contrary, when a Chinese westernizes into a foreigner, it arouses precisely their contempt. Only if we let them see that we, the Chinese, have their distinctive civilization and spirit, will they have true respect for us in their hearts. I, Ku Hongming, was born in the South Seas, studied in the West, married in the East Seas, and served in the North Seas, but I am a proper Chinese. What is a true Chinese? A true Chinese is one who has the heart of a child and the mind of an adult, who lives a spiritual life. I, Ku Hongming, will devote my life to promoting and spreading this great spirit, though I die 9 deaths without regret. During the Republican period, all the literati had their own individual styles, and Winning Sky was responsible for telling them all again. This is the new culture movement of our daxia Republican period. After the new piece of writing was finished, Winning Sky already had no more strength in his body. It was brilliant, and after tapping the last word on the computer, Zhang Hanan's side had been completely stunned. There's actually an even more brilliant literary role in this movement. On the innovative side of the new culture movement, that one is called the strongest sword. A faint smile spread across the corners of Winning Sky's mouth. This literary person he was talking about at the moment was named Lu Sun. There's just so much content in Lu Sun's story, and to write about him, It would surely be a direct reproduction of his Diary of a Madman as well. Winning Sky was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on to that much content in the moment, so he put him aside for the time being. Chapter 50, Exchanging One's Strong Support for the Other's Lack of Support. What Winning Sky was thinking. Zhang Hanan had also guessed it all. Zhang Hanan is naturally very interested in this sword. Only, at this moment, she obviously still cared more about Winning Sky's body. Professor Win, I'll go call a doctor for you, Zhang Hanan said worriedly. Winning Sky smiled. There's no need to shout. They're already guarding outside. Winning days now as soon as you start writing a text. The entire hospital as well as the upper echelons of Daxia will then be informed directly. Therefore, outside, the doctor of the moment and the executives of Daxia arrived early. Even that old man from Daxia had already been waiting outside for a long time. Use my account and send out this new article. Winning Sky carried out a final command. Then they were taken away by the doctors. And after he's gone, the old man, as well as the Daxia executives, also entered the room. Everyone, want to read Professor Win's new article first? Zhang Hanan was a bit formal in the face of Daxia's executives. The old man shook his head. Didn't little friend Winning Sky say, let you send out the article? You can just send it out. We'll read it online ourselves after sending it out. Zhang Hanan nodded. And then, using Winning Sky's account, Zhang Hanan quickly sent out this new article that had just been released. Prof. Win has come out with a new article, a follow-up to the new culture movement. Hu Shizhi, the vernacular. Elder Ku Hongming is also a great man. After the article was sent out, it was instantly picked up by the people at the back of Daxia. One by one, people clicked on the article to go to Winning Sky's retelling of past history. And then, after looking at it, they too, one by one, couldn't help but all let out a gasp of amazement. There are a lot of literati to conjure up this time. Inside the hospital room, light emanated from the old man's eyes. This article by Winning Sky this time around is dominated by a large number of people in one hand. The recovery of all of these people is definitely going to make the front line easier all of a sudden. Letting my little friends suffer again. A wave of more literati who can be revived to head to the front lines is definitely an excellent piece of news. However, the higher the degree of such good news was, the more effort Winning Sky had expended in writing this piece of text. Therefore, after the surprise, the old man looked toward the ward exit. Also cannot help but then heartache. If we can contribute, little friend won't have to work so hard. The old man sighed. Listening to the old man's words, Zhang Hanan's heart was followed by a flood of bitterness. Perhaps all the people in the entire rear of Daxia right now were in the same mood at the moment. Well, go out and see off the pioneers. There was no way, or rather no way, to stay too long on the point of helping win the day. In the end, the old man was left to return to reality and get on with the only thing they could do. Read the Winning Sky article and let the forefathers in the Winning Sky article complete the final step of recovery. And then the lights came on in homes and people came downstairs to see off the new batch of pioneers. Was hoping to say something to the kid. Now it looks like there's no chance. Kyoto. In the hospital room, one by one, the gentleman from Winning Sky's new article appeared. There was now no one in Winning Sky's room. Of course, even if there were people, those people would never be able to see them here. After all of the deceased ancestors had gone to the front lines before they were revived to gain their true entity. That child simply did not rest enough. The old injury is not healed and then write down 2 articles in a row. This time also wrote so many of our literati at once. Do not quickly save the treatment, will be in trouble. In the past, the revived forefathers would come to find Winning Sky to have a goodbye. And this time, the literati who were revived by it were naturally no exception. Only at this time, when they appeared, Winning Sky had already been dragged to the operating room for treatment. Forget it, just do your thing when you get to the battlefield and pass it back with a 1 victory directly as a goodbye. Eventually, Winning Sky's revived literati this time traveled to the front lines as well. Amidst the sound of Daxia's Sendoff chirps, frontline battlefields, when countless new rays of light were seen to light up, and countless new scribes appeared out of the rays, all the undead warriors couldn't help but get excited. Another new gentleman has been called out. Is Winning the Sky writing a new article? As for the literati, each one of them had a bitter smile on their faces. Obviously they all banded together and said they'd last a couple more days. As a result, Winning Sky still wrote a new article to support the front line of Daxia today. That kid saw how strong we were holding up, but how can he not be strong himself? What a disobedient brat. With this newly conjured multitude of Republican-era literati in Wintian, suddenly there was no shortage of literati at the various guarded stations on the Daxia front. In the past, Chen Zhongfu and Li Shouchang even had to guard 2 guarded battles each. Now that you're only guarding 1 guard station, it's amazing to have an extra helper next to you. And my own power has strengthened so much more. In his new article, Wintian adds some new refinements to the story of Chen Zhongfu. Li Shouchang, Kai Yuan Pei, and the other first literati to appear. The higher the degree of perfect reenactment of the story, the higher the literary power of these writers will naturally follow. Even as the power increased, the mind that had been consumed earlier had also recovered considerably. 7 days, should be able to hold it for another 7 days. The overall civilian strength of the frontline was inventoried and accounted for. In the end, a group of literary forefathers, led by Qin Zhengfu, came to this conclusion. At present the second bat of Daxia is after the 16th day of guarding. If you keep it for 7 more days, you will also be able to successfully keep the 23rd day and go forward to the 24th day. It only lasted a little while this time. Then the kid writes a second text to back it up. You can definitely stop him on the next wave. Really, if he can be strong, we can't be strong, can we? With these men, we'll at least have to hold out at least 3 more days to the 27th. At this point, the scribes were in different guardianship wars, but connected to join hands to directly set the same flag. While Winning Sky was worrying about them, they were all worrying about Winning Sky. Up front and in the backfield, everyone is trying to trade their strongholds for the other team's lack of strongholds. Everyone wants to give the other person a good rest and take the pain all by themselves. That's a real stinker. The literati were laughing to themselves. And after the laugh, the actual action begins. Next day, early, the invasion on the side of the 10,000 tribes then began again. Once again, the bloodmouthed demonic monsters that looked like mountains and seas came in a frenzy. In the face of these blood-mouthed monsters, the undead warriors, who had already been given the iron wall of thought in advance, also directly raised their weapons in their hands. Chapter 51, The Great Victory. Today, have a big win. Be more exciting than ever that way. Guardian Battle Number 8. Elderly Ku Hongming was placed here. At the start of a new day of invasion by the blood-mouthed demon, he looked at Kai Yuan Pei beside him. And Kai Yuan Pei? After a slight blink, a smile appeared as well. What the Townsend wishes, we shall endeavor. Ku shook his head. Not what I wish. Rather, it is the wish of the whole inferno. Saying that, Ku Hongming cocked his head to the sky. Today's Daxia. It's time for an outright win. And we didn't see the kid when we left. And so, then he put down the words that he would use a victory as a farewell. Hearing Ku Hongming's words, Kai Yuan Pei also laughed again. In that case, we'll have to reward him with a big win. 2. The sun rises slowly. Golden light poured down on the battlefield, illuminating the faces of the warriors. Today, have a great victory. Be more exciting than ever like that. In the next second, Ku used all his strength to let out a cry. This shout directly broke through space and spread to all the guardian battles on the front line. Mr. Tang is really old and strong. Chen Zhengfu grinned. Xian Xiantong held up his glasses. So how can we be weaker than him? Comrades, Li Shouchang followed with a chant. All heads up. The wind whistled and swept up countless dust as it wandered across the battlefield, blowing over the warrior's armor as if it was the touch of the god of war, causing everyone's battle spirit to instantly rise. Today, have a great victory. Be more exciting than ever like that. And then after that, the entire front line of Daxia, all the literati guarding the war carried up such a cry. The blood-mouthed demon monster came, and the undead soul warriors under the major warlords. At this moment, all stepped onto the battlefield. Their steps were firm and strong, as if each step was a step toward victory. Their muscles were tense, every cell filled with fight and strength. Winning battles. Winning battle. Victory. On the battlefield, first a warrior let out a shout. Immediately following, all the soldiers began to chant slogans. Their voices converged into a powerful force. It's their battle cry. Then the battle flag waved. On the frontline battlefield, the warriors all charged forward. Their steps were firm and strong, as if they were going to crush the earth. Their eyes burned with fire. It was fervor, it was faith, and it was their desire to win. Kill. Facing the incoming 10,000 races, on the front line of Daxia, the first thing to be shot was not a cannon or a bullet, but a red tasseled gun. This red tasseled spear carried the chi that the wind and splendor of the fallen warriors on the front line had turned into, tearing through everything, like a shooting star that broke free, or like a silver-red dragon that tumbled and pranced. Its body shone with electricity, as if attached to the wrath of a heavenly god, illuminating the clouds around it. Those clouds flickered with a purple light as if they were ignited under the lightning of the gun. Boom! In the end, the lance accurately pierced the body of a blood-mouthed demon monster covered in gold spikes and directly penetrated it. Then the second, third, fourth, bang bang bang. The blood-mouthed demonic monsters that were stabbed exploded at the same time, turning into blood mist while spewing out all of the golden thorns they were carrying. These monsters wanted to use these golden thorns to pull the warriors on the front line of Daxia to hell in one piece. But alas, none of the current Daxia warriors would even be afraid of these golden thorns anymore. Labor said it many times. no matter who it is. They can't violate this land under the feet of the laborers. Countless golden shields lit up on the bodies of the frontline warriors of Great Xia. It was the iron wall of thought and the strongest will in them. Die, gunfire, shouts, explosions, and the sound of shields reloading. The Daxia front line, which has been recharged, played a symphony called The Great Victory today. Looking at such a battle, at the back, all of the Daxia's children could not help but start trembling, and even, some could not help but cry out. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 20 minutes later, the battle was over. A battlefield full of blood. An undead warrior picks up the large flag on the ground. His arms were firm and strong. A gust of wind blew, and that big flag fluttered directly and recklessly. We won, though all of them had repelled the blood-mouthed demon monster the other day as well. But it has never been as painful and sharp as today's kill. The Daxia front line, which had always held out, had been just that. It was the first time that a truly great victory like today's had occurred. What does that mean? Meaning to give confidence to the sons and daughters in the rear and tell them they have nothing to fear? Or does it mean telling themselves that they can always stick around next? Or maybe it was to show Winning Sky that what he was giving was really working? Perhaps nothing makes sense. But, who says that doing something has to have a specific role to play in order to do it? Been pinned down long enough. Suffocated to the point of no return. Stand up. That's all. We are victorious. In the next second, the front line of Great Xia, the rear, and every place, were all filled with cheers. And in the face of such a victory for Daxia, the rest of the world's populace in the backwaters of the world was more silent all of a sudden. 2. I don't know if that kid will be satisfied with this answer we handed in. At the front line, Guardian Station number 8, a smile spread across the corners of Elder Ku Hongming's mouth as he raised his head to look at the sky. But unfortunately, at this time, Winning Sky was unable to look at each other again in different spaces and at the same time with them. The frontline seniors, like before, Kyoto, inside the operating room, Winning Sky is still being treated. The entire night passed, and Winning Sky had yet to come out. He was really a little too hurt this time. Originally it hurt the origin. Not even a tenth of it has been recovered, and then it's re-injured twice in a row. Prof. Win is in a terrible state at the moment. He definitely can't write a new article until he's at least halfway back. If it's not another couple of days, then there's another one of these injuries on top of injuries. Prof. Win. He could die. Half an hour later, the still unconscious Winning Sky was pushed back into the ward. To the Daxia's top brass who were still inside the hospital room, the doctor uttered these words. Hearing this from the doctor, the old man lapsed into silence. And then, a full minute passed. It took the old man a shaky moment to utter, I know. Chapter 52. Don't worry. I'm just taking a nap. Although Winning Sky always pretended that nothing was wrong. But his body doesn't fool anyone. The injuries sustained during the last bat were too much. Heavy enough that he couldn't even make too much force in the bat. This was known from the beginning. By everyone. Only twice after that did Winning Sky show off. Gives an illusion. Thinks he can really still just be. It keeps repeating and going on and on and on. But the fact. He couldn't make it when he wrote the first text. He knew it himself. But he chose to be feisty. Inside the ward, the old man stayed for a long time with the senior members of the Daxia congregation. It wasn't until the afternoon that they got up and left. And at this time, Winning Sky was still not waking up. I'll stay a little longer. Maybe Professor Win will wake up in a little while. And I brought him some rice to heat up for him when he wakes up. In the end, only Zhang Hanan was left in the room. She just stayed quiet like that and waited. Until he was so sleepy that he fell asleep against the wall. Little Win Tian, you're stupid. You're stupid. How's it going out there? Winning Sky is not out of the clear. He was only too aware that he had been walking in the dark for a long time. At the end of the darkness was a small garden with a small pavilion. And after, he met the little girl he met in his last coma dream again. Why do you call me stupid? And who the hell are you? And what did you mean last time when you said you were dying? In just an instant, Winning Sky realized that he was in a dream world at the moment. All things in dreams were illusory. And Winning Sky was well aware of this. However, for the little girl in front of him, Winning Sky couldn't help but be curious. Little Win Tian, don't always think about getting that sword. You can't hold it. The girl didn't answer Win Tian's question, but instead uttered another inexplicable sentence. By the way, someone is waiting for you. We have to hurry over there. Immediately afterward, without waiting for Winning Sky to react, she directly dragged Winning Sky to the pavilion. The pavilion was just a very ordinary pavilion, but in the pavilion was sitting a woman. The woman clearly looked to be in her 30s. However, it was giving Winning Sky the feeling that it had already lived for several thousand years. Sure enough, your hair still looks good black. The woman smiled warmly. She called Winning Sky to her, then stroked Winning Sky's head. It felt as if she was the mother and Winning Sky was her child. What am I doing? Winning Sky could clearly feel the strangeness of the picture, but he just couldn't control his body or even his consciousness. Little Win Tian, you've done well. Don't always be alone. Let everyone help you next. The woman picked up a pastry from the table and handed it to Win Tian. Winning Sky ate the pastry and only felt that his body had become relaxed. So you're leaving? The little girl looked to the woman. The woman nodded. I had to do something. With that, the woman looked to the sky. Everyone's working hard, whether it's those kids from the past, or little Win Tian. But you're hurt too. And even if you hitch what's left of your soul, you won't be able to do much. The little girl was clearly a child, but instead she was somewhat of an adult. The woman wasn't angry either. She smiled and finally spoke gently. Maybe, but at least, I can make little Win Tian less lonely. What the hell are you talking about? The conversation between the two was not understandable to Winning Sky. All he knew was that at the end the woman looked to herself. Don't worry, I'm just taking a nap. As the words fell, the woman turned into fragments and dissipated with the wind. And then, after violently opening his eyes, Winning Sky then woke up from his dream world as well. Professor Win, you're awake? Zhang Hanan was startled by Win Tian and also woke up in a panic and hurriedly looked. Have I slept long? Wintry looked out the window. Zhang Hanan looked at the time and said, sleeping for a whole day and night. Wintry was passed out and fell asleep last night after writing the second new augmentation article, and it is now 9 o'clock this evening. Professor Win, what's wrong with you? Zhang Hanan could see that something was wrong with Winning Sky. Wintry was silent and eased for a long time. After a long time, shook his head. Nothing. Just had a really weird dream. Win Tian and Zhang Hanan recounted their dreams. Like Win Tian, Zhang Hanan didn't understand too much, but this ninny is good at picking up the key. Professor Win, are you lonely? Winning Sky was asked by Zhang Hanan's words. In the area of writing to save the country, he is indeed a bit lonely, but he certainly could not speak frankly about this kind of thing, because there was not the slightest significance at all in saying this kind of thing other than making everyone feel even more powerless. I'm surrounded by Yao Yao who will bring me candies, Yu who will help me cook, Cheng'an who guards my door, the Disya executives who come to visit me from time to time, and everyone in the rear of Disya who worries about me at all times. What do I have to be alone for? That woman in the dream was just babbling, laughing. Winning Sky eventually chose to skip this topic. He asked toward Zhang Hanan about the situation at the front line. Upon learning that the front line has been superbly winning every round today on the Daxia side, especially after Zhang Hanan also specifically described the specific picture of the lower front line, Winning Sky's entire body couldn't help but get excited as well. The pioneers can be so powerful. Zhang Hanan was also very excited. Yeah, those monsters are getting their asses handed to them. Professor Win, I'm telling you, you're not seeing it. In the third round, emotionally uptight, Zhang Hanan directly continued to start talking big again. Would Win Tin, lying in a hospital bed unable to move, refuse this interesting chat? That's naturally not going to happen. And so, the painted drama in the ward is also simply fixed straight away. Big win, big win, big win again. For the next 3 days, the front line of Daxia was still full of reports. Winning Sky has indeed replenished the literati this time with more than enough and a strong battlefield. With enough shields, the blood-mouthed demon monster was basically becoming a less dangerous enemy. And that's what makes the Daxia side both the front line and the rear. Everyone's heart, gradually, let loose. So much for these monsters with golden thorns. The frontline fighters are really strong. We should be able to hold it over safely with this bat, right? Rear. The people of Daxia are already possessed of such thoughts. No surprises. 7 days should be able to casually hold it. And then after that. That's what we said before about being strong on top of this for another 3 days. And the Daxia front? At the end of this new day of invasion by bloodmouthed demons, the scribes were right about their warkeeping plans. It was also analyzed again in this mold. Chapter 53, Changes in the Enemy, Changes in Us. All things are good. All things go well. That's what's been happening on the Daxia front these past few days. And it seems, days like this can also just go on forever. Or, it's that everyone is looking forward to him lasting all the time. Guardian Battle Number 6. When the 21st day of the second stick of the frontline guard came, the moment the morning sunlight pours over the earth, Li Shaochang's eyes snapped open, though there hadn't even been any movement on the battlefield yet this day, but he just had a hunch that something would change today. No surprises, everyone just hold on. It's what everyone beautifully imagines. But the reality, how can accidents not really happen? The 10,000 nation side, if it's really only ever going to look the same, then they wouldn't look so scary. So, after so many days of good times, at the beginning of this new day, the change on the side of the blood-mouthed demon monster finally came. Wan Nation, Daxia State Gate Subbase. the huge bloodmouth Mother Emperor suddenly turned black as a whole. At the same time, countless more vines appeared on his body. That vine wrapped around the bloodmouth Mother Emperor's body a moment later. A moment later it was released again. It was as if several long tentacles were dotting the air. Where he's nailed, the air all began to make a swampy devouring sound. Gollum gollum. And then, Mother Bloodmouth began his new day of procreation. His fertility is extremely fast, and he can give birth to hundreds of bloodmouth demons in just 1 second. If it wasn't for the fact that the Bandersnatch's current invasion of Earth was limited to the number of invading monsters per round before, I'm afraid that just by relying on the number of bloodmouthed Mother Emperors could also directly take down the gates of the Great Summer. Click. After a change in itself. At that moment, the bloodmouth demon monsters born from the bloodmouth Mother Emperor all changed along with them. They looked like shrunken bloodmouthed Mother Emperors, and their bodies were wrapped in vines. The bloodmouth monster has evolved. As far as having any more power specifically, soon, the undead warriors on the front lines of Dashia would and do clearly understand and experience it. These monsters have changed in appearance. Their color has changed to black, and they have extra vines on their bodies. What's with this vine? Is the defense so high that it takes half a day of hitting to penetrate it? Be careful. Their vines can lengthen and stretch out. Being touched by that vine will directly kill you. The iron wall of thought can only block the opponent for a moment, and the opponent's second attack will come soon enough that there's no time to go back and replenish it after the shield breaks. The vines added by the evolution of the bloodmouth demon monster possess two new effects. One is a defense that allows the bloodmouth demon monster itself to have thicker blood, while the other attacked, they no longer had the ability to directly radiate golden thorns, but were able to extend vines to act as golden thorns. In the past, a bloodmouth demon monster had so many gold spikes on it, and it couldn't be shot singly, only all of them could be exploded at once. So a bloodmouth demon monster's attack is actually just one. But now, a bloodmouth demon monster was able to launch countless attacks, and the killing power of each attack was exactly the same as that of the previous golden thorn. Groove. Even though these monsters don't have any gold spikes left in their bodies, they can actually burst out gold spikes from their bodies when they're killed. Well, it's all reinforced like that, but the ability to self-destruct and pull people is still not gone from them. Why did these monsters suddenly, inexplicably become like this? The first round of fighting on the new day ended with heavy losses directly on the front line side of Dasha. Undead warriors wonder why this is suddenly happening. Only the scribes, who continually impose an iron wall of thought on the warriors once again, know this. This change is actually something that was destined to happen from the very beginning. This is ultimately a war that is being gained by both sides. The other side is not some stationary machine. If there can be a change on one side, then there must be a change on the other side. It's just that we've never dared to think of this accident in advance. Whatever you think, expect to say, no surprises, thinking that if you don't think any deeper, everything can go on really unchanged. The biggest problem now is that the warriors can't come back in time to replenish their shields with new ones after they've been broken. On the front line, the literati looked at me, I looked at you, and finally made a unified decision. That is, they, the shield bearers, also go to the front of the battlefield, and if the warriors are too late to find them, then let them go to the warriors, just like doctors. Before, doctors stayed in the hospital and waited for the sick people to come over. Now, the doctors watch for patients and throw a wall of thought over them at medium range. This will never work. After hearing the ideas of the literati, the 8th Guardian battle, Zhang Zuolin directly and firmly refused. On this battlefield, all of your lives are extremely valuable, but the absence of any one of them will make it harder to hold our front line. You absolutely have to be at the end of the line. That can't be changed. Zhang Zuolin's thoughts were also the thoughts of all the fallen warriors on the front line. It's just that such a concept, while correct before, but after the change on the side of the bloodmouth demon monster, it became less true. Those monsters have accelerated the frequency of their attacks. The warriors simply can't come back in time to replenish their shields again. We can continue to stand at the back, but if we stand at the back, but none of the warriors in the front line can come back to replenish their shields again, then what's the point of us standing at the back? Separating the space. Li Shouchang's voice ran directly through the entire front line. Comrades, since ancient times sacrifice in war has been a common thing, you say that our lives are precious, but without you, what would be the point of us even if we were all alive? It's just waiting to die. In the end our gates will be broken and our country will die. There's been a change on the side of the 10,000 races, and the only way we can cope if we want to is to have a change as well. There was an irresistible force in Li Shouchang's voice. We go to the front line and damage deaths are very needy for the whole front line. But if we don't go to the front line, our country is going to die straight away. The wind whistled and blew, swirling the dust from the battlefield into the sky. After listening to this statement from Li Shouchang, the front line, all the undead warriors were silent. They didn't want to accept such a shift. But now, it seemed that they really had no other choice either. Then there must be a certain number of warriors for your protection. Zhang Zuolin gritted his teeth and made a final retreat. Listening to Zhang Zuolin's words, the literati forefathers of the various guardian stations laughed. They nodded their heads and then jointly replied to Zhang Zuolin. Good. Chapter 54 even without you. Prof. Win. That. I've got things to do. So I'll be off for the day haha. Kyoto. Hospital ward. This night, after eating a new day's dinner with Win Tian, Zhang Hanan took a step and without looking back, he was about to leave in a hurry. But alas, she didn't make it out of the hospital room after all. When she had just taken 2 steps out, Winning Sky shouts came. Chillin', let's stay tonight? Winning Sky smiled and opened his mouth. Zhang Hanan was in agony. Professor Win, I am really in trouble. Winning Sky softly inquired. What exactly is it about? That's, forgetting to close the door to the house. The years may run out. Zhang Hanan had a flash of insight. Just feel like a genius in this moment. It's okay, age doesn't like to go out. But alas, she had ultimately underestimated Winning Sky's determination. There's a problem on the front lines. Winning Sky said. The literati forefathers seem to be going to war as well. You know, if that's the case, there aren't enough of them. So on our side, too, we're going to have to write a new article on the surge. After watching the sudden change in the front line, Winning the Sky directly up to write a new article to support the idea. Zhang Hanan guessed this thought of Winning Skies, which was why he was also thinking of slipping away in a hurry. Professor Win, it's only been 3 days. You can't go back to retelling history. Zhang Hanan spoke helplessly. Your body can't take it. Winning Sky skimmed his mouth. Try it. How can we know if we don't try? I'm not going to help you anyway, or everyone will beat me to death. Zhang Hanan spread his hands with a posed look. Winning Sky frowned. Who dares to beat you up? You call him over. All the top brass of our country. Zhang Hanan said. Winning Sky was silent. Kaldan. The front line needs us. Another statement like the last one. But alas, this time Zhang Hanan would not be affected. I quit anyway. With that, Zhang Hanan laughed. The ferocity with which he left even caused Winning Sky to freeze violently. This ninny, why is she so determined all of a sudden? Winning Sky was a bit puzzled. And then, alone in the room for another 10 minutes or so, Wintry carried on shouting again at the door. Brother Sungun, are you there? The bodyguard outside the door, Zhu Chang'an, responded. Yes, do me a favor? Winning Sky inquired with a smile. But I didn't want to see Zhu Chang'an, the wooden man who always responds to requests. At this point also, he directly shook his head. No, being rejected so firmly, Winning Sky couldn't tense up once again either. After seeing the situation on the front line, he really couldn't help but want to make a move. But he really couldn't move his hands right now. Outside again, everyone suddenly and inexplicably became particularly determined. Hey, without assistance, Winning Sky's night was destined to be a night of inactivity. The next day, on the Daxia front, a new round of invasion by the 10,000 races once again came roaring in. The blood-mouthed demon monster side was the same as yesterday, still covered in vines and powerful in battle. On the other hand, on the side of the Daxia army, there was an extra man of letters on the battlefield. Following the battle. Don't be afraid. A new shield is coming. There's no need to go back. I'm in. Catch this iron wall of thought. Democracy in science. Go to. These scribes traveled all over the battlefield. As soon as you realize that the iron wall of thought has been broken by the undead warriors. So he used up his divine sense and threw a new iron wall of thought for him at a medium distance. The first round of invasions by the blood-mouthed fiends of the new day ended quickly. Compared to yesterday, the situation on the Daxia side is significantly better today. The undead warriors were able to replenish their new iron wall of thought in time to put up a better fight against the blood-mouthed demon. Only, in this case, another significant problem emerges. That is, the battlefield above people's divine sense consumption is much more than in the rear. Is it still okay? Zhang Zuolin looked at Kai Yuanpei beside him. Kai Yuanpei pretended to be calm. Yes, no problem. And so, after the second round of invasions by the blood-mouthed demon monsters began, the men of letters continued to roam the battlefield. And then, Round 3, Round 4, Round 5. Under various difficult struggles, the invasion of the blood-mouthed demon monster on the 22nd day of the Daxia front ended. Compared to yesterday, the number of deaths and injuries among the undead warriors had significantly decreased. But the side of the literati, the impact is so great that everyone is very frowning heartache. Apart from the fact that the basic divine sense is more consuming. In today's battle, there were also a full 3 dead men of letters on Daxia's side. The attacks from the blood-mouthed demons were too fierce after all. Even on the battlefield, Each scribe was surrounded by many undead warriors for protection, but the literati who deserve to die will eventually be attacked until they die. Moreover, this was the result of the blood-mouthed demons having no intelligence and fighting purely indiscriminately. If the blood-mouthed demon monsters possessed intelligence and understood the role of the literati, specifically targeting the literati to attack, then the number of literati killed or injured on the battlefield at this moment would be even higher. I'm afraid I'm needed at the front, and we really can't afford any more delays on our end. Kyoto, hospital ward. This day, Winning Sky was shouting from the beginning to the end, but none, not one, would answer him. Zhang Hanan even delivered the meal and hurriedly slipped away, making it so that the person who fed Winning Sky today became Zhu Cheng'an outside the door. Why? Winning Sky was puzzled. He started yelling and screaming in the hospital room, trying to get attention, and in the end, he did draw people. The old man from Daxia came to his hospital room in the evening. Professor Win, you can't write any more essays. Your body can't support it anymore. You'll die if you write another article before you recover. Turning to Winning Sky, the old man finally told him that Winning Sky would die if he wrote another text. Hearing the old man's words, Winning Sky couldn't help but be stunned. He lowered his head and was silent for a long time. After a long time, he opened his mouth rather helplessly. But if I don't make a move, and the front line can't hold out, and if Daxia dies, won't I still die? What Winning Sky said was the truth. But there were a lot of truths in this world. That is, it was hard to do something about it even if you knew about it. Let me write another essay. Maybe I can. Winning Sky spoke earnestly as he said, the forefathers on the front line are already holding on strong. Previously, when he had impressed Zhang Hanan, Winning Sky had used these words, and now he was opening his mouth like this again. Only, unlike last time, this time, the frontline side actually sent back a reply the instant he opened his mouth. Brat, just who's holding up strong? Ha? Can you stop putting so much drama on yourself? Next, you are not allowed to strike. We will show you that this present frontline battlefield, even without you, we can still annihilate the enemy just as well. Chapter 55, the last article. The 23rd day of the third rod of the invasion of the 10,000 races. The invasion of the blood-mouthed fiends became more ferocious. It ends up being round after round though. The Daxia front line all managed to hold the country's gates, but the damage to his side had been horrendous. This day, only until noon, for more men of letters had already died on the battlefield. Among them, it even contains the 8th Guardian War Mainstay Crane Secretary Kai Yuanpei. How can this be guarded? Kyoto, hospital, inside the ward. After the crowd of literati stood out last night, Winning Sky was silent. But when the situation on the front lines of this new day came back again, how else could Winning Sky continue to endure? What do you mean you don't need me? You can wipe out the enemy army without me. It's just holding on. What's the point of holding on like that anyway? Winning Sky didn't understand what the hell everyone behind the front line was thinking at this time. Obviously, he wanted to keep Daxia, so it was impossible for him not to write this third article. Why keep doing this and making fearless sacrifices? Maybe Winning Day will write the article early. With more people, the civilians on the front line will be able to sacrifice a little less again. Can it be that these people really think that they can already defend this stick just by themselves? In the afternoon, the invasion of the blood-mouthed fiends came roaring back. The final result of the battle was unsurprisingly naturally that Daxia's side continued to hold down the fort. But a more serious one came after the keep. That is, the scribes of the various guardian stations have exhausted their divine senses. Or maybe it ran out long ago. The iron wall of thought they applied to the undead warriors on the front line was already beginning to consume their bodies. The pain doubling and redoubling again. It was almost as if they were winning the sky in the big late moment. Maybe tomorrow, the invasion of the blood-mouthed demon monster will be too much for them to stop. Upon realizing this, Winning Sky could no longer remain calm. He hollered for Zhu Sungin to reach the old man, and then, with extreme firmness, he said what he could see. If you don't let me make a move, tomorrow Daxia will be finished. Everyone will be dead by then. What the hell are you guys still dawdling about? For the first time, Winning Sky's tone was so bad. Looking at Winning Sky in this manner, the old man did not say anything. However, the right hand behind his back was already unable to stop itself from starting to tremble. Winning the day to write another text would kill me, but if he didn't write any more texts, the great summer would really be dying soon. At this moment, how exactly should we choose? As a person who had been helped, the old man really didn't want to let Win Tian suffer anymore. However, as the upper echelon of a country, there is really no way for the elderly to ignore the country. Until then, it's not the last moment, so the old man can always escape. But now, let me write. Winning Sky's expression was extremely determined. The old man looked at Winning Sky. Winning Sky spoke again. Let me write. after a long time. The old man had no more strength to hold on. He reddened and nodded. Yes. Then, trembling, he walked out of the door and called Zhu Cheng'an in. I said it's fine if you write it. Winning Sky looked at Zhu Cheng'an. At this time, Zhu Cheng'an was already sitting in front of the open computer. Seeing that Chu Sung-an was ready, took a deep breath. Winning Sky's side was also making final mental preparations for itself. Will I just die if I write another augmentation article in my current state? The word death was a terrifying word, or at least Winning Sky had always been terrified of it. He was afraid of the unknown feeling when he died, afraid that after death, he would never be able to eat good food again, and also afraid that after death, the follow-up of Daxia would become no follow-up again. As previously thought, after its own death, no one will be able to recount the splendor of the Great Ming, the Great Tang, and the Great Qin, and yet, when you think about it, it's just straight back to thinking about it again. Just like the ones that Winning Sky lamented when he put it all together in his last at-bat. He wanted to live more than anyone else though and wanted to follow up with another narrative. But the problem now was that he had to get everyone through the moment first. To say the only difference between this time and the last time I lamented. Maybe it's just that the probability of dying on your own has gotten a lot higher this time? Winning Sky was silent for a long time. Nothing more was said afterward. Straight away, the memories took place in the brain's library. Love it or hate it, it's kind of over when you die. After all, this theater was as far as he could go. As for after that, next bat. Next bat. All I can say is to beg the old gods on which piece. Let's see if he's got what it takes to put a library in someone's head again. After the New Culture movement, it will be the May 4th movement. This time, just retell the story of the pioneers in the May 4th movement. Wintry rationalized what he was going to write about today. If his current body actually wrote another text he would die. It's good to have May 4th movement as your last article. Not only Young On and Own quite echo. In terms of the level of help to the front line, these guys are definitely enough as well. Even if one's liver did die this wave, just this one article should be enough for Dasha to survive this one too. As for the next stick of the Great Qing, repeat above. That should be the next job for the brain with the librarian. And if there can't be another lucky person in the world, that really wasn't something that Winning Sky's side could intervene to help with anymore either. The Age of Awakening, bearing the bones of the wind and also the sharpness of the bones, if you have a dream, you are strong. Bringing a bitter smile to the corner of his mouth, Winning Sky spoke the title of today's new article. After he opened his mouth, Chu Sung-an quickly typed the contents on the computer as well. Well, where to start? Just better pick up where the last post left off. Wintry thought for a moment and found a good entry point. A familiar feeling of pain came, but Winning Sky was all but able to ignore it. Or maybe death is already in front of you, and pain isn't a thing all of a sudden. Chen Zhongfu started the New Culture movement to its climax at Peking University. And at this time, Daxia is another thing that suddenly happened with great influence. Exactly the same as the last time. Wintry used oral narration to tell history again. While he was speaking, Chu Sung-an was writing. Chen Zhongfu started the New Culture movement to its climax at Peking University. And at this time, Daxia is another thing that suddenly happened with great influence. After the two sentences were written, Zhu Cheng'an waited up for Winning Sky's next sentence. But, after that, it was a full 10 seconds of waiting. And yet, he was also the one who didn't hear another sound from Winning Sky's side. Professor Win. And then what? Chu Sung-an inquired and no one responded. He lifted his head. In the next second, one could only smell the face of Winning Sky on the opposite side of the room filled with horror. Obviously his mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a single sound. Chapter 56, we may not be able to hold out much longer. Wintry's voice was muffled. No signs. Extremely suddenly it became so. A drop of sweat fell from his forehead. At this moment, he panicked to the extreme. But the reality is that no matter how much he repeats it again, if you can't change your path, you can't change your voice. Win Professor Yu. Zhu Cheng'an was also shocked. He rushed out and called for the doctor. However, doctors after checking out the winning day, all of them were also bewildered to the extreme. It's not a physical condition that causes the inability to vocalize. Nothing to do with the body then. It's the 10,000 clans? Inside the ward, the old man was already coming in again. Winning the day to write the text again. He could not bear to go to see So go out. But I didn't want to think that suddenly something like this would ever happen inside. Now, was it the 10,000 clans that had devised a means to keep Winning Sky from speaking out? Following the most previous global amnesia. Once again, the 10,000 nations have struck out to affect the back of the nations? Winning Sky was also looking out the window in horror at the moment. Before, after the 10,000 races had engaged in global amnesia, they hadn't struck out at the back of the countries again. That's why Winning Sky also never thought that such an accident would occur again. No, it's not the 10,000 nations. Winning Sky's heart was jolted, because he felt it carefully. It was found that the forces that prevented him from speaking were not sharp. Instead, there is an extreme amount of warmth and softness. Yes, Daxia consciousness. Wintry finally realized who it was that was preventing him from speaking. However, he did not understand why the Daxia consciousness was doing this. One clearly wanted to save the entire Daxia and all the people in the rear of Daxia. Why? Winning Sky's heart burned inside. Unfortunately, the Great Summer consciousness was acting as if it didn't exist, not responding to Winning Sky at all. After the last article was written, Winning Sky was seriously injured again and could only speak briefly. Now he was the one who couldn't even speak. He can't talk, so there's no way for a new article on the surge to come out. Daxia may really be dying. The pupils of his eyes lost their color, and Winning Sky was like a puppet in an instant. And what he realized in the moment was not the worst of it. The hardest part was that in the next moment he also realized that the remaining Republican literati in his brain's history library disconnected from him. Of course, this didn't mean that they were leaving Wintry to find someone else. Rather, it was this wave of theirs that rejected the call of the Winning Sky. They took the initiative and all refused to come out. Why? Why? 2 lines of tears ran down from his eyes. But it's as if the Daxia consciousness doesn't reply to Winning Heaven. At this time these literati who were still inside the library also stopped replying to Winning Sky. Just like that, in a situation where it was clear that he was fully prepared, winning the day's 3rd article to increase troops, extremely sudden then also terminated. Lying on the hospital bed, Winning Sky didn't move anymore. He just stared at the ceiling in silence. And looking at Winning Sky in this state, the old man was also very heartbroken. He sat in the hospital room for a long time, soothing Win Tian for a long time, and after a long time, he rushed off to take care of something else, because Winning Sky's side couldn't make another article. Then Daxia might really be finished next as well. As the head of a country, the old man has a lot to do in these last moments. Xu Cheng'an remained standing outside the door, and the ward became empty once again. The 24th day of the 3rd rod of the invasion of the 10,000 races. The situation on the front line of Daxia at the moment was already extremely bad. However, the corners of the mouths of the various literati were all wearing smiles. The kid can't talk. Pretty good. Without too many words. After nodding at each other across the room, these literati then went back into battle. Follow the undead warriors on the front line as they fight the blood-mouthed demonic monsters across the street. The Golden Age. Not behind us, but before us, not in the past, but in the future. The universe is infinite, and the territory of science is vast and fertile. So should the youth be encouraged? That which is different from me is not necessarily wrong, and that which is the same as me is not necessarily right. That which is right today may not be right, and that which is wrong today may not be really wrong. Every literati articulates what they once thought, and these thoughts, on top of the battlefield, turned into countless iron walls of thought, protecting the warriors as they continued on their way. But, somewhere in the corner, after patching up a new iron wall of thought for yet another undead soul warrior, a mouthful of blood spurted right out of Mr. Li Xiaochan's mouth when he couldn't hold back. "Sir!" the undead warrior exclaimed. However, Li Xiaochan was still smiling and opened his mouth to reply. "No harm. Nothing much." As the battle progressed to this point, the bodies of all the literati on the front line at the moment were already all unable to carry on, even without the attack of the 10,000 on them. Simply applying an iron wall of thought to the warriors without stopping would have caused them all to be on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Holding on strong. They're all holding on for dear life. The historical dead guard the gates of the country, and the resuscitations are of people who have died once. What would it really feel like for them to die again? Shouldn't be too far off from the first death. Winning Sky called the undead warriors to the battlefield. In essence, it's still trying to keep people from dying again. While they still have to dissipate after each stick is guarded, dissipation is still not the same as death by any stretch of the imagination. Maybe after dissipation they can revive again, still be conscious, even live in another world? And what if they die again after resuscitation? What if they really are no longer alive in the full sense of the word? Winning Sky couldn't bear to watch his forefathers like this, and he asked Xu Cheng'an to turn off the screen in his hospital room. But, can't help it. Can't help not paying attention to them. A period of time passed, and Winning Sky once again called out to Xu Cheng'an to come in and open the screen that was playing the frontline images. By this time, the front line was already guarding the first 2 rounds of another day. The battle was very grueling, and several more literati were killed by the blood-mouthed demon monster, not to mention, all the other literati, too, had coughed up blood and were dying on their own. Gritting his teeth, Wintry tried to get his hands moving, then sit down at the computer and rush to get the new article filled out. But he can't move at all. Well, be a good boy and rest. A voice came back from the front line in a trance. Listening to this voice, Winning Sky once again fell into silence. The day passed quickly. To everyone's surprise, this day, the undead warriors on the front line of Daxia had actually held their ground again. Who says we can't hold the day? We can. Brat, you estimated it wrong. On the front line, the rest of the literati were laughing. Such a laugh lasted for 10 seconds or so. Laugh it off. Their looks became serious once again. They looked away from each other. Said, on this trip, with all of you as companions, great good. With that, and in synchronization, they all looked to the sky and to Winning Sky. Little friend, we may not be able to hold out any longer. Chapter 57, even if it's just one more minute of life. Snow is falling again in the sky. That snow fell on the front line crowd, and the earth was soon covered with a thin layer. Frontline, the scribes who wanted to say something more, but their bodies were already all unable to carry them. The story goes on. Each of them is already to the extreme of themselves. Snowflakes are like countless fluttering elves, sprinkling down on the earth in a flurry. A trail of red stood out in this world of silver. It was a mouthful of crimson blood, spurting out from the mouth of a certain literati, cutting through the silent snowy night like a blooming red plum, poignant and stunning. The blood fell on the snow, a stark contrast to the white snow. It dipped into the snowflakes, as if coloring the pure and flawless snow with a layer of enchanting red. That scribe's body trembled in the cold wind, and with every mouthful of blood he spat out, it was as if the flames of life burned more fiercely, and the blood that spurted out of his mouth at this moment was like the strongest cry of his life. Pung! The man of letters eventually collapsed in the snow. With that, his body was blown away by the wind little by little, as if he had never been in this world. Poof! The fall of this man of letters was not the end, but only the beginning of this scene in the snow. After him, one scribe after another vomited blood, and one after another fell, carrying on hard until now. Everyone's lives are clearly on their last legs. There's no way they can continue to carry on hard. They have to go. Little friend, nothing must happen to you. You must live. The snow is getting heavier. In the midst of the snow, Mr. Li Shotang issued this cry. Eventually, the snow covered it all. The 24th day of the third rod of the 10,000 invasions. Night. On the front line of Daxia, all the literati guarding the front of the battle are almost completely dead. Look closely above the entire battlefield. At this point there were only two literati left. One is Li Shou Taste. Another one is Brothers Chan. They came the earliest. Stuck at the end of this as well. They are not dead at the moment, but it has also been impossible to cast another iron wall of thought. They were standing in the snow. It seems extremely powerless and lonely. A gust of wind blew by and it all looked like it could blow them over. Don't listen to the sound of leaves beating through the forest. Why not chant and walk slowly? Bamboo staff and shoes are lighter than a horse. Who is afraid? A straw raincoat is a peaceful life. Chen Bofu reached out his hand and picked up a piece of snow. And after he picked up this piece of snow, in the back, in the hospital, in the ward, Winning Sky this also sort of understood what these people were really up to. It's a new day, and at 5 a.m., Winnie was able to make a sound. The Daxia consciousness no longer has any hold on him. The other scribes in the library of the mind are no longer making rejections. To keep this country, Winning the Sky must be in the writing of a text. This is how cannot be changed the fact. But, outside of that, they were able to slightly change some of the details of it. For example, let's all hang in there for just a little while longer. Then, let Win Tin rest that much longer, though the chances are slim. But just in case is just that one more day off. What about winning the day to write this third augmentation article again without having to die, lying in a hospital bed? At this time, Winning Sky was already in tears. He understood the intent of his forefathers. Understand that the strong hold of our forefathers was not something to save face. And it's not so much about not writing for Win Tin. Winning Sky had to write a third text to get Daxia to hold on to the past. They are the ones who know better than anyone. And beyond that, they were also well aware of the many new characters in that third text of Winning Sky. In itself, it was certain that it would be able to hold the Daxia front for the remaining so many days. And so they chose, from the very beginning, to be strong until they were sacrificed. Use the ones behind them that are no longer needed after my third text comes out on their own. In exchange for me being able to take an extra day, 2 days off. Then, let me write my third essay with that extra point, 2 points of life. The forefathers did this, and Winning Sky was not in any position to comment on it, because everyone is ultimately there for him. And, even if you just look at the correctness, there really isn't anything wrong with this approach, because Winning Sky's life does not only represent itself, but also represents the hope of the future of the great summer. At the last moment, what Winning Sky thought was just like that. He tried his best, and there was really nothing he could do behind the finish. However, What the forefathers were thinking was that even if there was still a sliver of hope, they must still let Winning Sky add one more point to the possibility of continuing the story. I'll live. I can't die. No one can take me. If death comes, then I'll beat him back. At this moment, Winning Sky's attitude towards death changed once again, and at the same time, the entire rear of the Great Summer was undergoing a change. It is not without significance that the Frontline literati are holding on. They didn't just add one more day of rest, one more minute of life to Winning Sky. It also creates a final warm-up time for the last dance of the Dasha consciousness. Don't worry, I'm just taking a nap. In a trance, in a hospital room. Winning Sky heard the voice of the woman from the previous dream again. He looked out the window, only to see that snow was also falling at this time in the back of Dasha. With the snow in this dark night, in the rear of Dasha, all the people woke up from their dreams and opened their eyes. And then, they all had an extra paragraph in their heads. This paragraph made all the subjects in the rear of the Great Summer sit up violently. With that, the open mouths of the open mouths can't help but tremble. As of today, to the complete end of the third bat of the Battle of the Guard, as Winning Days retells history, every descendant of the backside of Dasha puts his right hand on his chest. All have extremely small odds, maybe for a share of the damage done to the winnowing of history for the retelling of history. Note, the bearer of a successful docking. Although only a sliver of the Winning Sky's damage is shared away, the damage sustained while bearing is 100 times that sliver. This extra content in the mind is simple, but the impact is extremely huge, because it means that the other people in the rear of the Great Summer can also do something. They can stop watching powerlessly. They can also help Winning Sky, piece by piece for the Frontline, to write articles to increase troops. As for that, there is only a tiny chance that the damage suffered by Winning Sky can be shared away. Oh well, as long as there are enough people. This is not much of a problem, is it? The last thing we need in the rear of Dasha is people. Professor Win, this time, we can finally help you. At last we can do something other than watch the Frontline with respect. Chapter 58, Dasha Literati. On this night, all the children of Dasha were uplifted. The old man led a group of Dasha's top brass, even more so afterward. Straight away, he went to the hospital ward where Winning Sky was. When they arrived, Win Tian was crying. Or for those ancestors who fell in the snow yesterday. Or just for that, I'm just taking a nap. The time has come today. It was only then that Winner finally realized that the dreams he had sometimes were more than just dreams. It remains unclear who the little girl in the dream was, but the warm and kind woman who said that Winning the Sky still looks good on brunettes. Her name is, the National Consciousness of Dasha. She helped Winning Sky recover when he was injured. She made all of Dasha see Winning Sky when he wasn't in the spotlight. Now she has done something else. Under the oppression of the 10,000 races, her power had been reduced to a mere pittance, and now she uses all that she has left as well as herself. In exchange, Win Tin has the last chance of survival in the second batting order. Is it really just a nap? When the old man and a bunch of other Dasha executives didn't come over, Winning Sky inquired in a low voice to the empty room. There is no answer to this question. At this time, the only thing the world had given to Winning Sky was absolute silence. Tears couldn't stop flowing out of Winning Sky's eyes, while people outside were cheering. Inside the ward, only Win Tian cried his heart out like a child, while Winning Sky was crying. In front of the ward door, the old man and a group of other Dasha executives had been waiting like that. 3, 5, 10 minutes? I don't know how long it took before Winner raised his head after he had finished crying. I'm going to start writing my next article on the surge. When he raised his head again, Winning Sky's expression had completely transformed. There were only 4 words left in his eyes: immortality. Watching Winning Sky recover, the old man and the other group of DCI executives also had smiles spreading from the corners of their mouths. Yes, it's time for us to fight back. It was already 5:30 in the morning. There is only a short time left before the first invasion of a new day for the 10,000. At the moment, only 2 scribes had been left at the front, and both of these scribes were already at the end of their powers. It's a new day, and the gates of Dasha want to be guarded again. Winning Sky's new text has become an indispensable presence. However, unlike in the past, this time Winning Sky writes again. People don't have to worry about him dying. For the whole back of Dasha, all his people will stand by him. Professor Win. The door was pushed open, and it was Zheng Hanan who excitedly barged in. Seeing Zheng Hanan, Winning Sky couldn't help but smile. Now, can you go play the keyboard for me? Zheng Hanan wanted to cry and laugh again. In the end, she said nothing, just nodded her head fiercely. Turning the computer on and the writing software on, Zheng Hanan got ready, and in the meantime, all the people throughout the rear of Dasha were also ready. At that moment, the official Dasha did not issue any announcement to go and demand that the people in the rear of Dasha must place their hands on their chests while Winning Sky was writing the text. After all, this is not necessary at all. without any coercion, even without any guidance. The sons of the rear of the great summer will all come forward on their own. They no longer want to be defenseless. And they no longer wanted to see Professor Win suffer for them alone. This time, Prof. Win is no longer alone. This time, they would stay close to Prof. Win. Gentlemen, would you like to come out this time? Winning Sky made a call within the historical library in his mind. Responding to him was the soft laugh of countless forefathers. May it be. Pulling consciousness back in. Glancing at Zhang Hanan, who was already poised in front of the computer. Winning Day's third article is finally a strong debut. The Age of Awakening, bearing the bones of the wind and also the sharpness of the bones. If you have a dream, you are strong. The story picks up where it left off before. The content of the new culture movement ends first. Entering the stage once again were countless youths holding their flags high. The May 4th movement was a patriotic movement that took place in the capital city on May 4th, 1919, in which young students were the main participants, and the general public, citizens, industrialists and businessmen and other strata of the population participated in various forms of patriotic movement through demonstrations, petitions, strikes, and violent confrontations with the government. The cause was the peace conference against the Chariot state in January 1919, and in the case of being a victorious country, the other countries surprisingly decided that Japan would inherit the privileges that the Chariot state used to have in the area of the Daxia Haidai, and even more disgustingly, Kashiyo Amplitude agreed to it. The people of Daxia are naturally never willing to accept such bullying and humiliation. Thus, with Dashang literati taking the lead, students of major universities as the heart, and subsequent citizens as the body, the sensational, world-shaking wind and thunder sounded. Haidai has lost. We've lost completely. I thought we won the fight, but now what's going on? Daxia, as a victorious nation, should we get such a disempowering treaty? The failure of the diplomatic corps, the bullying of other countries, and the weakness of the Kashiyo Amplitude, Daxia entered the darkest period of its time. And in these extremely dark times, the literati of Daxia stood up. As soon as this word on the contract is signed, Haidai becomes Japanese. But can we say yes to anyone who is a Summerlander? No promises. If the top can't save the country, then start at the bottom. With the students as the main body, they paraded and shouted in the streets, and then led the whole people of Daxia to unite in resistance. They ignored my Daxia. As long as the 40,000,000 people of Daxia are of one mind, Daxia will not die. This time, Winning Sky still writes extremely much about Mr. Chen Broth Fu Li Show taste, because they are really giving extremely much in this campaign as well. But more is more. Yet the subjects in this one article can't really be considered them either. This time, the subject of the story is all of Daxia, the Yan Hua people, the Haidai issue, not the survival of a province, our own country. If we don't love it, who will? Give me back Haidai. Fight to the traitors. Give me back Haidai. Fight to the traitors. As long as we can awaken the people of Daxia, we will do nothing even if we have to give our lives. Defend sovereignty. Refuse to sign the contract. Defend sovereignty. Refuse to sign the contract. In the darkness, everyone is defending the land of Daxia in their own way. And it was then that the literati of Daxia gave forth a more shining light. Who said the literati are useless? Who says there are no literati in the Daxia Republican period? They were the ones who sought medicine for Daxia when Daxia had no medicine. They were also the ones who stood up, bled, and sacrificed when Daxia was in trouble. Even if the enemy's guns are jammed right in front of them, they, too, will continue to cry. Fellow citizens, unite! What is a reader of Daxia? This is a reader of Daxia. Chapter 59. But the sadness of not seeing the 9 states together. To die is to know that all things are empty, but to grieve is not to see the 9 states. On the day when the king's division settles in the Central Plains, the family will not forget to tell their ancestors. In this world, it's never been a bookworm is a bookworm. Real scholars have their own firmness. At the end of the article, Winning Day focuses on a student of the literati. That student was so worried and concerned about Daxia that he turned white in one night. He wrote a letter in blood, raised his banner, and cried out for the land of Daxia. In the end, he died on the way to recovering the sovereignty of the country. The day when Daxia takes back the island city of Haidai, you will go to my grave and tell me and my father. When Winning Sky finished this last sentence of the current article, inside the hospital room, all of them were already in tears. They read the bones of the Daxia literati in this article. Put this article out there, Winning Sky said. Zhang Hanan nodded. With that, straight away, this new article was also posted. Little friend Win, are you alright? The old man looked at Winning Sky with some worry. They all placed their right hands on their chests when Winning Sky retold history just now, but none of them succeeded in becoming someone who could help Winning Sky share the damage. It's okay. Winning Sky smiled faintly, indicating that there was no problem on his side. And it's true that after this article was written, he didn't have any problems, though there's still a tiny bit of damage as well, but it's a lot better than the first one, which would have just left him dead. Everyone is helping me. Wintry looked out the window. At this time, in the rear of Daxia, all the people's right hands on their chests had not yet fallen. They had all taken the initiative to come forward the moment the official announcement was made by Daxia that Winning Sky was going to write a text. The vast majority of these people, like the old man in Winning Sky's hospital room, had not succeeded in sharing the damage for Winning Sky. However, because there were simply too many people who stepped forward at the same time, so even if only a very small portion of them managed to share a trace of damage for Winning Sky, when added together, it was already something that could become a very terrifying number. Has Prof. Win finished writing his new article? Hi Dai, Island City. A young man with glasses slowly lowered his hand. At this moment, his forehead was covered in sweat. The entire person was also trembling uncontrollably. Yes, he was the one who had managed to share a trace of damage for Winning Sky, as the bearer takes 100 times the damage. So even if it only shared a sliver, it's already hurt to the bone at this moment. But, after sharing and being subjected to pain, the youth's face was instead all smiles, because, after the invasion of the 10,000 races, he could finally be a real living person again. Professor Win, it's really great to be able to help you in our country. At this moment, all the people who were helping to share the damage under Winning Sky were feeling the same way. They were all honored and delighted. They're all laughing. Of course, there were some people crying. It was because after they had personally shared the damage that Winning Sky had suffered, only then did he realize just how painful Winning Sky had been in the beginning. Granted, the damage taken on their side is going to be 100 times greater, but even if it was 100 times that, it was still nothing compared to what Winning Sky had endured in the first place. Even a sliver of their share from Winning Sky, by itself, it might not even be 1/10,000th of what Winning Sky had endured. I wonder what the content of Prof. Win's article is this time. The spectacled youth opened his computer and searched the internet for articles on Winning the Sky. Since Winning Sky has already sent the article out, so soon it's also seen the new article in its entirety. As long as the 40,000,000 people of Daxia are of one heart, Daxia will not die. And after, while reading in full this new post from Winning Sky, the spectacled youth was undoubtedly in tears as well. Even more than the others, the emotional infection on his side was deeper, because the place everyone in this article is trying to recapture is his hometown. Thank you. Because of the tactics used on the side of the 10,000 nations, these stories no longer exist. Now that he saw this history that Win Tianchong told out, the spectacled youth only felt hot-blooded and heartbroken. First he clenched his fists and tried to follow with a loud shout. Then he had tears in his eyes and tried to agonize. He went through several rounds of emotions, and in the end, he was smiling, because the subsequent Daxia lived up to the wishes of its forefathers and really stood up in the world. Hai Dai, the island city, is still firmly in the arms of the motherland, and because through Prof. Win, they remembered this history from the beginning, the forefathers of that period of history can live again in their memories. The power, it's back. On the front line, Chen Brofu and Li Shouchang, who were already exhausted, suddenly possessed strength again. They jerked their heads up and looked to the sky, and then, all of them understood the answer. It's the third article out of Winning the Sky, and with this article, they get a boost in reproduction. So, everyone else is coming too? Li Shoutaste inquired. Chen Brofu grinned, probably saying goodbye to that kid right now. Rear, hospital, ward. At this moment, there were indeed quite a few more ancestors around Winning Sky. Not everyone came because the ward was really small. It was the same as before, except that some newly revived delegates came. You don't blame us for not coming out before, do you? A literary pioneer inquired. The corner of Winning Sky's mouth spreads a smile. How can you blame? Is it the gentlemen who have come to make their farewells? The old man as well as a group of Daxia's senior management were still in the hospital room at this time. They were all jolted when they saw that Winning Sky started talking to himself. The ancestors would basically come to say goodbye to Winning Sky after they recovered out. This previous days, Winning Sky did talk to them, but now that I've hit it in person, it feels really different, though they couldn't even see or hear it at this point. Inside the room, the literary forefathers stayed for a moment, and then, together, they nodded to Winning Sky, and without dawdling, they all rushed to the frontline battlefield directly. After they left, the old man couldn't help but make inquiries. Did the forefathers say anything just now? Winning Sky froze. Then, a warm smile also appeared on his face. They said, next time, don't have so many people in the ward, it's crowded. Chapter 60, wanting to make a move is crazy. the 25th day of the third rod of the invasion of the 10,000 races. Frontline. Battlefield. A new day of invasion by the bloodmouthed fiends arrived as promised. But this time, both on the front and the back, the people of Daxia are all but no longer afraid. Fellow countrymen, unite! Just like when the flag was raised to defend the island city of Haidai. This time, countless readers raised their hands and guarded the entire Yanhua. Teachers, students, workers, the front lines of Daxia are crowded. One of the teachers and students revived gained the power of civil war, which serves to travel through the battlefield and impose an iron wall of thought on the warriors. As for the workers, they revived out although there was no addition, but with the addition of the iron wall of thought, an absolute spiritual power, but also can be replenished on the empty space of the warriors who passed away in the previous defense battle. There are so many forefathers added to this text. There are only a few days left in the battle to keep the third stick of the all-nations invasion. No surprises. They will then be able to successfully guard the gate of the Daxia country of this stick as well. We don't have to be afraid anymore. As a matter of fact, this piece of text Winning Sky originally didn't want to conjure up so many people, because he knows his stamina. With the only physical strength he had left before, he would never be able to do that even if he really died. But then, with the help of the self-sleeping Daxia consciousness, Winning Day didn't hold back on the riding high. The result is that on the frontline battlefield, in the face of another invasion of the blood-mouthed demon monster, the warriors on the side of the Grand Xia directly carried out a crushing attack. You added vines on your side for defense, but in the end it broke in a few hits, whereas on my side there are countless literati, and without teachers there are students who are frantically shielding me, and I can't use my shield enough, so how are you going to fight? Unsurprisingly, on the 25th day of the defensive battle, the Daxia front line won a great victory. Although the blood-mouthed demon monster was powerful, it was mainly powerful in terms of numbers as well as attack power. But now, the numbers were limited by the rules of warkeeping, and the attacks were limited by the ideas the scribes kept putting out there in particular. All the good points are just about finished being grammed. Then he naturally goes from being a big tiger to a little bug. Can't it be that this time, the best defense battle is going to fall on Great Xia's head again? Damn it! Obviously our pretty country is the most exciting one to defend this battle. We have the previous baton of warriors left behind to defend the battle, and the monsters on the other side we face with ease. But Daxia's side is again classically winning with less, and they're playing with more and more ease. It's all because of these literati. How on earth did this country of Daxia have so many literati with such strong wills in those broken times in the first place? After seeing the current situation in Daxia, the populations of every other country in the world are also taught. From the beginning of the invasion of the 10,000 races, they had disparaged and mocked the Great Xia. But now, Daxia is the one who captured the best once, not to mention, even to capture it again. And then, what about those who have mocked Daxia? Either get robbed of the best, either that, or even are no longer a country of their own. Professor Win, you have a follow-up to this third story, right? Daxia, Kyoto, Hospital, Ward. At this moment, Zhang Hanan had all but body not much cared about the opinions of the people of other countries. She is now only concerned with her own front line and her own history. And like her, the rest of the populace in the backwaters of the present Daxia was in the same frame of mind. Rather than fooling around back on the internet, they now wanted to know a little bit more about the missing history of Daxia's past. After reading the third article of Winning Day, we can obviously feel that there are still a lot of content after this. There is also the literati. When Winning Day wrote the first two articles, the netizens feel that there is a less content, as if one of the most critical characters is missing. By the way, Prof. Win, didn't you tell me when you were writing the second article on troop reinforcement that there was another brilliant man of letters in those days who was even called the Sword of Reform? Zhang Hanan suddenly thought of something. Lying on the hospital bed, Winning Sky was first stunned, and then he couldn't help but smile. Yeah, there's a lot more to it that I haven't made up yet. And then, speaking, Winning Sky suddenly got excited. Colden, what do you say I fill out the rest of the story as well as the literati that I haven't written about yet? Next to, great people should not be forgotten, nor should great stories, though the stick of warkeeping is enough for these pioneers conjured up at the moment. However, beyond the most basic battle keeping, some other things are important. Forget it, although it is said that the remaining days this side of my writing consumes not much, but if I really go to write more content, the rear of the people is to follow the suffering. After a few seconds, Winning Sky shook his head again. He felt that although his side was fine, he had to consider the other's side as well. Only, what Winning Sky did not know clearly was that at this time, the hearts of the Daxia people at the rear, who wanted to know the follow-up, were 100 times more urgent than the hearts of him who wanted to send out the follow-up. Damage some for the integrity of history, which blood earns well, and if one person couldn't carry it, The big deal was that he dropped his hand from his chest and then let the other Daxia children take the top. The people in the rear of Daxia were only able to help Winning Sky share the damage for so many days. From the next at bat, it's back to business as usual. In this they can still contribute a bit and do have times when they are needed to contribute content. Winning Sky, however, said, "Don't hurt yourselves," and then didn't allow them to make another move. It's worse than killing them, okay? Actually, the populace of Daxia is now jumping on the bandwagon. It's just that they're afraid to even have their share. The damage on the Winning Sky side won't be small either. That's why one of them didn't dare to show their heads at the moment. Professor Win. In fact, as long as you're okay with it, we're definitely okay with it. Zheng Hanan timidly opened his mouth. Winning Sky froze violently. Me? I'm sure I don't have a problem. I have you guys to share the damage. Our great Xia Rear population is so large. What problem can I have? No problem at all. Then we're fine with it. Zheng Hanan responded very firmly. Being responded to by Zheng Hanan like this, Winning Sky couldn't help but fall silent as well. After a few seconds, Winning Sky said, "Then you can use my account to post a segment of content, and if everyone does think like you, then we'll continue." Yes, Zheng Hanan was excited to the extreme. Not long after, Zheng Hanan picked up the computer and showed Winning Sky the comments. "Look, Professor Win, everyone thinks the same as me." Winning Sky fixed his eyes. Sure enough, the people in the back of Daxia were already crazy for wanting to strike. Chapter 61. I'll look up the history and check. Then read the replies from the netizens. In the end, Winning Sky's one blood came up. Before, the damage was too great for the divine body to carry. There's a constant stream of power all the way back there now. So what is he afraid of? Great people and stories that shouldn't be forgotten. They will all live again in everyone's memory. And the frontline battlefield. Even if you are afraid of fewer people, you are afraid of more people? Still relying on you. Winning Sky smiled and looked at Zheng Hanan. Zheng Hanan nodded. Guarantee to complete the mission. The two so butt heads. At once. The Daxia Post Convenience is also just starting a new movement again. To take advantage of the fact that others can share this opportunity to do harm. Tell all the stories of the other literati again. 2. In the center department. The old man learned that Winning Sky had started writing again. After hearing the news, the old man just felt that everything was particularly marvelous. Obviously before that, Daxia had all been in a state of crisis. And now, it's all about being able to build on the wins and go higher. It can even be purely for the sake of learning about history now. Well, actually in this bat over strike, the Qing dynasty comes and the people can share in the dissipation of the power of harm. Daxia would then return to its previous difficult situation. But, then again, after that, he is after all. It's been so long since the invasion of the 10,000 races. Who doesn't know what it means to live in the present? We'll talk about the latter later. There's nothing we can do about it now. Since you live in the present and have the ability to do so, let the present be good enough first. Don't forget, if you're exciting enough, you can still mix it up and get a bonus reward for being the best. Then let's start with the rapier I didn't write about. Inside the hospital room, a smile spread across Winning Sky's mouth. Toward Zheng Hanan, he said the title of that fourth article on troop reinforcement that came next. The Age of Awakening. If there is no torch after this, I am the only light. The strongest fighting literati in the Republican era. Bar none. Whether it's the character of the individual, what they do, or the venom of the work. The one to be written about in this article at the moment is all about a sharp sword. In those dark days when Daxia was seriously ill, he's had his moments of confusion. Brother Yu Tsai, aren't you depressed living here? Depressing, and not only is my house of the mending tree. Outside the bookstore, those putrid odors are even worse. Looking around, just feel that this society is really rotten. There is no remedy. There has been uncertainty. If an iron house, which can never be broken without a window, and in which there are many sleeping people, who are soon to be smothered to death, and yet from sleep to death they know nothing of the sorrows of death, and now thou shalt think thou doest them justice when thou shalt cry out, and startle up a few of the more wakeful, and bring upon this unfortunate few the irremediable agonies of the dying? But, in the end, he was still firmly holding up that banner of ideological reform and saving Daxia. Who is the seeker of the medicine and where is it? We. And the words of medicine are your masterpiece, Brother Yu Tsai. I'll try. Abandon medicine and pen and ink to quell evil. If anything, the other literati of the Republican period were more focused on ideas. This one, then, is the pinnacle of thought and work? Both ways. There's a lot to write about next. Winning Sky spoke to Zheng Hanan. Zheng Hanan smiled. Is it time to write about this gentleman's work? It's fine. I'm a fast typist. Reclaiming the work of a historical figure will be much less consuming compared to directly reclaiming that person. This was also the reason why Winning Sky had finally decided to tell this work again today after pondering for a moment. Well, actually, the more important reason is because it would be a shame not to let this person's work come back to the world. Diary of a Madman is 700 words long. Not a lot, but enough power. There is no way that Winning Sky will be able to tell all of this one's works again. So, he picked up one or two of the most classic ones, and Diary of a Madman. Undoubtedly then it is also one of the most classic must-have pieces. A certain gentleman Kuanjong, now hidden its name. All you in the past in the middle school when good friends, separated for many years. News gradually queer. A few days ago, I occasionally heard that one of the big disease, appropriate to return to his hometown. A detour to visit. Then only met with one person, said the sick person whose brother is also. As Winning Sky began to transmit his thoughts, the sound of the keyboard under Zhang Hanan's hands also became crisp and coherent once again. Meanwhile, while writing, Zhang Hanan was also doing a self-critical reading of the essay Diary of a Madman. There is no need to question the standard of Diary of a Madman, and its satirized reality and various words will make one's hair stand up after reading it. So, the more you write, Zhang Hanan's pupils can't help but follow the bigger the put. I turned over the history to check. This history has no era. Crooked on each leaf is written on the benevolence, righteousness and morality a few words. I can't sleep horizontally, carefully read for half a night. Only from the word crevice of the words, full of this book are written in 2 words are, cannibalism. Is it right that it's never been like this? I may not unintentionally, not eat a few slices of my sister's meat, and now it's my own turn. With 4,000 years of cannibalism resume I. At first, although I do not know, and now understand that it is difficult to see the real person. Every word thrilled Zhang Hanan. The moment the whole article was finished, Zhang Hanan realized that his hands were completely soaked with sweat from the shock. Is it awesome? Winning Sky inquired. Zhang Hanan swallowed a mouthful of water. Too strong. So I was wondering how this one would fare when he got to the front lines of battle. Winning Sky smiled and opened his mouth, then asked Zhang Hanan to finish as well as publish the article. Well, get some rest and relaxation and we'll continue tomorrow. After writing the text, Zhang Hanan, who was already very tired, left the ward and returned to her own home. And after she had returned home, the entire internet in the back of Daxia had blown up straight away. Cannibalism, the way this article is written, I have goosebumps all over my body. Sort of thought reform flag raisers? That's so strong, so powerful. Can I just say that after reading about this gentleman's life, my back is all sweaty right now? When the 4th augmentation article in this 3rd stick of Winning the Sky is read, every single one of the people in the rear of the Grand Xia were all in awe. They looked this gentleman's life over and over. Eventually, the eyes then all fall on the passage in which this gentleman lies amidst countless sheets of paper after he has written Diary of a Madman. The Zhou Shurians, from now on, will be called Lu Flood. Chapter 62, Did you call their mom? The 26th day of the 3rd rod of the invasion of the 10,000 races. Early morning. Another man of letters on the Daxia front. Unlike other literati, traveling through the battlefield to impose an iron wall of thought for the frantic warriors. This man of letters finally chose his favorite attack. A sharp sword is a sharp sword. No matter how many times it comes, it's always the one that's charging hard. Battlefield. See the newly revived old friend of the literati. Flood. A faint smile spread across the mouths of the other scribes. Iron wall of thought we will add to the warriors. So, give the opposite side some credit. Ute Sai. Tell the monsters. We, the literati, can not only defend, but also attack. The power of civil war itself is not fixed only on defense. It's just that the defense was more beneficial than the attack before. That's why the scribes all chose to play defense. But now, there are enough literati who can put up an iron wall of thought. So attacks and whatnot are allowed to go on a bit. Not to mention, Lu Flood himself is the best at attacking the biggest. The performance of different literati after they have acquired the power of literal warfare is different. Lu Flood is such a poisonous sword. After acquiring the power of civil war, the means of attack that it could display were definitely capable of stunning the world. And it is, indeed, as the bloodmouth fiends came in for another invasion. The battle on the frontline battlefield of Daxia was also followed by another touch and go. And while everyone was following the original routine of you and me, stoically defending the battle, Lu Shang, on the other hand, directly transformed a brush in his hand, and countless blank sheets of paper. He doesn't stand at the end of the line. He doesn't stand at the front of the line. He's right in the center of the battlefield. He brought a table and a chair from somewhere. In the midst of war, blood spurts, and humans and monsters clutter the landscape to the max. It was as if he was isolated out of his position, quiet and empty. It's about to start? A scribe passed by as he traveled through the battlefield. Ru Song nodded. It's been so long since I've used a pen again. I don't even feel comfortable with it. You'll have to get used to it, or if there's a monster you missed later, you'll be bucking on the spot. That's all I'm saying, get out of here and leave me alone. I'm going to start. Go Yutsai. Yutsai is the best. Yutsai is our little pride. I say go. Hey, why are you still moving your legs? After shooing a certain person away, Rusong then picked up his pen again. With that, he glanced at the army of blood-mouthed demonic monsters in front of him, which had been forced back by the warriors. Burying his head, Rusong began his writing. He wrote quickly, ink variously swirling across the blank paper, and when he formally opened the writing, countless visions were directly revealed on the battlefield. It was knife after knife made of ink. After the ink knife appeared, Lu Flood didn't pay any attention to it. He just continued writing. And these ink blades of his, upon appearing, then also on their own, they launched themselves against the blood-mouthed demons. Put! An ink blade slashed into a blood-mouthed demon monster with unerring precision. Immediately afterward, the blood-mouthed demon monster turned into blood mist on the spot, dissipating into the battlefield. So strong. At the back, the people of Daxia were currently watching Lu Flood's maneuver. Upon seeing that its manifested ink blade was actually so powerful, everyone was uncharacteristically stunned. You know, the current blood-mouthed demon monster is version 2.0. They had Rattan on them, and their defense was greatly increased from before. On the warrior's side, it basically takes many hits to decimate one. It's just getting started. Inside the hospital room, Winning Sky also saw this scene. He didn't feel, however, that this was all there was to Ru Flood. And the truth, indeed, was pretty much what he thought it would be, along with the increasing completeness of the Rusin article. The content that the ink transformed around him became more and more powerful. First it was a sword, then a tiger, and finally it turned out to be a huge monster with an open mouth. Isn't this the same monsters from across the street? There's still a difference. This one on our side is way bigger than them. Seeing this last scene, the populace at the rear of Daxia all had their mouths wide open. And what about the front line? Things aren't really much better. Whether it was on the side of the Great Summer Warkeeper or the opposite side of the blood-mouthed demon monster. One by one, all of them began to shiver directly after this ink monster appeared as well. You material! What is this? A literati came to Lu Flood's side. Lu flooded silence. I do not know. I just want to use the ink to make some of the same monsters as the opposite side. But when I did it, I suddenly realized that there is another road in front of me. So I just kept on getting it. You called their mom? Lu Flood coughed. These are still ink after all that I got out of them. There's no shouting anyone out for one thing. Sensei, what it is? Just look at the front now. The monsters on the other side of the dam directly all began to tremble, and some even began to run back. Lu Flood. All Dacia rear. Come peek at the back of the screen in other countries. Yes, it's outrageous, but that's what the frontline battlefields of Daxia have become now. Directly after the appearance of the gigantic blood-mouthed demon monster that Lu Flood had waved with his pen, the army of blood-mouthed demon monsters on the opposite side of the street all turned around and left. Prior to this, there were imaginations of what the first battle would be like after Ru Flood's debut. However, how to think but also can't imagine. It will be a person will dominate the opposite monsters a round of attack. Yutsai, I love you so much. Yutsai is the strongest. Yutsai is the best. Yutsai is our little pride. Damn, this is too damn dramatic. On the 26th day of the third rod of the invasion of the 10,000 races, early in the morning after the first round of invasions by the bloodmouth fiends was over, on the front line battlefield, all the men began to cheer. As for the rear, the people of Daxia were about to go crazy with joy. Mr. Ru Flood wouldn't really be shouting out the opposite mother, would he? If it's not mom, it's dad. Does that count as one person holding off a round of invasion from across the street? It shouldn't count, but it does, and it doesn't. Well, it still does. All in all, the first battle after the appearance, Lu Flood will bring people a great surprise. And then, after some time, the second invasion of the bloodmouth demons began. Just like the previous round, this time, Rusong had inked up another huge bloodmouthed demonic monster. But apparently, you can't use the same approach twice. And it seems that having already been reprimanded by their real moms, this time these bloodmouthed fiends finally recognize what's real and what's not. Poof! The huge demonic monster formed by the ink pounced on a dozen or so bloodmouthed demonic monsters at once. And in an instant, all of these dozen or so bloodmouthed demonic monsters also became blood mist. Lu-sun, well, recognized or not, it's really all the same. Chapter 63, Successful Defense of the Battle. It's time to look at the next bat again. It was already no weaker than the opposite front line of Daxia, now with the addition of Lu Flood. Unsurprisingly, the day's keep was a big success. Another day under guard. On the front line, All the pioneering fighters were engaged in cheering. In the rear, the populace of Daxia was also happy, but while they were happy, they had other things to do. That was to continue following Winning Sky to retrieve more memories. As a matter of fact, after watching the first game of the Rue Floodguard during the day, Winning Sky's side then continued to start a new book, and those newly evoked by him as ancestors. It has also been followed up by all logging onto the battlefield. Present, Winning Sky is in the middle of his second writing of the day. There are only a few days left until the end of batting third in the Keeper battle. In the past few days, the front line was basically free of problems in holding the battle. Then what Winning Sky needed to consider on his side was only how to utilize these remaining days to tell as many stories as possible about the Republic of China literati who had been erased by the 10,000 races during the time when others could still follow him and share the consumption. How is everyone taking it? Zheng Hanan seems to have caught a cold last night and did not come when he was sick. Today, the person who helped Win Tian write the article is the bodyguard in front of the ward door. Zhu Cheng'an. We can withstand it. We have a lot of people in Daxia. Xu Cheng'an spoke very firmly. Just put down your hand if you can't carry it and don't participate. Alright, then continue. Winning Sky grinned. And so it was that the next few days were spent in basically the same pattern. A special sharing power that was obtained by the national consciousness of Daxia through self-sleeping. Wintry managed to keep the third bat in the battle these last few days. As far as possible, all the content of the Republic of China's literati, which was erased by the 10,000 nations, has been reproduced. All sorts of historical stories have reappeared in this world with everyone joining hands. As for the frontline battlefield, along with the debut of more and more new literati, as well as the re-additions added by the new Manhwa story to the literati that have already appeared, everyone is becoming smoother and smoother on the path against the blood-mouthed demonic monsters. This day was the 30th day of the third rod of the invasion of the 10,000 races. The month of each installment of the Battle Watch Relay would then be 30 days instead of 29 or 31. Therefore, when this day's battle was over, the mission of the forefathers of the Republic of Daxia after the revival of the Republic of Daxia was also completed. They, surprisingly, defended it again? The blood-mouth Mother Emperor. Even she didn't deal with them? Somewhere in time and space, the three members of the Heaven's Eye 8-armed clan, Hun Zito, who had previously faced off against Daxia, after realizing the current situation of Earth Daxia, all of them did not hold back and enlarged the pupils of the third eye on top of their heads. You should know that when the blood-mouth Mother Emperor descended, they directly made the judgment that Great Xia will be finished. These literati in this stick of Daxia are really outrageous, to the extent that they have directly changed the situation of the entire front line with their own strength. No wonder Lord Man Decision wants to erase some of the history of the Earth. These characters are indeed difficult to deal with after they don't erase their existence and revive and then get special editions. So it's this Professor Win again. And without him these characters wouldn't make another appearance. All three of the Hun Zito men fell silent. With that, Hun raised his head. However, after this wave, Daxia is actually considered to have suffered great damage. After all, their national consciousness. Too, the Stoic people coalesced to create a Stoic sense of nationhood. And that Stoic sense of nationhood ultimately protected those Stoic people at the expense of themselves. At this moment, the blood-mouth Mother Emperor should be very suffocating. Obviously his own particularly powerful, but is just the powerful point are not able to play. The rules limit the number of his subordinates. The opposite side of the literati and just limit the characteristics of his subordinates themselves. Holding back? The blood-mouths have no brains. The three of them, Hun Zito, looked at each other and all laughed helplessly. But that makes it seem even less bad that we lost in the first place. Yes, after all, the blood-mouth Mother Emperor descended without even taking the country. Looking through time and space to the distant Earth, the three laughed and talked for a long time, and laugh about it. They, on the other hand, then also just reanalyzed the Daxia's defensive battle tour seriously. This bat, Daxia's perseverance actually had an element of luck in it. Their literati just happened to restrain the bloodthirsty Mother Emperor on the other side, and their sense of nationhood was also sacrificed in this bat. So, what about the next at-bat? Will they be so lucky in the next at-bat? Or will they have another standout at the next bat? The upper side of the 10,000 erased part of Earth's history. So that part of history that was erased could have been an accident. But here's the thing. Next, all the contents of the Daxia Qing dynasty period. None of the upper echelons of the 10,000 have carried out any means of erasure on their side. Have they? And in not being erased, all the specifics of what it shows look at it. It seems that they simply don't have the ability to be able to hold their gates together anymore either. So, this time, it really should be over. Hun exhaled and made another judgment call. But unlike in the past, this time, there was a bit of emptiness in his release. There's no way around it. It's just that the first two bats were so confident each time, and the results were so ugly each time they were welcomed. So even though the situation is like this at the moment, he is going to be outrageously less confident because of those first 2 bats of Dasha. He always felt that winning Sky and Dasha, again, could come up with some new tricks. Of course, that was on Earth, and winning Sky didn't know what they were analyzing and talking about at the moment. Otherwise, winning Sky would definitely be shouting in his heart, I don't even know what else I can do myself. Whether it's during the War of Resistance, the Republic of China, or even the Ming Dynasty and all further up the line, winning Sky has had the opportunity to strike at the back of the field and change the situation on the front lines. But the Qing Dynasty, the only Qing Dynasty, is the biggest exception, because the Qing Dynasty simply does not exist in the missing content. Win the Day simply do not need to write military reinforcement articles to add firewood to it. I can't get out of the way, but the point is that the odds are that the Qing Dynasty, even if it is intact, is not going to be able to hold the next bat down. We can all live in the moment and not look at the next bat until the time for the Republican Guard battle is over. But today, the war-keeping mission of the Republican forefathers is over. Chapter 64, How to Break the Ice? A Mind in Turmoil. This was what winning Sky was feeling today. But the successful holding of this bat at the moment is a good thing after all. While the nation was cheering and overjoyed, winning Sky felt that it was better for him not to disturb the atmosphere. The rest period for this 2-bat handoff remains 5 days. Every break is the most relaxing time for people. So this time, winning Day also started by relaxing with everyone for 2 days. After all, it wouldn't do him much good even if he didn't relax. There is really no way to think about it even if you think about it. And at the end of the front line of this stick of Republican holding, the connection between Wintry and the people of Dasha was also gone. This made winning Sky even more as if a bird had lost its arms. It's done. Let's eat first. A paper maze, but not quite a paper maze. After all, Win Tianrun was still in the hospital room. Let's just say I ate a little more over the next 2 days. So round and round I still have to fret. Lying in a hospital bed all day long, all you can do is think about this and that. Around and around. Not wanting to go back to the next bat also seems to be simply impossible. Worrying about the next batter? On the 3rd day of the rest period, the old man came to the hospital. Seeing winning Sky, who was staring out of the window in a daze, the old man inquired softly, I fear I will not be able to keep the next bat. Wintry shook his head. Indeed, I am worried, but yet I don't have any thoughts on how to help. Elderly man, indeed. The history of our Qing dynasty is complete, and you do not need to make any additions. Win Tian skimmed his mouth. However, the hard point at the moment is that Qing this dynasty is really one of the lowest degree of splendor in our country. He is too humiliating. Are you worried that the style bonus they received after their revival is too low to face foreign enemies? The old man inquired. Winning Sky sighed. That's one. And the other is that I'm worried that some of them simply won't be able to defend the war for the sake of their descendants, and have no guardianship for the country of Disya. Old man, like some of the warlords in Third Stick? Wintry replied. Yes, that's a real possibility. The old man coughed. Winning Sky was helpless. It's not possible. It's a certainty. And the abstainers are definitely going to be much more numerous than the number of runaway warlords in the 3rd bat. The old man lapsed into silence. As a matter of fact, what winning Sky wanted they had thought about these days as well, but the result was just exactly the same as winning Sky, with nothing to do. But the overall level of Qing dynasty splendor was low though, but it's a dynasty after all. There are still quite a few bloodthirsty people present in it after all. The old man became more and more depressed, and at that moment, it became winning Sky to comfort him instead. Winning Sky continued to speak. These people, they should be able to hold out for 10 days. Just 10 days? The old man inquired. Winning Sky nodded. That's still on the bright side. After all, the battle power of the 10,000 races side is also rising. We're not really sure what kind of terrifying existence we're going to face in the next bat now. All of a sudden, the old man was even more depressed. He had obviously thought of all these things before, but now that they were coming out of winning Sky's mouth, the feeling after hearing them was really completely different. After all, winning Sky was the one who constantly created miracles for the Grand Xia, and now even he, the Lord of Miracles, was low and didn't know what to do. In this way, an old man and a young woman stayed in silence in the hospital room for a long time. After a long time, the old man raised his head. Perhaps, the best performance bonus given by batting 3rd works? Compete strongly for the best performance bonus with the best performance. Then use sensible choices to pick the most correct additive attributes. That would have been part of the Battle of the Keep, but the question is, what kind of additions will save Dasha's next at bat? At least none of the 3 ads that appeared last time were situation changing. At best, the soldiers on the front line will go from holding down 10 days to holding down 13. Even if it was the strongest cumulative force that had appeared so far, many people considered it to be the strongest. That cumulative object is also counted from the next bat. That is to say, After the fight, the Qing dynasty's battle guard fighters could be accumulated and then used in the Ming dynasty. It doesn't do much at all for the next bat of the Qing dynasty itself. Is it possible that we won't even get the best third baseman? The old man's eyes suddenly widened. Winning Sky is silent. Then you're going to push me out the window right now. Facts. Daxia's situation at the moment is not that bad. There's a lot to worry about though. Still, there's no need to worry about who the best performer will be. There is no specific time for the best performance plus to come down. But on the 4th day of the break, still very accurate and gave a successful fall to Daxia. Yes, it's Daxia. This time, it no longer fell on Winning Sky alone. But come to think of it, the second batting was purely Winning Sky alone saving the day at the back of the field. But the third batting was everyone's contribution. So it's only natural that the list of bonus choices is back in front of the entire population. What could it be? Wintry just hopes to come up with a more powerful best performance bonus, so that the 4th batting Qing dynasty's battlekeepers can hold the ball for 7, 8 or 9 more days. As for what comes after that, let's just say it's time to go back to hardcore thinking about something else. When the add-on choice landed, but no specifics had yet appeared, almost the entire populace of the rear of Daxia was of the same mind. They basically had no illusions that this one addition would completely solve the situation on the front line. However, when the specifics of the 3 additive choices were revealed this time, the entire rear of Daxia, all the people were one and all of them could not help but be stunned. Greenish-blue insubstantial scrolls floated in front of everyone in the rear of Daxia. Just see. It says 3 specific options for the add-on, respectively. 1. In the subsequent round of the defense battle, all of the defending dead on the front line of Daxia will have an additional life added to them. 2. In all subsequent defense battles, the defending dead souls of the Great Xia front line will receive an additional 100% speed bonus in addition to the wind elegance bonus. 3. In the subsequent round of the defense war, the rear of Daxia can send a support unit for the front line every day, and the support unit can only enjoy 1/10 of the front line's bonus. Composition of the support unit, half of it is freely chosen, half of it is randomly selected. Chapter 65 Backfield. Frontline. 3 additions, all different from last time. They are called, the power of life, the power of speed and the power of support. The life force in it is very strong. However, it is also the case that the strong get stronger, and the weak only improve a little bit, which is not very useful to Daxia. And the power of speed. He's the long-lasting type that helps with all the relays that follow. But for the next batter, Daxia, it's the same as sprinkling bottles of water in the desert, which is of low significance. However, throwing out these 2 choices, the next third added support power could mean something different to Daxia. Power of support. It actually allows you to send people from the rear to support the front line. The number of fighters that can be supported per day is variable, with a minimum of 50,000 and a maximum of 300,000. This ability is strong, very strong, and is absolutely as godlike to the current Daxia. Pick this one. You can never go wrong. The instant they saw this bonus choice, the eyes of all the people in the entire rear of the Grand Xia turned bright. Seriously, if this addition is utilized well, maybe Daxia's next bat will actually survive. It's just a pity that under the powerful role of this road plus, but also has a powerful limit. While it's nice for the rear to be able to send troops to support the front line, the soldiers sent there can only enjoy 1/10 of the front line style bonus. You know, to the front line of the various weapons itself damage is also basically removed. Can cause damage to the 10,000 races is also the main damages the style of addition to the cohesion of the individual's chi. The level of elegance that the Qing dynasty existed with, the bonus that could be given to the 4th stick when they were defending the battle was low in itself. Now that the warriors in the rear had gone over, it was amazing that they could still only enjoy 1/10 of its elegance bonus. This isn't even trying to beat the strong with the weak anymore. This is taking on the beast as a bug. And, on top of that, the composition of the support force is pretty overwhelming. Surprisingly, it has to be divided into 2 parts. One part freely choosing who to send, and the other part, however, has to be randomly selected. In other words, with this ability selected, the support troops that were sent to the front lines on a daily basis could certainly not all be soldiers currently in service in the rear of Daxia. The general public, too, will all be part of the war effort to keep the war. The pros are outstanding and so are the cons. So, inside the hospital room, Winston looked at the options in front of him and thought carefully. However, before he could fully make up his mind, the scroll in front of him was then a reminder that his choice had been made. 98% of Daxia's rear personnel have chosen the power of support. And what about the remaining 2%? Yet it is not that the fear of having to go to the front line itself prevents one from making a choice about it. They, like winning, just haven't gotten around to pressing that select button yet. People, it's still really fast. Lying in the hospital bed, The quick decision for everyone. There were tears in the corners of Winning Sky's eyes, and the whole person wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. It's as if the forefathers' recovery was going to their deaths. At the moment the rear of the everyone choose down this choice, but can only be 1/10 of the style bonus on the battlefield behavior, but also to send death in the send death. But they, in the end, were resolute enough to pick this choice straight away, simply because it was the one addition that would most likely help Daxia hold the next bat. Or still, they've really been trying to do something for too long, even if you can only enjoy 1/10 of the bonus. Even though in the past it's really just been a matter of piling up the time to defend the battle with your life, but being able to do things, being able to take ownership of your country and guard it. For them, that was enough of a blessing. Next stop, the savior of the backfield will no longer be me. Rather, it's everyone in the entire backcountry. Kyoto, in the ward. Winning Sky took a deep breath. At this very moment, he was already thinking of what was to follow on the front line. It was thought that the power of addition would just add a little bit of effect, but I don't want to think that it is actually really give the big summer a way to break the situation. Although, this path is really painful to walk, but there's no way out. There's really nothing else to do beyond that. As long as we could hold Daxia, it would be worth it no matter what. The forefathers on the front line can be revived to come out and sacrifice again for Daxia. Then there is nothing emotional about everyone going to sacrifice here. All for the sake of Daxia. Our Daxia will not die. The fact that the entire population of Daxia had made the next choice soon spread abroad as well. When I learned earlier that the Daxia Qing dynasty was about to take over the baton, the population of certain countries is subjected to all kinds of ridicule. But now, seeing the people in the rear of Daxia, they have decided to choose the option of sending themselves to their deaths. The people who enjoyed the mockery of the event all retreated at once. Although there are many disputes among nations, this firm choice to die cannot be mocked. Fifth day of the rest period. Night. The old man sat next to Winshen's hospital bed and engaged in conversation. They're talking about all the details of what's going on under the power of support. Checking off the options doesn't mean there's nothing else to do, under a simple option. And yet there is so much more included. These are displayed on the reels after making down selections. For example, support troops don't have to be assembled in one piece. A voice will come to their ears early each morning when they are to go out, and they will go straight to the front line if they choose to go down willingly. Then, the portion of the population randomly selected from the supporting forces can be replaced by blood relatives, who go to the front. Finally, if the chosen one does not wish to go to the front, they may refuse on their own, and others will not learn that they are the chosen one or that they have made a refusal. But as an effect, a variable number of support fighters going to the front will be subjected to a randomized negative effect. Do you think there will be a lot of people who will be chosen and refuse to go to the front? It's not like anyone else knew they were selected, as well as made a rejection. Anyway, Winning Sky looked at the old man, and the old man also looked at Winning Sky. With that, both of them all but laughed. This question didn't need to be answered. They already all had the answer in their minds. The soldiers of Daxia are ready. In the first batting dead near, when the modern soldiers guarded the battle, they were all already itching to watch. And now, they too are finally getting the chance to take the field themselves to guard their country. The old man spoke to Winning Sky, who nodded his head and wanted to make a reply. But before he could say anything, the next second, a high note came from outside the door. I'll be there too. The person who raised his voice was Chu Sungen, and his fighting spirit was high. Winning Sky cried and laughed. Is that so? Then you'll have to live to relay with the next baton. Why? Chu Sungen wondered. Winning Sky replied. You'll know when the time comes. Chapter 66, The Emperor, on the scene. The fourth day of the third to fourth batting rest period of the invasion of the nations. The rear of Daxia completes the specific selection of the best performance bonus for your side. And at the same time, a new handover on the front lines of the countries is finally beginning. The collective resurrection of the deceased forefathers of the fourth bats of the nations was a magnificent spectacle. Among them, Daxia was at the peak of their frontline fighter numbers. After all, relay to now, Daxia is only the Qing dynasty's history is considered completely complete. Neither the handiwork of some internal fainter nor the disruption of the nations. The entire once great Qing dynasty, those who could be on the field are now basically on the field. Soldiers, high officials, literati, eunuchs, and even certain famous concubines. As for the people, although their stories are not too well known to people in the backwaters of Daxia today, it is because the entire history of the Qing dynasty has been restored to a certain extent. So as a gift, it is also directly recovered extremely much. Of course, it is not possible to recover all over is. Well, none of that is really the point. The real point is, at this baton, the historical figures of various countries ranked at the imperial level are also finally able to make their debut. The imperial characters of the Qing dynasty and its subsequent eras. there was no need for Winning Sky to tell their stories again. The people in the back of the current daxia were all knowledgeable about them in their own right. And the only reason to understand that these people hadn't shown up yet at the time of the keep was because there were restrictions on the first few batons. And just as the 10,000 races were limited to the number of invasion rounds per day, the nation side of the game was limited to only soldier-ranked general-ranked characters being able to make an appearance. Now that restriction has finally been lifted. Because of the time that has passed, the first few rods of the royal characters naturally still cannot appear, but belonging to the former Qing dynasty's royal characters, at this moment is all can appear one by one. 12 emperors, each with a different demeanor. Mandate of Heaven, Tian Tsong, Xuanji, Kongxi, Yangzheng, Qianlong, each of them carried a faint golden glow, highlighting the difference between them and the others who were, at the moment, recovering from the front lines. Resuscitation, warkeeping? Among them, Emperor Yongzheng was the first to open his eyes. Basically every emperor during the Qing dynasty was assigned to a different guardian battle at the moment. In the case of the Yongzheng emperor, his guardianship number is 7. At this time, Lu Flood is here. He wasn't here originally, and came in later for a day of conclave. In the end, that's where it stayed. Ha, the emperor is out. Lu Shang glanced at Yongzheng. His attitude could not be said to be good or bad. Now that I'm out, let me tell you about the front lines. Characters in history resuscitated on the front lines are given a lot of memories. Then, add the retelling of the warriors who didn't walk away from the baton. Basically, for the whole front all will also be all known. Anyway, it's just that these gates of the country are yours for the rest of the year. This is also the country you once stayed in. So no matter how much history has happened since then, the only thing you need to think about now that you're on the front lines is how to protect him, okay? After recounting all the circumstances, Lu Flood added this sentence in a very serious manner. Listening to Lu Shang's words, Emperor Yongzheng was silent for a few seconds, and finally nodded his head fiercely. I will, Yongzheng said with extreme seriousness. We will. Lu Shang narrowed his eyes and swept Yongzheng twice. Eventually, it just turned around. Come on, I can't believe I'm trusting you guys. Your promises are worthless. At this moment, Lu Flood's tone is really not very good, and his questioning energy is even fast breaking through the sky. However, in order to truly say that in his heart, for this person in front of him, Lu Flood is actually still a little bit more relaxed. After all, in the entire Qing dynasty, the one with the best reputation is this one. I'm not sure about the other emperors, but this one should be reassuring. If this one all runs away by then the next bat needn't be said. Just declare the battle defenses failed. The 10,000 clans? What a bully. While Lu Flood and Yongzheng were conversing. On the other hand, the emperors and the various other guardian stations of the Qing dynasty were also awake. After learning all about the situation, each of these emperors was in a fighting mood. Fighters facing the previous bat. Like Yongzheng, they all made an oath that they would absolutely protect daxia. Are these people really okay? Guardian battle number 4. A man of letters comes to the corner after dealing with Emperor Kongxi of the Qing dynasty. In the corner, sat another Republican literati. At least there are more people than us, and it's really complete. The eunuchs are here. Say, do all the people in the back of these eunuchs really know each other? And how come they can come out too? You don't have to know them completely. A lot of the minor characters are able to come out incidentally. Unless they're big players, there has to be at least a few tens of thousands of people who probably know a little bit of its story. Otherwise they basically know that there's such a group and what the group's probably doing. And they can all come out with it. Just like our previous military fighters. It's not possible for each soldier to have a whole lot of people behind them to really understand. Basically, follow the group will also be able to come out. The two literati conversed for a while, and eventually their eyes all fell back on the one in front of them. The emperor whose title was Kongxi. Are these people really okay? The scribe who had first inquired, presently inquired once more, listening to its question. The other scribe was silent for a few seconds before finally nodding down hard. The wind on the front line was getting stronger, swirling up the sand in the sky. After that, I don't know whether it was because of the wind and sand or something else. Daxia front. The remaining fighters from the third stick before were all a bit unable to see the road ahead. What's next? Are these people in the Qing dynasty really any good? I'm afraid it won't work. There's no point in talking about will or anything else. In terms of just looking at the battle power, I'm afraid that these people from the Qing dynasty wouldn't be a match for the 10,000 clans. The 10,000 races are stronger the further you get into the future. On the other hand, on the side of daxia, although it was said that the number of fighters on the front line was finally getting bigger, however, the era-style bonus they received was considerably lower. They can't. That was the collective final judgment of the remaining third strike fighters on the front lines. But what happens after is judged. You're going to go and say, you can't do it. We're done? I'm afraid it's pointless except to disrupt the military and pull the negativity full circle. So, it's not really a matter of whether or not these people in the Qing dynasty can keep the next bat down or not anymore. Rather, whether they can or can't. Everyone just has to believe in them and think they can. Chapter 67. I'm not dissipating. I'll keep an eye on you. Eventually, the remaining people on the third stick of the Daxia front line all looked to the sky. The matter of the rear of Daxia choosing the power of support was also known to the front line. This choice is not considered wrong, but yet it was really heartbreaking for these pioneers on the front lines. They're like the adults in the family, didn't want their children to come out and suffer with them. However, reality is not giving them any other path. We've all died once. It doesn't matter if we die again, but the offspring are different. Must try to keep the offspring alive. The dead souls of the third baton of the Daxia front line are already all at the point of leaving. Immediately to disperse, they are no longer personally protect the ability of the younger generation. Then at this moment the only thing that can be done, can only be just out of the Daxia front line of the fourth stick war defenders to carry out some of the instructions. In the face of these people's mandate, the people who recovered out of the Qing dynasty nodded their heads firmly. They said they would absolutely hold the front line well. Even if the juniors come, they will be made to stand back rather than go for all sorts of sacrifices. How many of those who say these words are sincere and how many are false? How many will follow through to the end? And how many will change their faces as soon as they are in danger? And how many will immediately walk away from the third stick of the Daxia pioneers do not know. All they know is that the story of those of them who have been there has really only gone so far. Even if these people in the Qing dynasty subsequently change their faces, there is not much they can do. We are, quite literally, weak. A Republican literati shook his head, and with that, a bit of bright light appeared directly on his body, just as the forefathers of the resistance left. So now, too, are they going? Daxia must always exist. In the shining starlight, the remaining people in the third baton of the Daxia front line began to dissipate. Mr. Luxuan smoked a cigarette. That is to say, Mr. Luxuan can always change something that is not in the front line from time to time. Is it made by the illusion of the power of literature? Well, whatever. Anyway, after finishing this one cigarette, Lu Sung directly stood up. He didn't stand still like the others and simply turned into a point of light and dissipated. Instead, he held his spine straight and walked further and further in one direction. Further and further, until there was no trace of him. What is he doing? A consort from the Qing dynasty inquired in disbelief. Yang Zheng, who stood beside him, was silent for a few seconds and spoke admiringly. He was trying to give everyone the feeling that he hadn't dissipated. He had just gone somewhere else. He'll be there, all the time. Eventually, Emperor Yongzheng said this. Then, keep a close eye on us. On the frontline battlefield. Some people understood Yongzheng's words, and some people did not. But in any case, this departure of Lu Flood did bring some more impact on the front line. Little friend Winning Sky, this batch shouldn't require you to act anymore. So get some rest. After Lu Flood left, the other literati also left one after another. The final wave of the farewell song is the guardian battle that Mr. Brosuk is staying in. He looked at the sky for a long time. With that, he smiled and walked over to the two young men. Come on, this time father accompanies you two together. The two youths didn't say anything, just followed with big smiles. In this way, one light after another, one piece of light after another, the whole world once again brightened for a few seconds. A few seconds later, in addition to the beautiful countryside, each country's frontline battlefield will also be left with only those who should take over the national gate guarding the fourth stick of the ancestors. Today, the small nations of the world have all been either destroyed or incorporated into other nations. What about the remaining major powers? Even if the real history of the very short, but also basically at the end of the Qing dynasty has a certain development, so the front line of each country, at this time there is no one to take the baton picture. On the front lines of the countries, all handovers have taken place, and now that the handover on the human side has taken place, the handover on the 10,000 races side has naturally begun. Daxia Vanguard Subbase. The Bloodmouth Matron has left the planet due to the demands of the other races and the restrictions of the rules of warkeeping. And after he left, the new enemies that Daxia will face next also appeared one after another. First of all, there is a large base of warriors of all races as an army. There have been 10,000 warriors before. Only the Bloodmouth Mother went straight mad and ate all her own people. And now, this wouldn't be the case with the 10,000 races subbase on this side of Daxia. All tertiary. Even, there is a 10th of the 4th level magic monster. As time grows, the ranks that allow access to the Earth's 10,000 races are being relaxed more and more. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, all of these demonic monsters were impatient to the extreme. They could no longer resist the urge to rush to the front of the Great Summer's gates and kill the four directions in a bloody frenzy. The solemn atmosphere around the entire 10,000 races Daxia subbase. It seems that now casually come to a creature that looks like a human being, even if it is the previous heavens I-8 armed race of Sun Zitao. They will be on the spot directly chopped into pieces of corpses. That's dirty and clumsy. Can you get out of the way and not pollute the area? Well, except for this one. It was also when the warriors of the 10,000 races in the 10,000 races Daxia subbase were impatiently hissing in various ways. A new character, glowing with light, flew down from the sky under the care of countless birds. Like Hun Satu, this one is also a humanoid monster. He had the exact same features, body, and limbs as a human. If it didn't have 6 pure white feathered wings behind it, it would have been a human being. It's an angel from the Super Brain Angel clan. A wise warrior of the 10,000 races opened his mouth in shock. Immediately afterward, all the demonic monsters on this side of the Great Summer subbase of the 10,000 races all shivered. The Super Brain Angel race. This is an extremely terrifying race among all races. The number of members of this race was extremely small, but each one of them was extremely famous in the universe. And it's not because they're good fighters. Rather, it's because their brains give them so much power. Better to be eaten by a blood-mouthed mother than to be conversed with by a super-brained angel. This phrase is not as simple as a casual remark throughout the world. Finish it early and go home early. Yes, the next commander of the 10,000 races that Daxia's side would have to face was surprisingly an overbrain angel. Chapter 68, not the strongest, but definitely the most targeted. Holy Hearing Spirit? It's actually him that Daxia has to face this time? Unknown distant time and space. As before, the three Heavens I-8 Arms clan geniuses who had suffered defeat at the hands of Daxia, Hun Zito's trio habitually observed the Daxia frontline once again. And this time, when he saw that the enemy that Daxia had to face was actually this one, the three of them, Hun Zito, couldn't help but just open their mouths again. What the hell is going on in this country? How can you be so unlucky? Even if the third stick faces the blood-mouth Mother Emperor. Now that's great. The super brain-wise angels are here. The three of them, Hun Zito, looked at each other. With that, all went silent. And it's still the monster that is the sacred hearing patch spirit. The Holy Hearing Spirit is a name. The Hyperbrain Intelligence Angel is a powerful being in its own right. The Sacred Hearing Spirit, on the other hand, was the most talented of the younger generation of this race. It seems that what Lord Manji is jealous of is really this country. The invasion had proceeded so far that the three Hun Zitos were completely sure of it. Prior to that, there was all sorts of historical erasure of the earth by the higher powers. For the sake of, should be the great Xia, Yan Hua this country. So it's true that they have a strong history on top of that again? Strong enough that Lord Wanju will have to lead the top brass to make every means of precaution. Strong enough that Lord Manji is frantically trying to them up before that happens. Hun bristled as his eyes fell back to the rest of Earth's national front. Honestly, the story up to this point, the rank of the commander of the 10,000 races that each country had to face was also already not low. Among them, in terms of intensity, it wasn't unheard of for them to be more powerful than Daxia's side. However, among this batch of undersiders who had managed to come in by breaking through the restrictions, the super brain smart angel may not be the strongest being in terms of strength. However, it is definitely the most targeted at the existence of Daxia. This kind of targeting has even reached a somewhat deliberate level. It's like he's doing it for Daxia. Oh no. To be precise, it was like an enemy that had been customized specifically for the Daxia Qing dynasty. Also, he's really disgusting. In the same battle, if the end itself can only end in death, then people would never choose to die under a super-brained intellectual angel. This thing, he's got a lot of sickening stuff in his head. He loves the tortured. How strong is Daxia? In terms of missing history upwards, the attack on the side of the 10,000 on the pre-memory, the erasure of the literature, the official invasion began with even more deliberate targeting. And, when you think about it, the rules of warkeeping under which the universe was conducted to protect the Earth, specific division of the relay period, it also seems to be completely in line with the Daxia side. Previously, both on the human side and below the top level of the 10,000 races, people don't get what the exact division of each bat is based on. 100 years, or what? Or maybe follow modern times. World War II, World War I and then forward? Now, they understood that the mark of this relay was Daxia. All sorts of things ultimately bring the spotlight down on Daxia. This made the three Hun Zito. One time, it was also impossible to stop wondering about the history before Daxia. It's so messy, I don't know how it's divided. At the same time, on Earth, some of the inhabitants of the country's backcountry that still exist. The issue of the specific division of time for the warkeeping relay was also noted. However, unlike Hun Satu, who learned more, they wouldn't be able to associate that with the fact that daxia might actually be tough at all. There must be some more specific division rule that they just haven't figured out. The inhabitants of nations deceive themselves in this way. Afterward, I can even sigh again. This side of daxia is so happy. It's straight up a handful of complete waste of the Qing dynasty resuscitated for battle. Ha! Daxia, Kyoto, inside the ward. Winning swiped at some of the online comments from people in other countries. Skimming, all he could say was that these people were still living in a dream. The War of the Guards has gone on so far. He is also the one who has fully confirmed the exact rules of division. Or rather, from the beginning, he clearly felt. Each country defends the era referred to in each batting division. It's the dynasty on this side of daxia. Of course, that's not always a good thing. Now, for example, such a division looks bad. Qing dynasty, through and through. Only the Qing dynasty. Take the boundaries of such a dynasty. Recover out warriors to guard the gates of daxia. The success rate of being able to stick around is really low. But then again, it's the same old story. Not before the fight. It can only be encouraged to believe first no matter what. What if the 10,000 races across the Great Xiao are not strong this time? What if daxia just got through it easily this time? Then the world is about to find out who's in charge. Fourth day of the truce. Each place has a story from each place. And winning sky here. The horrors of the new enemy on the other side are not yet clear. Spring is here. Time continues to pass. It seems to be just a breath of air. Then another day had passed. Day 5 of the truce. A strange thing happened on the daxia front. That's a bloody sad change from the usual. Its side suddenly became beautiful. The sands are gone and the ground is becoming green. And a myriad of fragrant and beautiful flowers. Is that a butterfly flying there? It's so pretty. Rainbow. It's a rainbow. When the scene came to life, both front and back, the whole of daxia, or the whole world, all the people are stupid. With a place like this, you can't even call it a battlefield at all. What was the front line like before in daxia, including other countries at the moment? Although the corpses of the 10,000 demon monsters and the battle guardians dissipated after their deaths, but blood spilled in battle doesn't dissipate. Wind and sand filled the sky, blood flowed into the river, and not an inch of grass was left to grow. This is what the frontline battlefields of various countries really look like after the invasion of the 10,000 races. Now, however, what is this on the daxia front? Is it possible that we'll be without an enemy for another 10 days? And then 10 days later, straight up a bunch of outrageous demonic monsters? With previous experience, people aren't going to be stupid enough to take that as a good thing these days. And so, the first day of the fourth bat of the invasion of the 10,000 races had not yet officially arrived. Daxia, the back of the front line of all people, will also be one step ahead of other countries, into the wartime state. Chapter 69, a pitifully low bonus. Terrifying the 10,000 races. Nothing ever happens again. After the environment on the front line shifted, the spirits of people in the front and back of daxia began to tighten. In the second half of the fifth day of the truce, there were no more other changes on the front line of daxia. But people still can't relax. After all, no one really believes that there's anything special in such a strange sight. And so the tightness continued until the first official day of the fourth batting order of the 10,000 nations invasion. The 10,000 tribes are coming. On a new day, early in the morning, in the 7th Guardian battle, Emperor Yongjing narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance, making such a faint cry. Upon hearing his words, the Qing dynasty war defenders who belonged to Station 7 with him all perked up as well. There are a lot of characters that can be named. What kind of dynasty was the Qing dynasty? Anyway, when mentioning this dynasty, I'm afraid that all the children of daxia would feel immense shame. Because this dynasty had too many flaws and brought too many black spots to the history of daxia. Garbage to the extreme. This is what many people at home and abroad have said about the daxia Qing dynasty collectively. Now, the new era of elegance added to the front line finally fell. Seems to be sure once again. Now, the people of Qing dynasty revived to appear in the front line of daxia, and the grace bonus they gained was actually so pitiful that they could not even see a little bit clearly. Daxia's second and third bats don't get much of a style bonus either, but even then, there's something to be said for the glow shown when you get it. It simply wouldn't have been as weak as the Qing dynasty was. How can you dishonor my Qing like this? The second Guardian battle, assigned here, is Emperor Qianlong. Throughout the Qing dynasty, to say which emperor is the most arrogant, it is Qianlong. Therefore, when at this moment perceived that the specific style bonus they obtained was so little, the emperor's face on the spot also directly rose into a pig's liver color. Similarly, just as hard-faced as Qianlong, there were numerous other emperors of the Qing dynasty. Even Yongzheng, who can accept a lot of criticism, is somewhat slightly overwhelmed. If you had fought for yourself, how could you have welcomed the insult? In the midst of Emperor Qianlong's anger, a man suddenly stood by his side. Fixing his eyes, Who could that person be if not Dukrin, who had previously rejected winning Sky? Mr. Liang Kai mocked, a man who made significant contributions to the Qing dynasty and the Republic of China in Daxia. At this moment, he looked at Emperor Qianlong. The late period was weak to the extreme, and kept ceding land and making reparations. And in the early days, there were good moments, but overall yet it was just a gilded, self-aggrandizing thing. Such an era, can't get much of the era style edition. This point, do you all before, are still confused, can't figure out, reasoning is not clear? Being scolded on by Rengong like this, Qianlong only felt more suffocated. What are you? Do I need you to educate me? Dukren shook his head and smiled, and then, he didn't speak again. Seeing that Dukren was no longer taking care of himself, Qianlong also eased himself up and accepted the facts of the moment. Or, in fact, they recovered out of it, themselves fully realizing that they wouldn't get much of a bonus on their side. They are just temporarily a little accepting that such a plus less can be so little. Blame that thieving woman Yihanarashingzhen. Qianlong spat viciously, and in the end, put all the blame on Sishi's head for the low additions to the overall era of elegance in the Qing dynasty. However, the truth was that when they were in power, they didn't lead the country of Daxia much better. Speaking of which, right now, Sishi was also on the frontline battlefield of Daxia. This woman who brought Daxia to the most shameful pillar, after recovering out, directly after some righteous people were severely whipped. In the end, the specific life and death, Daxia back of the people are not quite clear. So what should we do? This kind of style bonus is not enough for us to defend ourselves against those monsters on the other side. Guardian War 2. The Qianlong Emperor eventually found Lord Ren again. Duke Ren looked ahead. The style bonus that Daxia's two previous rods received wasn't enough to fend off the monsters on the other side either. But the war defenders of those two rods managed to hold their ground. They're not even quite complete, and they still need that kid winning Sky to help supplement them. Qianlong frowned. What are you trying to convey? Duke Ren smiled. I want to express that if our will is strong enough, then the point of not having enough style bonus can be compensated for. The big deal is that we will just pile up our lives. There are so many of us. We can hold out for a long time by just piling up our lives. Pile of lives? Qianlong froze. Duke Ren nodded. That's right, until there's no one left on our side. If that doesn't work, then the follow-up will have to rely entirely on those in the rear. It's not a good result, but at least, we tried our best. After listening to Duke Ren's words, Emperor Qianlong was once again enraged. He didn't really think it was a good choice. That's all you came up with? Lord Ren sighed. Overall nature is just like that. As for the other specifics, that will have to wait until we officially start fighting the 10,000 races and learn about each other. Qianlong lapsed into silence as he tried to find something else to do. But the fact is, in the case of strength, want to hold Daxia, in addition to there is no way. Time passed drop by drop, and before I knew it, 10 minutes had passed. 10 minutes later, Qianlong couldn't be bothered to think of a way out, because the invasion of the first round of the 10,000 races in their baton had already begun in earnest. Couldn't think of anything else. After the emergence of the 10,000 races, the Qing dynasty war defenders also instantly all took up their weapons in their hands. Roar! On the frontline battlefield of Great Xia, the first to charge towards the various guardian stations from the Wan clan side was a group of blue lion armies. Unlike lions on Earth, these lions are covered in pustules and have many tentacles with mouths on their backs. The tentacled blue lion had just entered the battle and directly killed a piece of the Qing dynasty's war defenders. Previously, what the Qing dynasty warkeepers knew about the 10,000 races was what they had heard from the previous stick. And now, it was only now that they were considered to have finally felt in a real sense how terrifying the enemies they were going to face next were. Good. Horrible. These monsters are too strong. This is simply not an opponent we can defend against. Dead. All at once. So many people are dead. Chapter 70 The Missing Spine. The Mended Spine. The horrors of the 10,000 races are never understood until you go up against the real thing. Grass, flowers, butterflies, rainbows, and a slight breeze. The Daxia front has the most beautiful setting at this time. But, above the most beautiful environment, at the same time staged, but the most tragic and tragic scene, the monster tore into the human war defenders on the front lines, brutally splitting their bodies in half. Even a very strong warrior is just an ant in front of some huge vanguard. At this moment, the warriors of the Daxia Qing dynasty finally, from their souls, began to be timid and afraid. We are, simply, no match for these monsters. The first round of the first day of the fourth batting order of the invasion of the nations, the onrushing 10,000 races, they were all successfully blocked by the Qing warriors on the Daxia front. Yet blocking doesn't mean success, because this round of the 10,000 races itself was simply a test run. And it's the other side that's just starting to test the waters. The Qing fighters on the front line of Daxia were already paying a huge price. not to mention the heavy casualties, but more importantly, the collapse of their fighting spirit. They can be all kinds of brave until they actually fight the Banes. They were able to say in a loud voice, "We'll take it from here." It is also possible to make an extremely casual vow, "We will surely hold the gates of our country down." But now, they've really crossed paths with the 10,000 nations. All the things that once existed were instantly dispersed like smoke under the absolute oppression of the 10,000 races. Their confidence is gone. They finally live in reality. There's no point in our holding out at all. We can't hold out. Finally, the most feared thing for all the subjects in the entire rear of the Great Summer happened. They have the heart to give up, and their fighting spirit becomes fragmented. Rear, Kyoto, Hospital. Winning Sky had thought of this scene before the start of the Stickguard battle in Qing Dynasty, but it's no more than a thought. These people had only played the first game and their fighting spirit had already collapsed. How can the Qing Dynasty be so low in elegance? In fact, if we think about it carefully, the most important point is related to the fighting spirit. The overall spine of the Qing Dynasty, especially in its later stages, has been drained. It was not just certain emperors who were weak, but the whole country, which had become weak. That's what happens under the rule of the Lesser Book People group. They can't bring the whole country under the pipe in a completely rational way. Then what can be done is either absolute suppression by force, or as if training dogs, all kinds of training, to train all the people under them to become weak dogs. The Qing Dynasty, apparently, just kept following the second path. They consolidated their rule in this way, but at the same time, it also made Daxia, as a country, completely fall apart. So much so, that when an external enemy strikes, it can easily result in a breakdown of fighting spirit. So it's going to be the people in the rear that are going to be the mainstay of the warkeeping so soon? Lying on the hospital bed, Winning Day was very disturbed. Last round, Daxia chose to lay down the power of support, which would allow the rear juniors to travel to the battlefield as well. But the number of descendants in the rear that can go forward is erratic, and the bonuses they can get are greatly diminished, and their battle power is much lower. So according to Winning Sky's idea, if this stick of Daxia wanted to successfully hold out, in any case, the Qing Dynasty's recovering war defenders have a role to play. The people at the back are really more of a support aid. They must have had support from day one. About noon, the power of support then descends, allowing the chosen ones in the rear to travel to the front. But while they went, the Qing war defenders themselves all gave up fighting and ran away. Then, just by supporting the people who went over, the gates of Daxia definitely can't be defended either. It can't just collapse like this. Winning Sky's concern at this time was also the concern of all the people in the rear of the Great Xia. Everyone was staring at the big screen, fearing that the Qing defenders would really collapse so quickly, and then they would really start to abandon the battle and run away, which is impossible to evaluate. Time, little by little, passed, until the front line of Daxia, the second round of invasion of the 10,000 races on this day officially began. As the story progresses, the atmosphere on the Daxia front line is already extremely unpleasant. Even a lot of people in the back. Already it was an early glimpse of the running away of certain Chang war defenders on the front line. What to do? The minds of the people in the back of the room were inquiring. And finally, the front line of Daxia, too, gave them the answer. That is, at a time when everyone was extremely upset. On the front lines of Daxia, every guardian battle, so many people stood out. These people, all of them, were characters that could be called famous during the Qing dynasty of Daxia. Even if you can't fight, you have to fight. If you don't have the strength to block, then use your life to block. Is anyone thinking of running away? That's not a good idea. If anyone dares to leave, I will cut off his head first. Can't argue with that. The Daxia Qing dynasty was indeed an extremely poor one. But, even the worst dynasties, there will always be a lot of people who can be called stylish. And at this moment, they stepped up. They used their behavior, calmed the fears of everyone in the rear of Daxia. We'll be at the front of the line, gazing at the big screen. The images in the front line, the people in the rear of Daxia, recognized these people. It was clear that I had never even seen these people's faces before. But now, it is the moment you see them that they all appear in your mind. Their names: Guardian Station No. 3, the one who stood up first, was called Sangwoman. Guardian Battle Number 6, the one who stood up first, was called Zhuazongtong. The 7th Guardian Battle, the one who stood up first, was called Lin Zexu. Guardian Battle Number 11, the one who stood up first, was called Deng Shixian. Beyond that, there are many, many more. These people, at the moment when the Qing dynasty in general was on the verge of losing its spine again, stood up, with their voices, their momentum, and at the same time, they formed another temporary spine for the Qing dynasty. As long as we are here, this front line of defense will not yet be able to break up. The chants of these men woke up all the war defenders on the front line where the Qing dynasty had recovered. Their voices carried a special power that made the cowardly Qing warriors, in an instant, full of fighting spirit again. Battle! 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 The cries spread throughout the entire Daxia front line. The sound shook heaven and earth. At the same time, it also disturbed a certain jade-faced angel in the Great Summer subbase of the opposite side of the 10,000 races. Chapter 71 Soldiers, Rear Support. On the transparent throne, the holy hearing spirit opened his eyes. His eyes were pure white and his eyelashes looked like they were covered in snow. At that moment, the commotion at the Daxia front line disturbed him who was taking a nap. His brows were slightly furrowed, and it was clear that he was very dissatisfied at this moment. Sickening fighting spirit. As the most flabby monster race in the world, brainiacs hate the word perseverance. And nowadays, the Daxia frontline war defenders changed their fighting attitudes. Undoubtedly it hit him right on this point of revulsion. Spine? The holy hearing spirit skimmed his lips. Immediately, on the spot, it then followed suit and sent down a command with its mind. Tell all your subordinates to prioritize the attack on these backbones of Daxia. Both sides sparred. Without realizing it, fighting spirit has become the key element. It's surprising, but when you think about it, it's not. After all, the Qing war defenders on the Daxia front, the real weakness of the moment is the so-called fighting spirit itself. As long as the fighting spirit is there, just like what Lord Ren said, with so many people in the Qing, heaps of lives can be defended for many days, and once the fighting spirit is not there, then it does not even need the 10,000 races how to study the fight. Easily. The Great Xia's national gate is also broken. Kill. Daxia. Frontline battlefield. Because there is a clear backbone of support. Facing the second round of invasion by the 10,000 races this first day, the Qing dynasty's war defenders were in a much better condition. Obviously, although the casualties were still heavy, since people were able to stabilize a little bit, the total casualty count after the fight was definitely much less than the first wave. It should, for now, be stabilized. Seeing that their own front line has a group of characters to be the spine, the war defenders are still not able to fight, but at least they are not directly collapsed. The rear of Daxia, the hearts of the people are finally put down a little. The time came to noon. There's a temporary stabilization on the front line. It is time, then, for the story to shift to the populace in the backwaters of Daxia. The time of action of the power of support was set at the noon of each day of Daxia. Right now, all of Daxia's modern-day soldiers were already fully loaded and ready to go. Half of the fighters in the rear that can be supported to the front line each day are randomly selected from the entire rear, and half can be freely dispatched by the country's top brass. So these people, who are soldiers themselves, are all ready to be sent to the front line straight away. Are you guys scared? On the huge open space, a general held a microphone and looked down at the densely packed yet incredibly neat Daxia soldiers below and loudly inquired. And to this, the Daxia soldiers replied with a unified and shocking three voices. No fear. The general took a deep breath and continued to speak. Those of us who support the past will receive even less of a bonus. So little that it's basically impossible to come back alive after going there. You guys, you're the ones who go to die. To serve as meat shields, to use your bodies to forcefully drag out the time of the defense battle. Even so, are you still willing to go, or are you still not afraid? Soldiers, no fear. No fear. No fear. The shouts shook heaven and earth. Listen to this consistent chant from the stage. The general standing on the high platform also couldn't help but get wet. Many of these soldiers have attachments that belong to them. Family, children, lovers. The very beginning. The state selects soldiers who go to the front on the basis of conditions. For example, an only child or something like that would be put a little bit further back to pick. But all the soldiers refuse to be screened in this way. Whether you are an only child, have a wife, have children. In the matter of supporting the front line, their answer was, I'm going. The state can't turn them away. In the end, they were given the same opportunity to die. The state will take care of your families. The sunlight, shining straight on the bodies of the Daxia soldiers. Good job everyone. The general moved to praise. And after, with this compliment from the general, the powerful supporting force was also finally, officially descending on the rear of the Grand Xia. A gust of wind blew by. And in just a moment, everyone in the rear of Daxia had a clear idea in their minds of how many people were available in the rear to support the front line on this first day. On the first day of the fourth stick of the defensive battle, the rear of Daxia can reinforce the front line with 80,000 warriors. 80,000. Split in half means, on this day the state may designate 40,000 soldiers to be sent to the front. Yesterday the army had already randomized the serial numbers for everyone. So at this moment, after learning that the number of soldiers who can be sent is 40,000, The soldiers on the field whose own serial numbers were in the first 40,000 were all standing out straight away. They had no fear of going to their deaths, but instead, one by one, the corners of their mouths were tinged with smiles. Finally, it's time to make yourself, again, a little useful. Yeah, everyone has been powerless for too long before this. Heaven sent down 3 layers of powerful gates to protect everyone, but they also blocked them. People couldn't get out, so one by one, they had to stay back and be a spectator. Now, at last, they are able to guard their country themselves, though in the past, the odds are that you'll really just get messed up and killed. After all, kills from frontline weapons and such have been shielded away. The main body that can cause damage to the monarchy is the bonus key, and they, the supporters, get very little in the way of bonuses. But, even if they are killed indiscriminately, being able to go for one more person is also a sure way to stall the opposite side for one more second. And as long as there were enough people, they could always wear down so many of the 10,000 races, like the blue tentacled lion. For example, if you can't beat 1 then 10, if you can't beat 10 then 100, if you can't, 500. 500 for him from everyone is fine. If you die, you die. Dacia's military men's are sprightly. They're not afraid to die. I'm just afraid that it doesn't do a lick of good on its own. Raise the flag, play the national anthem, salute. Familiar music played and the red flag flew in front of them. Dots of light fall from the sky. It fell to the first 40,000 Dacia soldiers on the field. In the next second, all of their bodies began to vaporize. They know that they are leaving. Some of them didn't move a muscle, or even change in their demeanor. And some of them ended up saying their goodbyes to the air, or with friends, or with family, or with a loved one who was waiting for them. Bro, I'll go first. Ha ha. No, we'll wait for you. Can't die. Mom, my son is going to defend our country, and my son will keep our country well. Sweetie, daddy's leaving, so make sure you're obedient at home and don't let mommy worry or get upset. Wife, you said I can't say love words. I always refuted before. Now I realize that I'm really a stupid person. It's come to this point. Think and think, but finally can only come up with the simplest I love you. Chapter 72. You have been selected to rush to the front line for support. Yes/no? First day of batting forth in the invasion of the nations. 40,000 Dacia soldiers in the rear, rushing to the front en masse. And then, after the soldiers had passed, it was also the people. At midday in early fall, the sunlight dapples the road through the sparse clouds. The breeze blew, brought a little cool. The trees on both sides of the street, the leaves have not yet completely withered, yellow and green, as if telling the change of seasons. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the birdsong outside the window became shrill, as if to remind the people that the world continued to spin while they were caught in stillness. Immediately starting to be randomly selected. The back of the Dacia. People's hearts are heavy. To travel to the front line is to die, and this has largely been clear to those in the rear. Therefore, at such a time, you say relaxed and cozy. That is also completely impossible. Being selected cannot go to the front line. Do not go, no one knows. People are ultimately selfish. Dacia this wave? I'm afraid that there will be a lot of the public are secretly elected to refuse it. At this moment, the people of the other countries in the rear were also paying attention to Dacia. When Dalia chose the supporting force, these people praised Dalia's perseverance. However, when it was known that there were so many detailed branches behind this power, most importantly, the chosen populace can refuse on their own, and no one will know if they don't go, and there will be no repercussions of their own. The repercussions will only be on the front lines and after those who are rushing to get to the front lines. The people at the back of the countries, but directly on the support power can really play a huge role in the front line of the summer and have deep doubts. In this world, everyone is selfish, and since they can freely choose not to go, it is highly likely that the power of support will, as a result, become a wrong move instead. If it were me, I would definitely not go. The big deal is to merge into another country before the gates are shattered. Pretty country. A very masculine man bristled. He was not an exception. It was in the minds of almost all the people in the back of his country. Likewise, they felt that the people in the back of Dacia would all be just like them. Are the people in the rear of Dacia afraid of death? The answer to that question may indeed be what the rest of the country's population is thinking at this time. As far as modern people are concerned, there are really very few who aren't afraid of death. Most of them still want to live, right? So when the long road to certain death comes before them, what exactly will the people in the rear of Dacia choose? You've been selected to go to the front line for support. Do you go? Yes/no. Mommy's cooking was delicious today, wasn't it? Fried chicken, fried giant delicious. An ordinary little home. Noon. Sunlight pours through the half-open windows, creating dappled light in the cozy dining room. On the dining table, A plate of delicacies with good colors and flavors was neatly arranged, emitting a tempting aroma. The man sat at one end of the dining table. The woman and the child sat opposite each other. The man picked up the chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork and gently placed it in the child's bowl, his eyes full of pampering and tenderness. For her part, the woman carefully served each person a bowl of soup, which was clear with a few bright green coriander leaves floating on top. At the dinner table, the family talked and laughed, sharing trivia and anecdotes about each other's lives. Their laughter and conversation intertwined in a very sweet and beautiful way. It's Hoon's turn to do the dishes today, isn't it? After a meal, the woman looked to the child. The child nodded and was about to get up. Instead, the man pulled straight back and stayed in his chair. Honey, and Hoon, Daddy's gotta go. The man bowed his head with mixed emotions. The woman and the child froze at the same time. A few seconds later, a tear streaked down the woman's face. The child, on the other hand, cried straight into tears. Daddy, don't go. Hoon doesn't want Daddy to go. The child pulled hard on the man. In the moment of being pulled, the men cried too. However, he still broke free of the child's hand. Maybe, Dad can't be the shining sun in his life. But now, Dad is the one with the opportunity to go and be a star. The man got up and gave his children and wife a hug. He doesn't want to die. He really doesn't. He has a beautiful family and loves his wife and children. Yet, he has a country he wants to guard. Selfishness and fear of death are emotions that everyone has. And the people in the rear of Daxia are no exception. However, the exception is that, unlike the people of some countries, the people of Daxia have a deeper love for the concept of country and home. This is a race that wants to wander the world with Earth even if the world ends. Therefore, they can be selfish and afraid of death. But in the end, they can also completely ignore others because of patriotism. I'm going to guard my country, and annexing it to another country or something, I'm not going to. The man firmly chose yes, and then he gave his wife and child a kiss each. Not a moment after the man made his choice, a glow appeared on his body as well. Eventually, he left. At the same time, along with him, there were countless Daxia people who left. Some of these people want to contribute as much as the men do. There are also those who do not feel that they can play any role by going to the front line, but still choose to go, just because they feel that even if they do not contribute, they must not be a drag. It is true that one's choice not to go does not affect one in any way, but it is the case that those who go to the front line are weakened in many ways. Sorry, the people of Daxia do not want to be a drag on this point, but also has a strong enough to shock the world obsession. And then, on top of that, there are the ones that tangle with themselves, but their families force them to go. Mother, I've been drawn. What should I do? Should I go? Brat, how did you ask such a question? If you don't go, your father will have to run out of his grave to disgrace you, little turtle grandson. The choice of the power of support could have gone wrong in any other country, but put it in Daxia, and maybe there are problems, but the problems are yet also certainly a big deal. After all, people in this country can really have too many reasons why they must rush to the front at this time anyway. Men, women, commuters, students, business owners, veterans, and even the disabled. Even if a child is really too small to go, there will definitely be an adult at home to take his place, rather than just choosing not to go. Going to death can also go so frankly. Such a scene before this, I am afraid that even the people in the rear of the Great Summer themselves will not think of. But right now after the choice came down, the fact is that it became so. In the time of national disaster, the people in the rear of Daxia perfectly showed their Yanhua spirit that belongs to the Yanhua people alone. On the first day of the fourth bat of the 10,000 invasions, the power of support was in full effect. The end result, 40,000 soldiers rushed to the front en masse. And what about the selected populace? 40,000 people should go. The final actual number was 39,996, 633. 37 people chose not to go because they were afraid. It's normal and it's not normal. Normal because there are 37 of them. And it's not normal because only 37. How can this be? After the roll is over, the power of support placed the results in the minds of everyone throughout the rear. Upon realizing that Daxia had actually used the power of support in such a complete manner, in the back, the populations of the other countries were all dumbfounded. In their understanding, this is an impossible number. Or, even the populace itself at the back of Daxia found this impossible. But right now, such an impossibility is just unequivocally a fact. What exactly is the reason? Is it because of the popularization of their patriotic education? Or maybe it's because they're such an outrageous country from the bone? The populace in the backwaters of his country thought variously that both were very likely. And beyond that, eventually, they also identified a larger, or rather this one, most critical reason. That is, The perseverance shown by the forefathers of the first two batons of Daxia while defending the battle had deeply infected all of their rear as well. This kind of infection was not just an invisible emotional infection, but their firm will might really form a special chi transmitted back to the rear of Daxia, physically giving the people in the rear of Daxia more firmness in their wills, and courage to overcome difficulties. In that case, it should indeed be. I have a really bad fear of death when it comes to making choices, but again, I really wanted to come to. Then a wind blew and I was much less scared straight away. The front line. The people in the rear of Daxia who came to the battlefield at this time also realized this. They all had smiles at the corners of their mouths, and it was clear that they were grateful to their forefathers and grandfathers for helping them. Didn't let them be a drag on the whole country, and the brave supporters who dared to come to the front, because of their shameful cowardice. There were some people who didn't show up, and the bonus we got weakened a little bit more. But since there are really very few people who didn't show up, that's not a serious weakening. It was an absolute good thing to have more power to deal with the 10,000 races. So when they realized that their own families were able to use the power of the lower support so perfectly, the people of Daxia who came to the front line were also very happy. Although, it is just not a process from weak to weaker. Here comes the backup. Seeing the people in the rear who rushed to come, the Qing war defenders came to hope. The will that had been brought up by the backbones also rose a little more at this moment. We, the children and grandchildren of later generations, are here to support and get very little addition. So they're all going to be primarily placed in the rear, on firing duties, and we're going to be up front. Any comments? Guard Station 3, Zhang Guofan, who has triangular eyes and a beard, made this arrangement when support arrived. His voice reached not only the Guardian battle he was in, but also the other Guardian battles. What could possibly be wrong with that? Even if there is no such additive difference, we can't let them rush ahead. That's right. Where do you let the kids rush ahead and the adults stand behind? Wrong. It should be more accurate to say where someone's grandchildren are in the front and grandparents are in the back. These are our children and grandchildren. If you want to say so, the grandson is also not right, but certainly is the offspring is. We have to do ancestor-like. Protect the offspring of this matter. Do not even have to talk about it. The people on the Daxia front were basically fine with Zhang Wufan's arrangement. Even the 12 emperors of different guardianship wars. Although Zhang women's fans' behavior of stealing the limelight is a bit unhappy, but in the end, but also all supported Zhang women's fans this arrangement. Come on, let the fight continue. The display of the power of support was complete, and the front line of Daxia was reinforced. And after the reinforcements are over, the content of the front line, which should have continued as usual, did so. After about half an hour, a new round of invasion by the 10,000 races began once again. Although the gap in hard power still led to heavy deaths and injuries on the front line side of the Grand Xia, but because of the reinforcements added, the number of dead and wounded was eventually less than before. Chapter 73, Laws of General Skill, Distinctive Ships, Fight to the Death, Don't Retreat. Next, the remaining rounds of invasions by the 10,000 tribes proceeded as usual, and as a result, it's basically fixed in one area. In every battle, the deaths and injuries on Daxia's side were severe though, but regardless, in the end, they managed to hold on. Day 1, and it's over. Kyoto, hospital, inside the ward. When the last round of invasion on the first day of the fourth stick of the 10,000 races invasion ended, Winning Sky looked at the contents of the front line and slowly exhaled. On the front line today, the battle is undoubtedly grueling, and the sacrifices are undoubtedly great. But if the sacrifices can be exchanged for eventual success, then such sacrifices, too, are all worthwhile. I am unable to do anything about it. Whether or not this bat can hold, all that can be seen is everyone, lying on the hospital bed. Right now, Winning Sky was in a pretty marvelous situation. For the first two at-bats, he was the savior of the backfield, and after this one, he can also wield the ink to be the bridge builder for the resurgence of those glorious forefathers into the world. But, with this bat, he just couldn't do anything. Nothing worked. The history of the Qing dynasty does not need him to restore. What can be reproduced in the world has already been reproduced in the world. Even the martial arts practitioners of that time have actually arrived at the front line at this moment. And as for the physical side of things, at the moment his body really wasn't up to the task of letting him write another text. The sharing effect of Daxia consciousness sacrificing itself for the sake of sharing was over at the end of the last bat. So Winning Sky's write-ups have become consuming only for the ego again. Although, according to Winning Sky's own judgment, it would only take a month for him to completely recover as well. And by the time he reaches the next month, he's more than capable of rising right up to the point where he can write at will, and exhale 1,000 armies daily without breaking a sweat. The spiritual threshold is growing all the time. But, round and round, in this stick, he should not be able to help, and still cannot help. Feeling weak? Inside the hospital room, the old man was there. Winning Sky nodded and said, "It feels like I've lost my role for a moment." The old man froze slightly, and then a smile appeared on his face. "How can you think so?" Or the same sentence. "If you do not have you, we Dacia cannot get the best performance bonus at all. Then this batting time will not even be able to support the backfield can be carried out to the front line. This is not already a great role? I just feel a bit uncomfortable with the sudden idleness." Winning Sky cried and laughed. The old man shook his head and said, "You still have things to do now." Winning Sky was a bit confused. "What?" The old man spoke. "Rest well, get your body fully recuperated, and then after this baton has passed, recreate for our Dacia the crown of the world that you speak of." Winning Sky was silent for a few seconds and finally nodded down seriously. "I will. It's up to the guys in this bat. You've got to trust the guys." The old man exhaled deeply. "Although your kid's will is indeed strong, the story within our Dacia can never be one of individual heroism. Those folk down there, they carry on the will of their forefathers. As long as they can get on the stage, then they will also surely create an epic that belongs to their section." The old man's words were extremely powerful. After hearing these words from the old man, Winning Sky was ashamed for a moment. Yes, they will definitely create their own epic. He smiled, and after, followed by a firm nod down. Time passes like light smoke. It disperses on the slightest breeze. The night seemed to last only a moment, and a new day soon began. Early morning. On the front line of Dacia, the war defenders were already early on. As for the rear, the people of Dacia were also watching early. Winning Sky is also watching. Very seriously, to say the least. Since the beginning of the excessive consumption of writing, Winning Sky basically has not had a very subtle, very serious, and completely put down the chaotic thoughts of the mind to watch the front line of the battle. Now all the miscellaneous thoughts retracted, completely not to think about how they are going to strike again to see the front line. Win the Sky instead finally again see the front line of the countries on some very important content. As we all know, in the front line battlefields of various countries, the recovered dead souls were divided into 3 levels: soldier level, general level, and emperor level. The appellations here do not correspond exactly to the past identities of the departed souls. Soldier level and emperor level are okay. Soldiers are really all small soldiers or ordinary people, and the emperor is really just the emperor. But, unlike the general rank doesn't really mean that it's only those who have been generals who can reach that rank. In addition to those who really have been generals, some with a higher degree of personal grace are also rated directly into this class. And ultimately, anyone who is rated at the rank of general and above will also have some of their own personal strength re-additions. The bonus here is that it even allows them to take the chi in their body and evolve it into something similar to a skill. For example, the lance on the battlefield earlier that looked like it was wrapped in lightning. Of course, this wasn't the point, as Winning Sky had known this point a long time ago. Now when Winning Sky once again went to watch the content of the front line without any other thoughts, the key point that he suddenly discovered again was that the skill performance of these people was surprisingly not completely irregular. Just as the power of the Civil War empowers the literati, the sorts of things that are manifested are connected to them in life. The skills that these generals and higher-level warriors have created with their chi are also related to their past lives. For example, Mr. Deng Shixiang, who said, "The world is in tears this day," and there is a public official who is strong enough to strengthen the Navy's prestige. He was an admiral at the end of the Qing dynasty during his lifetime. So the skills he condensed with his chi after reviving at this time were also related to naval battles. And then add to that the most famous die together of his life. When he was defeated by the enemy, he was ready to die and commanded the Ziyuan ship, which rammed the enemy ship directly. So at this point after the revival comes out, the skill specifics that it ends up displaying becomes something like the following. Who does not die, but wishes to die well? With a wave of his hand, the Ziyuan ship reappeared and created a sea area out of thin air. Not to mention the extremely powerful attack power of the distant ship. When it is almost shattered by the attack of the 10,000 races, it will even directly explode itself, blowing up all of the 10,000 races in the surrounding area. Chapter 70 for the performance of the general level characters, who are a strong support for the frontline. Frontline battlefield. The moment when Deng Shixian summoned the Ziyuan ship and visualized the sea, all those who witnessed such a scene were stunned, especially after the Ziyuan ships also self-detonate to attack foreign enemies. Dacia's side. The morale of the war defenders went up even more directly. Characters that can be rated as generals, even if the overall bonus for the era in which it was made was not much, eventually, yet it is also able to play the role of 1 against 100 on the battlefield. Their presence is undoubtedly yet another asset to the human side's defense of the war. And then, in addition to the Dunchi initiative, Wintry also watched the performance of many other Guardian War Lieutenant General level characters. Guardian Battle of the Seven. Mr. Lin Zexio, the first person who opened his eyes to the world in the modern era of the Daxia Qing dynasty. After he became a general, the skill that his personal bonus allowed him to coalesce with his chi was related to his once most iconic Tiger's Gate. His skill was that he could release an extremely large amount of floating quicklime and water, and then the two together released a large amount of heat as well as a layer of a very special blue tiger head-like specter, which would not hurt his own people, but only the evil spirits of heaven and earth. That is to say, the 10,000 races on the opposite side of the world. And the ghosts he released stayed in a patch as long as they were released and lasted for at least an hour. Every time the 10,000 races an invasion, it will consume the divine sense at once to release countless tiger head ghost. After the ghost invasion to the 10,000 races low defense power direct death. High defense power will also be consumed a lot. Then, there are characters that are primarily melee combatants. For example, Dorgan, Nian Yang Yao, Ao defeat and so on. They were all good fighters and famous ministers during their lives. So after the skill materializes, it also basically has to do with their own melee combat as well as that of their henchmen. The AO fail itself can become giganticized, increasing its combat power tenfold in a short period of time. 10 times is a horrible number. That is, the era addition is too low, plus their own level does not reach an outrageous degree, or else, their own outrageous and then 10 times. Set it as a battlefield killer is not too much. Of course, even if it was insufficient in itself resulting in it not reaching the degree of a killing weapon in the end, but after doubling it, in the end, the AoE was still playing a big role in the battlefield. And then, Nian Zhongyao and Dorgan, both of which have relatively similar skills, to the extent that it boosts your own strength, it also gives your men a significant boost in their combat power. This point is somewhat similar to some of the forefathers in the front of Daxia, during the war period and the Republican period. At the time of those two rods, many of the characters that could reach the rank of general also had such skills. Zhang Zuolin, for example, has just such skills. Such a skill, from the introduction, is really quite a bit more common than the skills that other general-level characters transform with their chi, but the role on the battlefield is, instead, the greatest. After all, whether it is a remote faction, or personal force faction, there is a person for the war, a person you again strong. In fact, will not be too strong. After all, the number of 10,000 races is really quite a lot. You a person again how can not kill over. Whereas this skill, it was a skill that could increase the henchmen, and with the henchmen all becoming stronger, then the final result of the battle would definitely be much more than one person killing 10,000 clans. Those two sticks in the Daxia resistance and Republican periods were only able to hold up because some of the pioneers had such skills. They might not be able to be the savior and change the situation of the battle, but they could be the cornerstone to make the battle between the two sides as stable as possible, so that their side would try not to be pulled too far apart by the 10,000 races on the other side. With the presence of these generals, plus a new batch of reinforcements from the rear managed to arrive, the day after the fourth bat of the 10,000 nations invasion, Daxia still managed to hold the country's gates. And then, the next thing you know, it was like that for 2 more days. On the third, fourth day after that, Wintry observed many more of them. If anything, the next day he focused more on the famous ministers category. That's 2 days down here. He also paid more attention to the literati as well as the martial artists during the Qing dynasty. The words of a man of letters could not have much power on the battlefield. Even if fame was enough for them to reach the rank of general, they couldn't condense their skills with their chi. However, now with the existence of the power of the literary battle, although they are still unable to do with the gas to condense out skills, but it is completely possible to do with the works to transform skills. Moreover, the skills they transformed with their works were also more rich and diverse. Unlike other general levels that could only transform one skill, and quite powerful ones that could only transform 2, literati can put out 7 or 8 skills if they have enough work. For example, when Mr. Lu Flood, he could turn his pen and ink into a sword, his pen and ink into a tiger, or even his pen and ink could be directly transformed into a mother emperor with a bloody mouth. In the present bat, many of the literati have also shown how powerful they are. Needless to say, Mr. Leung Kaimakari is ridiculously strong. A junior Daxia said dry out. The whole army fighting spirit and combat strength did not know how much to raise. Then, Mr. Chao Shuachin, who had written one of the 4 great masterpieces, Dream of Red Mansions, was actually hanging on for dear life. As soon as his work came out, many of the 10,000 demonic monsters on the opposite side were directly all controlled and unable to move. Dare you believe it? Although, the 10,000 clans have taken measures to deal with the situation afterward, and some monsters directly have the ability to remove the specific control state. However, even if they could only control a portion of the demonic monsters, controlling them for 3 seconds was enough to make the battle situation on the side of the Great Summer War defenders a lot better. Then after that, Zhang Banxiao, Gong Zizhen, Nalan Seed and a host of other literati also have their own specialties, and played a great role in the battlefield. This made Winning Sky as well as everyone in the rear of the Grand Xiao watching also once again lamented that the choice of the power of civil war in the first place was truly extremely correct. After the literati, finally the martial artists. 3 days of watching shocked Winning Sky quite a few people, but to say the most shocked, but unexpected instead of the last of these martial artists, Prince Ping, Wang Fei Hung, Yang Luchan, Gui Yunshin, Han Muman, Hua Yuanjia, Wang Wu, Li Shu Wen. They have been rated as generals and have skills that belong to them, making them more powerful. But underneath the powerful, what really shocked Winning Sky was that their own assortment of martial arts were surprisingly just about all true. In modern times, martial arts may still exist, but they are almost no longer very visible. At least Winning Sky has not seen them with his own eyes. So in his mind, martial arts have become something very ethereal. But right now, seeing some of the martial arts masters that once existed resurfacing in the world, Winning Sky's worldview has been refreshed. This is going to be all true. Then the martial arts masters in each dynasty further up the Great Xia, their kung fu, it can't all be real too? Chapter 75, the emperors are needed. Let's just say, if this bat survives, then the frontline battlefield might really be exploding with excitement. Lying on the hospital bed, Winning Sky swallowed a mouthful of water. He was already picturing a certain man with the last name of Zheng shining through. The holy is also one, the wise is also one, and all things in heaven and earth are not one. A violent shiver. In the next second, Winning Sky coughed and hurriedly shifted his attention back, and then the center of attention was once again on the front lines of battle. Story continues. The frontline battlefield of Daxia. General-level characters still display their godly prowess, but also just still like what was said before. The Qing dynasty as a whole gave them too little of a period plus after all, and the 10,000 races are really not weak and are strengthening all the time. There are all sorts of abilities on Daxia's side, and all sorts of abilities on their side. So in the end, when you look at it, the various general-level bigwigs mentioned above were all praised and praised again, but in the end, they were really only just barely leading the fight against the encroaching 10,000 races in a balanced or even slightly inferior manner. Of course, everyone was already all happy to be able to fight like this when the era bonus was so low. It would really be enough to cheer if it could stay this balanced and slightly inferior until 30 days had passed. But the opposite of the 10,000 races is not likely to let everyone just like this strong drag continue. Starting on the 5th day of the invasion in the 4th stick, the strategy of the 10,000 changed. They'd begun a highly targeted kill the leader campaign. They had been targeting and killing the leaders among the great summer warkeepers just before, in order to make the current bat of Daxia's temporary spine broken. But then the targeting was just plain targeting. That is to say, in battle, prioritize the attack on the general polekeepers on the front line of Daxia. Next, they become extreme targets. That is to say, general-level battlekeepers with different abilities according to the different guardianship wars of Daxia. Attack with a monster that specializes in restraining its abilities and is best at killing the opponent. For example, Chao Shuaqin, who was able to inflict an illusion that stopped the demons in their tracks and was stunned. Next, the 10,000 tribes sent in a troop of Tier 4 Chaos Fox demon monsters that were fully uncontrollable and could even bounce off of control specifically to attack the Guardian Station where it was located. And with a speedy mantis monster that can quickly close in on him to decapitate him. With this kind of targeting, after only 1 day, the number of general-level characters on the Daxia side was reduced by a lot at once. Battle guarding on the front line was never an easy task, and now, the 10,000 races had finally made a push. Or maybe the equalization they fought out with the Great Xia frontline a few days ago was even just a deliberate equalization on their part, in order to just probe in detail again the abilities and weaknesses of the different general-level war defenders of Great Xia. Sure enough, the gates of this country are not so well guarded. The night of the 5th day of the 4th stick of the invasion of the 10,000 clans rested. On the front line backfield, the hearts of everyone in Daxia were once again tightened all at once. It was difficult for the Great Xia side to have any response to such a machination of the 10,000 clans. For what can make such a stratagem come into being? It was also the same as the magic sea tactics that the 10,000 races had pulled off before. It's the most basic, the end result of too great a difference in strength between the two sides. Have the general-level battle guards positioned a bit further back, with more ordinary battle guards for protection. Have the general-level battle keepers replace the guardian battles they're guarding, and the positions are disrupted so that the demonic monsters sent against the style on the side of the 10,000 clans won't be able to do their job. After pondering for a long time, in response to the Yang conspiracy of the 10,000 races, this side of the Great Xia frontline was only able to exert a series of tiny coping strategies similar to this. But sadly, too much of a hard power gap is too much of a hard power gap. after arranging for a targeted demonic monster on the side of the 10,000 clans. Even if a general-level battleguard had more protectors around him, if he deserved to die, he would still die. And if the Guardian battle was replaced, not only would it be easy for the Guardian battle itself to become vacant, during the replacement process, the Guardians who were going to be shifted into position would also directly consume a lot of their minds for nothing. Of course, none of that is the point. The point is, Daxia's plan. It's like there's a pair of eyes that can see through everything on the side of the 10,000 clans. Always in its sights. This makes the general-level warkeeper on the Daxia side of the battlefield whatever new Guardian battle they are converted to. On the side of the 10,000 clans, they will all arrange their restrained magic monsters over there. Is it the new commander across the street? The setting that the 10,000 races would change their dominion with each baton attack was also known on the side of the human war defenders. Therefore, at this moment, when their own side's response methods were all invalidated, on the spot, the morale of the frontline defenders of the Great Summer will also be brushed down again. Small changes and small ways are all useless, if there are no big ways to deal with them. Soon, we won't be able to hold out either. On this night, behind the front line, everyone in Daxia took a deep breath, and then, extremely synchronized, in the next second after taking a deep breath, everyone put their eyes on the 12 emperors during the Qing dynasty of Daxia. General-level historical figures are all able to use qi to coalesce extremely powerful personal skills when revived. So what will the imperial emperors, who are one level higher than the general rank, and who have only just had their restrictions lifted until this baton, and who have been revived to come to the front lines of battle, be capable of? The emperor level is definitely too much stronger than the general level. In the rear, hope rose in the hearts of some of the populace. They were able to be so certain not only because of the difference between the high and low ranks of the two imperial generals, even more so because just today, the front lines of other countries just happened to have content footage of royal characters showing off their skills. Characters rated at the emperor level have a horrifying extra personal bonus, and as a result, the skills they can condense with their chi can change the battlefield in ways that are essentially earth-shattering. Right now, Daxia's side was losing its way under the new changes in the 10,000 races. But what if those 12 emperors had stepped in? Could they have turned the tide in an instant? Even if the era of the Qing dynasty pulls crotch even more. Even if the current era of everyone's additions are low. The emperor, after all, is the emperor. It's hard to underestimate the personal bonuses they receive. So, it's our turn so soon. Guardian battle number 7. Yan noticed the stares. In fact, he was already tempted to strike now. But, the reality was that he was still not allowed to strike at this point. There is a fundamental difference between an emperor and a general revived. Will be able to fight as soon as they are revived. Whereas the emperor's ability to coalesce with chi is a waiting period. During this time, the emperor's abilities are blocked from use. It can't be used until the waiting period is over. And the length of the waiting period. The bias is again tied to the whole level of flamboyance of the era. Looking at all of the war defenders in front of him, and also at all of the people coming from the rear of Daxia with concern, Yongzhan lowered his head helplessly and bitterly. We still need time. Chapter 76, Your ancestors will bless you. Night. The frontline battlefields of Daxia are still eerily holy, even after a few days of war. Yet it remains untouched by a drop of blood, untouched by a speck of dust. The flowers are still blooming brightly. The butterflies, on the other hand, have been finding places to rest. And after such beauty, the people on the frontline battlefields paint a completely different picture. Bruises, blood, broken clothes, and sad faces. How much longer? A general-level battlekeeper inquired. Yongjing thought for a few seconds and spoke. 15 days. 15 days? After hearing Yongjing's reply, the front line, everyone was stunned. It is important to realize that each period of warkeepers will only be kept for a total of 30 days. And now, they have managed to hold this bat through 6 days. From the 5th day on, the tribes began the targeted killing of the leaders. On the 6th day, today, they had some simple responses. However, it turned out to be completely useless, and the general-level characters lost quite a few more at once. In such a situation, the emperors actually said that they would have to wait another 15 days before they could utilize the abilities they possessed after their revival. 15 days plus 6, that's 21 days. At that point, would they still need to make a move? Not to mention that at that time, their bat was not long before the end of the War of Guards, and according to the current situation, they were simply not even qualified to last until then. There's no way to go any faster? There's no way around it. The waiting period is fixed. Lowering his head, Yongzhan felt extremely humiliated. At this moment he once again realized the importance of the era's elegance edition. It's just a shame that their Qing dynasty didn't succeed in mastering this power. 15 days then. Eventually, on the frontline battlefields, The spine has once again stepped up to the plate. The waiting period for the Emperor's ability is beyond being altered. There is no point in bemoaning anything at this moment. So, hang tough. Keep hanging tough. Hold on for dear life. Hold on for these 15 days. Support for at least 15 days. It's going to be better than just propping it up until the end of the keep. The 7th day of the 4th stick of the invasion of the 10,000 races. The monster's infestation is upon us once again. On the front line of battle, the Guardian warriors fought as hard as they could to resist. In the rear, on the other hand, people were still constantly reinforcing them. The number of reinforcements available today is 160,000. The number of people who may be freely chosen. That is, 80,000. Serial number following yesterday and then 80,000 Daxia sons and daughters. For the sake of Daxia, for the sake of the people behind Daxia, we head for the front. At ease. Halt. Raise the flag and play the national anthem. The opposite side of the flag. The old man looked at the two generals beside him. After a few seconds of silence, it opened up. Decided? The two generals froze. With that, there were smiles on their faces. Wasn't it decided from the beginning? Reinforcement of the front line is such a thing, and all beings in the rear are equal. No one can rely on privilege. We are naturally no exception. Since I went to draw the serial number 2, I must go on when it's my turn. A middle-aged general responded seriously. The old man nodded, and then looked to the other general. What about you? You drew the serial number pretty far back, didn't you? Today, it's not your turn yet, is it? The other general was still laughing. That, old Zhang doesn't want to get privileged. I want to get. Other people's screwing privileges are going to the front line afterward or not going at all. This one, on the other hand, has the privilege of going first. The old man and the other general were helpless as they watched its foolish joy. Eventually, the old man nodded to the two generals. On this trip, do not disgrace my great Xia. There was no talk of peace on this trip, or of killing more demons on this trip. All of this, after all, is really nebulous. However, not to lose face with the great summer. This point cannot be as ethereal existence. Yes, the two generals raised their hands at the same time and did the standard salute to the old man. And then the old man returned their standard salute. Folk, same time, countless small homes, countless ordinary Daxia people are also experiencing their parting. There are fathers making aliyah with their children and husbands making aliyah with their wives. The majority of those who left were men. Because the populace that was randomly selected to walk away had an adjustable option. That's where a blood relative can take the place of the chosen one on the front lines. Some of the children who were too young to be selected were naturally replaced by their fathers who took it upon themselves to go to the front. Similarly, when overly old people are selected, their sons will simply replace them on the front line. As for being chosen, you could have just avoided going so you wouldn't have to bother with the alternative? Sorry, the people at the back of Daxia don't understand what I'm saying. As descendants of the dragon, the people of Daxia have their own pride. Not to mention, today they have been given a special infection by their wartime forefathers. They can't be cowards, even if they really are too weak to stand up. Their forefathers who had passed away during the resistance period upwards would also take an invisible form of chi and force them straight out. Prof. Win. It's my turn. I should go. Kyoto. Hospital. Ward. Ju Sunan was having his last lunch with Win Tin. As a companion to your dining companion. Winning Sky and Zhu Cheng'an were also considered to possess a certain degree of friendship. So now that he saw that Zhu Cheng'an was leaving, Winning Sky was still a bit reluctant to leave. However, he also understood that parting was bound to happen. And it's an honor to leave each other like this. So one should not be sad. What should be on your face at this moment? Should be a smile. Go and behave yourself. As well as remember my words and live to tell the tale. When the time comes, you'll get an unrivaled surprise. Winning Sky's words caused Zhu Cheng'an to be a bit confused. Professor Win, I still don't know what you're talking about. Zhu Cheng'an shook his head. However, my mom told me that I must listen to you, that you are the hero of our Daxia, and that I myself want to listen to you, so I will definitely stay alive and live to the end. Winnie smiled. Aha, it will be. Your ancestors will bless you. Chapter 77, I'm back. Willow branches are spitting out new green, and wildflowers are blooming. The Wan Clan Daxia subbase. Unlike the panic and chaos before and after the Daxia, at this point, the holy hearing spirit above the throne was extremely peaceful. As the new demonic monster commander that this stick of Daxia will face, the holy hearing spirit did only 3 things after coming to Earth. Let the monsters prioritize the attack on the backbone of the Daxia front. After, he released 2 puppets to guard his side. Those 2 puppets, one white and one black, also both took on an angelic shape. They all have a green thread on their chests. The other end of the line is on the right hand of the holy hearing spirit. After doing so, the sacred listening mistletoe spirit fell into a leisurely sleep. And that was the third thing he did after his descent. How long he slept exactly, the black and white puppet angels seem to remember. And then they don't. The green thread binds them. They keep forgetting. He's back. Suddenly, the white puppet angel looked to the throne. Next, then he saw a blinding light abruptly illuminate the great hall, like millions of stars suddenly exploding. Above the throne, countless radiant flashes of splendor then surged forth. Yes, I'm back. The long white lashes fluttered slightly, like butterfly wings brushing the petals of a flower. A pair of white eyes, clear as melting snow and ice on a spring day. It shimmered with disorienting colors in the light. When he woke up, he already had a lot of gadgets in front of him. These things were all changed by illusion and belonged uniquely to the Qing dynasty of Daxia. Precious, my new collection? The holy listening spirit's eyes flowed. A teasing smile rippled across his lips. He looked slightly sideways. His eyes slowly fell on the angel on his right, who was dressed in snowy white and feathery wings. So much for collecting. I think, my lord, you have already decided on a plan to toy with this clan afterward. The white angel spoke. The words were devoid of any emotion. Precious? As long as it was something that the holy hearing spirit could collect, it was not precious to him, and his so-called collection is ultimately for nothing more than his share of bad taste. Like on Earth, cats kill mice like to play a bit before they kill. The super brain smart angels like to play too. They love nothing more than to torture their opponents, mentally. For the ultimate in torture, then it is extremely important to know everything about your opponent. These collections were just research made by the holy hearing spirit to play with the great summer. And now, he's apparently done researching. After all, it's still my favorite. Some kid with little fight in him. The holy hearing spirit smiled. As the warriors on the front lines of the great Xia fought against the 10,000 races, what did the holy hearing spirit on the throne dream of? He also turned into a warrior on the Daxia front. Just blend in between the crowds. It's just a pity that the history of this country across the street before the Qing dynasty is completely sealed. They themselves carried out the destruction for profit, not to mention Lord Wanju and all the demon gods of the 10,000 clans have also divinely maneuvered against it. Even if I join in, I can't gather the slightest bit. I thought I could reap all the rewards by turning into a spirit of the Qing dynasty of Daxia. But when you join them, you realize that these people themselves have forgotten the past. Even the memories of an existence at the imperial level had become a blur. Seek and find, only to find the other side of the line. Anyway, it's not as good as us. Otherwise, how can it be destroyed by us? What a ridiculous statement. In response, the sacred hearing spirit showed extreme disdain. The heavens and the earth, every world, every age, has his beginning and his end. The newborn in its prime overcomes the old when it is at its most downtrodden. Yet this does not mean, however, that the old man is below his windfall. There's no way that the object that Lord Manji is targeting is inferior to you. The holy listening spirit actually wants Daxia to get the next bat. But alas, even loose and casual as he is, in this invasion, it can no longer be reckless either. After all, this was a major event for the entire 10,000 clans. It was also an extremely valuable opportunity for their super brainwise angels. So, I'm sorry to have to leave your subsequent stories in the dust. The gates of the country of Daxia should have been broken in the middle of the baton in which it was located. Think about what you are waiting for now. Should be waiting for those emperor abilities to unlock, right? The sacred hearing spirit's gaze was long and deep, as if it had penetrated through overlapping space and time. Eventually, it landed under the distant sky, the quiet place where the great Xiao war defenders were able to take a moment's respite. There, a campfire may be warming tired bodies, or a low song may be drifting on the night wind. After waiting for a long time, only to find that all the hopes that I have waited for are just bubbles that burst at the slightest point. With a wave of his hand, uncountable butterflies appeared beside the sacred listening mistress spirit. These butterflies seemed to be playing the role of the Daxia frontline, the human side of the war defenders. They persevere, they sacrifice, they wait for hope, and then they waited for their savior. 12 golden butterflies. The golden butterflies fly out and are so handsome they are simply mesmerizing. Only unfortunately, in the next second, Saint Hearing Patch Spirit snapped his fingers. These 12 golden butterflies all turned into powder in an instant. With their savior dead, where could the other butterflies stay? The dead are dead, the runners are running, and the picture really shouldn't be too wonderful. The story, which is just beginning, the mellifluous music is like gentle silk, slowly flowing through the air. Each note seemed to be tainted with the light of the moon. As the melody ebbs and flows, the sacred listening spirit dances. The body is as light as a swallow, and the clothes float like a fairy. Daxia, frontline battlefield. You guys, did you hear the music? The gorgeous epic kind? Sang looked to the other Qing war defenders beside him. Like, there's really music. I hear it too. Why is there suddenly music playing? Mud. This Frontline is getting stranger and stranger. It's not even that the environment has changed to be so weird. Now there's even music playing. After some questioning, Sang Quafan realized that the Frontline battlefields of Daxia were literally ringing with music. This music is more than just him. The entire Daxia Frontline, everyone, could basically hear it at this point. 10 minutes later, a new invasion of the 10,000 races has struck again. The previous fight against the monster was a great experience for all of us. Nowadays, the feeling of killing is still very much there. But then there is always that moment of trance when you hit it. It felt as if it was not really fighting itself. Rather, they are acting as theater actors, being dictated to put on a big show. Chapter 78, Emperor Level Goes to Battle. Qing Palace Secret Treasure. 9 Dragons Treasure Sword. And ultimately, go on, go on. The facts are also proof of success. People are right to feel this way. Right now on the Daxia front, it's really a play that's already been scripted. Tough to defend the battle and wait for the Emperor. It was hard to wait until the Emperors were finally able to strike. It turned out to be a big surprise that came with a bang. Of course, the script wouldn't just be that boring. After thinking about it, the Holy Hearing Spirit also added many new and exciting aspects to the play. Sitting back and watching all the hard resistance on the Daxia front to wait for the Emperor was inevitable. Yet he was not willing to wait too long for these Emperors. 15 days? Too long. Although the Sacred Hearing Spirit loved to toy with dying opponents, he had a sense of pride. He would not allow himself to conquer a Daxia that was in such disrepair yet took too long. So, in this scene, the Holy Hearing Spirit would instead also help Daxia. Let's make the Daxia Emperors debut faster. Then break fast. Let the whole of Daxia fall apart and collapse a little faster. Wait 3 more days, and in 3 days you will reap the harvest of hope. Oh, above the throne, the corners of the holy listening mistletoe's mouth curled up slightly. Subsequently, on the Daxia front, the story continues. Time and time again the 10,000 races have invaded, and time again the soldiers have defended the battle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Battlefield. The battle remained as before, with the demonic monsters striking out with all their might and targeting all sorts of things. The great summer's spirits fought hard and suffered countless deaths and injuries, but they continued to fight hard, simply because there was still hope in their hearts, and that was waiting for the Emperors to make their move. This day, everything still looks no different, but it was also in the afternoon. When the 10,000 races had only 2 rounds of attacks left that day, vision after vision lit up at the various guardian stations on the Great Xia Frontline. The rising sun rises in the east. 10,000 rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and colored half of the sky red. Golden rays of light churned through the sea of clouds, like the holy radiance waved down by the gods. Daxia front. A guardian station was bathed in this brilliant light. Each emperor's body seemed to turn into a source of light. Different but equally lofty silhouettes emerged behind them, or divine beasts, or divine soldiers, or heavenly palaces and buildings. Their eyes shimmered with silver, as deep and mysterious as the stars. The dragon robe on his body changed. The original golden dragon was soaring, but at this moment, it seemed to have come to life, its scales glittering, and under the illumination of the golden light, it was even more majestic and sacred. Addition. Here it comes, the 8th Guardian Battle. Emperor Yongzheng looked at his own changes, and his body couldn't help but start trembling. And the other Guardian War Emperors? At this moment, all of them were also happy and uplifted, ushering in relief after holding back their grievances for an extremely long time. Is this our power? The power that belongs to the Emperors. The soldiers will be imperial. The bonus power gained after the resuscitation battle is different for each level of spirit, though the exact amount of power still depends on how flamboyant this emperor once was. But, as soon as you reach the imperial level, with the addition of the Way of Fortune, then no matter how weak it is, it won't be much weaker. Doesn't it take 15 days? Guardian War 2. Liang Qi mocked at the changed Shenlong and frowned slightly. Being intellectually committed, Liang Kaimakari does not indulge in superficial hope. This sudden reward, on the contrary, caused him to feel uneasy. Similarly, there are many others who are as uneasy as Liang Kaimaking, such as Zhang Wufan's group, and then Ying Tian in the rear. There's 100,000 things wrong in 10,000. Sit on the hospital bed. Ying Tian felt particularly flustered all of a sudden. He knew that there was definitely something wrong with the sudden appearance of the visions in Daxia now. But again, he couldn't say what exactly was the problem here. What's there to think about? Maybe it's God's help? Since my power has come, let me make a good big show of it is all. Beside Liang Qi mocking, Emperor Qianlong was now horribly excited. Before the bonus did not arrive, you can only hide in the back, for not being able to go to war, and even letting a guy like Liang Qiqi taunt him to be verbally mean. But now, it's different. Everything is going to be different. No more waiting for 15 days. Now, I I am. Then it will be possible to act as the hero who will save the future generations. Woo! The dull sound of a bugle ripped through the pre-dawn quiet. The earth began to tremble. Far away, the shadowed silhouette gradually became clearer. Those were the hideous faces of countless monsters. With bloodthirsty longing, it slowly emerges from the horizon. The new invasion of the 10,000 races begins. Watch all of them. This time, Emperor Qianlong bore the brunt of the battle and came to the forefront of the battlefield. Just see him hold out his hand, slowly chanting an ancient incantation. His fingertips trembled lightly. Next, an inky bolt of lightning then ripped through the thick clouds, and it brought out a dazzling golden light. The golden light seemed like a golden dragon breaking through the sky and plunging into the clouds, splitting the gloomy sky in two. The golden light was brilliant, illuminating the entire capital and the expectant face of Emperor Qianlong. Like it was said before, spirits of general rank and above receive bonus abilities upon revival that are related to life experience. A major feature of Qianlong's life was his love of collecting. There are countless secret treasures in the Qing Palace, and now, it is his 9-dragon sword, which came down in a domineering manner by reaping the wind and splendor bonus. The 9-dragon sword slowly emerged from the void, as if it was born from chaos. Above the sword, 9 golden dragons came to life. The scales are as if they were cast in gold. It flowed dazzlingly in the light. Each piece is detailed to the nth degree and reflects a dazzling divine light. The dragon's eyes opened angrily, as if they contained endless majesty. The spirit mist spewed out sometimes turned into raging golden flames, and sometimes turned into biting frosty cold air. Two very different forces intertwined, forming a strange balance. The entire sword hummed, emitting a low and melodious sound of a dragon's roar. It was as if it was announcing its emergence to the world, and heralding the imminent arrival of an earth-shattering change. All of you, kneel down. With Qianlong's last angry shout, the sword light flashed like a shock, and 9 golden dragons roared out. The dragons' roar shaking the sky, their bodies stretched sinuously through the air. The scales glittered with golden light in the sunlight, and in an instant, they skyrocketed to 100 feet in size. Roar! These golden dragons, each one of them lifelike, with open teeth and claws, dragon whiskers flying, were majestic. The dragon's breath spewing from their mouths was not an ordinary flame, but a golden blaze that contained the power of burning the sky. When the dragon launches its attack, the entire frontline battlefield was instantly transformed into a vast and boundless sea of fire, engulfing countless demonic monsters within it. A sea of fire churned and a wave of heat swept over the area. The demons struggled in pain under the scorching flames, letting out mournful wails, and the air was filled with the smell of scorching. And in the meantime, an extreme coldness spread out from the blade of the sword, piercing into the demonic monsters like countless tiny ice needles, freezing their blood and blocking their power. The original hideous faces of the demons were covered by a layer of frost. Their limbs stiffened, unable to move, and eventually turned to ashes under the double torture of fire and ice. Chapter 79, This is the Imperial Rank. Yang Zheng, Imperial Checks and Balances. Is this the power of a royal level spirit? When this scene of Qianlong going to war appeared on the frontline battlefield of Daxia, eyes snapped open. The front line, the rear, everyone in Daxia was stunned. Rao and Qianlong extremely contradictory Liang Qi mockery. At this moment also cannot help but slightly trembling. It turns out that this is the power of an imperial level Yingling. Maybe some emperors are really bad at being emperors, but an emperor is an emperor after all, and as long as it's an emperor, then it will shine when it is revived to become a heroic spirit. This is the Tao and the Huanwu, and the rule of this guarded war. 9 Dragon Sword, terrifying power. At the back, Ying Tian was also deeply shocked. Although he knew that the frontline battlefield, the battle between the ancestors and the 10,000 races was originally extremely metaphysical, but the metaphysics of general-level characters like Ao Bai and the like are still a bit much worse than the emperors. This is the imperial level. The imperial level where one person may directly affect the entire battlefield. On the Daxia internet, the public's passion reached some extreme at this moment. Though people generally don't have much love for Qing and have no hope for him, but when it blossoms into something glorious, everyone is faintly impressed. After all, this wave of Qianlong is really awesome. The shock brought to the world by the emperor-level characters is also really great. With such a powerful force, is there a possibility that we are saved? I don't know why it's unlocking early, but it's so strong. It's really strong. 9 Dragon Sword? This is really going to transform into a dragon. While the populace in the rear of Daxia had their eyes set on stars, the people in the back of some of the other countries were also keeping an eye on the side of Daxia. However, their emotions were not so emotional. After all, on their side, some of them are also those who have already demonstrated the power of the imperial level. Even the imperial leveling spirits on their side were even more exaggerated than on Daxia's side. Daxia's side is still strong because of level suppression. and the low level of period splendor ultimately affects their ceiling. Sure, no upper limit on the upper, as long as the lower limit isn't too low. Then this side of Daxia, the people are already satisfied. It would be an absolute delight for everyone if the Imperials could top things. Who dash? On the front line of battle, Qianlong continued his perfect performance. His figure crossed the battlefield like lightning. When he danced with the nine-dragon sword in his hand, it seemed as if he was weaving a golden curtain of light in the air. Each swing of his sword blade turned into a deadly arc, taking the lives of countless demonic monsters. Hot blood sprayed out, and the sword light illuminated the battlefield as if it were day. The demons and monsters, on the other hand, were retreating under this unrivaled oppression. In the end, even an endless panic flowed from one's gaze. Big win! This wave, Guardian Battle number 2, saw Qianlong outscore the wannabes by 1, though the real heavy hitters of the 10,000 races were yet to come, and the commander of this bat was even yet to appear. But this kind of performance is still able to make its front line behind all the people to cheer up the applause. How about that? Return to camp after the battle. Qianlong looked at Liang Qi mockingly in triumph. Liang Qi mockingly bristled, not responding to Qianlong's smugness. Presently, Liang Qi mocking was still full of doubts, but he couldn't think of an answer no matter how hard he tried. And now Qianlong has really scored a big win. So even though he wanted to speak, he ended up keeping his mouth shut. Anyway, whatever the truth is in there, when the moment came, it was true that the Emperor's windward powers were unlocked, and they appear on the battlefield. It's also true that giving everyone behind the front line of Daxia a jolt brought mammoth hope again. In that case, then win. Win on. If you can't find the reason, you should first grasp the power. Be good. Kill more. Kill one more demonic monster. Defend more. Defend one more round of the gates. Having promised that I will guard my descendants, then I will certainly fulfill it. Guardian Battle number 8. Yongzheng, after feeling the royal level Manhwa bonus power that he had gained, with determination, too, he followed the warriors to the battlefield. Spiritual rhinoceros heavenly eyes, only to see it slightly raise its head, and in the next second, an extra eye directly appeared on its forehead. This ability allows him to instantly see the subtle changes in everything around him. This includes the flow of the enemy's spiritual energy, hidden corners, where sneak attacks are coming from, and so on. In the mind's eye open state, time seemed to slow down. He can accurately predict the trajectory of the enemy's attack and quickly make the most appropriate response strategy. Whether it was dodging a powerful spell attack or recognizing a disguised illusion, it was easy. It also has to do with all the things that have happened in its lifetime. When alive, the Yongzheng Emperor himself was a man with a meticulous mind that seemed to have the eyes of heaven. And now, the one who has turned into a Yingling and seems to have the eyes of heaven is the one who really has the eyes of heaven. Of course, as a royal level, Yongzheng naturally could not only have this skill. After grasping all the information about the 10,000 demon monsters of the current round, soon, Yongzheng is also launching his next counterattack, Imperial Checks and Balances. This ability is based on Yongzheng's strong and decisive political tactics and excellent power tactics. This ability allows him to exert an invisible mental might and control over everything around him. Combined with his rhinoceros eyes, all the monsters will be mentally shocked. Only a huge wave of chi surged out from its body. The next moment, the 8th Guardian Battle. All the demonic monsters felt an invisible pressure, and the demons and monsters that are subject to his checks and balances. In an instant, the eyes also became very dull. A few seconds later, the action was even more completely under his control, becoming a pawn in his hands. Kill. Only Yongzheng gently dropped his hand. Those demonic monsters that were under his control then all rushed towards the other demonic monsters that were not under his control. Disintegrating the demonic monsters from within and allowing them to kill each other is Yongzheng's tactic. And besides targeting the enemy, he also has a great bonus to friendlies with this move. The warriors of the 8th Guardian Battle only felt a gust of wind blow by. Then, one by one, they all felt energized. Physical strength, speed, defense, everything has been boosted. We can deal with these demons better. Your Majesty, it was your Majesty who helped us. Having been empowered, the warriors all became more energized as well. And with all this addition, the success of this round of guarding under Guardian Battle 8 becomes a certainty as well. What a bully! At the back of Daxia, in the hospital bed, Ying Tian was excited to the extreme as he watched the big screen. But the point of his excitement is a little different from everyone else's. Though, he was also thrilled by what Yongzheng and Qianlong were showing at this point. But what got him even more excited? And yet, at this moment, he was thinking freely about the other emperors. In his own mind, the Qing emperors were able to do this after their resuscitation. But what about the other emperors of Daxia? What about our charming old ancestors? Chapter 80. What an anticipation for my charming old ancestor, Qin Huang. Han Wu, Tang Zong, Song Zhu. The images in his mind continued, and Ying Tian's entire body went numb. If it does manage to hold on and carry the relay on, Ying Tian truly felt that the old ancestors would let the 10,000 races know why the flowers were as red as they were. Qianlong's 9 dragons sword can produce a golden dragon. What about the real ancestral dragon? Ying Zhang? Little friend, what's wrong with you? Inside the ward, the old man was sitting on the chair next to Ying Tian's hospital bed. Seeing that Ying Tian's emotions were very agitated, the old man couldn't help but pay attention. Ying Tian smiled faintly. Nothing, just simply happy. Happy? The old man froze, and then laughed along with the piece. Indeed, it is truly gratifying that the emperors are doing so well. Realizing that the old man had misunderstood him, the smile at the corner of Ying Tian's mouth grew even wider. No, I am happy for the subsequent relay of our daxia. And as soon as this follow-up edition from Winning Sky came out, a few seconds later, the old man's entire body also trembled with excitement. What do you mean, little friend? Ying Tian nodded. That's right, those erased memories of our daxia's emperors will only get stronger. Here, there was one thing Ying Tian didn't say. That's where a few of those emperors can even be countless times stronger on the Qing side. This administrator of daxia is getting old. It's better not to let his emotions fluctuate too much at once. God bless my daxia. God bless my daxia. But, as it turns out, even without the follow-up additions, the old man was already a bit over the top. Tears flowed from his eyes, and it was obvious that the old man had really been under too much pressure in these days to come. It's not God's blessing, it's the hope that we, daxia, have created for ourselves over thousands of years. Ying Tian smiled with a sigh of emotion and corrected the old man's words. With that, the eyes once again looked at the big screen. Putting away his agitation, Ying Tian also calmed down once again. Though it was true that the performance of the Emperor-class Inferno was amazing, but he still hasn't forgotten the matter of the Daxia Qing dynasty itself being simply too low in splendor. The impact is ultimately there. Moreover, the 10,000 clans couldn't really just scrap the countries because their Emperor-level Infernals were able to make an appearance. Not seeing even pretty country. Is it still in a fierce battle with the 10,000 clans even with an Emperor-level spirit? Moreover, these Emperor-leveling spirits of Daxia clearly had to take 15 days to successfully unlock their powers. Now unlocked early, it's full of puzzles in itself. So, no early champagne. Even if the Imperial level can make a move, the Great Summer is very critical. This point also remains unchanged. Let's just say that it has to be watched. And everything continues to be watched again. Slowly. Roar. On the battlefield. The final round of invasion by the 10,000 races on this day was also finally unfolding. And in this round of their invasion, on this side of Daxia, all the other emperors of the Qing dynasty except Qianlong and Yongzheng have finally stepped in. Heaven's mandate Nirachi, whose ability is called 8 Banners War Souls. The role is simple, yet powerful enough, which is to summon the 8 Banner Iron Cavalry. But the 8 Banner Iron Cavalry he summoned here was still different from the Yingling Iron Cavalry that had also been revived. The ones he summoned were even more powerful and could combine to form powerful battle formations. The Iron Horsemen were clad in arcane armor and wielded chilling weapons that could break through all obstacles. On top of that, they can keep healing themselves by killing. That is, as long as they kill fiercely, then they are immortal. Then there was Huang Taiji, the Heavenly Song. The number of bonus abilities he got after his revival was quite a few, and one of the most eye-catching is named the Phantom Stinging Dragon. This still has to do with Huang Taiji's low-key stoicism during his lifetime. Historically, he was like a dragon hiding in the shadows, lying dormant and waiting for an opportunity, not easily showing its sharpness. However, as soon as the right moment appeared, he yet would also instantly explode into a powerful force that reached the heavens. When this skill was made, all of the frontline warriors of the Grand Xia who were affected by him could enter a state of invisibility, and during the process of concealment, the warriors were able to constantly absorb the chi of the surrounding demons for their own use. Then, at the right time, he would directly turn this chi into an attack and charge at the 10,000 races. Upon realizing that he, as well as the others, were actually invisible, the pioneering warriors on the front line of Daxia were a good deal of shocked, and when they realized that this stealth of theirs was not even ordinary stealth. Instead, even the breath and everything was all hidden, and most of the 10,000 races could not perceive it at all. Rushing violently into the battlefield, the pioneer warriors of that guardian battle are even more directly all-killing mad. Of course, there must be limits to such a powerful ability. Keeping it up for a while, Huang Taiji would have to rest for a while, with no way to continue using this skill. However, even so, the impact it brought to the battlefield was already extremely astonishing. After that, Xuanji Emperor Fulin, his skills, Emperor's Dream Mystery, and Love Gothic Blade. Xuanji had much despondency and confusion in his life. and was often caught up in thoughts about earthly and religious matters. Emperor's Dream Mystery. It was the one that would allow him to open the spirit illusion phantom realm, introducing countless invading incoming races into the dream world he created. The world is filled with images of Shunji's inner confusion, emotions in search for the meaning of life. The 10,000 races who are swept up in this will have their minds disturbed by these illusory images, hallucinating and immersed in dreams, not knowing what to do. Shunji, however, is able to travel freely in the phantom realm, using the elements of the dream world to attack or defend, killing a large number of people at once, and love grief transforms blade. This ability, on the other hand, is related to Shunji's emotional history. The love story between Xuanji and Princess Dawnyi is widely rumored. His deep love for Princess Dawnyi and her untimely death deeply affected his Fenghua ability bonus. Emotional Grief Transformation Blade. This ability transforms Shunji's emotional grief and obsession into a weapon of substance. He was able to coalesce sharp blades formed by the power of his emotions. These sharp edges are incredibly sharp and pack an emotional punch. The sight of petals falling around the sharp edge is accompanied by the flight of the blade. And these petals look beautiful but are secretly deadly. Once in contact with others, it triggers an onslaught of emotions in others. It causes negative emotions such as pain and loss within others, and in severe cases, even outright death. This really is the power of love. Daxia Rear. When they saw that Emperor Xuanji was actually capable of this, everyone was really a little tense. And it is worth mentioning that Emperor Xuanji loves sorrow into blade. This move is actually not distinguished between enemy and self. It is also this wave of recovery that its loved ones have followed. It gave him control when using this ability. Otherwise, ahem. In short, as long as the result is good, it's a good ability. Chapter 81 Hope, or Despair, Imperial Level Spirit Ability Unlocked. Daxia Frontline Battlefield. Each Guardian battle radiates its own unique light, and the narrative continues. In addition to the emperors whose abilities are described in detail above, several other emperors of the Qing dynasty then followed. They have each performed in their own way. Kangxi's martial strategies and towers. He who had been fighting in the south and north all his life bellowed on the battlefield. Countless burning flames, howling cold winds or dazzling thunder and lightning. It will then instantly turn the enemy's position into a sea of fire, an ice field or a thunder field. Emperor Kaqing's clean breeze is thunder, summoning the breeze and thunderstorms. The fresh wind can blow away the concealment spells and poisonous gas traps of the 10,000 clans, making them invisible. Thunderstorms, on the other hand, could precisely slash at the 10,000 races' armies with extremely powerful destructive power. Emperor Daoguang struggled to revitalize. Although it is in the period of decline of the Qing dynasty, it still has the ambition of revitalization. Now after the recovery, he was able to use this ability to raise the entire attributes of his army wildly. The crazy here is really crazy. The Daxia Yingling warrior after getting a boost was more than a few times stronger than before as well. Again, though, there is definitely a time limit to such a powerful addition. And then after that, Xianfeng, Tongji, Guangxiu, they are also all extremely powerful. After unlocking them all, they brought great help to the frontline battlefields of Daxia. How come there's no Puyi? One by one, the emperors were on the frontline battlefields, demonstrating their revitalized power. It was only at this time that Ying Tian finally noticed that Puyi was not among them. As the last emperor of the Qing dynasty, Puyi must be revived at this moment. But he is the one who didn't unlock the ability to shine. Puyi actually dropped out of the royal level? Look carefully at the big screen. Finally, Ying Tian understood all. It turned out that it wasn't true that if you had been an emperor, you could actually reach the imperial level. If one's own claim to the throne, when one's own country is too far gone, then the emperor, too, may not reach the imperial level. And again, if an era, countless characters are extremely classy, then even those who didn't become emperors might reach the imperial level after recovery. Just as general doesn't really mean general. Today, emperor has its new definition. So, the three kingdoms. Ying Tian was violently stunned. He admitted that many elements really came to his mind in this moment. Even if it wasn't for the old man's call next to the hospital bed, he could all have just indulged in fantasizing for a good 10 minutes in this section. Today's national gate, successfully defended. The old man pulled Ying Tian's mind back to reality when he did. This day, the battle of the keep on the front line was already behind us, with the imperial level spirits in the battle. The battle situation on this side of the Daxia front line was simply too much better than it had been in the previous days. The other day, though each day everyone managed to hold out as well, but that was all piled up with tons of human lives. The victory, that seems to be reaped every day. In fact, it's been one big loss after another. But this day was different. On this day, the Daxia front is something that can really be counted as a victory. It has to be said. This is the most delightful day since the Stickguard battle of our Daxia. Upon seeing the results of a successful defensive battle, whether it was the front line or the rear, all the people of Dixia were all incredibly happy. The emotions that had been suppressed for so long were finally released at this moment. Everyone's heart was finally able to put it down for a little while at this moment, though there may be some surprises coming up later, but at least, for now, it's restful. Even if the 10,000 races made some even more horrifying movements behind them, it made even these emperor-leveling spirits somewhat unable to carry them. But that's all afterward, too, at least for now. These days, these emperor-leveling spirits should be able to help Dixia successfully defend this national gate, and if only the power they showed had been stronger, maybe it'll actually be a series of straight guards through the bat? In the rest period after the end of this day's guard battle, countless people behind the front line of Dixia were carrying out such fantasies in their minds, walking on the edge of despair. At any moment they could collapse. After the emperors of the Qing dynasty unlocked the power, they all treated it as their last hope. People are really out of ideas. Everyone can only rely on these emperors of the Qing dynasty. After all, the windward bonus is really limited. What else can we do now but believe in the emperors? At least, now they are actually able to emit light and continue to do so. On the front line battlefields, the weather is as unpredictable as ever. A gust of wind blew and sand flew up, mesmerizing the eyes of countless people behind the front line, and when they opened their eyes, they continued to look at the glowing emperors, and not noticing, battlefield, that previously bizarre became extremely aesthetically pleasing in various places. Suddenly, it was back to the way it once was, even more dilapidated. The yellowed flowers and plants have lost their former vitality. The once vibrant green faded away without a trace, leaving only a fading trail. Guardian War 2. The camp where the warriors rested and were stationed. A Daxia Indian warrior who was no different from all the others. At this moment a wry smile suddenly spread at the corner of his mouth. He came to a corner. Spread your hands. Numerous cyan-colored threads suddenly connected out of his hands. These green lines were visible to no one but him, and the green line floats and floats and floats. Eventually, it managed to drift to all the guarded battles on the Daxia front. Is it hope? Or is it despair? The wind is blowing more and more. In the next second, the bizarre warrior disappeared. The counterpart to this is the Daxia Vanguard sub-base. Above the throne guarded by the two black and white puppet angels, the Holy Hearing opened his eyes again. The script didn't go astray. They were good kids. The Holy Hearing spirit leaked a happy expression. Like it was said before, he set up a big show for Daxia, and the big show, now, is finally going to be exciting. My lord, is it time to major on these emperor-level spirits? Make inquiries during the day. According to his guess, the plan of the sacred listening patchwork spirit was simple. That's actively creating hope for Daxia, and then just destroy that hope. Imperial-level spirits are strong though. However, the Emperor-level Yingling Manhwa bonus on the Daxia side was too low. Just a little more offense on the side of the 10,000 clans, and main them for decapitation. Then it wouldn't be very difficult to take out these emperors. Main attack? Who said I'm going to attack these Imperial-level spirits? However, that is, just when the White Angel thought he was thinking right, the Holy Hearing Spirit's face was another one that suddenly leaked an even weirder smile. These Imperial-level spirits, they are our friends. Chapter 82. Let the emperors during the Qing dynasty of Daxia betray Daxia, seeing hope, but then having it dashed in an instant. This is certainly desperate and demoralizing to the point of a quicker route. But more than that, the Holy Hearing Spirit did have a better plan. How is it better to hope for defeat than to hope for defection? The Holy Hearing Spirit could help the Great Summer Emperor not just to shorten the length of the story. If he follows his script exactly, he helps, but it's never one of his own. When the rear of the Daxia frontline saw their emperor betray them, join the camp of the 10,000 races and stop striking out, or even strike out at them, how far will their minds fall apart? When a war is fought and one side completely collapses, then the end is already predetermined. Yes, this is the plan of the Holy Hearing Spirit. From the beginning, he was for the offense. It's definitely faster. And if it succeeds, it will make the chain rule that directly destroys the situation. Though, there was also the influence of the Holy Hearing Spirit's own vices during this time. He always preferred to defeat his enemies in a more mentally torturous way. But, what does that matter? The weak should be tortured hard by the strong and played with as toys. Tomorrow, send only the weakest vanguards in the base to invade. Let the opposite side have an even more sensational victory. Let their hope be fuller. Let the hope received in those emperors also be all a little thicker. The sacred hearing spirit sat lazily on his throne, his entire being filled with confidence. He just arranges the script. As for the script going smoothly, at this moment, he thought, there was already absolutely no more surprises, because the story has come so far, And the next part of his guide to the rebellion of the emperors of Daxia? That's 100% not going to be a problem. He knows his power too well. Moreover, now he knows more about these emperors of the Qing dynasty of Daxia. 9 Dragon Sword. Up. The next day, just like what the Holy Hearing Spirit had arranged, the 10,000 races went out to start the week. And the week here is not the kind that's out in the open. For everyone behind the front lines of Daxia, the demonic monsters sent out by the 10,000 clans only became more powerful with each passing day. Under the concealment of the 10,000 tribes, they didn't see the 10,000 tribes ploy at all. It just feels like the intensity remains on the side of the 10,000 tribes. The genus was too fierce for the imperial level spirits on their side. So on this day they remained victorious. And it's still a big win. It was even the kind of big win that could be described as a wipeout. Is this the power of an imperial level spirit? Victory! We've managed to hold the lower gates for another day. This performance, this battle power. Guys, I'm starting to fantasize a bit. Rear. Upon seeing another great victory at the front, and it was a day of great triumph much more glorious than yesterday, the countless people of Daxia all couldn't help but be excited. If anything, yesterday they were still tinged with some caution. Then after this day, their hearts will really begin to bud. Perhaps, it is we who underestimate ourselves? Actually, our Qing dynasty period in Daxia was okay. Emperors are, in essence, actually pretty awesome. Gradual. The beams of light on the emperors of the Daxia Qing dynasty period are getting brighter and brighter. These are the things that the crowds behind the front lines expect from them. A lot of times, expecting too much is not a good thing. Behind the front lines, some people have noticed this. For example, Liang Kaimakari, or Ying Tian. But their numbers are just too meager. And in moments like these, they even notice that something is wrong. In the end, there is no way to make power. Going to yell out that something isn't right and tell people not to expect too much? That doesn't do anything but bring negativity to the back of the front lines. What's more, the light is too thick on the emperors now. It's so thick that many people can no longer be roused. This situation, it's not good. Ying Tian wants to do something, but as said before, he can't do anything in this round of guard. This round of Daxia's history was perfect and did not need him to make additions. He could only act as a spectator. Like the people in the backwaters of Daxia before them, they were powerless to watch. The time has come to push our story to its conclusion. The One Clan Daxia subbase. After pulling the vibe on the Daxia side to the perfect moment, the sacred listening mistletoe spirit was also the one who finally put away the net. Early morning, another day. On this day, the 10,000 races strangely did not have a single demonic monster to make another invasion of the great summer. Dawn broke, the morning sun was shining, and a faint fish belly white color was rising in the sky. The white color swooshes into light pink, then swooshes into orange red, just like a painter's carefully dyed watercolor. The breeze is gentle, sending wisps of freshness. That is the fragrance of flowers and grasses and the fragrance of the soil intertwined with the unique morning rhythm. The Yingling warriors on the front line of the Great Xia were still ready early, looking in the direction where the 10,000 races came daily. In the end, however, they were the ones who didn't usher in any more of the all clan's overwhelming demonic monsters. Instead, a beautiful, holy and illusory angel was ushered into the front of every guardian battle. In the distance, holy light poured down. Each of its feathers is immaculate, glowing with pearly luster, and so pure white that it is impossible to look at it. He had white eyes, ethereal and deep, as if they contained the mysteries of the universe. Gazing at him, you feel a divine shock. It was as if the soul was washed away, forgetting the clamor of the world, forgetting its own name, and even forgetting the way forward. He was bathed in light, divine and unassuming, like the incarnation of a deity. Is this a new demonic monster? Everyone behind the front line was in a trance. More than the demonic monster. At this moment, everyone even felt that he was the antithesis of the demonic monster, the god who came to save everyone. If Yongzheng hadn't used his ability Rhinoceros Eyes, and then afterward made this call to all the Guardian Wars, this is the demon. This is the new commander of the demons of the 10,000 clans this round. I am afraid that the next second, on the battlefield, certain warriors will directly follow that angel to leave, or directly go to ask for its help. The 10,000 races in my Daxia, the new commander in this round of invading legions? When the real situation is realized, behind the front lines, all the Daxia people couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. That's where Yongzheng's ability just restrains this angel. Otherwise, this wave of everyone would have definitely killed a lot of people ruthlessly. So, this day, is he personally coming against us? It was known that each region of the 10,000 clans would have a new commander every round. However, the Great Summer Watch had never seen, until now, the commander personally traveling to the battlefield. Chapter 83, Home and Country. They don't matter to you at all. Holy Hearing. Obviously he came alone. But this moment, everyone is feeling more oppressed than ever. This was the deterrent power of the commander of the 10,000 clans. What's more, the sacred listening mistletoe spirit itself was also really weird. If he was bloody big, then everyone would be more comfortable instead. Such holiness, such beauty, behind it would only be greater horror. And the truth. And indeed, at a time when the hearts of everyone behind the front line of Disya were apprehensive to the extreme, the holy hearing spirit has finally begun his call. Golden light poured down and bathed his body. He levitated in midair and extended his right hand like a god. Next moment, the figures of the successive emperors of the Grand Xia floated up uncontrollably, cutting through the sky. And then, the mists came in like a tidal wave, drowning out the emperors. Wait for the crowd to return to their senses. The emperors of the various guardian stations had all disappeared without a trace, guided by the holy hearing spirit. Together they are drawn into a small world of illusion and beauty. This world is like a paradise. Birds and flowers, babbling brooks, exotic flowers and plants are all over the place, and the beauty is breathtaking. Pavilions and pavilions are dotted with them, carved beams and painted buildings, and gold and blue splendor, adding a bit of royal weather. The emperors of the Qing dynasty were forcibly gathered here, looking at each other with confusion and disbelief in their eyes. They looked around, trying to figure out the mysteries of this little world that the holy hearing mistletoe spirit had brought them into. The sunlight filtered through the branches and leaves, casting dappled light and shadows on the ground. The breeze brought a gust of floral fragrance, but it could not dispel the doubts in their hearts. Under the lock and key of the war-keeping order, everything they were doing in this small world at the moment was also played out on a large screen. Even more, this time, it wasn't just those in the rear of Dasha who could see it, even the other Yingling warriors on the front line could see it. Where are they being taken here? See this strange image on the big screen. The whole of Dasha. Everyone's breath caught in their throat. In just a single instant, it took away all of the imperial-level ingenious spirits that were defending the battle in Disya at the moment. What a terrifying force is this? And what will the holy hearing spirit with such power do next to these emperors? You know, right now, the only ones who are relying on these emperors are the only ones who are conducting a defensive battle on the front line of the Grand Xia. If they were completely annihilated by the holy hearing spirit here, how could they defend this next battle? There's no way to defend it at all. It can't be? This 10,000 races commander on the opposite side can't be this strong? Heart-pounding. Behind the front line, all the people of Dasha couldn't help but start praying. And in the end, their prayers succeeded, pulling the imperial-level infernals of Dasha into one piece and then just destroying them all or something. It was true that the holy hearing spirit had not yet reached such a strong level, though it was said that the imperial-level infernals of Dasha at the moment were pulling their crotches. But an imperial level is an imperial level after all. Present, the holy hearing spirit simply pulled them through, bringing them together in one piece. What's all the tension for? I'm not that strong. I didn't come here today to hurt you. Looking at the Disya Qing dynasty emperors who were wary to the extreme, Saint Hearing Spirit couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Not here to hurt us? And hearing the holy hearing spirit's speech, the emperors of the Qing dynasty all froze at once. Not to hurt them? Then what is it's pulling everyone into this for? I want to talk to you guys. The holy hearing spirit slowly walked up to the emperors. As he came along, the emperors just felt their bodies and minds soothed. Chat? Qianlong didn't quite understand. The holy listening mistletoe smiled. Yes, it's just a chat. Subsequently, the figure is a dagger. After all the arrangements had been made, the holy hearing spirit finally began his results. Don't you guys think that it's not even your duty to guard the gates of the country or anything? An extremely seductive voice came out from the holy hearing spirit's mouth. You've all died long ago, and it's not funny that you should pay attention to your descendants when you're dead? Saint Hearing Ling stared tightly at Qianlong. In fact, you all know it in your hearts. Right. Family and country. They don't matter to you at all. As emperors, the only thing you care about most is always yourselves. This is the worst of times. That after death you should come out to fight again for future generations. But, this is also the best of times. You have life again. The holy listening spirit opened his hand. In the next second, countless cyan-colored threads emerged, connecting to the top of each emperor's head. A new life, and a precious one for only 30 days. Why don't you let yourself be happy? Accompanied by the holy hearing spirit's words, the illusory world in which the emperors were located was transformed with a loud bang. The gilded palace spread to the end of the view, the glazed tiles shimmering brightly in the sunlight. The gorgeously dressed maids of honor lowered their eyebrows and walked lightly between the carved beams and painted buildings, like a group of dancing colorful butterflies. In the distance, the imperial garden of exotic flowers and plants compete for color, rockery and water, pavilions and pavilions, constituting a picturesque scenery, and the world, still expanding, is becoming increasingly prosperous. This is not a dream. Rather, it's really a real little world where you can carry on enjoying yourselves well after you've been reborn. What in this world is more desperate than to have the light one expects betray oneself? And now, what the sacred hearing spirit was trying to do was to make this come true. Daxia, behind the front line. Winter seems to have come early, penetrating into the marrow of everyone's bones. The image on the big screen was like a cold wind wrapped in ice, scraping hard across everyone's face. When the purpose of the holy hearing spirit is exposed, fear, then, was like a vine that instantly tightened around the hearts of everyone behind the front line. Unease spread through the crowd, spreading silently like a plague, devouring hope little by little. Listening to the words of the holy hearing spirit, the air seemed to freeze at this moment, and people are starting to be careful about even breathing. It was as if the slightest misstep would disturb the despair that lurked in the shadows. The men clenched their fists, cold sweat seeping from their palms. The women covered their mouths as silent tears slid down their faces. The children's eyes widened in bewilderment, feeling the heaviness and despair that the adults had never felt before. Fear, like a spreading wildfire, grows silently in the crowd, searing every apprehensive heart. People look forward to the cheers of the good news, but fear the tolling of the death knell. Nervousness, worry, fear, helplessness, countless emotions all surged into everyone's heart at this moment. Then, every minute, every second, is as long as a year, bringing endless torment to those waiting. Chapter 84, Rejection. You seem to have underestimated us a bit. Not a hit. Instead, it is a lure of profit. One would never have thought that the story could still develop in such a way. And if this plan of the holy hearing spirit really works out, then the entire Daxia will meet its true end. So, will the Qing emperors, in the end, oblige him? Staring intently at the screen. The moment. The Qing emperor's every move. All of them are tightly tied to the hearts of all the people of Daxia. Time passes little by little. On the big screen, the emperors of the Qing dynasty looked at each other. A few seconds later, finally, their response came out. You seem to be underestimating us a bit? The person who spoke was Huang Taiji. His eyes were like eagles, looking at the sacred hearing spirit like a jumping clown. Home and country are both important to us, too. It's not the worst of times and it's not the best of times. This is the era that belongs to our descendants. And we, to do from the beginning to the end is to guard this age. Rejected. The emperors of the Qing dynasty were not tempted by the lure of the holy hearing spirit. The moment the scene appeared on the big screen, the rear of the Daxia front line, all the people were all excited, and they lifted their hearts. It was only at this moment that it finally slowed down. Just don't follow the holy hearing spirit and don't let him influence you. Surprisingly, unexpectedly backbone? Inside the ward. Upon hearing this statement from Huang Taiji, Winning Sky could not help but freeze. Apparently, he also did not expect that the Qing emperors would refuse so decisively. It seems that these guys are capable of taking on big jobs at times. Winning Sky thought that this wave of Daxia was going to be finished straight away. I didn't expect these emperors to be so giving. Oh, surprisingly refused? Unreal little world. When various polls are made, what they got instead was after the Qing emperors rejected them. The sacred hearing spirit also froze slightly. But, he is however not discouraged, because he knows that no one can walk away from his script. At least not Daxia, who had already been studied by him. I think you've got it all wrong. I am not pulling your strings now, as well as demanding your response. Saint Hearing Spirit reached up to block his mouth and yawned lazily. I'm informing you of what's coming next in our story. As for that, you guys just refused? The virtual world's originally dreamlike scenery was suddenly and roughly erased by a large invisible hand. The whole world, then, was replaced by a hellish scene. Bright red lava rolled and roared across the cracked earth. Thick black smoke rose slowly like a giant beast, obscuring the sky and swallowing up what light remained. The air was pungent with a sulfurous odor that made it difficult to breathe. Countless strange monsters emerged from the lava and black smoke. They let out a creepy hiss. Sharp claws and fangs glinted with a cold light as they gazed greedily at this nascent purgatory. I think you'll change your minds afterward. The words fell. The sacred hearing mistletoe spirit directly disappeared into space, and the Qing emperors only felt a trance. Next, everything around us changed back to the way it was in the beginning. After a simple wink, they all returned to the guardian battle they had been stationed at. Not pulling in, but informing? The emperors could not help but shudder as they recalled the last words of the sacred hearing spirit, though it was unknown what the holy hearing mistletoe spirit would do next. But what doesn't need to be confirmed is that they're definitely in for a rough time ahead. After the lure, 80% of it is coercion. With such a simple lure, everyone is naturally able to carry it off. But coercion? These emperors? But I do not know some can carry. Let's hope they can carry it. In the rear ward, Evening Tian was silently praying at this moment. though he had a general feeling about the Qing emperors. But this is the situation now. Unable to intervene, he was left with no choice but to believe. It must be carried. At this moment, everyone in the entire rear of the front line of Disya was making this call. Your Majesty, you won't leave us behind, will you? Frontline. Those consorts and generals who followed the revived were also watching their emperor. No matter what follows, I will not give up on everyone. In response, the second Guardian battle, Qianlong was incomparably certain to speak again. And listening to Qianlong's once again resounding reply, the hearts of everyone at the front line were lifted. And only then was it finally slowed down some more. What a bunch of people who can't see themselves. Daxia Vanguard Subbase. The holy hearing mistletoe spirit returned to his throne once more, propped his head on his hand, and closed his eyes. This time, however, he wasn't going to mess up another diversion to mix in with the Daxia frontline. No more. All of it. He had already mapped out all of the spirits that had been revived from the stick on the Daxia front, and all he had to do next was wait quietly, waiting for these emperors during the Qing dynasty of Daxia to choose ego. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing a touch of coolness. On this day, the Great Summer did not follow up with another invasion from the 10,000 races. The spirit of the hearing doesn't like to appear at the same time as the demons. So on the day of his debut, Daxia was lucky enough to gain another day of happiness for nothing. Such an empty window is undoubtedly enviable. Watching Daxia actually enjoy such a restful day. Even the people of the pretty country who are now okay with the war on the front lines, the heart also cannot help but all give birth to a little jealousy. But such jealousy quickly disappeared the next day, for it is also from this new day, Daxia front. It is also finally ushering in the calamity that it is really going to face with the stick. Every guardian battle, all the Qing emperors all inexplicably began to have a headache. That sharp pain erupted from deep within his temples, like countless tiny steel needles piercing violently into and spreading out along the neural network. It instantly took over the entire brain. This situation was especially serious when they used their abilities to guard the gates of the Great Summer and defend against demonic monsters. Kowloon, Guardian War 2. Before Emperor Qianlong could even summon his nine-dragon sword, he realized that the sky was spinning and the stars were flying in front of his eyes. He staggered to the ground with a muffled grunt. Hands clasped over his head, he rolled and groaned in agony. The gold threads on his dragon's robe shimmering feebly and forlornly in the dim light. Imperial checks and balances. On the other side, Yongzheng is exactly the same. The difference, however, was that he endured this pain and, in the end, forced his ability to be used in its entirety.